This story follows a young woman who grows and changes over time. She starts as an ordinary person, not a soldier or a fighter, and must learn and become stronger step by step. If you're looking for a heroine who is powerful from the start, this story may not be for you. You're welcome to stop reading, but please don't leave a bad review after only a few pages. Thank you. Quick, get down there and hide. Remember, don't make a sound. Wait until those soldiers leave before you come out. Tong Yuelon held her grandmother's hand, her voice trembling. Grandma, what about you? Let's hide together. Grandma Tong patted her hand gently. I'm old. They won't bother me. Hurry and go down. You mustn't let them find you. Yuelon wanted to say more, but her grandmother heard footsteps approaching. She quickly pushed Yuelon into the cellar, closed the lid, and covered it with firewood to hide it completely. After finishing, Grandma Tong hurried into the inner room without looking back at the hiding place. With a loud crash, the courtyard gate was kicked open. Several armed collaborators rushed in, followed by 2 enemy soldiers carrying rifles with bayonets. You broke into my home. What do you want? Grandma Tong stepped out calmly, facing them without fear. Broken? Do you still think this is the glorious Tong family of the past? Now it's the army's world. The leader of the collaborators shoved Grandma Tong to the ground, then turned to the soldiers with a flattering smile. Sir, this is the finest house in the area. The Tong family once had a high-ranking scholar. Even though they've fallen, there must still be valuable things hidden here. The 2 soldiers exchanged greedy looks and nodded. Grandma Tong had fallen hard and struggled to get up. She could only watch as the men ransacked the house. The sound of breaking porcelain and overturned furniture echoed through the rooms. I found this first. Why are you taking it from me? Whoever grabs it first keeps it. You were too slow. Quiet, both of you. If the soldiers see what you've taken, they'll claim it for themselves. Don't say I didn't warn you. When they heard the words, the few men quickly stopped talking. They hurriedly stuffed the good things they had found into their pockets and clothes. Some even tied larger items with cloth and hid them inside their loose pants. Grandma Tong watched coldly as these people rummaged through the house, showing no reaction at all. These are just worldly things, she thought. If they want to take them, let them. As long as no one gets hurt, that's what matters. She had believed that after the city was taken by the invaders, hiding in the old family house deep in the mountains would be safer. That was why, after her son and daughter-in-law had an accident, she brought her beloved granddaughter back from the city. But who could have expected this? Grandma Tong tried hard not to look toward the place where her granddaughter was hiding, silently praying that these soldiers and traitors would take what they wanted and leave quickly. 2 enemy soldiers came out of the house, each carrying 2 large bundles. Several collaborators followed them into the yard. Old woman, where's the young girl? One of the soldiers asked with a nasty grin. The officer is asking you a question, said one of the collaborators, bowing and smiling to the soldier. Then he pointed his gun at Grandma Tong and shouted, Where did you hide your granddaughter? Is she in a secret room? Tell her to come out, or this gun won't stay quiet. Grandma Tong closed her eyes and said calmly, My granddaughter was taken back to the city by her father long ago. Now it's just me living here. We don't have any secret rooms. If we did, do you think I'd still be here watching you take everything from my house? The collaborator kicked her hard. You stubborn old woman. This isn't the time for your family's pride. If you don't talk, you won't live to see another year. Then he turned to the soldier with a flattering smile. Sir, rich families like this often have secret rooms to hide their treasures. If we search carefully, we'll find it. The 2 soldiers exchanged greedy looks. One of them raised his bayonet and pointed it at Grandma Tong. Where is the secret room? Tell us, or you'll regret it. Grandma Tong acted as if she hadn't heard him. She kept her eyes closed and lay still. The soldier said nothing more. He the bayonet into her leg. Her body trembled in pain. She opened her eyes and glared fiercely at the soldier in front of her. The enemy soldier raised his bayonet, aiming at Grandma Tong's stomach to stab her again, but the collaborator quickly stopped him. Sir, please spare her for now. If we can't find the secret room, We might still need to question her. The soldier pulled back his bayonet and ordered the others, "Search for the secret room. Search for the young woman." "Yes, sir." The collaborators quickly split up and entered different rooms. The sounds of rummaging filled the house again. Beds and cabinets were moved aside. Every inch of the floor was checked, and the walls were tapped carefully. "Sir, we didn't find any secret room." "Sir, we didn't find one either." One by one, the collaborators came out, each looking a bit bulkier around the waist. The leader of the collaborators reluctantly handed 2 items to the soldiers. "Sir, these are small gifts for you. Both are antiques and quite valuable." The soldier took the items, still unsatisfied. "No secret room? We searched everywhere. It seems this family has really fallen on hard times. There's no secret room at all." One collaborator looked around, then went into the kitchen. After a series of clattering sounds, he came out shaking his head. Another collaborator went into the firewood room next door. The room wasn't large, filled with stacks of firewood, and nothing seemed suspicious. He his bayonet into the pile, scattering the firewood all over the floor. Grandma Tong tried hard to keep her face calm, though her heart was pounding. The 2 soldiers were happily admiring the antiques in their hands when Grandma Tong suddenly jumped up from the ground. She rushed forward, snatched a bronze vessel from one soldier, and shouted, "This is my family's heirloom. You can't take it." Caught off guard, the soldier quickly reacted, grabbed his bayonet, and stabbed her in the stomach. Everyone gathered around, and the collaborator, who had been searching the firewood room, hurried out. The leader of the collaborators quickly took the bronze vessel from Grandma Tong's hands, wiped the blood off with a sleeve, and respectfully handed it back to the soldier. The soldier took the bronze vessel and kicked Grandma Tong hard, sending her sprawling to the ground. Grandma Tong's body hit the courtyard wall, then she fell softly to the ground. She faintly heard someone mutter bad luck and the sound of footsteps leaving. Feeling relieved, she spat out a mouthful of blood and lost consciousness. In a secret room, Tong Yuelon opened her eyes and found herself in a small, windowless underground chamber lit by a dim oil lamp. Her first instinct was to reach for her phone, but when she looked down, she saw she was wearing an old-fashioned floral shirt and loose, shapeless pants. There were no pockets on the pants, let alone her phone, which she always carried with her. Had she been kidnapped and taken to a remote mountain area? No, she had to find a way to save herself. She had just graduated from college, and her bright future was only beginning. That was Tong Yuelon's first thought. Then her head spun, and a flood of unfamiliar memories rushed into her mind, events that had happened an hour before she woke up. Enemy soldiers had entered the village. The original owner of this body had been pushed into the secret room by her grandmother in a hurry. In the confusion, she fell down the stairs, hit her head hard, and faintly heard people searching above. Terrified, she lost her life in fear. What on earth had she traveled through time? And to one of the most tragic and dangerous periods in history? Before she could fully process this, she heard rustling sounds above her, as if someone was moving things around. Had they found the secret room? Thinking of the terrible scenes she had seen in movies, Tong Yuelon's heart tightened. She knew what kind of danger a young woman might face in such a situation. She looked around, searching for something she could use as a weapon. In this situation, there was no choice but to fight. She would never let herself be helpless. If she could take down one enemy, it would be worth it. 2 would be even better. There was some food and water in the room, along with several boxes. Without stopping to check what was inside, she focused on finding a weapon. When she opened the 3rd box, she found a dagger decorated with a few small gems. It didn't look very sharp, more ornamental than practical. Time was running out, and there was no better weapon nearby. Tong Yuelon could only grab a dagger, press herself against the wall, and watch the ceiling carefully. At last, the cover above the secret room was lifted. Tong Yuelon tightened her grip on the dagger, ready to strike. "Lon Lon, hurry, come up. The enemies are gone." Her grandmother's weak voice came from above. "Grandma," Tong Yuelon called out without thinking. She quickly climbed the ladder and crawled out through the opening. As soon as she got out, she froze. Her grandmother was lying on the ground, covered in blood. The floor was stained red, and a clear trail of blood led from outside into the house. Tong Yuelon knelt down and held her grandmother tightly, tears streaming down her face. "Grandma, don't be afraid. I'll take you to a doctor." She tried to lift her up. "No, don't go. I can't make it." You must pack up and leave for the city. You can't stay here anymore." Before she could finish, her head tilted to the side, and the hand resting on Tong Yuelon's arm fell weakly. Her eyes, however, remained open. "Grandma!" Tong Yuelon cried out in despair. Her mind buzzed, filled with the pain of losing someone she loved deeply. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether the sorrow came from the body's original owner or from herself. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Ignoring everything else, she closed her eyes and silently recited a few words. Nothing happened. Still nothing. Tong Yuelon gave a bitter smile. She must have gone crazy. How could she think that just because she had somehow crossed into another world, she would automatically have some kind of system? She reached out to check her grandmother's breathing and found it faint, but still there. Not daring to waste another second, she started to get up to find help. Before she could stand, the room suddenly darkened. Two puppet soldiers in yellowish uniforms stood at the door of the woodshed, blocking most of the light. The man in front grinned, showing his yellow teeth. "I knew a big family like the Tongs wouldn't be without a secret room. Didn't expect the entrance to be hidden in the woodshed, though." The man behind him flattered. "Brother Lu, you're so sharp and clever. Coming back like this was a smart move. Now the treasures and the people inside all belong to you. I'll be lucky just to share a bit of the reward." Tong Yuelon became alert the moment the two men appeared. She quietly picked up the dagger she had just placed on the ground and gripped it tightly, pretending to be frightened as she stepped back a little. It was 1 against 2. Whether in numbers or strength, she was at a clear disadvantage. A direct fight was impossible. In this situation, escaping easily was out of the question. The only way was to pretend to be weak, make them lower their guard, and then strike back at the right moment. The man called Brother Lu noticed her movement. He shifted his gaze from the entrance of the underground room to her face and body, laughing loudly. "Don't worry, I'll take care of you. That's why I brought you here with me." The man beside him glanced at the frightened Yuelon, then at Brother Lu's eager expression, and immediately understood. He stepped back toward the door and said, "Brother Lu, I'll keep watch outside for you." He even closed the door behind him. Once the door shut, only a little light came through the small window in the wall, making the room even darker. Brother Lu walked forward impatiently, loosening his belt as he moved. When his eyes fell on Grandma Tong lying on the ground, he frowned in disgust. "This old woman lying here ruins the mood," he muttered. He bent down, reaching toward Grandma Tong as if to drag her out of the room. Yuelon knew that if he did that, Grandma Tong would have no chance of survival. She quickly moved back and shouted, "Don't come any closer. I'll call for help." Brother Lu's attention turned back to her. Ignoring Grandma Tong, he took 2 more steps forward. "You don't need to shout. I'll be gentle," he said with a smirk. Yuelon kept screaming and retreating until her back hit the wall. She slowly crouched down, her right hand at her side, gripping the dagger tightly. Brother Lu rushed toward her, still muttering nonsense, completely unaware of the danger waiting for him. Yuelon screamed desperately, dodging backward with all her strength, still pretending not to fight back. Brother Lu became even more excited and suddenly lunged at Tong Yuelon, trying to pull at her clothes. Tong Yuelon seemed frozen in fear, unable to react, her screams growing louder and louder. Just as Lu bent down to unfasten her belt, Tong Yuelon's right hand swung in a sharp arc, and the dagger in her hand plunged into his back. Lu gasped in pain and tried to shout, but Tong Yuelon quickly covered his mouth with her left hand, muffling his cry into a low groan. She didn't stop there. Instead of pulling the dagger out right away, she twisted it hard, making the wound deeper. Blood quickly stained Lu's clothes. Tong Yuelon kept screaming, but her hands moved with precision. She pulled the dagger out and struck again, without hesitation. After several blows to vital spots, Lu's body slowly went limp. He twitched a few times, then lay still. Outside the door, a collaborator soldier pressed his ear against the wood. Hearing the screams and muffled sounds inside, his face grew tense with excitement, eager for it all to end so he could rush in. When Tong Yuelon saw that Lu was no longer breathing, she slowly released her hand from his mouth. Still uneasy, she stabbed him a few more times to make sure, then finally let out a shaky breath. Looking around, she realized there was nowhere in the woodshed to hide the body. Then her eyes fell on the entrance to the underground room, and an idea came to her. Outside, the soldier heard the screams fading and pressed his ear even closer, tempted to open the door and check. His hand was already on the handle, but he hesitated. He knew Lu's temper too well. If he barged in now, he'd be lucky to escape with just a scolding. If Lu got angry, his share of the loot would probably shrink even more. Just then, a hoarse female voice cried out from inside, "Please, I won't go to the basement. Just save my grandmother. I'll do whatever you say." The only reply was the sound of 2 sharp slaps. The crying stopped abruptly, followed by a few more screams and the sound of someone being dragged across the floor. Then everything went quiet. The soldier outside grew anxious, pacing and scratching his head, but still didn't dare to open the door. After struggling for a long time, he couldn't hold back anymore. He opened the door a little and asked softly, "Brother Lu, are you done? Can I come in now?" No one answered. He gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. Grandma Tong was still lying motionless on the ground, the room a complete mess, with blood everywhere. No wonder Brother Lu had moved to the basement. This place was in terrible shape. He quietly walked to the entrance of the secret basement. The soldier peeked down and saw that it was even darker than the woodshed. He could barely make out Brother Lu lying on the ground, but the woman was nowhere to be seen. Hearing faint snores, the soldier's face showed a trace of disdain. So this was Brother Lu's strength? He got tired and fell asleep so quickly. No wonder, he always avoided others during such tasks. He clearly wasn't as capable as he claimed. Well, it was better that he was asleep. The longer he slept, the less chance he'd have to see how much stronger I am, the soldier thought proudly. Feeling pleased, he stepped down the stairs, glancing around to see where the woman might be hiding. As soon as his foot touched the basement floor, a sharp pain shot through his back. He tried to turn around, but another wave of pain hit him, and his legs gave out. He collapsed to the ground. Tong Yuelon didn't give him a chance to react. She rushed forward and struck him repeatedly until she was sure he was no longer a threat. Picking up the knife, Tong Yuelon climbed back up to the woodshed. She knelt beside Grandma Tong and touched her hand, only to find it cold. She didn't cry. Instead, she carefully stepped outside, looked around, and saw that the yard was empty and silent. Forcing herself to stay calm, she closed the gate. The moment she did, all her strength seemed to leave her, and she sank weakly to the ground. Before coming here, she had been just an ordinary college graduate. She had never even seen a chicken being killed, let alone taken a life. But her education and the war films she had watched had taught her what happened to people captured by the invaders and their collaborators, especially young women like her. That was why, when she realized she had somehow ended up in this time and that the enemy soldiers were raiding the village, her first instinct was to fight back. After all, if she didn't fight, she would only suffer humiliation and die miserably. If she fought, there might still be a chance. Even if she could only take down one enemy before dying, it would still count as a small act of revenge. Just now, she had pretended to be weak and used a clever trick to kill 2 soldiers who were much stronger than her. The whole process had taken all her skill and strength. Fortunately, the result was good. She picked up the dagger that had fallen beside her. The blood-stained blade looked even sharper now. Testing it, Tong Yuelon pushed the dagger into the ground and found that it went in easily and deeply. This was no decorative dagger. It was a truly sharp weapon. No wonder she had been able to defeat those 2 men so quickly. Most of the credit belonged to this dagger. Tong Yuelon sat on the ground for a long time. Only when the sky began to darken did she stand up. She hadn't yet decided what to do next. For now, the most important thing was to give Grandma Tong a proper burial, and to deal with the two bodies carefully. She found an oil lamp in the house, lit it, and carried it into the underground room. It was strange. When she had fought earlier, she hadn't felt afraid at all. But now, looking at the two lifeless bodies on the ground, fear began to creep into her heart. Gritting her teeth, Tong Yuelon forced herself to overcome the fear. With great effort, she dragged one body out of the secret room and left it in a corner of the yard. Then she did the same with the second one. After that, she carefully closed the trapdoor and covered it with firewood until it was completely hidden. She wanted to boil some water to clean Grandma Tong's body and change her into clean clothes. No matter what, she couldn't let her grandmother leave this world without dignity. Just as she entered the kitchen and was trying to figure out how to start the fire, there came a loud knocking at the gate. Tong Yuelon quickly grabbed the dagger she always kept close and stepped into the yard, watching the gate cautiously. "Miss, it's me. Are you all right?" came an anxious woman's voice from outside. Tong Yuelon thought for a moment, then went to open the gate. She stepped aside silently, still alert, as two people entered. The woman hurried in and, seeing Tong Yuelon covered in blood, turned pale. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Miss, are you hurt? Where is the old lady?" Tong Yuelon saw the genuine worry on the woman's face and relaxed a little. Tears welled up in her eyes as she choked out, "I'm fine. But Grandma, she's gone." The woman staggered and murmured, "How could the old lady be gone? Didn't she say she would take you to the city in a few days? How could this happen so suddenly?" The man behind her quickly caught her, but she turned and slapped his arm. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on visiting relatives at this time, the old lady wouldn't have." Before she could finish, she broke down in tears. Tong Yuelon only had the last hour of the original person's memories. Perhaps because those memories were too painful and too recent, they hadn't faded away but remained with her, the new soul in this body. She didn't know who the couple before her were, but judging from how they addressed Grandma Tong, they seemed to be servants of the Tong family. To avoid saying something wrong, she adjusted her tone and said, "I want to boil some water to clean Grandma and change her into clean clothes." "Yes, miss, I'll do it right away." The woman wiped her tears and hurried toward the kitchen, while the man followed a few steps behind. Both of them stopped suddenly when they saw two bodies lying in the corner of the yard. The woman turned to Tong Yuelon, her voice trembling. "Mississippi. They hurt Grandma," Tong Yuelon said calmly. "So I stopped them." Her simple, direct words left the two of them frozen in place. The woman's eyes fell on the dagger still clutched in Tong Yuelon's hand. She swallowed hard, lowered her head, and quickly ran into the kitchen without another word. The man also lowered his head slightly, his eyes filled with both fear and respect. "Miss, what should we do with them?" "Find a few trustworthy people and take them up the mountain to bury them. Don't let anyone find out. If the soldiers learn about this, the whole village will be in danger." The man nodded. "Don't worry, Mississippi. I'll take care of it. No one will know." He moved quickly. Before long, he returned with two men in their 30s. One of them was pushing an old wooden wheelbarrow covered with straw mats. "Brother Zhou, did you do this?" The man walking in front saw the two bodies of the puppet soldiers and couldn't help giving the other man a thumbs up. Then he looked outside the courtyard gate and asked, "No one else saw this, right?" Brother Zhou didn't answer. He glanced toward the main room and said quietly, "Zhou, stop talking so much. It's getting dark soon. Let's hurry and carry the bodies up the mountain to bury them. After that, we still need to help with Madame Tong's funeral." Zhou sighed, his mood heavy. Those cruel invaders took so many things from the village and killed so many people. If we hadn't run fast and hidden in the mountains after hearing the warning, we might be lying here too, or worse, taken away to do hard labor. The other man also sighed. Old Zhao, Aunt Wu, and Grandma Lu were all killed. Even the Lu family's little girl, only 13, couldn't escape. The Lu family's Anna's cried until she can barely see. "Enough, Brother Zhou said firmly. Let's get this done quickly. If those soldiers find out we killed 2 of their men, they might come and destroy the whole village. He stopped them from talking further, crouched down, grabbed one of the bodies by the arm, and threw it into the wheelbarrow. The other 2 quickly helped, covering the bodies with straw mats before pushing the cart out of the Tong family courtyard toward the back mountain. Inside, Tong Yuelon had already changed out of her blood-stained clothes and burned them in the stove. She washed her face and hands with cold water and was now helping Aunt Zhou clean Grandma Tong's body. She had heard every word the men said outside. The tragic scenes she had only read about in books or seen in films were now happening right before her eyes, and it felt as if a fire was burning in her heart. Lowering her head, she saw that Grandma Tong's eyes wouldn't close. Her heart ached, and she gently placed her palm over the old woman's eyes. Grandma, ai fine. I'll live well. When she lifted her hand, Grandma Tong's eyes slowly closed, and a single tear slipped from the corner of her eye. That tear felt like a bullet piercing Yuelon's heart. She couldn't hold back anymore and threw herself onto Grandma Tong, crying loudly. Her sobs were filled with sorrow, fear, helplessness, and deep regret. She suddenly opened her eyes and found herself in one of the darkest times in history, forced to face life, death, and the unbearable humiliation that awaited her. To survive, she pushed herself beyond her limits and ended up taking 2 lives with her own hands. Though those men were cruel invaders, the shock of it was overwhelming for a young woman who had grown up in peace. It was enough to change her values and the rest of her life. She had managed to hold on until now, but she was already at her breaking point. Grandma Tong, despite her injuries, had risked her life to protect her granddaughter. With her last bit of strength, she crawled to open the secret cellar and let the girl out, not knowing that her real granddaughter was already gone. When Grandma Tong finally closed her eyes, the deep guilt in Tong Yuelon's heart became too heavy to bear, breaking the last thread of her strength. Aunt Zhou watched Tong Yuelon cry in despair, and tears streamed down her own face. The world had fallen into chaos. Even a kind woman like the old lady had died at the hands of the invaders. What would happen to the young lady now? How could ordinary people like them survive? Tong Yuelon cried for a long time before she slowly stopped. She stood up, took 2 steps back, then knelt heavily on the ground. Raising her right hand, she made a solemn vow in her heart to Grandma Tong. Grandma, you saved my life, so I am your granddaughter. I swear I will do everything I can to fight back against the invaders and traitors, to avenge you and all those who died because of them. Please believe me, I will make it happen. As soon as she finished speaking, darkness filled her vision, and she collapsed backward. Just before losing consciousness, she seemed to hear a faint, clear sound, like a soft chime from nowhere. What a tragedy. Madame Tong spent her whole life doing good deeds, yet in the end, she still died at the hands of the invaders. Those soldiers are heartless. They don't care if you're good or bad. They take what they want and kill whoever they please. If only they had left a day earlier, they might have escaped this disaster. Now that Madame Tong is gone, the young lady has to travel to the city alone. The roads aren't safe these days. What will become of her? I'm telling you, that Tong family girl is a bringer of bad luck. When she was still in the city, our village was peaceful. But ever since Madame Tong brought her back, the enemy soldiers have come several times in just a few months. And now even old Madame Tong has passed away because of her. If you ask me, we should send her away before she brings more trouble to the village. Mrs. Sen Yo, how can you say such things? If Madame Tong hadn't been kind, your whole family would have starved to death years ago. You wouldn't even be here gossiping today. That's right. Everyone in this village has received help from the Tong family. Now that Madame Tong has just passed away, you're already speaking ill of them and even want to drive the girl away. Do you still have a conscience? I was just talking. I didn't really mean it. Tong Yuelon stood motionless in the shadow behind the main hall door, listening to the women chatting noisily in the courtyard. From their conversation, and from what Aunt Zhou had said earlier, she roughly pieced together the situation of the original person whose body she now inhabited. The original girl's father had worked in a big city, though no one seemed to know exactly which one or what he did. Perhaps they had never been told, or perhaps they simply didn't care. Either way, Tong Yuelon couldn't learn any details from them. More than 2 years ago, the city where her father lived was taken by the enemy. Old Madame Tong had received no letters from him and, worried for their safety, had gone there herself last year. In the end, she returned with only the girl. The Tong family had once employed several servants, but after bringing the girl back, old Madame Tong dismissed them all. Even Chuanxiu, a servant born into the household, who was also Aunt Zhou, the first to come after the old lady's death, was let go. Old Madame Tong gave 2 nearby rooms to Aunt Zhou's family to live in. During the day, Aunt Zhou would come to help with chores, but she was not allowed to stay overnight. After returning to the village, the girl rarely left the house, so few villagers had seen her or knew much about her. But since her return, the once peaceful village had suffered several raids by enemy soldiers. Fearing she could no longer protect her granddaughter, old Madame Tong had planned to send her back to the city. Unfortunately, before she could do so, she passed away. Aunt Zhou hurried in from outside. Seeing Tong Yuelon standing behind the door, she looked at her with concern. "Miss, you're awake." Tong Yuelon nodded. "What's happening outside?" Aunt Zhou lowered her voice. "The headman said the soldiers have been taking young men everywhere to work as laborers. They've been raiding villages more often too. He told everyone to keep the funeral simple this time and take the coffin up the mountain early tomorrow morning, so no one gets caught because of the ceremony." "Miss, you fainted just now." "My husband and I talked it over and decided to ask some villagers to help with the old lady's funeral arrangements. I hope that's all right. You've worked hard. Just tell me what I need to do according to the village customs," Tong Yuelon said softly, her voice still hoarse. In troubled times, people had to be practical. The living had to move on, even when someone passed away. They couldn't risk more lives for a proper burial. Fortunately, Grandma Tong had prepared her burial clothes and coffin long ago. Though the funeral was simple, it was still dignified. Tong Yuelon was the old lady's only living descendant. Even though she wasn't a man, she had to keep vigil for her grandmother and see that the coffin was carried up the mountain for burial. She stepped out of the room, glanced around at the people helping in the courtyard, then knelt before the coffin. The women who had been whispering fell silent when she looked at them. They had only seen Tong Yuelon from afar before. Few had spoken to her, and none had been close. They always thought she was just a delicate young lady. After Grandma Tong's sudden passing, many believed it was to protect Yuelon. Some with ill intentions even spread rumors that she had suffered misfortune at the hands of the enemy, and thought that if they could drive her away, they might benefit from what the Tong family left behind. But that single look from Tong Yuelon made them uneasy. She ignored them. That look had been deliberate. She didn't want any trouble before she left. After taking 2 lives with her own hands, she felt something inside her had changed completely. If she wished, even a glance could carry a sense of danger. Early the next morning, several men who had been arranged beforehand lifted the coffin and began the walk toward the Tong family's ancestral burial ground. The whole burial process was simple and smooth. The Tong family's ancestral land now had one more modest grave, and the traces of one person had completely disappeared from the world. On the way back, Tong Yuelon noticed many curious eyes on her, some filled with curiosity, some with sympathy, and some with calculation. She paid no attention to their thoughts. During the night, she kept vigil for her grandmother. She had already decided that once everything was settled, she would leave. Whatever plans others had no longer concerned her. "Miss, please have a bowl of porridge to warm yourself. After you rest, just tell me if you need anything," said Aunt Zhou, bringing out a steaming bowl of millet porridge and a small plate of pickles. She looked a little uneasy. She didn't know why the young lady seemed like a different person after the old madam's passing, but she instinctively felt it was best to follow her instructions and not ask questions. "All right, you can go now. I'll call you if I need anything," Yuelon said. She took a sip of the warm porridge, and as it slid down her throat, she finally felt a faint sense of being alive again. After breakfast, she locked the courtyard gate and went alone to the woodshed. Even if the villagers' schemes couldn't touch her, she still wanted to leave as soon as possible. Compared to the big cities, staying in the village during this time was far more dangerous. She wasn't foolish enough to think she could face the invading soldiers and their collaborators on her own. No matter what, she had to make sure she survived first. A night had passed, yet the underground chamber still carried a strong metallic smell. Yuelon frowned slightly, but ignored it. Although it wasn't her first time entering the secret room, this was the first time she had the energy to carefully look around. The basement wasn't large, and everything inside was easy to see. Besides some food and 2 ceramic jars filled with water, there were several big wooden chests. When she had searched for weapons before, she had opened one of the chests but only had time to grab a dagger before hearing her grandmother's voice, leaving her no chance to look further. Those chests were filled with gold, silver, and antique treasures. Yuelon only glanced at them briefly. It wasn't that she didn't value them, but they belonged to the Tong family, and she couldn't take them for herself. Besides, even if she wanted to take some valuables with her, it would be impossible to carry them all. In troubled times, a young woman traveling with a large amount of money was simply asking for trouble. The smallest box looked like an old-fashioned wicker suitcase. Out of curiosity, Tong Yuelon opened it and found several Western-style dresses inside, clearly the original owner's clothes. Under the dresses was a brown paper envelope. Inside were 2 travel permits, one for Tong Yuelon and the other for Grandma Tong, both with Shanghai as their destination. Beneath the permits were 2 identity certificates, also belonging to Tong Yuelon and her grandmother. At the bottom lay a thick stack of banknotes. Tong Yuelon roughly counted them, about 1,300 yuan. However, she didn't know what year it was. If it was already after 1943, the currency would have lost much of its value, making the money almost useless. Before coming here, she had read an article quoting a 1947 report from the popular evening news. It said that in 1937, 100 yuan could buy 2 oxen. In 1938, 1 large and 1 small ox. In 1939, just 1 ox. In 1940, only a small one, and by 1941, it could buy a pig. In 1942, 100 yuan could buy a ham. In 1943, a hen. In 1944, half a hen, and by 1945, only a fish. Later, things became even more absurd. At the worst point, 100 yuan could buy only 4 grains of rice. She couldn't be sure if that article was completely accurate, but it showed that by the end of the war, the currency had lost most of its value. After thinking for a moment, Tong Yuelon set aside her identity papers, travel permit, and the stack of banknotes. These were essential for leaving this place. Even if the money had lost value, it was still better than having nothing at all. At the very bottom of the box were 2 cloth bags. One contained 60 silver dollars, and the other held 10 gold bars. These were clearly meant to cover travel expenses and future living costs. However, since she was traveling alone, she could easily hide the paper money in her clothes, but carrying all the silver and gold was impossible. Walking around with a suitcase full of valuables would be like carrying a ticking time bomb. Tong Yuelon stood up and left the basement. After finding a few things, she returned to the secret room and used a small piece of cloth to sew a simple belt. She placed most of the paper money and about 10 silver dollars inside and tied it around her waist. The few Western-style dresses, along with her resident ID, travel pass, and a small amount of money, were left in the rattan box. She carefully tied the dagger to her lower leg with of cloth. The rest of the silver dollars and all the gold bars, as well as Grandma Tong's ID and travel pass, were left in the secret room. When she stood up to leave, her eyes were drawn to a wooden box in the far corner. Almost without thinking, she walked over and opened it. Inside the box was an envelope placed right in the center, impossible to miss. She unfolded the letter and froze in place. My dear granddaughter Yuelon, if you are reading this letter, it means your mind is cleared, but it also means that I have passed away. I remember when you first came to Nanjing, your thoughts were confused and your memory unclear. A close friend of your father told me that you had survived a terrible tragedy. Your parents stayed behind to protect you and were never heard from again. It is likely they gave their lives for the country. I was heartbroken, but I kept your condition secret, even from Chuanxio's family. I have long worried about what would happen after I am gone. If I were to pass away before you recovered, I plan to entrust you to Chuanxio, asking her to quietly protect you in the countryside until your mind returned. But the world is unpredictable, and people's hearts are hard to read. I could only pray for a few more years of life to keep you safe a little longer. Alas, life rarely goes as we wish. Even with careful planning, we cannot fight fate. I have tried to live kindly, hoping that my small virtue might bring you a peaceful and safe life. The things hidden in this secret room are the Tong family savings from many generations. Since you are reading this, you are well again, and everything here now belongs to you. But remember, wealth can bring danger. Be wise, stay cautious, and never show what you have. Your grandmother, Tong Lisher, written in the autumn of the 28th year of the Republic of China. The letter was left by Grandma Tong for the original owner of the body. Yuelon read it several times carefully and finally understood everything. The original Yuelon had lived with her parents in Nanjing. Although she survived the terrible massacre, the shock left her mentally unstable. Her parents stayed behind to protect her and were never heard from again. Most likely, they had already passed away. Grandma Tong went through many hardships before finally finding the original girl through one of Tong's father's closest friends. She took the girl back to their hometown and, to keep others from discovering her unstable condition, made her stay indoors to rest. She even dismissed all the servants, so that not even Aunt Zhou's family knew the truth. Grandma Tong had made careful plans. Even if the girl never regained her senses before her death, loyal servant Zhou Chuanxio would stay by her side to care for her. Of course, Grandma Tong knew that life was unpredictable and people's hearts could change. But at her age, though she had many worries, she no longer had the strength to do more. All she could do was pray to live a little longer so she could protect her granddaughter for a few more years. However, fate had other plans. Before her time came, the situation in the countryside grew worse. She decided to take her granddaughter to Shanghai to seek help from others. She left a letter hidden in a secret room at home, hoping that one day, if her granddaughter recovered her mind and returned, she would find it and understand everything. Sadly, before they could leave, enemy soldiers invaded the village. Grandma Tong lost her life while trying to protect her granddaughter, and all her careful plans vanished with her passing. Perhaps, in her final moments, her mind was filled only with worry and love for the girl she had raised. Tong Yuelon carefully put the letter back and sat silently on the floor for a long time. In a daze, countless images flashed through her mind, people crying, running in panic, and then falling one after another under the enemy's attack. City gates, streets, riverbanks. Everywhere was filled with the bodies of soldiers and civilians. Along the river, piles of burned remains stretched for miles, and the water of the Yangtze had turned a deep red. The enemy had committed countless cruel acts, burning, shooting, and destroying everything in their path. Tong Yuelon pushed herself backward until her back hit the wall, as if only then could she find some support. She bit her lip hard and covered her mouth with both hands to stop her teeth from chattering. She didn't know whether these scenes came from the original girl's memories or somewhere else, but they felt painfully real, completely different from what she had seen in movies or on television. On a big screen, such scenes might move some viewers to tears, but once they left the theater, their emotions faded away, leaving no trace behind. The scenes in her mind made her truly feel the heartbreaking pain of countless people, their desperate struggle to survive, their hopelessness, and their deep hatred toward those cruel invaders. More than 300,000 lives, soldiers who had laid down their weapons, unarmed civilians, elderly people who could no longer enjoy peace in their final years, newborns who never had a chance to live, young men treated as targets, and women who suffered tragic fates. That was why weakness meant being bullied, being powerless against others. She had really come to a chaotic time when human life had no safety or dignity, one of the darkest periods in history. In such a world, she could only struggle to survive, living one day at a time, knowing that her end might come in an unexpected or sorrowful way. Tong Yuelon closed her eyes in pain, but she didn't hope to wake up and return to her own time. What was the point of escaping? It would only make the pain heavier. Her right hand dropped weakly and touched her leg. Her fingers brushed against the dagger tied to her calf, and suddenly, her heart calmed down. Although this dagger was not as sharp as Lord Wei's legendary weapon, it was still a fine blade. With it, even someone as weak as her had managed to defend herself against two strong men. Maybe it could help her change her fate. Young people were indeed bold. Just moments ago, Tong Yuelon had been terrified by the horrors she had seen, but now, holding the dagger and imitating the moves she had seen on TV, she actually smiled a little. Since she was already here and couldn't go back, why stay sad? From now on, she would live quietly among the people, staying away from danger. She would keep a low profile and wait until the day the invaders surrendered before making new plans. As for the promise she made to Grandma Tong, to fight against the invaders and traitors, she would not break her word. She might not be able to face large groups, but surely she would come across a few alone. When that time came, she would strike from the shadows and take down a few of those cruel enemies. Grandma Tong would be proud of her. After all, Tong Yuelon was doing her best, and that was enough. A strange mechanical voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Tong Yuelon trembled in shock. As soon as the voice spoke, the surprise she had felt at the system's sudden appearance turned into anger, and her emotions flared up. The system let out an awkward, drawn-out before going silent. After a long pause, the voice spoke again, this time softly and hesitantly. Tong Yuelon had calmed down by then. She didn't answer right away, but thought for a moment before replying angrily. The system sounded so upset that it seemed about to cry. Thinking of this, Tong Yuelon's voice trembled slightly. The system fell silent again. After a long while, it finally spoke once more. Bound but not activated? No points, no system store? What kind of system was this? What were the activation conditions? And what use could it possibly have for her? These were the questions running through Tong Yuelon's mind, and she asked them out loud. This time, the system stayed silent even longer. When it finally spoke, its voice was even softer. Tong Yuelon almost laughed in frustration, her tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. After that, she didn't want to deal with the system anymore. Waking up in this strange place had already been bad enough. She had just managed to calm herself and decided to quietly survive until the war ended. Who would have thought that the system she had once tried so hard to summon would suddenly appear out of nowhere? If a system was useful, she could have made good use of it. She had even imagined having an all-powerful system when reading novels before. But this one, full of nonsense and completely useless, could stay far away for all she cared. She wasn't the kind of person who would let a system control her, forcing her to do things against her will and punishing her for failure. She wasn't that foolish. Tong Yuelon stood up, planning to visit Aunt Zhou and ask her to take her to town the next day. She didn't know the way, and having someone guide her would make things easier. Just as she moved, a crackling sound of electricity filled her mind. The noise was harsh and chaotic, but somehow, she could sense sadness and pain within it. It almost sounded as if the system was crying. Tong Yuelon's lips curved into a faint smile. She interrupted the system mid-sentence. She had never heard of such a foolish system before and couldn't help raising her voice. Trying hard to hold back her urge to complain, she mainly just didn't want to hear that awful crying sound from the system again. Yuelon was beyond angry. She hadn't even had time to think about her future path, yet this silly system had wasted so much of her time. Wouldn't it be better to take a nap and rest instead? The system's weak voice sounded again. Yuelon. In the most casual tone, she said something completely shameless. Anyway, she was just asking for more than she expected to get. Even if she only received one useful thing, it would still be a gain. The system's voice suddenly became excited. Yuelon was startled when a strange space appeared in her mind. Without replying, she quickly threw a small rattan box inside and then entered the space herself. It was a storage space of about 1,000 square meters, 6 meters high. She didn't have time to explore its functions now, nor did she show any surprise or satisfaction. Soon, Yuelon calmly exited the space, her tone even carrying a hint of criticism. Yuelon waited with slight excitement for the equipment the system was about to give her. She hadn't expected that a little persistence would actually bring her something good. With this space, at least her safety was much more secure. A moment later, Yuelon stared blankly at the items before her. This. In front of her were 3 pieces of equipment. The first was an old-looking handgun for long-range attacks. The second was a plastic bottle resembling pepper spray for close defense, and the third seemed to be a pair of earrings. She could understand the gun and the spray, but what was with the earrings? Seeing her expression, the system's voice sounded quite proud. Yuelon hadn't realized that the space she thought she had earned was actually something that already belonged to her. But she had no time to dwell on that and quickly asked a question. She pressed a hand to her forehead. Rubbing her temples, Yuelon sighed. The items were good, just not very durable. Yuelon couldn't help feeling more curious about the last 2 pieces of equipment. She carefully placed the earrings in her palm. 4 full defenses. This was like having 4 extra lives, and she couldn't afford to waste them. After putting the dagger, earrings, pistol, and sprayer into her storage space, Yuelon felt much more confident. She was no longer as weak as before. She had planned to ask a few more questions about the system, but after thinking it over, she decided it wasn't the right time. Asking now would only make her frustrated without getting any useful answers. Anyway, the system couldn't run away, and it didn't seem very smart. When she had time, she would slowly find a way to get the information and items she wanted from it. Having the storage space made everything different. Yuelon went back into the underground room, stored everything inside, and then moved the rice and flour to the kitchen. It seemed there were no other members of the Tong family left. Grandma Tong had given all her belongings to the original owner of this body. Now that Yuelon had taken over that identity, it was better for her to keep these things safe or use them when needed, rather than leaving them behind for someone else to take. After driving away the invaders, she planned to return. If the original owner's parents were still alive, she would give everything back to them. She couldn't take over someone's body and also keep their family's property for herself. After leaving the secret room, Yuelon walked through each room, storing a bed, a set of tables and chairs, and other useful items. She also took the more valuable things before leaving the courtyard and heading to Aunt Zhou's house. When Aunt Zhou saw her coming, she quickly came out to greet her. After hearing why she came, Aunt Zhou gathered all the eggs in her house and followed Yuelon back to the Tong family courtyard. Aunt Zhou skillfully started a fire and, feeling a bit embarrassed, asked Yuelon to watch the firewood while she boiled water and began making egg pancakes. Yuelon handed her 2 silver coins. Aunt Zhou, after I leave tomorrow, please help look after this courtyard. There's still some rice and flour in the kitchen, you can take them home. If the soldiers come to the village again, don't risk your life for these things. Let them take whatever they want. Staying safe is what matters most. One sentence instantly brought tears to Aunt Zhou's eyes. She wiped them away with her sleeve and gently pushed Yuelon's hand back. Miss, you should take more money with you when you travel alone. I'll take good care of the house and wait for your return. Aunt Zhou, please take it. After you send me to town tomorrow, buy some extra grain and store it away. Remember, you must live well. When the invaders are driven out, I'll come back to see you. Do you really think they can be driven out? Aunt Zhou looked at Yuelon with tearful eyes, a faint light of hope shining in them. They will be. It won't be long before they're completely gone, and no one will be able to bully us again. Yes, I believe you, Mississippi. I'll live to see that day and wait for your return. The steady clatter of the train was dull and monotonous. Dressed in a Western-style outfit, Yuelon sat quietly in her seat, gazing out the window while carefully planning her next steps once she arrived in Shanghai. After a while, she turned her eyes from the window and glanced calmly around the carriage. Across from her sat a couple. The woman held a little boy, about 2 or 3 years old, in her arms. The child stared at her curiously, and when she looked back, he shyly gave her a toothless smile. Tong Yuelan smiled in return. The boy immediately hid his face in his mother's arms, then peeked out again a moment later to look at her secretly. Amused by his expression, Tong Yuelan opened a small box beside her, took out a piece of egg pancake wrapped in oiled paper, and offered it to him. The boy didn't take it, but turned to his mother instead. Tong Yuelan felt a bit embarrassed. What was she thinking? Offering food to a stranger's child. The woman, seeing her awkwardness and the hand still held out, quickly reached over to accept the food. She gently said to her son, "Say thank you to the lady." "Thank you, miss," the boy said sweetly, then took a big bite of the pancake from his mother's hand, smiling with bright eyes. "You're welcome, little one." "You're very polite," Tong Yuelan said with a smile, taking a small bite of her own pancake. "You're not from Shanghai, are you, miss? Are you going there to visit family?" The woman had noticed Tong Yuelan's elegant clothes and calm expression earlier, which made her seem like a young lady from a wealthy family. She hadn't dared to talk to her before, but now she gathered her courage and asked a question. The couple looked like honest, simple people. The woman had also shown kindness and understanding, so Tong Yuelan didn't mind chatting with them. It was also a good chance to learn more about the current situation in Shanghai. "Yes, I'm going to stay with some relatives and maybe find some work in the city," Tong Yuelan said. Nowadays, only big cities like Shanghai are still somewhat safe. "We just came back from visiting family in the countryside, and things there are really bad," the woman said. Then she suddenly realized something, quickly covered her mouth, and looked around nervously, afraid to continue. Tong Yuelan followed her gaze and glanced around too. Luckily, the woman had spoken softly, and it didn't seem like anyone had noticed what she said. The middle-aged man sitting next to Tong Yuelan had his eyes closed, resting quietly. Whether he had heard their conversation or not, his calm expression clearly showed that he didn't want to get involved in other people's business. Seeing the woman still looking uneasy, Tong Yuelan gave her a reassuring smile and closed her eyes as if to rest. The carriage grew quiet again. Lao Dai, who had been pretending to rest, let out a small sigh of relief and slowly opened his eyes. It was an ordinary train carriage, filled with all kinds of people. There were young men full of hope, dreaming of building a better life in the big city of Shanghai. There were men and women with lost eyes, forced to leave their homes to find a way to survive. There were greedy merchants hoping to profit from the country's troubles, and there were those who refused to give up their homeland, willing to sacrifice everything for their cause. Lao Dai quietly stretched his foot under the seat until his heel touched the box hidden there. The moment he felt it, he relaxed a little. Time passed slowly. The carriage suddenly became noisy as many passengers stood up to gather their belongings. The couple sitting across from Tong Yuelan packed their things and held their little boy tightly, looking excitedly out the window. Tong Yuelan didn't move. She only had a small rattan box with her, used to hide the things she secretly carried. There wasn't much for her to pack. Old Dai didn't move. He sat quietly in his seat, casually glancing around. The train began to slow down and finally stopped at the platform. Some impatient passengers were already standing by the door with their luggage, ready to rush out as soon as it opened. Since the train entered the station, Tong Yuelan had been looking out the window. She was the first to notice something unusual. Outside every carriage stood a line of fully armed soldiers and several men in plain clothes. Were they here to arrest someone important? Old Dai's pupils tightened. He instinctively reached for his waist, but when he saw the carriage full of passengers, he slowly lowered his hand. Jumping off the train was impossible. The enemy was clearly prepared, surrounding the area completely. There was no way to escape. Fighting back wasn't an option either. Knowing the outcome, he didn't want to endanger innocent people. Although his face stayed calm, his whole body was tense, his legs ready to move, and his mind racing, searching for even the smallest chance. Special Operations Headquarters. Everyone stay where you are and wait for inspection. Special Operations Headquarters? Was that the infamous Unit 76? Tong Yuelan narrowed her eyes slightly. At the connection between carriages, several agents in dark blue uniforms pointed their guns at the passengers, searching from both ends. Every person, young or old, was ordered to stand up and be checked. The luggage racks and the space under the seats were searched carefully. All the suitcases were opened, and their contents were thrown everywhere. A little boy sitting across the aisle was frightened. His lips trembled as he was about to cry, but his mother quickly covered his mouth and whispered something in his ear. The boy stopped crying, curled up in his mother's arms, and clutched her clothes tightly, his small body trembling. Old Dai looked at the boy and sighed softly. He relaxed his body, leaned back in his seat, and closed his eyes for a moment. The sound of footsteps and shouting grew closer. Old Dai opened his eyes and looked at the agents standing before him. Without waiting for them to speak, he stood up, raised his arms, and gave a faint, mocking smile. A secret agent stepped forward and quickly searched him, then shouted, "All right, stand aside." Old Dai's heart was pounding like a storm. As he moved away, he couldn't help but touch his waist with his arm, only to realize that the pistol he had hidden there was gone. He turned to look at his seat. The young woman who had been sitting beside him was now standing, and the seat was completely empty. Could it be that the agent searching him was actually a comrade secretly working inside Unit 76? When the agent's hands reached her waist, Tong Yuelan's whole body trembled, not from fear, but from anger. She forced herself to resist the urge to draw her knife and attack, instead memorizing the faces of the men in front of her. The agent noticed her trembling and deliberately let his hands linger a little longer at her waist. Fortunately, with so many people watching, he didn't go any further. After finding nothing suspicious, he waved for her to step aside. Tong Yuelan joined the others who had already been searched, while the agents began checking their luggage. After coldly saying one last sentence, Tong Yuelan turned her attention to the agents searching the bags, ignoring the voice of the system in her mind. The system wanted to speak again, but sensing her mood, it fell silent. By now, Old Dai, who had already prepared himself mentally, was staring intently at his seat. In this situation, no one could possibly hide a suitcase the way that pistol had vanished. If the agents found the suitcase, he planned to step forward immediately to claim it, so no one else would be implicated. The first agent crouched down, then stood up and opened the cloth bag he was holding, dumping everything onto the seat. A flicker of confusion crossed Old Dai's eyes. The suitcase was large. How could he have missed it? Could it really be that he had encountered a comrade? But why would that person take such a risk without knowing his identity? Wasn't he afraid of exposing himself?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Another agent crouched down to search, and Old Dai's heart nearly stopped, though his face remained calm. When the agent stood up empty-handed, Old Dai was completely stunned. After finishing the search, the agents ordered everyone to take their belongings and line up to get off the train. Tong Yuelan gathered the clothes and small items scattered on the seat and put them into her suitcase. However, the 10 or so yuan in French currency she had purposely left inside were already gone. While Old Dai was packing his things, the ring on his finger accidentally slipped off and rolled under the seat. He quickly crouched down to pick it up, searching for a while before finding it. Then, with practiced speed, he finished packing and followed the others out of the train car. Even though Old Dai was a man who had faced countless dangers and could stay calm no matter what, the strange situation before him left him momentarily unsettled. He was certain that during the entire journey, no one could have quietly stayed near him, let alone taken his suitcase without him noticing. As for the pistol he had kept hidden at his waist, it had still been there before the train arrived at the station. If someone had taken it, it must have happened between the moment the train stopped and the agents came to search him. But during that time, no one had come close, unless... Old Dai turned his gaze toward the family of 3 walking ahead of him. The man carried all their luggage, occasionally glancing with concern at his wife and child. The woman held the baby tightly in her arms, whispering softly to comfort the little one. Frowning, Old Dai kept walking. He stumbled slightly, but quickly regained his balance. After pausing for a moment, he found himself walking behind Tong Yuelan. From behind, Tong Yuelan looked slender. Her well-fitted dress made her appear even more delicate, like a young student who had just stepped into the world. Perhaps the earlier body search had frightened her. She held her small wicker suitcase tightly in one hand, while the other hung at her side, fingers slightly curled. If one looked closely, faint veins could be seen on the back of her hand, and her body trembled slightly as she walked. Old Dai looked away. He didn't know who had taken his suitcase and pistol, or why, or where they had been hidden. But he was sure that the person couldn't possibly be the young woman who had been sitting beside him on the train. The family of 3 across from him also seemed unlikely. Their every move had been in plain sight, and they had never come near him. It was impossible for them to take anything right under his nose. That left only one possibility. The people who had been sitting back to back with him were most likely the ones who had taken the suitcase. When Old Dai first got on the train and sat down, he carefully observed the people around him. Behind him sat 2 men. The older one, about 40 years old, wore a traditional Chinese outfit and looked calm and composed. Next to him was a strong young man who seemed to know some martial arts. From his clothes and manner, he looked like the older man's bodyguard. Could it be them?
Who were they?
When the passengers got off the train, they couldn't leave the station. Instead, soldiers with weapons surrounded them in groups according to their train cars. Old Dai spotted the 2 men in the crowd and naturally followed along, soon standing right behind them. The young man was very alert. Sensing someone close by, he quickly turned to glance at Old Dai, then faced forward again, his body slightly tense. The middle-aged man seemed to notice his unease. He turned a little and said softly, "You're this nervous over something so small? I'm starting to regret bringing you along." The young man lowered his head in embarrassment, while Old Dai looked thoughtful. After everyone was forced off the train, agents from the 76th Bureau searched the entire train again but still couldn't find the box mentioned in their intelligence report. "Captain, maybe we should take everyone back for questioning. I don't believe they can all keep quiet under pressure," said the man who had searched Tong Yuan earlier, bowing slightly to the captain of the 4th Squad. "Idiot," the captain snapped. "We found nothing. What reason do we have to take them all in? If this causes trouble and the Japanese get angry, can you take the blame?" He glared at the man impatiently. If nothing was found, then the problem was with the intelligence, not them. But if they took everyone back and something went wrong, they would be the ones held responsible. At last, the entire train had been searched. The agents from the 76th Bureau failed to find what the report described, so they only took away those who had been caught carrying forbidden items. The rest of the passengers were searched once more, then allowed to leave the station in an orderly line. Old Dai followed the 2 men from a distance, but after walking through a few narrow alleys, he lost sight of them. Old Dai stopped searching for the 2 people. He could tell they were not ordinary, and today's events were truly strange. If they had really taken the box and the gun, then where could they have hidden them? As evening fell, lights began to appear in the nearby houses. Old Dai turned around and quickened his pace. Just as he entered an alley, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. He suddenly stopped and looked back carefully. The alley was empty, with only 1 or 2 people in the distance hurrying along with their heads down. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder. Old Dai reacted instantly, stepping aside and turning quickly, but there was no one there. On the ground where he had just stood lay a familiar box, with a gun placed on top. Old Dai's expression changed. He quickly stepped forward, carefully picked up the gun, and unfolded a piece of paper pressed beneath it. On it were a few hastily written words, "Return to the owner."
Take care.
He tucked the gun into his belt, clasped his hands together, and said softly to the empty alley, "Thank you for your help." Then he picked up the box, looked around once more, and disappeared into the depths of the alley. About half an hour after Old Dai left, a shadowy figure silently appeared where he had stood before, then vanished again into the darkness. Tong Yuan found a modest inn to stay in for the night. She had just lain down on the bed when she heard the system's questioning voice. She turned over, suddenly wide awake, and sat up quickly. "Close combat skills?" she murmured. "That's actually quite useful." Although she wasn't exactly strong or skilled, and learning even a few moves would be difficult, she might not even survive long enough to master them, it was still worth trying. In such troubled times, having some ability to protect herself was always a good thing. Even if it meant hard work, she was determined to learn a few defensive moves. Thinking this, Tong Yuelon reached out her hand. Without another word, she closed her eyes, and then everything went quiet. After a while, the system noticed she still hadn't responded and couldn't help but ask again. Feeling nothing unusual, Tong Yuelon looked at her still slender arms, waved them a few times, and bit her back teeth in frustration. The system made a sound that seemed like a groan of pain. Tong Yuelon felt very tired and didn't want to deal with it anymore. She lay back down, turned over, and quickly fell asleep. Old Dai hid the box carefully, then wandered through the city, turning here and there to make sure no one was following him. Only after confirming he was safe did he arrive at a house and knock on the door in a steady rhythm. The door opened. The person inside stepped aside to let him in, then leaned out to check the surroundings carefully before closing the door. After that, he stood quietly behind it, listening for any sounds outside. Comrade Dai, the man inside, greeted him, quickly stepping forward to shake his hand and guiding him to sit at the table. "Why did you come so suddenly? Is there an emergency?" Old Dai picked up the cup on the table, drank it all in one go, and took a deep breath before speaking. "Comrade Lin, I've brought the radio transmitter. It's hidden in a safe place. The message will be sent out according to plan, and Comrade Falcon's operator will retrieve it." Old Lin nodded, but didn't ask questions right away. Old Dai had been in the underground organization for years and knew the rules well. He would never come here without a serious reason. "There might be a traitor in the organization," Old Dai said quietly. "I don't have solid proof yet, but I'm sure I haven't been exposed. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here now." He looked up at Old Lin. "Also, I have important information to report." Old Lin's expression turned serious, his eyes fixed on Old Dai. "What exactly happened?" This mission to bring the radio to Shanghai was arranged at the last minute, and very few people knew about it. But when the train arrived at Shanghai Station, the entire place was surrounded by agents from Station 76. They searched every person and every corner of the train. I suspect they were after me and the radio. That's why I believe there's a traitor in the organization. The person must have known someone was bringing a radio to Shanghai that day, but didn't know who it was, which allowed them to narrow down the suspects. Of course, I don't have solid proof that there was definitely a traitor, but nothing in the world happens by chance. If I had met the legendary expert, the radio station would have already been taken away, and I would have been in prison long ago. At this point, Old Dai paused. His eyes looked complicated, mixed with relief, disbelief, and concern about the uncertain situation. The box with the radio was placed under my seat. If they found it, I wouldn't be able to escape. Everyone in the carriage was an ordinary person. If I had pulled out a gun to resist, I might have hurt innocent people. The box only contained a radio, which was the latest and most advanced model, but it didn't have a codebook or any secret documents. I wouldn't have endangered the organization or my comrades. I was ready to surrender, but as Old Dai spoke, Old Lin's brow furrowed tighter and tighter, but he didn't say anything. He just listened quietly as Old Dai continued. "However, when the agents searched me, they didn't find my pistol. They waved their hands, telling me to stand aside, and started searching my luggage. That's when I realized my pistol, which was properly tucked at my waist, had disappeared. Even more surprisingly, the box containing the radio, which had been under my seat all along, also vanished into thin air. The agents searched the entire train thoroughly, but couldn't find it. When everyone lined up to leave the train station, they searched us again, but still found nothing. I was finally able to leave the station safely. I thought carefully about it. Whenever someone passed by me, I paid special attention. Only the people sitting nearby could have quietly taken the gun and the box. After getting off, I carefully observed the people sitting across from me and next to me. The couple across was with a child, and the person next to me was a wealthy young woman who looked like a student. They didn't seem like capable or extraordinary people. So, I believed the most likely suspects were the two men sitting behind me. After leaving the station, I secretly followed those two men, but I was quickly spotted and lost them. When I was heading back, someone suddenly tapped me on the shoulder. When I turned around, I saw no one. Only the box and the pistol I had lost earlier were in front of me. Old Dai took out a small note from his pocket and handed it to Old Lin. This is what that person left for me. From the message, it seems they have a good opinion of us. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left these 4 words. Take care. Old Lin carefully looked at the note, focusing on the character, return, for a long time. This person isn't well educated. They probably can't write the character for return properly, so they use this unusual form instead. And this character looks poorly written, with no calligraphy skill. It seems they are a talented person hiding among ordinary folks. Then, Old Lin looked out the window, speaking quickly. If it weren't for this talented person, the damage would have been much worse. I trust your judgment. I will report the traitor to the organization as soon as possible. We can't let such threats continue. There are hidden talents among ordinary people. Right now, it seems the 2 men are the most likely suspects, followed by the couple. Based on the note and handwriting, the girl is less likely to be involved. If we can use this talented person, they could be very helpful. Please describe their appearance in detail. Once the organization agrees, we will send someone to contact them. They talked for a long time. Finally, Old Dai quietly left Old Lin's place, disappearing into the dark night. At dawn, Tong Yulan woke up from her dream. She stared blankly at the ceiling, unsure where she was. She had dreamed all night. The scenes in her dreams were strange and chaotic, with no logic. At first, she was sitting in a lecture hall, attending class. Suddenly, a large group of soldiers burst in. Without saying a word, they started a bloody massacre. She fought back fiercely but was stabbed in the stomach. Just before losing consciousness, she saw her classmates and teachers lying all around her. In an instant, she felt like a spy working behind enemy lines. After successfully sending out many pieces of intelligence, her identity was exposed. She endured torture but refused to betray her mission. In the end, she was tortured to death. Then, she saw herself as a skilled soldier, able to shoot with both hands at the same time, hitting many enemies. She died in a battle, shot multiple times, but she fought bravely and sacrificed herself. And there were more scenes. After a long while, Tong Yulan finally woke up. It seemed that no matter what she did, the only ending was death. If the ending is already decided and cannot be changed, then death is just death. After all, everyone must die someday. But how she dies is something only she can decide. Tong Yulan couldn't help but look at her healthy, intact hands, then examine her body from head to toe. She finally made up her mind. Although she was dreaming before, her feelings in the dream felt very real. In the dream, her nails were pulled out one by one, her 10 fingers were broken bit by bit, and she endured punishments like whipping, tiger bench, chilly water, and branding iron. She had experienced almost all kinds of torture. The inhumane pain and unforgettable suffering made her shiver just thinking about it now. It was only in the dream that she couldn't control her actions and had to passively endure such unbearable pain. In real life, she would rather end her own life than suffer like that. So, no matter what, she would never choose to become a spy. She knew her own limits. She didn't have the strong willpower of the martyrs who could hide their feelings and deceive the enemies. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to withstand torture and might endanger her comrades. But she absolutely couldn't accept being forced to do nothing and being killed alive, or even worse, suffering a more terrible death, as often shown in those scenes. In her dreams, she experienced many ways of dying. The one she liked best was dying quickly and painlessly on the battlefield, having killed many enemies before she died, avenging herself early. But that was not enough. She wanted to choose her own way to die. Suddenly, Tong Yulan remembered what the system had told her before. Most of its previous hosts had died on the battlefield. Could it be that they, like her, made their own choices after having similar dreams? So, this system was not the strongest helper as it claimed, nor was it the useless system she once thought. It was a real cannon fodder system. Every host bound to it was destined to be as sacrificial. Fine, if I'm just cannon fodder, so be it. Having a system is better than having nothing. She might not have survived more than 2 episodes without it, but with this system's help, She could at least live a few more. Thinking of this, Tong Yuelan's eyes flickered as she considered her next move. The great cavalry general? Tong Yuelan suddenly shivered, wondering if it was the person she was thinking of. At this point, Tong Zi suddenly fell silent. Tong Yuelan did not rush him to speak. If possible, she also wanted to see General Hua's bravery with her own eyes, to witness him leading the Hua army to defeat the enemies. For now, she decided to give Xiao Tongzi some time to recall his memories. But why, despite being so brave, had General Hua still not completed his mission? What was his fate? Suddenly, Tong Yulan felt reluctant to ask Tongzi further. They both remained silent for a long time. Finally, Tongzi's voice sounded again. Seeing Tongzi silent once more, Tong Yulan asked. She was starting to get frustrated. Tongzi paused briefly, then spoke again before she could get upset. The system's mechanical voice grew darker and more unpleasant, almost like it was crying. Tong Yulan moved her lips, but said nothing. She wasn't very good at comforting others, especially not someone like Tongzi, who had experienced many hosts. Her life experience was much richer than hers. Fortunately, she quickly recovered. She didn't really want to hear stories, although General Hua's story made her feel excited and eager to see his glorious achievements in that era. The reason she asked was to explore the system's rules and find things she hadn't noticed before. She didn't want to die early and hoped to struggle a little longer. Maybe she could find some clues and survive a few more days. This conversation wasn't a waste. She had already discovered 2 key points. First, General Hua had sworn to drive the Japanese invaders out of the country. After she made a vow to her grandmother to try to kill the little enemies, she heard a ding sound in her mind, which seemed to be the system activating. So, this system is probably related to defeating the enemies. To complete her task, killing as many enemies as possible is definitely the right way. But then, the second point confused her. She had killed 2 traitors and received a system reward. She got her first prize, which was a crucial space for her. After helping another resistance fighter once, she was rewarded again, though this reward was a bit hard to explain. Compared to General Hua, her actions are like a tiny firefly next to the bright moon. Why should she be rewarded while General Hua cannot? It can't be because she's weaker, can it? She thought for a long time with her head down, but couldn't find a good explanation. Tong Yuelan was too tired to keep thinking. It didn't matter. If she couldn't find out or understand, she would put it aside for now. One day, the truth would come to light. At this moment, Little Gray seemed to be caught in a sad mood that didn't belong to the system. Tong Yuelan decided to leave it alone for now and not disturb it. She picked up the newspaper on the table, grabbed her small woven suitcase, and left the inn. "Miss, are you taking a ride?" A rickshaw stopped in front of her and a hopeful voice called out. Tong Yuelan looked over and saw a man wearing a torn felt hat, bowing slightly. He wore a faded rough cloth jacket and patched cloth pants. His hat's brim was pulled low, so she couldn't see his face clearly, only his dark, rough skin. She nodded and got into the rickshaw. She unfolded the newspaper in her hand, read out an address, and the driver nodded in agreement. He pulled a rickshaw and started walking quickly and steadily. Tong Yuelan looked at the 3 addresses circled on the newspaper and fell into thought. To live quietly in a city like Shanghai, she first needed a decent, steady job and a fixed place to stay. There weren't many suitable jobs for young women, especially those with long hours or little freedom to move around. After a long search, she found only these 3 options that seemed somewhat suitable. She hoped to find a good job soon and succeed in applying, so she could plan her next steps carefully. The rickshaw moved through the streets. Tong Yuelan looked out the window and saw pedestrians rushing by, their faces full of worry and exhaustion early in the morning. Soldiers from the Japanese army patrolled the streets, their bayonets shining in the sunlight. Their heavy, orderly footsteps made her feel uneasy. Sometimes, their footsteps drew glances from passers-by, but people quickly looked away and quietly kept their distance from where they passed. The street vendors were few, with only a few carrying special wooden boxes around their necks, bowing politely as they sold cigarettes to passing pedestrians. A child selling newspapers ran and shouted loudly. After each sale, a faint smile appeared on his face before quickly disappearing, and he hurriedly ran toward the next potential customer. The buildings on both sides of the street were mostly broken and damaged, with walls full of bullet holes and scorch marks. Broken glass windows made harsh noises in the wind. Many shops had closed, their windows empty, with only faded signs swaying in the breeze. Occasionally, a few shops still operated, but their doors displayed flags that looked very striking. Sure enough, movies and TV shows are all lies. Tong Yuelan sighed quietly in her heart. She had thought that, even if it couldn't compare to the prosperity of later Shanghai, as an international city called the Paris of the East, Shanghai should still look bright and beautiful, even during the occupation. But now, she saw the real situation. The Battle of Shanghai lasted 3 months. Although Shanghai was eventually lost, and this international city fell, it also shattered the Japanese plan to conquer China in 3 months. During the battle, over 330,000 of our soldiers were wounded or killed. Such a fierce fight could never leave a city still full of life and beauty intact. Tong Yuelan lowered her eyes slightly, feeling a strange emotion rising inside her, like a wave of deep anger about to burst out, making her breathe faster. Suddenly, the rickshaw stopped without warning. The driver turned around, looking a bit nervous, and said, "Miss, the road ahead is blocked. I don't know when it will be open again. Should I take you back to the hotel or take a longer route?" Tong Yuelan looked ahead and saw barricades set up at the intersection. A large truck hurriedly approached, and before it stopped, a group of soldiers jumped out and rushed inside. Before she could reply, gunfire suddenly erupted nearby. The driver, without hesitation, grabbed the reins, turned the vehicle around, and quickly sped back. He reached a narrow alley, looked back quickly, and then pulled the cart into the alley. The sudden action by the driver left Tong Yuelan stunned for a moment, but she quickly reacted and asked, "What's going on?" The driver, panting and not looking back, replied, "Miss, for safety, we have to leave now." She quickly sped up and ran deeper into the alley, weaving through several turns, quickly losing her sense of direction. Tong Yuelan sat up alertly, slightly moving her wrist. A spray bottle and a dagger appeared in her hands. Her body tensed, and she looked around cautiously with her eyes. The rickshaw finally stopped in a remote place. The driver turned his head and smiled foolishly, saying, "Miss, we've arrived." Tong Yuelan gave him a cold glance. She stored her luggage, spray bottle, and dagger into her space, then walked down the carriage with her hands empty. Whenever she needed, her weapons could instantly appear in her hands from her space. Earlier on the carriage, she had only acted instinctively, feeling more secure holding her weapons. Seeing that Tong Yuelan showed no sign of panic, the driver was a bit surprised. He pushed his worn hat further onto his head and still smiled foolishly, saying, "Miss, you're quite sensible. Unlike those girls I brought here before who were so panicked, you avoid some pain and suffering. Why are you wasting time here chatting? The boat is ready. Hurry up and bring the person over. Maybe there's still time for the guys to have some fun." A rough voice came from nearby. Tong Yuelan looked toward the sound and saw a man coming out of what looked like an abandoned warehouse, cursing as he approached. Haha, another pair of two. But she was no longer the weak fighter who needed to act to turn the tables. Though she was reluctant to use her only 15 bullets, it was her best way to ensure she could take out her opponent without risking anything. She reached behind her waist and grabbed a pistol. Seeing the situation was not good, the driver suddenly lunged at her. Her mind told her, "Raise your hand, shoot." No matter the distance, shooting would always hit. However, her body reacted instinctively. She threw the gun into her space, slightly turned to the side, and before the driver could react, she grabbed his arm with her left hand, applying force to try to throw him over her shoulder. But, although her movements were precise and standard, her strength was completely insufficient. She pulled on him again, but he remained steady, looking at her with surprise. Tong Yuelan did not hesitate. She immediately clenched her right fist, with her slightly raised, and struck forcefully at a spot on his neck. The man's eyes rolled back, and he instantly collapsed to the ground, silent. This series of actions was entirely instinctive, not thought through. Until she saw the coachman collapse, Tong Yulan was still a bit stunned, not sure what she had just done. But she knew the danger was not over. She looked up at the man near the warehouse and saw him grab a short knife and rush toward her. Her body reacted faster than her mind. She took a few steps forward, blocking his right arm with her hand. Then she delivered a sharp elbow strike to his chest. She slightly raised her right hand, revealing a small dagger, and lightly cut his neck. Blood sprayed out, but Tong Yulan was quick to dodge, so not a single drop hit her. The man covered his neck with his hand, staring at her in disbelief. His eyes quickly lost their sparkle, and he fell heavily to the ground.
Who are you?
How dare you cause trouble on the territory of the Green Gang? At the sound of shouting, 3 more people rushed out of the warehouse. One carried an axe, another a cleaver, and the third surprisingly held a gun. Without hesitation, Tong Yulan raised her hand, and a gun appeared in her grip. With 3 faint clicks, the 3 men fell almost simultaneously, each with a bloodied hole in their foreheads. Holding the gun, Tong Yulan quietly moved to the warehouse door and peeked inside. The warehouse was empty, with no goods inside. In the far corner, about 10 young women lay haphazardly, their hands and feet tied, and cloths gagging their mouths. Many of the women's clothes were torn, some almost completely. Tong Yulan sighed softly, then carefully looked around to make sure no one else was nearby. She slipped into the space behind the door. Quickly, she changed out of her dress into plain cloth clothes. She wrapped a cloth around her head and face, leaving only her eyes visible. Only then did she step out of the space. Hearing footsteps approaching, the women on the ground didn't even lift their eyelids. They instinctively curled up, trying to hide. Only one girl, about 17 or 18, looked up cautiously. Seeing Tong Yulan's appearance, she was momentarily stunned, then immediately lowered her eyes. I don't know who you all are or where you come from. Since I have met you, it means we are connected by fate. Tong Yulan deliberately lowered her voice and said, Soon I will untie the ropes on you, and you'll be free. Don't make loud noises. If you alarm others, I won't be able to protect you. As soon as Tong Yulan spoke, the girl's eyes fixed directly on her. After hearing her words, a look of excitement appeared on her face, but she quickly suppressed it. Tong Yulan didn't bother to talk more. She walked straight to the nearest woman, bent down, and cut her bonds with a small knife. Then she moved to the next person. The woman who was freed looked confused. She touched the deep marks on her arm from the rope and sat there blankly, forgetting to remove the cloth from her mouth. Why are you still standing there? Run quickly. Tong Yulan was a bit impatient. With time so tight, why stay here? Who knows if more people might suddenly appear? Even if there was space, she wasn't confident she could escape safely among a group of gang members without revealing her hiding spot, let alone save so many women. If it weren't obvious that these women had suffered a lot and were mentally exhausted, she would have scolded them. Mississippi hero, I will help you, a weak but determined voice said. Tong Yulan looked toward the sound and saw a girl in the corner, eagerly looking at her. The girl used force to break the ropes binding her. The girl gritted her teeth, showing a pained expression on her dull face, but quickly calmed down. She untied herself, threw the ropes on the ground, and swiftly began freeing the girl next to her. Tong Yulan looked at the ropes on the ground. The broken part showed signs of being worn and had bloodstains. She then looked at the girl's wrists and silently praised her in her mind. People who refuse to give up and try to save themselves in any situation truly deserve praise. Even if she hadn't appeared today, this girl might have had a good chance to escape. She threw a pair of scissors to the girl and said, Use this. Hurry up. The women who were free still sat dazed in place, some helping out, and a few nervously glanced at Tong Yulan and others. After tidying their clothes, they slowly moved toward the warehouse exit, but their steps gradually quickened. After everyone was untied, Tong Yulan didn't hesitate. She told everyone to run away quickly and then headed out of the warehouse without looking back. She just remembered that the coachman she had knocked out earlier was still lying outside. She had to deal with him quickly to avoid any future trouble. Footsteps sounded behind her. Tong Yuelon didn't turn around but sped up her pace. Helping others was what she did, but she couldn't take on everything herself, nor could she take care of so many people. When she passed by the 3 bodies at the warehouse door, she sighed. Today was a big loss. She had wasted 3 precious bullets. Now she only had 12 left, and she had no place to get more. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. Tong Yuelon kicked the nearest corpse in frustration, then strode over to the unconscious coachman and quickly cut his throat with her dagger. Being kind to enemies was just being cruel to herself. She was just an ordinary young girl and couldn't fight against gangs. She knew she must avoid creating hidden dangers. That's why she changed her clothes early and covered her face. Heroine. When Tong Yuelon was about to leave, a girl hurriedly called out to her. Tong Yuelon had a good impression of this girl. She stopped and looked back, the dagger still dripping blood in her hand. The girl looked at the blood on the dagger, swallowed hard, and forced herself to speak. Heroine, we don't have a penny on us. Tong Yuelon nodded and reached out to give her some money. She couldn't give too much, just a few dollars each. It would be enough for everyone to buy some food and take a ride away. At least, she would have helped them escape and done her best to save them. Did I see her planning to leave? Could you help us deal with the bodies? Then maybe share some of the money from the corpses. That way, we wouldn't be stranded without money after we leave and fall into trouble again. When the girl said this, she felt a little shy but still shared her thoughts. Tong Yuelon paused her hand as she took money, her tone softening a bit. You can take these belongings and distribute them, but there's no need to bury the body. It won't help much, and if someone investigates, they'll find out anyway. It's safer to disperse and leave quickly, preferably out of the city, as soon as possible. Having said everything she needed to, Tong Yuelon no longer hesitated. She turned and strode away into the distance. She needed to quickly check out of the inn and find a new place to stay. Looking back now, that inn must have been suspicious. These people wouldn't have just taken someone without investigation. They were probably colluding with someone inside, knowing she was alone in Shanghai, waiting outside the inn for her. As for reporting or trying to shut down the inn completely, she didn't dare think about it. She wasn't really a hero. Thank you, heroine, for saving me. Farewell, if we meet again. The girl's voice sounded from afar. Tong Yuelon raised her hand in a wave without turning back and kept walking away. Everyone moved faster. Quickly gather all the valuables from these people. After dividing them, we should leave immediately, the girl instructed. She was the first to approach the body that Tong Yuelon had kicked. She squatted down and carefully searched the body. She tried hard not to look at the blood hole on the forehead or the grim, bluish face, and hurriedly finished her search. Other women either followed her or just looked away, stumbling and running into the distance. Some trembled and stood still, not running or acting. The girl quickly gathered the valuables from the bodies, not counting them carefully. After a moment of thought, she gave some small change to the onlookers and roughly divided the rest among the few who had fought. Hurry up and run. If we're caught again, we probably won't be so lucky to escape, she said. After speaking, she looked around, picked a direction, and started running. The 3 women with her looked at each other, each choosing a different way to run away. But after a few steps, 2 of them, a few years older than the girl, paused to adjust their direction and then, at the same time, chased after her. I have nowhere to go. Can I come with you? The first woman to catch up, panting, asked the girl. I also want to follow you just like you, the woman who arrived shortly after said. Actually, if I could, I would prefer to follow that brave woman, but she left too quickly and didn't give me a chance. The girl thought for a few seconds and quickly replied, I'm going out of town. The journey will be dangerous. If you want to come with me, you must follow my rules. Otherwise, we will go our separate ways. Both women nodded without hesitation. The 3 of them didn't stop and soon disappeared into the distance. Tong Yuelon found a place to change back into her old clothes. After walking far away, she called a rickshaw and headed back to the inn. Checking out went smoothly, with no obstacles. Tong Yuelon didn't bother to explain anything extra. The incident happened suddenly, and there were many loopholes. Even though she covered her face later, if the Green Gang members caught the women who escaped, they might also find her. She thought she could delay for a while. If necessary, she would leave Shanghai and find another city to live in. Isn't killing the Japanese soldiers and traitors the same? Wherever she went, she would be fighting. Getting a travel permit was a bit troublesome, but she could try to buy one on the black market. As long as she was willing to spend money, she believed it could be done. Since it was still early, Tong Yuelan went to a place a bit farther from the inn. She found an older-looking rickshaw driver and hired him to take her to a real estate agency. The agent was a local from Shanghai. His soft Shanghai dialect made Tong Yuelan a bit headache. They talked for a while, and she finally chose 3 suitable places from the options he provided. Following the agent, she took a winding path into a shikumen alley. Let me tell you, this place is really good. You're lucky, Miss Tong. The house was occupied until a few days ago, and the previous tenants just moved out, so it's available now, the agent said, chatting as he pushed open a big door and went inside. Tong Yuelan followed closely. As soon as she entered, she was stunned. Inside was a small courtyard with several people busy working. When she entered, many pairs of eyes looked at her, full of scrutiny and curiosity. The excited voice of Little Gray echoed in her mind. Tong Yuelan was very angry and turned to walk out the door quickly. The agent hurried to catch up. Miss Tong, are you unhappy with this place? Why are you leaving without even looking? Yes, there are too many people here, and it's too noisy. I prefer quiet places. The agent looked worried. This is the best house I can find at this price. If you want quiet, you can only rent an apartment or a villa, but they are too expensive. Villas, in particular, are usually unaffordable for most people. Earlier, when the agent explained, Tong Yuelan had a rough idea of the current rent prices. A small room of about 10 to 15 square meters would cost between 10 and 30 yuan per month. The same type of house inside the concession area would start at 50 yuan per month and sometimes go up to 100 yuan. Better apartments with a private kitchen and bathroom could cost 100 to 200 yuan or more each month. Garden villas could cost several hundred yuan monthly, which most people couldn't afford. Outside the concession area, there are also apartments and villas, but they are cheaper than inside, though still not affordable for ordinary people. It's important to know that at this time, a regular worker's monthly salary was about 20 to 50 yuan. Doctors and teachers earned a bit more, around 50 to 100 yuan, but they still couldn't rent better houses. Tong Yuelan wasn't short of money, but she didn't dare reveal her wealth. Being alone and having enough money to rent such a good house would only bring trouble. Moreover, apartments and villas in the Japanese-controlled zone were less safe than ordinary houses. They could be searched or taken over at any time. She wanted to complete her mission and maybe even go back, but she had to stay alive first. If she accidentally got caught, everything would be lost. Seeing Tong Yuelan silent for a while, the agent frowned, then thought of something. He signaled her to step aside and lowered his voice. Miss Tong, I see you're calm and reserved, and you've studied. I have a good opportunity that might suit you. If it works out, not only can you live in a villa for free, but you can also earn a good income. I wonder, the agent paused, waiting to see Tong Yuelan's reaction. Could such a good opportunity really be for her? Most likely, there was a catch. Tong Yuelan glanced faintly at her agent, but did not speak. Seeing her reaction, the agent became more interested. He had only mentioned it casually before, but now he thought this girl might really be suitable. If the host family was satisfied and she could stay a bit longer, he would earn a commission and avoid some trouble. Well, let me be honest with you. An elderly lady living in a big house wants a young girl to keep her company. The work is easy. She provides food and accommodation and pays 80 yuan a month. If you do well, there are extra rewards. It's a good job. Are you interested, Miss Tong? Such a good job should have many people fighting for it. If I've stayed this long, there must be some issues involved, right? Thanks to many scam prevention messages from later times, Tong Yuelan immediately felt there were many problems. Oh, you shouldn't say that, little girl. The agent quickly interrupted her, lowering his voice. There's nothing wrong with it. The old lady just has a bad temper. Several young girls have worked there before, but they all left after a few days. In my opinion, the conditions at her house are really good. Working there means you don't have to worry about safety. Just dealing with a grumpy old lady? If I were a young girl, I'd have already volunteered. After speaking, the agent looked at Tong Yulan expectantly. Living in a big house and not worrying about safety, this old lady's background must be unusual. Maybe she should try to get close to her? Even if the police come later, they probably wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Seeing Tong Yulan showing some interest, the agent quickly added, "Miss Tong, why don't we go see her together? If she likes you, you can move in today. You won't have to carry your luggage around looking for a place." Tong Yulan nodded slightly. "All right, but you need to tell me clearly, what is this old lady's background? What's really going on? Knowing who she is and the situation will help me. You don't want me to get kicked out right after I go, do you? You're quite interesting, little girl." "Okay, let's walk and talk. I'll give you some inside information quietly today," the agent quietly said as they walked. The old lady's two sons are working for the Japanese in Nanjing. The elder son recently became a high official in the new Nanjing government, and even her grandson, who stayed in the city, is working for the Japanese. Originally, the old lady only expelled her grandson from the house. But after learning about her elder son's actions, she fell seriously ill. She then locked herself in her room and didn't go out. Most of her servants were dismissed, leaving only an old gardener and a maid. Her two sons have visited home several times, but she refuses to see them. The people sent to care for her were also turned away. Frustrated, she declared she would find a young girl to keep her company and care for her, and no one else should bother her. However, the girls who came before didn't stay long before being sent away. The gardener from her household asked me to find a suitable person, someone who has no connection to her sons or grandchildren. Since you just arrived in Shanghai and seem clever and kind, I thought of asking you. Tong Yulan understood the old lady's feelings a bit. Her two sons and grandson are traitors, and as a mother, she can't stop them. She might be using self-punishment to show her stance. It seems the girls who previously applied were somehow connected to her family, which is why she sent them away. Strangely, Tong Yulan felt some sympathy and a bit of liking for the old lady. She thought that if she had a choice, she might have preferred not to have had those two wicked children. If she could get the job, at least her personal safety would be somewhat protected for a while. As for everything else, she would see how it goes. "All right, thank you. Please take me to see it." Two rickshaws stopped one after the other in front of a garden villa with the words, "Chung Residence" on the gate. Tong Yulan got out of the rickshaw, curious as she looked at the house. Compared to the shabby, broken-down garden villas she saw on the street, this house seemed from another time and place. It had clean, neat red brick walls, beautifully carved arched windows and doors, wooden decorative railings, a lovely sloped roof, and a spacious courtyard, all showing the grandeur of the owner. The agent knocked on the copper doorbell. An elderly man, about 60, came out to open the door, holding a large pair of scissors for trimming plants. The elderly man looked over the agent and Tong Yulan, who was beside him. He nodded and said, "The old lady will have her lunch soon, and then rest. You should move quickly so you don't delay her meal and rest." The agent smiled broadly and signaled Tong Yulan to go inside with him. Tong Yulan thought about how to respond when she met the old lady. She just smiled and nodded at the elderly woman, then followed the agent inside without looking away. The old lady nodded secretly. She thought this girl was not superficial and seemed quite obedient. If she could catch the old lady's eye, maybe she could make her days a little happier in the future. When Tong Yulan saw the old lady for the first time, she felt a natural liking for her. The old lady was dressed in a beautiful silk qipao with long sleeves, covered by a shawl embroidered with lucky symbols. Her hair was neatly styled, with a jade hairpin in her hair, looking very elegant and noble. She was well taken care of, with few wrinkles on her face. If it weren't for the agent's introduction and the gardener's praise, she might have been mistaken for a woman in her 40s just by her appearance, and Tong Yulan would believe that. Seeing the old lady sitting so properly, Tong Yulan couldn't help but straighten her back a little. The old lady didn't stand up but signaled for them to sit across from her. A woman in her 40s brought 2 cups of tea, and quietly left. The old lady looked at Tong Yulan and asked, "Girl, what is your name? Tell me about yourself." Tong Yulan steadied herself and replied seriously, "My name is Tong Yulan. I am 19 years old, according to my ID. I just arrived in Shanghai yesterday. I studied at a girls' school before. Before my grandmother passed away, she told me to come to Shanghai to stay with relatives, but I want to live on my own. I heard from the agent that there is a job here, so I came to try." The old lady continued, "What skills do you have?" Tong Yulan was momentarily confused. It seemed that the skills she had were useless in this era. What should women know how to do at this time? Embroidery? Cooking? Flower arranging? Nursing? She didn't know how to do any of those. She couldn't say she knew how to kill people, and thanks to the system's reward, she had learned fighting skills instinctively, though it was unreliable sometimes. She replied, "I've been studying before and haven't worked before. It seems I don't know how to do anything except study." After speaking, Tong Yulan stood up and slightly bowed, saying, "Sorry for wasting your time." She was too bold, rushing in for an interview without considering that her skills didn't match the job. The agent awkwardly smiled at the old lady and was about to take Tong Yulan away. "Would you like to chat with me, my dear wife?" The old lady's voice sounded again.
Huh? Oh, right.
The agent had mentioned before that the old lady just wanted someone to talk to, not a caretaker or servant. If that's the case, she knew this job well. In her past life, her parents were busy with work, so her grandparents raised her. She had a good relationship with them, and even as she grew up, she often chatted with them, making them very happy. Thinking of this, tears welled up in Tong Yulan's eyes. She had woken up here for no reason, and her grandparents and parents must be worried and upset now. She wondered if she would ever have a chance to go back. If she worked hard and completed the system's tasks, maybe someday she could. The old lady silently looked at her without rushing her. Tong Yulan tried to control her emotions, her voice a little hoarse. "I'm willing, but I want to ask if I can come and go freely here? Are there any restrictions?" The old lady suddenly smiled, her face kind and gentle, unlike the grumpy old lady described by the agent. "Of course, no problem. This isn't a prison. I won't restrict your freedom." She glanced at the suitcase by the door before entering, then smiled. "All right, you can start working today. The monthly pay is 80 yuan. Today at noon, have lunch with me and try to stay with me for a few days. If you're not comfortable or find something better, you can leave any time." Seeing Tong Yulan nod, the old lady pressed a button on the nearby table and said to a middle-aged woman, "Xiu Lan, give the agent the commission, then help me see off the guest. Also, prepare more food for lunch. Miss Tong will dine with me." The agent happily left the room. The old lady stood up and smiled at Tong Yulan, saying, "Come, I'll show you your room. If there's anything you don't like, just bear with it for now. When you're able to stay long-term, we can change it." This turn of events almost made Tong Yulan laugh. The old lady was quite interesting. During the meal, Tong Yulan followed the rule of not speaking while eating or sleeping. Since she was still unfamiliar with everything, she quietly ate her food. Occasionally, she would look up at the elegant posture of the old lady and silently adjust her own posture. In her past life, when eating with her family, there were no such strict rules, and the atmosphere was very warm. When she ate alone, she usually watched dramas or looked at her phone. Now, even though the food was very refined, eating it felt a bit dull. "All right, I'm going to take a nap. You should rest for a while, too. In the afternoon, we can chat or read the newspaper. As you get older, reading books and newspapers can strain your eyes." After the meal, the old lady took Tong Yulan for a short walk in the gardens to help digestion. She gently patted her arm. Tong Yulan looked at her back and felt a bit confused. Is this the temperamental old lady they talked about? Do they misunderstand the word quirky? Or has she not yet seen the old lady's true quirks? Back in her temporary room, Tong Yulan threw herself onto the bed and took a deep breath. Today's morning was really intense. She not only killed a few people but also saved more than 10. She missed the job she had hoped for earlier, but when looking for a house, she suddenly inexplicably got a job that included room and board. The usually silent little gray suddenly spoke. Her sixth sense made Tong Yulan feel a good impression of the old lady, but she also knew that nothing in this world was for free. The old lady's actions must have a purpose. As for what that purpose was, Tong Yulan had some guesses, but wasn't fully sure yet. Currently, she needed a safe place to stay and a proper identity to cover her. The old lady needed to use her to achieve some goal. It was just mutual benefit. If they could help each other, it would be a good thing. As for danger, now that she was in this era, wasn't it more dangerous than where she came from? Besides, she still had many ways to protect herself. Thinking of this, Tong Yulan no longer cared about Xiao Hui's annoying teasing tone. She asked out of curiosity. After a harsh burst of laughter, Xiao Hui's arrogant voice echoed in her mind. Tong Yulan gave a thumbs up. The laughter suddenly stopped, and Xiao Hui quickly backed down. Tong Yulan remained unmoved, keeping her thumb up with a serious expression. She lowered her thumb, but did not reply. She gently touched her chest with her hand. Xiao Hui stopped speaking and took a cautious breath after a while. Tong Yulan forced herself to suppress the urge to burst out laughing. If this could bring good things, even if she was often teased, it might be worth it. Xiao Hui secretly cheered in her mind. She was quite clever. Tong Yulan looked at the magazine clip appearing in her space, feeling pleased. With what she had left before, she now had 32 bullets for chances with her earrings, and the spray bottle should still work several times. Calculating this, as long as she was careful, she probably wouldn't face life-threatening danger in a short time. As for the fighting skills, although Xiao Hui's words were a bit harsh, they made sense. It seemed she needed to prioritize exercising her body. She must work out diligently for at least an hour every day, since she had the space and no one would notice. However, finding gym equipment at this time would be difficult. She needed to find a time to visit the concession area, where she thought she could buy some. Tong Yulan's room was on the first floor. Looking out the window, the wall about 10 meters away was roughly 2 to 3 meters high. After some time exercising, her physical strength and power would improve. When needed, she might be able to secretly climb over the wall and come and go freely. She took a short nap for about half an hour before waking up. After a quick wash, she went downstairs to sit quietly in the hall, waiting for the old lady to call her. She knew she had to be responsible. On the second floor, the old lady sat in a comfortable chair. After listening to Xiulan describe Tong Yulan's situation and performance, she nodded. It seems this girl wasn't sent by my two wicked sons, but we can't let our guard down. Moreover, even if she has no connection with the Little Devils or the so-called Nanjing government, her arrival here will soon attract the attention of those two wicked sons. If she can't withstand the test, they'll find an excuse to drive her out, just like before. When she reached this point, the old lady showed a hint of sarcasm. I, Lu Weining, have always been strong, but now I am old and burdened with such shameful accusations. Thinking about it makes my heart heavy. When I go to the afterlife, I won't have the face to see my ancestors. If I had known this would happen today, I wouldn't have had them in the first place, or I would have drowned them right after they were born. Xiulan, do you think I did some evil in my past life? My only two sons turned out to be traitors. Xiulan felt sad and crouched down, gently resting her hand on the back of a chair. Madam, you have always done good deeds. Heaven will bless you and make your wishes come true. Wish come true. The old lady smiled bitterly. There's no such thing anymore. My sons are traitors. I just hope I can do some good to make up for my sins. If possible, I want to take the youngest grandchildren, who are still innocent and haven't been influenced, far away from them. As for those two wicked sons, they must bear the consequences of their actions. When they are punished in the future, I won't show any mercy, even if it means being cut into pieces. It's a pity about my eldest grandson, such a smart and honest boy. I thought the Qing family would rise higher under his leadership, but I never expected him to. Xiulan lowered her head and said nothing. She couldn't bring herself to offer any comforting words. She knew what kind of person the old lady was. She didn't need her advice. Despite such blows, the old lady had not fallen yet, mainly because she still held onto some hope. If she lost all hope, she probably wouldn't last much longer. The old lady said that after she died, She would not be buried in the family tomb. She would burn herself and scatter her ashes into the Huangpu River, saying she had no face to see her ancestors and didn't want to be exhumed and humiliated in the future. Thinking of this, Xiaolan's eyes welled up with tears. Ah, I guess I'm getting old and more talkative. All right, go call Miss Tong. I want to talk to her. Though I am old, I can still tell if someone is genuine. I hope this time I meet a true Buddha. After replying softly, Xiaolan stood up and quietly looked back as she went down the stairs. She saw the usually strong old lady wipe her eyes with a handkerchief, feeling a complex mix of emotions inside. When Tong Yuelan went upstairs, she saw the old lady still sitting gracefully in her chair. She was not leaning back at all. Her body was not touching anything except the seat cushion. This kind of noble lady style was something Tong Yuelan knew she could never imitate. However, it didn't stop her from admiring and respecting the elegant old lady in front of her. Miss Tong, please sit down. By the way, can I call you Lan? Hearing the gentle voice of the old lady, Tong Yuelan sat down and instinctively replied, Of course. My parents, my dad and mom, often call me that. Would you like to talk about them? At this, Tong Yuelan became more cautious. She was just here to work and hoped for some mutual benefit, but she wouldn't share her personal situation easily. Besides, she didn't know much about her own parents in this body, so where would she start? Noticing Tong Yuelan's hesitation, the old lady changed the subject. Read the newspaper for me. I haven't gone out in a long time and don't know what's happening outside. I can only learn from the newspaper and pass the time. As long as it didn't involve her own situation, the employer's requests had to be fulfilled. Tong Yuelan looked at the newspaper on the table, picked up the top one titled Shen Bao, and casually chose a news story to read aloud. The vertical traditional Chinese characters were a bit hard to recognize, so Tong Yuelan slowed down her reading. Luckily, even though she couldn't write, she could recognize most of the traditional characters. For the ones she was unsure about, she could guess from the context. Otherwise, if she kept misreading words, not only would the old lady doubt her education, but she would also feel embarrassed herself. Throughout, the old lady listened quietly, with no expression on her face. When Tong Yuelan finished reading, she spoke again. Can you read English newspapers? That was definitely okay. She had passed level 6 in English, so reading a newspaper was no problem. Tong Yuelan nodded and found a copy of Zillion Weekly from the nearby pile, asking, Is this okay? After getting permission, she opened the newspaper and read carefully, not noticing the slight confusion and hope in the old lady's gaze. Do you hate the Japanese soldiers? Of course. Who wouldn't hate them? As soon as she spoke, Tong Yuelan immediately realized she had made a mistake. She quickly shut her mouth and looked up cautiously at the old lady. This old lady was really mean. She took her by surprise while she was reading the newspaper. It seems she wasn't very alert. I need to be more careful in the future. No wonder people say that as you grow older, you become more cunning. Just at the start of our interaction, I already lost a round. Don't be afraid, no harm. The old lady smiled, her expression showing a hint of cleverness and satisfaction. I could tell from your face when you were reading the newspaper, so I asked just to test you. Seeing that Tong Yuelan remained silent and kept a cautious look, the old lady put away her smile and said seriously, You're right, who wouldn't hate? Who would want to be a prisoner of a fallen country? Any decent Chinese person hopes to drive out the invaders. Only those with no conscience would betray their country and become traitors or henchmen. Stop looking at me like that. Maybe you think I have no right to say this, since I didn't teach my own son well and he became a traitor, a disgrace to the family. Tong Yuelan was speechless. The old lady was harsh even to herself, but she really couldn't accept such words. All right, your work for today is done. You can go out and do your own things now. But don't come back too late. It's not safe outside and you're still young, so be careful. By the way, do you have any money? Do you need an advance on your wages for a few days? Old lady, aren't you worried I might take the money and run away, never coming back? Tong Yuelan asked with wide eyes. How much is a few days' wages? I can afford that. Besides, if you did run away, it might even be a good thing. Don't you think? Yes, you're right. Tong Yuan nodded in agreement. Old lady, I want to ask about my work schedule. What exactly do I need to do each day? There are no strict requirements. If you have something to do, just tell Xiaolan or Lao Wang, and you can leave. When you're at home and both of us are free, come up and chat with me. Of course, if I need you to do something else, I will pay you extra. What kind of amazing job is this? Easy work, high pay, and flexible hours. It seems this old lady has big plans. Thank you, old lady, for giving me such a good opportunity. I will do my best to make you happy. Tong Yuan stood up and bowed politely. Madam, I've only been in Shanghai for less than 2 days. I really want to go out and look around, and also buy some things I need. So I'll go now. All right, the old lady smiled kindly. But I don't like you calling me madam. You can call me Grandma Lu. Tong Yuan nodded politely, feeling a bit uncomfortable with the title. She was about to change how she addressed her, but suddenly paused. After a moment, she said, calling me Grandma Lu doesn't quite fit either. I can't say it easily. Can I call you Aunt Lu? The old lady was surprised. She looked at Tong Yuan with wide eyes, then her smile slowly spread from her lips to her eyes, and she looked genuinely happy. You're quite the funny girl, always making people smile. If others hear you, they'll laugh out loud. Anyway, I'm not going out, so you can call me whatever you like. Tong Yuan spoke seriously. I'm not trying to make you happy. You really do seem like an aunt. Compared to my grandma, she suddenly stopped, remembering her grandma or her past grandmother. The thought made her feel sad, so she quickly changed the subject. She bowed again. Aunt Lu, I'll go now. I'll buy some things later, and I won't come back for dinner. She hurriedly turned and rushed down the stairs like she was escaping. The old lady touched her lips, feeling happy she hadn't felt in a long time. This girl was really charming, but she thought such a simple child must have been spoiled at home. She probably came to Shanghai alone because of some sudden trouble. Maybe she was mistaken earlier. She's not who I thought she was. Never mind. In a few days, I'll find an excuse to send her away and look for someone else. However, if she stays alone in this place, it will be hard for her to survive. Maybe I should find a way to give her some extra help later. As a typical doer, Tong Yuan left Cheng's residence and after walking a bit, she hired a rickshaw. After a few quick words, the rickshaw headed straight for the foreign concessions. It's not that she's stubborn. She knows most rickshaw drivers are connected to or controlled by the Green Gang. Still, she insists on taking a rickshaw, unaware of the risks. She truly had no other choice. At this time, taxis were available in Shanghai, but their prices were too high for someone like her, a newcomer from outside the city, just starting work, and an ordinary person. Could she afford it? Even if she had money, she couldn't afford to lose her reputation. Losing her image wouldn't just mean embarrassment, it could even threaten her life. The tram lines were few and inconvenient, and walking was impossible. If she had to rely on her own legs to go anywhere, she wouldn't get much done in a day. She couldn't just give up and stay inside Cheng's house all day, doing nothing. Of course, she thought carefully when choosing a driver. She tried to pick someone who looked a bit older and wore slightly worn clothes, someone who seemed honest. It might not make much difference, but at least it made her feel a little safer. Inside the real estate office, the previous agent was sitting with his legs crossed, leaning back in his chair. He tapped his foot rhythmically, resting his right arm on the armrest, squinting slightly, humming a soft tune. The door opened, and a young woman in her 20s entered. The agent opened his eyes and looked over. When he saw her outfit, his eyelids immediately drooped, and he continued to sit still, pretending to be uninterested. Since other staff members would handle her, he figured she didn't have much to offer and, having just made a small profit today, he was too lazy to move. He heard faint footsteps, and it seemed someone was standing in front of him, staring but not speaking. Startled, the agent shivered and quickly jumped up from his chair. He bowed respectfully, standing still, waiting for the scolding he expected. It's not easy to find a job that can support a family nowadays. He was just taking a rare break, and now he was caught. He hoped it was only a scolding and that he could move on. Agent Huang, may I speak with you privately? A polite and gentle voice sounded. The agent looked up suddenly and saw that the young woman who had just entered was standing in front of him. Feeling embarrassed and annoyed, he was about to scold her. But when his eyes fell on what she was holding, his face suddenly lit up with a smile. This young lady wants to see the house? That's no problem. Please follow me. The two of them left the real estate office and stopped in a quiet spot by the roadside. Before the agent could ask, the woman turned the coin in her hand and said, I heard that manager Huang has many job opportunities. I came here to see if you could help me. This coin is a deposit. If Manager Huang can help me find a good job, I will give a thank you gift. Manager Huang looked at the coin with bright eyes, but did not reach out to take it. Instead, he asked carefully, What kind of work are you looking for, miss? The coin was valuable. One coin could exchange for 7 or 8 yuan, enough to cover several days of wages. It seemed the coin would become more valuable over time. Saving some at home would make her feel more secure. Despite the chaos around, he still took private jobs because of his good reputation. He couldn't risk damaging it. I have learned nursing and used to work as a helper in a wealthy family back home. Manager Huang knows how hard it is for women to stay safe these days. They say you have many connections, Manager Huang. Do you have any jobs with wealthy families? I don't mind the pay, as long as I have food and shelter and can stay safe. Manager Huang looked her over carefully. She was dressed simply, but her manners and speech showed she had some education. It seemed she was from a poor family or had recently suffered a big change at home. In these uncertain times, who could say they would live safely and without trouble? Miss, I don't have the kind of work you want right now. If you want to work in a factory as a female worker, I might have some connections. The woman's face showed clear disappointment. She looked at Huang and hesitated. Huang noticed she was trying to hide her feelings. If you looked closely, you would see she was pretty and had a good figure. A young woman like her, without protection, could easily be targeted by bad people. Being taken by the rich and powerful might not be the worst, but if she was taken to a place of entertainment. It seemed the lady from this morning was luckier. Huang hadn't planned to help her find a job, but somehow he ended up taking her to the Chung residence and even gained the old lady's favor. The woman in front of him now seemed to evoke a little compassion. It's not that I don't want to help you. The job you're looking for isn't something you can get just like that. There was one quite suitable for you earlier, but someone just went there this morning. However, that old lady has a bit of a bad temper. The last few people who went there didn't stay long. If you're willing to wait a bit longer, maybe that girl won't last long either. Then there might be another chance. Thank you, Manager Huang. I am willing to wait. Please help me as much as you can. The woman's face immediately lit up with a smile. She secretly slipped a large coin into Manager Huang's hand. My surname is Li, and my name is Li Mingli. I will come here every day for the next few days. If you can help me, I will give you all my first month's wages as a thank you gift. Manager Huang suddenly felt very regretful. A month's wages was a full 80 yuan. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have bothered this morning. Now, he had missed out on those 80 yuan just by being a little late. Actually, he had lied just now. Before Shanghai fell, he already knew the Chung family. The old lady was actually very well regarded. The girls who had been sent away in the past few days probably had some connection with her two sons. This time, that girl's surname Tong might really be able to stay in the Chung family for a long time. But some words had already been spoken, and it was hard to take them back. Oh well, he would keep an eye out for her, and if a good opportunity came, he would definitely help her. All right, I will keep this in mind. As soon as I get any news, I will tell you immediately. If I find any other jobs that meet your requirements, I will also keep them for you. Li Mingli nodded gratefully. After bowing to Manager Huang, she took her leave. Turning the corner ahead, Li Mingli paused to look around, then quickly jumped into a rickshaw that had been waiting by the roadside. After whispering something, the driver pulled the rickshaw and sped off into the distance. Li Mingli walked straight into the inner room, sat heavily on a chair, reached out to pick a cigarette from the box on the table, lit it, and took a deep puff. After blowing out the smoke, she let out a long sigh. The coachman behind her hurriedly asked, Sister Li, how is the situation? We arrived a bit late. Someone went to Cheng's house this morning to work. You should quickly find out that person's background. If they are an ordinary person, threaten them gently to leave on their own. If something seems off, don't make a fuss or alert others. Time is tight. The station chief ordered us to send someone into Cheng's house within 10 days. Today is already the 4th day. Besides that, there's no other way to get inside. If threatening goes wrong, it might attract the attention of the enemy or the 76th unit. In my opinion, we might as well go all out and cause an accident to that person. Wouldn't that free up the position? Li Mingli hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth. In times like these, extraordinary measures are needed. As long as I can complete the mission, sacrificing a few innocent people is worth it. If the final task turns out as I suspect, I will go a few days later and apologize to her in person. Sisterly, enough, stop talking. Go, and carry out the mission. Just if, the girl is wise enough not to fight to the death, maybe she can be spared. Over the years, too many Chinese have died. Saving one innocent life is a good thing. Yes, sisterly, sitting in a rickshaw, Tong Yuelon carefully observed her surroundings, unaware that she had accidentally blocked someone's way. She was a member of the military intelligence, someone she had decided to avoid since leaving the village. Worse still, she hadn't done anything yet but had already attracted deadly trouble. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have gone to Cheng's house for a job. She was no match for the powerful, especially since the military intelligence was truly fighting against the Japanese. She didn't want to get involved with them. Ignorant and fearless, she had no idea that after offending the Green Gang, she had also angered the military intelligence. Now, she was standing in front of a gym on Nanjing Road. Sorry, miss. We don't serve female guests here. A polite attendant at the door politely stopped her. She seemed to be stunned. The waiter thought she didn't understand English and was about to repeat himself in Chinese when Tong Yuelon handed him 2 yuan in local currency and replied fluently in English. It seems I have gone to the wrong place. I want to buy some fitness equipment for my home. Do you know where I can buy it? The waiter's attitude immediately became respectful. Miss, there's a sports store nearby. You should be able to find the usual fitness equipment there. After thanking him, Tong Yuelon turned to leave. Seeing no one around, the waiter stepped forward quietly and said, I don't know what kind of fitness equipment you're looking for, but I have some here. Would you like to take a look? Tong Yuelon looked at him suspiciously and didn't answer right away. The waiter continued. The owner originally wanted to expand the gym and imported a batch of equipment from abroad. But for some reason, they changed their mind, and those items are now gathering dust in the storage room. You probably don't need much, and I might be able to help you find a few pieces. The prices would definitely be cheaper than at the sports store. Tong Yuelon understood. I don't know what kinds of equipment you have, but I need some to build muscle and stay fit. Prepare a set for me. At least some dumbbells, a barbell, resistance bands, and a sandbag. She also considered asking for a treadmill, but hesitated. She was confused. There probably weren't any treadmills available now, and even if there were, they would likely be old and bulky. It would be better just to run around in the space. All right, see you in an hour in the alley ahead. Cash on delivery, one hand pays, one hand receives. But I'm afraid you'll have to figure out how to carry it yourself. After you leave, I won't have seen you again. Deal. After leaving the gym, Tong Yuelon indeed found a nearby sports store and roughly checked the prices of various items. She had a good idea of the costs. As long as the waiter's asking price wasn't much higher than here, even if it was the same or slightly more expensive, she would choose to buy from him. Buying through a legitimate store plus delivery made it hard to explain or hide things later. Private transactions were better. Both sides wanted to keep it discreet, and it was easier to agree quickly. An hour later, Tong Yuelon appeared at the alley entrance. She immediately saw the waiter standing inside the alley, looking around cautiously. When she entered, he quickly opened a large wooden box nearby, showing her the tools inside and giving her a price quote. The items she mentioned earlier were all in the box, plus 2 pairs of boxing gloves. At this point, just being able to buy these was quite good. Even in a store, she could mainly use these items. The total price the waiter quoted was about 80% of the store's selling price. The 2 pairs of gloves were given as free gifts to Tong Yuelon. She didn't bargain at all. She paid the money directly, and after the waiter happily left, she waited a little longer. When she saw no one around, She quickly slipped into the space with the large wooden box. About 10 minutes later, after confirming it was safe, Tong Yuelon changed her outfit quietly inside the space. Then she left quickly and disappeared from sight. For safety, she walked a bit farther away and found a hidden, safe spot to change back into her original clothes. Then she took a rickshaw to Qingfu, getting off at a place far from the estate. It was already dark, and there were fewer people on the street. Not long after she got off, she sensed someone was following her. To check her guess, she slowed down first, then crossed to the other side of the road and quickened her pace. Still, the feeling of being watched and followed remained. It seemed that Qing Gang's influence in Shanghai was indeed strong. They had already found out about her in such a short time. Once involved with the gang, endless trouble awaits. Tong Yuelon felt very annoyed. She just wanted a safe place to hide and to study carefully, trying to eliminate as many Japanese traders as possible and complete her system tasks. But the problem was, who did she offend? Just going out for a job or a ride could get her involved with the Qing Gang. And now it seemed it wouldn't end. Moreover, using violence to fight violence, her first time was a hard choice, biting her lip and pushing through. The second time, she was no longer afraid or scared. As for the third, it became natural and expected. It's just killing a few troublemakers, an easy task. There's no need to argue about morals or human rights with those who seriously threaten your safety and life. That would be foolish. Tong Yuelon muttered to herself and made a firm decision. The Green Gang? They want to keep bothering her? Then she would kill one to stop one, and two to stop a pair. It all depends on whether they get scared and stop bothering her, or if she has to run away and start over somewhere else. Tong Yuelon tried to walk toward a more remote place. Soon, she reached an old, run-down courtyard. She paused for a moment, listening for footsteps behind her. When she heard someone approaching, she quickly slipped inside. Inside, she saw that the house had clearly been through a war. The yard was overgrown with weeds, and the main building's roof had been destroyed. It looked very bleak.
Perfect.
For someone like her, who doesn't care about burying bodies, this was an ideal place to kill someone and hide the body. The footsteps grew closer. Tong Yuelon turned around and calmly watched the cautious man approaching her. She held a dagger in her hand, the blade lightly pressed against her wrist through her sleeve, feeling its sharpness. Are you deliberately leading me here? Who are you really? The man was not stupid. He quickly realized her intentions. His expression changed from cautious to serious and focused. Don't you know who I am? You've been following me all this time, but you're not just after money, right? Tong Yuelon teased. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded. 7 or 8 people rushed in and surrounded them. One of them sneered at him. Deputy Captain Zhou, we finally meet. He then shouted to the others, take them down and bring them back for questioning. Zhou Jun recognized the speaker. He was a squad leader from the 3rd Action Team of the 76th Special Operations Headquarters, named Ding Feng. He was ruthless and trusted by Wu Sibao. Zhou Jun didn't expect the woman he was following to be an undercover agent from the 76th. If their plan was exposed, Captain Li wouldn't know yet, and they could easily fall into a trap. If that happened, their entire team would be wiped out. Today, he definitely couldn't escape. He had to fight to eliminate this hidden threat, even if there was only a small hope. As long as he could warn Captain Li, it would be worth it. Zhou Jun reached for his gun at his waist, but he heard 2 faint pops. Ding Feng and a traitor next to him both fell to the ground, each with a blood hole in the middle of their foreheads. The 76th Special Agent quickly scattered and fired back. Before he could think carefully, Zhou Jun quickly dodged to the side while drawing his gun. He aimed to shoot, but in an instant, 7 or 8 people had already fallen, some still holding their guns in shooting position. The blood holes in their foreheads caused their lives to end at that moment. Zhou Jun suddenly turned to look at Tong Yuelon, who was putting away her gun, with wide eyes of disbelief. When did Shanghai have such an accurate female sharpshooter? The gun in her hand was unfamiliar to him, and its silencing effect was surprisingly good. Tong Yuelon felt so pained, she almost suffocated. It was clear these people were targeting the man in front of her. She had suffered an unexpected disaster, losing a quarter of her ammunition in one go. She had fired 8 shots, and now she only had 24 left. Even worse, worried about being hit by stray bullets, she used her earrings as a makeshift protection. She lost a precious chance to save herself. In a bad mood, Tong Yuelan's tone was cold. She said to Zhou Jun, "I don't know who you are, but since you're a wanted person by the 76 special agents, and you should have contributed to resisting the Japanese, I will let you go today. No matter why you're following me from now on, our paths are separate. If you continue to stalk or harass me, don't blame me for being rude." After saying that, Tong Yuelan turned and ran out of the door without looking back, quickly disappearing into the darkness. Zhou Jun was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. No matter who she wasn't on the same side as the Japanese soldiers and traitors. He decided to report her to the team leader after returning. The most urgent thing was to leave this place quickly. However, because he was on the anti-Japanese side, she trusted him enough to turn her back and leave without defenses. Was she not afraid that he might shoot her from behind? Not long after they left, 2 trucks arrived. Numerous armed agents jumped out and surrounded the house tightly. After a quick search, they found footprints of a man and a woman in the mud, but nothing else. The spies did not give up. They conducted a thorough search around the area and eventually caught a few pedestrians and 2 beggars. After intense interrogation, one beggar revealed that shortly after a gunshot, he saw a man quickly running away from the direction of the shot, but he did not see any woman. According to the beggar's description, the man was probably Zhou Jun, the deputy leader of the 2nd Action Team of the Shanghai Military Intelligence Office, the person Ding Feng and his team planned to arrest. Ding Feng and his team finally got news about Zhou Jun. They wanted to make a big achievement, but unexpectedly. However, Zhou Jun was so skilled. Why was he not well known before? Otherwise, he would have been their top target from the start. Soon, the citywide search began and many people were caught, but no information related to Zhou Jun was found. When Tong Yuelan returned to the Chung residence, it was already dark. The maid Zhao Xilan saw her come back, looked a little unhappy, but did not scold her. She simply bowed slightly and said, "Miss Tong, the old lady is waiting for you upstairs." The old lady was still sitting in her chair, as if she hadn't moved since Tong Yuelan left. Her gaze swept over Tong Yuelan and finally focused on her shoes, showing a hint of curiosity. Then she looked away and smiled, saying, "You probably haven't eaten yet, right? Xilan left some food in the kitchen for you. Hurry up, wash up, and then come down to eat. Later, we can chat." Tong Yuelan felt that when the old lady mentioned her washing up, her tone seemed deliberately more serious. She hurried downstairs and went straight to her room, inspecting herself carefully. That was when she noticed a small drop of blood on the top of her right shoe, probably splashed on her when she killed those traitors earlier. Wasn't she supposed to have blurry vision, making it hard to read books or newspapers? How could she see such a tiny drop of blood clearly? No, blurry vision should be due to presbyopia, not nearsightedness. Thinking of this, she scolded herself. How long has it been? Why am I still thinking about such trivial things? It seemed she had exposed herself. Likely after dinner, the old lady would talk to her about leaving. Fortunately, the old lady hadn't exposed her and told her to quickly destroy the evidence. She probably wouldn't be harmed. But now, she would have to find a job and a place to stay again tomorrow. Feeling upset, she threw her blood-stained shoes into the storage space. After changing into another pair, Tong Yuelan walked gloomily to the kitchen. Seeing the covered dishes on the table, she quickly expressed her thanks. "Thank you, Aunt Zhao." Zhao Xiulan had little expression and nodded lightly. She then took out a clean set of bowls and chopsticks. "Miss Tong, are you going to eat in your room or here?" "I think I'll eat in my room." Tong Yuelan declined Zhao Xiulan's help. She carried the food back to her room on a large tray, feeling that eating in front of Zhao Xiulan might upset her stomach. As she chewed her food, her mind drifted far away. She didn't regret her fierce actions earlier. If she hadn't acted then, she might have been killed on the spot or taken away to face harsh punishment, which she couldn't bear. She immediately recognized the group of people leading the attack. They were the same agents who searched her train carriage earlier, the 76 special agents. The first two she shot were the small leader and the person who searched her at that time. These villains, who helped the enemy, were the ones she had sworn to eliminate. Plus, that person had openly humiliated her. She was very vengeful against evil people. But why hadn't she received any reward from the system yet? Something was wrong. The system seemed unusual today. Could it be hiding something, stealing her deserved rewards? Her little gray assistant's voice suddenly became sharp, then softened again. Did it trigger a reward, and then take it back? What's going on? The first time she activated the system and received a reward was when she fought off 2 traitors alone and killed them. The second time, she got martial arts skills because she helped a resistance fighter, saving his important items and avoiding capture by the 76th agents, escaping safely. But she had previously killed some gang members and saved many innocent women without receiving any reward. This made her suspect that the system or its tasks were related to resisting the Japanese invasion. Only actions that helped the victory against Japan would be rewarded. Today, she had killed many traitors and saved Vice Captain Joe, yet she received no reward. Could her guess be wrong? No, Little Gray just said there was originally a reward, but it was later cancelled. Could something else have happened that she doesn't know about? Maybe that person didn't escape and was caught again? Tong Yuelon couldn't help but sigh. Forget it. The rules that Little Gray hasn't understood after so many years. How could she master them so quickly? No need to rush, take it slow. Oh right, the old lady is still waiting for her. She needs to gather her strength and respond well. After thinking everything through, Tong Yuelon sat calmly in front of the old lady, returning to her previous composure. Lon Lon, don't be so nervous. I'm just a bit bored and want to chat with you casually. Yes, I'm not nervous. Old lady, what would you like to talk about? You're still saying you're not nervous. The old lady's smile deepened. Didn't we agree before? Just call me Grandma Lu. I really don't want to hear you call me old lady. Okay, Aunt Lu. Tong Yuelon's smile became genuine. It seemed the old lady didn't intend to send her away. Maybe she was just overly cautious earlier. Don't worry. Since I said I wouldn't interfere with your freedom, I won't ask what you did when you went out today. You're a good girl, and I trust my instincts. But staying home alone for too long can be boring. I really don't want to go out. Who wants to see outsiders recklessly causing trouble and committing crimes on our land? You can call me a fuss budget or say I'm just fooling myself, but I truly believe that if I went out every day, I wouldn't last long. I want to keep this life and see the invaders driven out. If I were 10 years younger, I'd be eager to pick up a gun and fight the invaders. Killing a few would be worth it. Was that too direct? Is this something a matriarch would say to a stranger just hired? Tong Yuelon immediately became tense. Rumors might not be trustworthy. Who knows if what her agent said about the old lady before is true? Even if it is, who can be sure she isn't just putting on a show? Remember, she is a beneficiary. If it weren't for her 2 sons, how could she have kept all her property safe and lived so peacefully in this era? I had some guesses before, but even if I was right, shouldn't such things be revealed subtly after many back-and-forth conversations? This old lady is really unpredictable. She stopped all her thoughts and widened her eyes. Aunt Lu, how dare you say these things? Aren't you afraid I might tell others and cause trouble for you? Would you do that? The old lady's smile had a hint of cleverness. Of course not, Tong Yuelon replied confidently. You are my employer. I'm not crazy about losing my job. Why would I ruin my own livelihood for no reason? It might even bring me trouble. Exactly. Whatever I say today, and whatever you hear, as long as I deny it, do you think it can really affect me? Tong Yuelon nodded. If it were someone else, just this one sentence could land them in serious trouble. But the person saying this is the young old lady in front of her. As she said, she could easily walk away unscathed. Is she testing me? Is her purpose really what I guessed before? The old lady kept a close eye on Tong Yuelon's expression, feeling more certain now. Lon Lon, do you know why I'm telling you these things? Tong Yuelon shook her head but quietly perked up her ears. She really wanted to know. You're still young now. When you reach my age, you'll understand. Only people with very deep schemes, most others, especially us old folks who have lived so long, can see through things if they are serious enough. You might have heard that the people who came here to work before you didn't last long before I sent them away. The reason is simple. They all had hidden motives. Why keep such people around? It just causes trouble for myself. As for you, I don't know why I feel fond of you at first sight. But I can be sure you are a good child. That's why I want to share some honest thoughts with you.
Sigh, old people talk a lot.
I'm not worried about scaring you. Now read the newspaper for me. Just read it casually. Tong Yuelon obediently picked up a newspaper and started reading slowly, feeling more and more confused inside. The old lady didn't agree with the idea that old age automatically means you can see a person's true nature and goodness easily. Many elderly people are still tricked out of their savings by scammers, who often target seniors. She was confident because she was wise and experienced, but she wondered if she might be mistaken herself. As for the idea that you instantly like someone upon meeting them, she thought that was just a saying and shouldn't be trusted. She wasn't a movie star with a special aura, so she wouldn't be loved by everyone. The old lady sat quietly, her gaze fixed on Tong Yulan's face. She knew she was a bit impatient but didn't have much time left and had to take a risk. From what she saw, even if the girl wasn't the person she was waiting for, she was definitely not a spy sent by the Japanese. If it turned out she was wrong, she would quickly find someone else. If she couldn't find the right person in time and couldn't complete her mission, she felt she wouldn't be able to rest peacefully after death. Tong Yulan was reading the newspaper and naturally chose the sections she was interested in, mainly politics, military, and social news, to learn about current events as much as possible. After about half an hour, the old lady told her to go back to her room and rest. Resting was impossible. After locking her door, Tong Yulan slipped into her space. Her bullets were running low, and she only had 3 chances left to use her life-saving earrings. She needed to become stronger quickly, or she might be lost forever, and then she wouldn't have a chance to complete her mission and return home. Little Gray was very considerate. Usually, he wouldn't bother Tong Yulan, but after she exercised for over an hour, took a shower, and was exhausted, he carefully spoke up. Tong Yulan was so tired she couldn't even think properly. She simply replied with a calm, and then tilted her head to sleep, not even dreaming. Meanwhile, Li Mingli was feeling anxious. Zhou Jun still hadn't returned, and there was no news. Something probably went wrong. Captain Squad 76 has been taken out. There's now a lockdown outside, and Squad 76 is searching the whole city, a subordinate reported. One squad being wiped out? That probably had nothing to do with Zhou Jun. He wasn't capable of that. It seems to be due to martial law. I believe he is now hiding in a safe house. Li Mingli sighed in relief, but then ordered, immediately disperse and evacuate. Go to safe places and stay hidden. Do not contact each other until I give the signal. This special team has not been in Shanghai long. To make their missions easier, the 5 members usually live separately near this small courtyard. Besides 2 safe houses, each person has their own hidden residence. They do not know each other's exact locations to prevent the Japanese from capturing all of them if one member is caught. Zhou Jun's loyalty to the party and the country is something she trusts. But everyone knows how cruel number 76 is. Even the toughest person would find it hard to endure there. It's almost impossible to seek death as a way out. She dared not take any risks. After quickly packing her things, Li Mingli was about to leave when the courtyard gate was gently pushed open and a shadow slipped inside. Zhou Jun, Li Mingli looked behind him cautiously, her right hand slowly moving toward her waist. Zhou Jun noticed her movement, but didn't mind. People like them always keep their heads tucked in their belts. Being cautious is normal. If it were him, he would do the same. Li Jia, something's happened. I didn't hide in the safe house. I ran back here to tell you that there might be a traitor among us. My identity has been exposed. We need to prepare to leave. Li Mingli paused, listening carefully to the sounds outside. She then quickly went to the courtyard gate and looked around. Turning back, she asked Zhou Jun, what exactly is going on? Throughout this, her attention stayed on Zhou Jun. Zhou Jun briefly explained what had happened, smiling bitterly. Ding Feng called out my name in one word. If that girl hadn't intervened, I'd probably be in number 70 SXS prison now, facing a harsh punishment. Li Mingli knew the girl Zhou Jun mentioned was the one who just started working at Cheng's house. But now wasn't the time to discuss her. She immediately ordered, "Go quickly to safe house number 1. Only you and I know about it. There's enough food and water in the basement. I will arrange for you to return to Chongqing as soon as possible." The next day, Tong Yulan woke up early and then did not go out again. Over the past few days, she has mostly lived through exciting and dangerous moments. She needs time to think carefully about her future path. She wonders why she was transported here, especially since she has so many questions she doesn't want to think about anymore. What has already happened is useless to dwell on, and it has no real meaning. She takes out a pen and keeps writing on paper. This helps her think better. The known facts are as follows. The system she is linked to is definitely related to resisting the Japanese invasion. Killing Japanese soldiers, traitors, and helping resistance fighters are likely to trigger system rewards. The rewards she receives are mostly weapons or protective gear. But there are two problems. First, if it's so simple, why have her previous hosts rarely triggered any rewards? Especially General Hua, who killed many traitors and enemies, but never received a reward. Second, she clearly killed many traitors last night and helped Deputy Captain Zhou escape. Why didn't she get a reward this time? Or maybe she did, but it was taken back. She needs to find out what happened afterward to understand the second problem. Maybe she can find the reason. As for the first problem, she has no idea. Maybe she should ask the system? Right now, she needs important information from it. She won't argue with it for now, and will let it be a little arrogant.
Don't eat where land flow they.
When she watched movies and read books about this period, she also felt angry and sad, but she never made any grand promises. She knows her own situation. Although Xiao Hui Hui's words are harsh, they are true. She, an ordinary person who doesn't farm or work hard, has no right to claim she can fight and win just because she was transported here. No, she actually did say something like that once. At that time, she was watching a war movie. Seeing young girls her age, or even younger, suffering humiliation and dying at the hands of the Japanese, she wiped her tears and said bitterly, "Since I am doomed to die, if I were in their place, even if I was wounded or broken apart, I would try to kill or seriously hurt the enemy. Even if only one survives, it's better than dying in vain." So that's why she came here? And she encountered such a life-and-death situation right away. It seems her earlier guess was correct. The system's task is indeed related to fighting enemies, but she doesn't know how to complete it fully. Is it to ensure that I can live until the day of the victory in the war? Of course, living here doesn't mean hiding in a safe place or surviving abroad, but actively participating in fighting the enemy. Or is it to change the course of history in this time and space, such as driving the Japanese invaders out of the country earlier and ending this catastrophe sooner? Tong Yuan thinks that perhaps the second option is more likely. However, all her predecessors, who were much stronger than her, failed to complete their tasks. What right does she have to claim she can do it? She can't just think that because she feels weak, she has a reason. Suddenly, a thought flashes through her mind. Tong Yuan asks again. She murmurs. Tong Yuan ignores the 3 questions from Little Gray and instead asks 2 unrelated questions. Little Gray is confused and wants to protest, but just as he says no, he hears Tong Yuan's tone turn cold. Little Gray. All right, since you are the host and have a reason. If it weren't for your unexpectedly good performance, I wouldn't expect you to surprise me. Why would I cooperate so willingly? Be careful, or I. Now, Tong Yuan has nothing unclear. She really is benefiting from being perceived as weak. The so-called support system, as the name suggests, should be to help the host become stronger, completing various difficult tasks again and again, or doing so with the system's help. As Little Gray's so-called helpless and weak chicken, she managed to turn the tide in a 1-on-2 fight, killing 2 traitors and escaping unscathed. This led to the system being activated, which judged that she perfectly completed her first small task, so she received a special reward. Later, when helping someone escape from the 76 search, she used space abilities, which also perfectly met the system's criteria, earning her close combat skills. When fighting members of the Green Gang, she used combat techniques and a pistol provided by the system, but since her opponents weren't Japanese soldiers or traders, she didn't meet one of the requirements and received no reward. Tong Yuelon isn't sure how closely her guesses match the real situation, but she believes her judgment of the system and its tasks is close enough, if not entirely correct. This makes it simple. She just needs to keep growing stronger, continue fighting against the Japanese invaders and traders, and earn more rewards in the process. If this positive cycle continues, it will not be difficult to live until the victory of the war. As for changing the course of history, I dare not think about it. I really dare not. All right, since the direction is clear, I will follow it. When the road reaches the mountain, there will be a way. Things will become clearer over time. After lunch, as usual, it was time to read the newspaper. Tong Yuelon picked up the topmost paper, glanced at it briefly, and suddenly felt her heart pounding fiercely. The old lady noticed Tong Yuelon's changing expression and looked at the part of the newspaper she was focusing on. A faint, almost unnoticeable smile appeared in her eyes. Sure enough, she was still too young. No matter how calm she seemed, she was just a girl under 20. It was no wonder she had someone place that newspaper right on top. After calming herself, Tong Yuelon began to read the paper. The first thing she read was the news she had just seen. When she read that the Special Agent Headquarters had declared a curfew, arrested some innocent people, and caused several deaths, her voice trembled slightly. No one has the right to decide others' lives and deaths easily. Her actions had caused innocent people to suffer, which might be why the system finally withdrew its reward. It's truly sad that innocent people are caught up in this. But living in this era, the lives of our people are beyond our control. Even if not today, tomorrow or the day after, some other reason will cause innocent deaths. Perhaps this is the fate of a nation's slaves. Even if there is guilt, it has nothing to do with the heroes fighting bravely. The sooner the Japanese invaders are driven out and the people of 40 million live in peace, the more urgent the wish of our people. There's no need to feel guilty about it. The old lady's words made Tong Yuelon suddenly lift her head. The shock in her eyes flashed and disappeared quickly, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment, she steadied her mind, forced herself to stay calm, and replied, "Old madam, what you say is very true. Those who fight for the country and the people are indeed heroes, and they shouldn't be blamed. But if their actions could be more careful and fewer innocent people were caught in the crossfire, that might be better." The old lady didn't respond to her words directly. Instead, she answered vaguely, "Youth is indeed a good thing. It allows you to do whatever you want. But young people also find it hard to always keep their mind steady. It's better to be prepared. When your mind is distracted, others can easily see what you're thinking. If you want to remain calm like Mount Tai even when faced with disaster, you need to have enough experience or be older. At any time, you must pay attention to your thoughts to keep your heart safe. Only then can you avoid being influenced by external things. Anyone must first ensure their own absolute safety before they can do more of what they want, right?" Seeing Tong Yuelon bow her head silently, the old lady stood up. "I'm a bit tired today. You go rest first, and after dinner, walk with me in the yard." Tong Yuelon quickly stood up, bowing deeply. "Thank you, Aunt Lu, for your guidance." Back in her room, Tong Yuelon took out a mirror and carefully examined her eyes and expressions. She realized that whenever her thoughts shifted, her feelings were clearly visible on her face and in her eyes. Sure enough, if she were in a palace intrigue or spy drama, she wouldn't last more than 2 episodes. But since she was here, she couldn't just be herself. So, she decided to practice. Every day, besides exercising, Tong Yuelon added one more task, and Little Gray was the best practice partner. Little Gray, happy and excited, loved this game. It could attack her mentally at any time and place, except when she was in danger. She enjoyed this game very much. In the evening, while walking in the yard with the old lady, Tong Yuelon suddenly heard gunfire. Instinctively, she protected the old lady and assumed an attack stance. She thought about pulling out a gun from her space. Just then, little Gray's arrogant laughter sounded. Tong Yulan's hand froze, and she awkwardly turned around, took a step back, and lowered her head. As she instinctively protected herself, the old lady was momentarily surprised. Then she looked out beyond the yard and saw a car approaching from afar. Its headlights shone through the gate, blindingly bright. The old lady closed her eyes slightly, took a step forward, patted Tong Yulan's arm gently, and said softly, "It's okay. Don't be afraid. No one can hurt me here. I can still protect you for now." After saying that, she took Tong Yulan's hand and turned to walk into the house without hesitation. Tong Yulan was passively following the old lady. She didn't expect her embarrassment to be so easily resolved. She secretly looked back and saw a tall figure getting out of the car. The figure quietly said something to Master Wang, the gardener, who was already at the door. Master Wang hesitated briefly, but then opened the gate. The old lady went straight upstairs without stopping, sat in her usual chair, and in a low voice said, "Sit with me for a while." Tong Yulan only then noticed that the old lady was slightly frowning, looking very tired, and her face seemed full of disappointment. "Old madam, the young master has returned." Zhao Shulan hurriedly came forward, standing outside the door with her head bowed, looking a bit nervous. The old lady sighed softly. "Let him go back. I don't want to see him." "Grandmother," a voice sounded at the door. "It's all Shoa's fault. Please, grandmother, discipline him, and I hope you won't hurt yourself because of this." Even her own grandson was unwilling to see her, which must have deeply hurt the old lady. Tong Yulan couldn't turn her head to look, but kept her eyes lowered, staring at her lap. People like the old lady, why are her descendants so disappointing? Especially this so-called young master. What a waste of his good voice. If you have chosen that path, then you know our grandparent-grandchild relationship is broken. There's no point in seeing each other again. You should go back and serve. The old lady's voice was like a dull knife, slowly and heavily cutting into the heart. Halfway through her words, she suddenly stopped, her throat moving a few times, but in the end, she just waved her hand stiffly and slowly. "Grandmother, Shoa." The person at the door hurried forward a few steps, his leather shoes clicking crisply on the wooden floor. He was tall, dressed in a well-tailored dark suit, with faint silver cufflinks showing at the cuffs. But this respectable appearance now seemed especially ironic. Before he finished speaking, his gaze suddenly fell on Tong Yulan in the corner. His pupils shrank sharply, as if burned by fire, and he closed his mouth. Tong Yulan felt a shiver down her spine. She was originally looking down, but that sharp gaze made her lift her eyes involuntarily. The light slanted across his face, making his high nose look even more prominent in the shadows, and his jawline tight, as if carved from stone. His eyes were very dark, like a deep pool reflecting cold stars. He should have been very handsome, but at this moment, he seemed to be filled with icy shards. If not for the fierce look in his eyes right now, Tong Yulan thought his face could easily score over 95 points. At this moment, an inappropriate thought suddenly popped into her mind. A beauty by nature, yet why a thief? But strangely, she felt this phrase suited her current mood. Such a man, with unmatched looks and charm, why did he end up recognizing a thief as his father and become a treacherous traitor? A sharp, piercing shout suddenly rang out. Tong Yulan withdrew her gaze, lowered her eyes to hide her complicated emotions, and gently stood up to bow to the old lady. "Madam, I will go back to my room now." "There's no need." The old lady stopped her from continuing. "It's him who should leave." Her voice was cold and icy, quiet but firm. She never turned her head or even glanced toward the door, as if her beloved grandson was not the one she had raised herself. The man looked at Tong Yulan again, with a cold expression. He didn't ask for anything but knelt down heavily, bowing deeply to the old lady. Without a word, he turned and walked downstairs. Tong Yulan felt annoyed and glared back fiercely. "It's your own fault you're not favored by the old lady. It has nothing to do with me. Next time we meet, if I find out you're doing bad things, don't blame me for being harsh." Even the most beautiful face, when shot, turns into bones and skulls quickly. The sound of the car engine faded away. The old lady's straight shoulders slightly slumped, losing her previous energy. She looked much older. Lon Lon, do you think I've failed in this life? Her voice drifted softly. Before Tong Yuelon could think of how to answer, the old lady seemed not to need her reply and continued speaking. My two sons have long gone astray. They will end up on this path. I am heartbroken and wish I could go back and drown them before they grew up. But deep down, I'm not too surprised. The only thing that keeps me awake at night, that I can't understand no matter what, is my eldest grandson, Chung Wangshua. I raised him carefully from the age of 3. To me, he's a smart, kind, and honest boy. Why did he choose this path? Was my teaching too poor? Sometimes I wonder if I did some wrong in my past life, which caused this retribution in this one. If I could give my life to see him walk the right way, and if he would stop recognizing the enemy as his father, I would be willing to die now. He's from a different land, invading our territory, killing our people. How dare he? How could he help the enemy and betray his own kind? Her voice grew more emotional. Suddenly, she clutched her chest tightly, her face turning pale, and her breathing became very difficult. Far away, Zhao Shulon hurriedly ran inside, quickly opening the tightly held medicine bottle in her hand. She poured out a pill and gently placed it into the old lady's mouth. Then she took a glass of water nearby, carefully helping her swallow the pill, and softly stroked her back to comfort her. Tong Yuelon couldn't help but rush over, squatting beside the old lady, looking at her with worry and anxiety. A feeling of helplessness rose in her heart, as if she were witnessing Grandma Tong take her last breath all over again. The old lady finally regained her strength and looked at the anxious Zhao Shulon. Don't worry, I'm fine now. You can go down first. After Zhao Shulon left, the old lady turned to Tong Yuelon, her eyes hiding a hint of hope. A healthy person like her, why did she suddenly forget her sense of duty to the country and become someone she once despised? Yuelon, do you think there might be some hidden reason? Hidden reason? Does the old lady think her grandson is acting in a spy drama? If possible, Tong Yuelon also didn't want to believe that such a handsome and noble man could be a traitor. But life isn't so dramatic. Judging a person's character by their looks is simply absurd. It is said that Wang Jingwei was once handsome and charming in his youth, but that didn't stop him from betraying the nation and committing countless terrible crimes as the top traitor. However, facing the hopeful gaze of the old lady, Tong Yuelon still swallowed her words back. The old lady saw her expression clearly and smiled bitterly, unwilling to make things difficult for her. Her voice lowered further. It's my fault for not seeing through it. Never mind, let's not talk about him anymore. Tong Yuelon reached out and gently touched the back of the old lady's hand, offering soft comfort. Aunt Lu, there are indeed many people in this world who walk down a wrong path and refuse to turn back. But there are also many who realize their mistakes and change. As long as they haven't blood on their hands or committed heinous crimes, if they wake up and contribute to resisting the Japanese, then after we drive out the enemies, they can still make amends. Yes, making amends. The old lady's eyes suddenly brightened. That's what I've always thought. But she looked at Tong Yuelon, hesitating several times before finally choosing not to say what was in her heart. After a while, the old lady seemed to be asking Tong Yuelon, or muttering to herself, do you think we can really drive out the Japanese? This question for Tong Yuelon, who already knows the course of history, is easy to answer. But how could she dare to reveal her secret? Who would want to be bullied and oppressed, with no homeland or family? Neither you nor I want that, nor do millions of our fellow countrymen. The heroes who risked their lives and blood to fight invaders certainly wouldn't agree. Madam, somewhere beyond our sight, countless people are fighting fiercely right now. There are many who fear death, but even more brave warriors who are not afraid of dying. For a country like ours, with people who have always had backbone and courage, how could we let the Japanese continue to be arrogant? That day will come soon, and we won't wait too long for it. It's clear that the hatred for the Japanese is deeply rooted in every Chinese person. Although Tong Yuelon couldn't directly predict the exact victory 5 years later, she confidently expressed her hope. After speaking, tears flickered in her eyes. She really wanted to bring the man who made sarcastic videos at the Nanjing Massacre Memorial, the Taiwanese actress who donated 10,000 yuan after the Wenchuan earthquake, but then gave 1 million to Japan, and other ungrateful traitors here. Especially that traitor Yuan, who made many statements praising Japan and claiming Japan was the victim of World War II, denied the Nanjing Massacre, insisted the Diaoyu Islands belonged to Japan, and even tried to exonerate Wang Jingwei. If they were all captured and tortured by the Japanese, would they still dare to speak such shameless words that completely betray their conscience? The old lady stared at Tong Yuelan without blinking, her eyes shining brighter, then suddenly filled with regret. She saw that this girl was better than she had imagined. Unfortunately, she wasn't the person she urgently needed right now. Maybe she should wait a little longer. Perhaps she could leak some news to attract the right person. In a house in Jiabei, Lao Dai closed the door carefully, took out the intelligence he just received, read it quickly, then lit a match and burned it in the ashtray. He poured the remaining tea from his cup into the ashtray, stirred it with his finger to make sure there were no leaks, and then stopped. After thinking for a moment, he carried a vegetable basket and went out. Old Dai, going out to buy vegetables now? Are you expecting guests at home? Next door, Auntie was sitting by the door sorting vegetables. When she saw him come out, she greeted him with a smile. Old Dai also smiled and replied, "Sister Qian, there's no guest at my place. I just haven't eaten meat in a long time and am craving some. I plan to buy a small piece to satisfy my hunger." Whenever he mentioned meat, Sister Qian fell silent. Her family hadn't eaten meat in a long time either. It was better for someone like Old Dai, a bachelor who always had enough to eat, to have some money left over to buy meat. Old Dai didn't take long to go out. Soon, he returned with his basket, which now contained a small piece of pork belly and some vegetables. About an hour later, Sister Qian smelled the delicious aroma drifting from the neighbor's house. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She wanted to close her door, but found it hard to resist. Forget it. The smell makes the meal taste even better. Just as she turned her head, Sister Qian saw someone approaching from afar. The person was short, slim, wearing loose overalls and a baseball cap. As the person got closer, Sister Qian saw a pretty face under the cap. She couldn't help but wrinkle her nose. This boy, who looked like a girl, probably had a dog-like nose. Old Dai had lived here for so long and had only bought meat 2 or 3 times, yet this boy always seemed to smell it and come running. He even claimed to be a distant relative. She hadn't seen him visit before. Seeing the boy smile and nod at her, Sister Qian turned away with a scowl, lightly spitting as if the meat they were about to eat was taken from her. Lin Xiao didn't mind Sister Qian's sour face. He smiled and knocked on Old Dai's door, saying, "Uncle, I came to see you." As soon as he entered, Hanyan put away her smile and looked serious. "Comrade Old Dai, if there's an urgent task, please give instructions," she said, standing straight and lowering her voice. "Don't worry, sit down and eat first." Old Dai pointed to the prepared dishes on the table. "We can talk while eating." Hearing this, Hanyan relaxed a little and obediently sat down. Old Dai picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Hanyan's bowl, then picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. "The higher-ups have ordered us to quickly find out details about a woman named Tong Yuelan. Your task is to find a way to get close to her and understand her purpose for entering Cheng's household. If you notice anything unusual, you must report it immediately. However, do not alert her or act rashly." Old Dai handed Hanyan a small note with the detailed address. Hanyan put down her chopsticks, quickly memorized the address, and then carefully destroyed the note to keep it secret. This mission is not very difficult. The target's public identity is clear. She graduated from a girls' school and returned home shortly after. A few days ago, she arrived in Shanghai and, by chance, started working at Cheng's household. But Cheng's household is complicated. You must be very careful. Under no circumstances can anyone else know we are investigating her. The information we gather must be kept secret, and you must not act without thinking. Hanyan stood up suddenly, serious and focused. She whispered, "I promise to complete the task." Old Dai smiled and said, "Sit down and eat. I made extra rice, so we won't let our heroine go hungry. He added 2 pieces of meat and some vegetables to Han Yun's bowl. Han Yun smiled shyly, but didn't hesitate. She picked up her chopsticks, took some food, and chewed happily before swallowing. She gave a thumbs up and said, "Comrade Dai, your cooking skills are amazing. After the war, if you open a restaurant, I will definitely come every day to support you." Old Dai chuckled and said, "Whether I open a restaurant or not, after the war, I will prepare a table full of good dishes for everyone to enjoy. My cooking skills have been passed down from my ancestors, and I won't let you down." Han Yun eagerly nodded and said, "I'll be the first to come." Old Dai then asked, "By the way, I remember your biggest wish is to go to the front lines and fight the enemies, right?" Han Yun looked up happily. "You mean?" Old Dai nodded seriously. "The organization has decided to transfer you out of Shanghai after this mission. The exact destination is secret for now. Maybe you'll get a chance to go to the battlefield," he continued. "Also, from today onward, this contact point will be abandoned. When you have progress, use contact method 2 to send information. Future instructions will come through the dead letter box." Han Yun's lips moved slightly, but she didn't say anything. She understood the rules of the organization. She must not ask questions she shouldn't. "This mission is different from your previous ones. You are now more visible. After the operation, you must leave Shanghai immediately. The organization has given you a new name and identity. The related documents are in mailbox number 7. From now on, you don't need to disguise yourself as a man when going out, and you won't need to come here again. I will leave soon, and perhaps our next meeting will be after the victory of the war." Before Han Yun left, she couldn't hold back and solemnly saluted Lao Dai. "Comrade Lao Dai, take care." She knew well that unless something major happened, the organization wouldn't close this contact point, and she wouldn't be transferred from Shanghai after completing this mission. Although, her greatest wish was always to fight on the front lines herself. Not long after Han Yun left, Lao Dai also carried a suitcase and walked out of the room, quickly disappearing around the corner. The underground of the military's unified safe house. "Do you think Tong Yulan might be someone from Yenin?" Li Mingli leaned against the chair, smoke drifting from her mouth, making it hard for Zhou Jun to see her expression clearly. "I don't think so. From my experience dealing with people from there, she doesn't seem to have any Red Party signs. Also, the pistol she has is strange. It looks like a normal pistol, but it has a very good silencing effect, better than the suppressors used by the U.S. Strategic Intelligence Agency. When she found out I was following her, she probably wanted to kill me. But when number 70 SAXS people appeared and tried to arrest me, she let me go immediately, without hesitation, and even shot at them. Her shooting skills are not something an ordinary person could have. In an instant, that small team was all shot in the head and died instantly. When she left, she didn't seem worried that I might attack her later. Could it be because I was someone number 76 wanted to catch? Or, as she said, because I might have contributed to the resistance against Japan? Zhou Jun frowned, recalling the details. He couldn't connect Tong Yulan with the Red Party. If all Red Party members were as naive and trusting as her, how could they survive and develop in such an environment? Simplicity and naivety don't seem entirely accurate. Her expression at the time looked like absolute confidence. That feeling was. Even if she was shooting behind her, it wouldn't hurt her at all. Who exactly is this person, and where did she come from? Li Mingli didn't speak. She was also thinking about this question. She repeatedly asked about all the details of Zhou Jun's evening, slowly forming a clear picture in her mind. But that image was hard for her to accept at first, because she realized that if she were there in person, she definitely couldn't do what Tong Yulan did. No, not just her. Even the most skilled agents in the military intelligence couldn't do it. Fortunately, she got the answer she wanted from Zhou Jun. At least she knew that girl probably wasn't connected to the Japanese, nor was she from Yenin. If that's the case, and she could bring the other person over. Li Mingli took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and gently exhaled smoke. Her left hand unconsciously tapped the armrest of the chair. Whether that girl was a passionate family member returning from abroad or a hidden expert among the people, she had to find a way to bring her over. If she couldn't succeed and posed a threat, then she could only destroy her. Li Mingli suddenly stood up and threw a prepared bag to Zhou Jun. Things are more tightly controlled outside these days. You stay here for a few days. When the situation calms down, leave quickly. The bag contains what I prepared for you. Remember, before returning to Chongqing, don't contact anyone. I will handle the traitor matter. Also, don't mention the Tong family girl for now. I will investigate personally and decide how to report to the station chief. Zhou Jun stood at attention and saluted. Yes, Captain. Unaware that Tong Yuelan was already being watched by 2 different groups and was worried about where to get some pistols and bullets. The system-provided pistol was quite good, but the bullets were too few, just over 20 rounds. That wouldn't last long. After experiencing that last incident a couple more times, and her stock would be completely gone. She didn't know when the system would reward her again, or what the reward might be. So she decided to practice her shooting skills herself. She couldn't rely on that unreliable system for everything. Suddenly, a mechanical voice from the system echoed in her mind. Hey, that idea is pretty good. Looks like Little Gray isn't completely useless after all. Why didn't she think of this great method of getting things from enemies for free before? Tong Yuelan slapped her head hard. She seemed to have heard the melody of this song before. Xiao Huihui looked quite proud and haughty as she said. Tong Yuelan rarely argued back. After proudly humming the entire song, Xiao Huihui couldn't help but whisper some comments. Tong Yuelan's attention was drawn to the lyrics. She faintly heard Xiao Huihui talking about how education should start with children and how the next generation's kids shouldn't forget what the people have gone through or the efforts of their ancestors. At this moment, Tong Yuelan was sure she had heard this song before, but at that time, she only listened to it without truly feeling it. She didn't really understand the emotions or the situation described in the lyrics. Now, an indescribable feeling was rising in her heart, making her feel like her blood was boiling. Her ancestors had already shown her the way. Why look for black markets or other channels? If she needed something, she should just take it from the enemies and traitors. Tong Yuelan checked her supplies. She had 24 bullets left, only 3 uses remaining for her earrings protection, and her spray bottle probably wasn't much use anymore. So, she had to get as many guns and bullets as possible while using as few bullets as she could. Before she ran out of her 24 bullets, she needed to truly learn how to shoot well. As for the earrings, they were real lifesavers. She shouldn't use them unless absolutely necessary. There was no time to lose. Tong Yuelan stood up and headed outside. She needed to find out the situation first before deciding where to start. She couldn't just go out and fight the enemies or traitors right away. When she reached the gate, she saw Broker Huang bringing a young woman inside. Broker Huang greeted her with a smile, and the young woman followed behind him politely, head slightly bowed, not lifting her head during the greeting. Tong Yuelan paused slightly. It seemed she would have to find a new place to stay in a few days. She didn't care much about things she couldn't control. Staying here was good enough, but if she had to move, it was no big deal. She left quickly without noticing that behind her, a subtle gaze was fixed on her. This was Pudong in 1940. The streets were lined with medicinal banners, and patrol cars of the invaders moved back and forth. The broadcasts from the cars made people feel uneasy. At many intersections, people were handing out free newspapers. Tong Yuelan slightly changed her direction to avoid those holding newspapers who tried to reach out to her. She was afraid that reading those papers would dirty her eyes. More than that, she worried she might lose control and lash out violently or even harm someone in anger. That would be a serious problem, but her inner frustration still couldn't be eased. Imagine this. You are peacefully at home when a group of thieves suddenly break in, kill your loved ones, empty your house, and make you serve them like a servant. If you show any discontent, they beat you or even kill you outright. They make you kneel and admit that these evil people are here to help you achieve shared prosperity. Tong Yuelan was never a rebellious person. She was just an ordinary person who had never suffered much and disliked trouble. In her past life, she would avoid fights and arguments, afraid of trouble and getting blood on herself. But now, she felt her whole body screaming, urging her to act. Is killing these evil spirits a sin? No, It's definitely a great act of virtue. If that's the case, then I'll do it. Outside Hongkou District, Tong Yuelon watched from afar as the checkpoints were tightly guarded and the Japanese soldiers swaggered in and out. After some thought, she turned and left. It was certainly satisfying to go into the Japanese expatriate area and cause chaos. It wouldn't implicate the local Chinese residents, either. But with her current skills, even if she had the chance, she couldn't sneak in unnoticed. Should she try to get a special permit? Forget it. She wanted to fight the invaders, but first, she had to protect herself. Without her life, nothing else mattered. As night fell, the streets were mostly empty except for a few hurried people heading home. The patrol cars looked especially conspicuous. Tong Yuelon carefully avoided the patrol cars and kept her eyes on two people ahead. She had observed and chosen them carefully, and now she was certain they were her targets. Mr. Liu, you are very good. I hope the flower girl will be just as nice as you said. Sato hiccuped and reached out to pat the person's shoulder beside him. Don't worry, Your Excellency. Everything is arranged already. I won't let you down. The person called Mr. Liu smiled flatteringly and bent down slightly, making it easy for Sato to pat his shoulder without standing on tiptoe. Sato looked a bit annoyed at his hand resting on the other's shoulder, but then he relaxed and continued walking forward, putting his arm around him. Although this person was low in status, the girls he sent were always very beautiful. It was worth lowering himself to deal with them. With one person slightly on tiptoe and the other bending his knees, they turned the corner in a strange way, shoulder to shoulder. Mr. Liu, you're useless. You got drunk from such a small amount of wine. Get up quickly and go meet the flower girl. Sato pulled at Liu, who had suddenly fallen to the ground, complaining unhappily. Don't worry, you'll be just like him soon, a cold voice suddenly said. Sato looked up and saw a very beautiful young girl appear in front of him. His eyes lit up immediately. He was about to say something, but suddenly felt a chill in his throat. He instinctively covered it with his hand, but only a faint sound came out. You're lucky to die so peacefully. Serves you right, you beast. That was the last thing Sato ever heard. He collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open, seemingly unable to understand what had just happened. Tong Yuelon quickly stepped forward. She searched both of them and found 2 pistols, then found a magazine in the trader's pocket. She hesitated slightly, weighing it in her hand, then put it into her space. Before leaving, she took out a pre-written note from her space and threw it onto Sato. The note landed near his neck, stained with some sticky blood, and stuck firmly to his chest. After finishing everything, Tong Yuelon carefully checked for any flaws. Seeing none, she was about to turn and leave when she suddenly heard hurried footsteps. Without hesitation, she slipped into her space. Han Yun, who should now be called Lin Xiao, was almost holding her breath. Since Tong Yuelon left Cheng's residence today, she had been following her all the way. But the girl seemed very cautious, so she hadn't had a chance to get close. It was finally nighttime. She planned to find a chance for a chance encounter, but saw Tong Yuelon following the 2 people into a small alley. This scared her quite a bit. The 2 people were one a spy from 76 and the other Jiro Sato from the Pudong Military Police Unit. Jiro Sato was not a big figure, just a small lieutenant, but he had a brother who was a general. Even though he often carried out secret missions for the military was worried about provoking a fierce retaliation from the Japanese and didn't dare target him for assassination. She had a strong feeling that Tong Yuelon was following them to attack them. Based on her intuition, Lin Xiao had escaped from spies many times before. She believed her instincts were always right. This was a big problem. If a weak woman like her failed to stop them and was caught, how could she handle the harsh interrogation? If she succeeded in stopping them, it would cause a big stir in Shanghai. No, since her superiors told her to get close to her at all costs, this person must be very important. Even if it meant risking her life, she had to protect her and make sure she was safe. Lin Zhao's mind was racing quickly, but she kept moving without stopping. She soon turned a corner and then froze in place. Fortunately, trained professionals like her could snap out of a brief daze quickly. She regained her focus in an instant. She stepped forward to the two bodies lying on the ground, bent down to check that they were no longer alive, and then looked at the note on Sato's chest, a look of surprise in her eyes. Who is the red brow hero? And where did that young girl go? Lin Xiao quickly looked around, making sure no one else was nearby, then left as fast as she could, disappearing into the darkness. In the space, Tong Yulan saw a young woman with a brave and spirited look rushing over. Seeing the scene, she was not at all frightened. Instead, she bent down to check the two bodies on the ground, then decisively got up and left. She didn't know who the girl was, but Tong Yulan felt a strange sense of admiration for her. When she appeared, Tong Yulan was ready to stay in the space for a whole night or even longer. After all, if her scream attracted the enemy or spies, she wouldn't be able to escape easily in a short time. Time was tight. Tong Yulan didn't think much and, after making sure no one else was around, quickly slipped out of the space. She moved as fast as she could to get away from the dangerous place and returned to the Chung residence. This time, Tong Yulan was fully prepared. She looked completely innocent and without any flaws. Miss Tong, why are you back so late? These days, the world isn't very safe. You should be careful. Old Wang, who usually didn't talk much, couldn't help but nag when he opened the door. Thank you, Uncle Wang. I was delayed for a moment, but I have real skills. Ordinary bad people can't hurt me. Tong Yulan politely thanked him and also shared her secret that she knew martial arts. This way, she wouldn't be suspected if she had to use her skills suddenly in the future. Old Wang's eyes flashed with a sharp look, but he quickly hid it. He covered his mouth and coughed a few times, then smiled. Miss Tong, you know martial arts? I must be blind. It's just for self-defense, not for killing or arson. I don't usually need to use it, so it's normal if you don't notice, she replied. That's true. In troubled times, it's good for a young lady to have some self-defense skills. Old Wang's expression softened. He waved his hand with a smile. Hurry upstairs. The old madam is waiting for you. Ah?
Oh.
Uncle Wang, I'll go now. Tong Yulan frowned. How could she forget that she was about to be kicked out of the Chung residence? It seemed she still hadn't passed the old madam's test. Oh well, if she was not welcome here, she could find another place. She could just look for a new home tomorrow. Surely, the old madam wouldn't be so heartless as to throw her out so late. As soon as Tong Yulan entered the room, the old madam's gaze quickly swept over her from head to toe. It finally settled on the shirt she had just changed into before returning. That shirt looked exactly the same as the one she wore when she left, but there were subtle differences. Good, she was teachable. The old madam nodded slightly, almost imperceptibly. Old madam, you wanted to see me? Tong Yulan asked, her voice tinged with a hint of regret. She had thought that the old madam was trapped inside the Chung house for various reasons, perhaps monitored by her son's people, and had no freedom. She believed the old madam was looking for someone suitable to help her pass messages, or do some tasks by hiring a servant. After only a few days inside, she understood that with the old lady's status, there was no need to seek outsiders for these matters. Although she wasn't sure what the old lady really wanted to do now, she was certain she was not the person the old lady was looking for. Lon Lon, you're finally back. I asked you to go help me with something, and you haven't returned even this late. I thought you didn't want to stay with me, the old lady, and ran off on your own, the old lady said with a kind smile, but her eyes showed a hint of cleverness. Aunt Lu. Old lady, what are you saying? I am lucky to serve such a good master like you. I would never want to leave. I finished my task quickly and hurried back, not daring to delay. Before she finished calling her Aunt Lu, Tong Yulan noticed a woman standing nearby and changed her way of addressing her. So, was the old lady covering for herself? Who exactly was that woman? Tong Yulan walked over to the old lady, chatting casually while secretly observing the young woman. The woman was about 27 or 28 years old, standing quietly with her head lowered, looking very obedient. She wore simple clothes, with no makeup visible on her face. Her skin was slightly dark, and she had no jewelry on her ears or wrists. She looked like an ordinary woman from a regular family. Tong Yulan became more alert. Others might not notice, but she could see at a glance that the woman had disguised herself. It was just a natural makeup look, but while others used it to appear more refined and natural, her bare face was meant to make her skin look darker and rougher, making her seem more plain and simple. After noticing this flaw, Tong Yulan's gaze sharpened. She followed the rules of a game of finding faults, carefully searching for inconsistencies. And, indeed, she found quite a few unusual details. The woman seemed to stand quietly with her head lowered, but her back was straight. Looking closely, her face only showed a fake expression of respect, with no trace of humility. Her stance looked casual but was actually carefully chosen, fitting the description of a killer or a similar character from a story. First, her back was pressed close to the wall, ensuring her back was not exposed to potential dangers from doors or windows. Next, Tong Yulan casually turned her head to look around, making sure she was in the best spot to observe multiple entrances, doors, windows, hallways, at once, avoiding blind spots that could hide someone. As for the third point, Tong Yulan looked at her right hand's thumb and index finger, wanting to see if there were any obvious marks from holding a gun for a long time. Suddenly, she felt a sharp, cold gaze on her, making her heart race. She looked up and saw that the woman still had her head slightly lowered, as if that gaze was just her imagination. Tong Yulan sneered inwardly. No matter how good her disguise looked, in front of someone who had read countless online stories, all her pretenses were too obvious. There's no such thing as a coincidence. Too many coincidences are definitely not accidental. So, this person's identity must be special. However, she didn't think this woman was a spy sent by Japan. First, the old lady's two sons were traders, and they were doing very well. The Japanese wouldn't bother to send someone to watch over the mother of two big traders, as it wouldn't be worth the effort. More importantly, Tong Yulan believed that if the old lady had truly allowed Japanese spies into her home easily, she would have been caught long ago. There was no way she could have come here to work. The only explanation was that this woman was a secret agent from the military intelligence agency. Tong Yulan comfortably turned over in bed. Since the old lady didn't kick her out and even helped cover for her, she decided to stay here and occasionally go out to fight the Japanese soldiers and traders. When things got too dangerous, she would find a way out. After a good sleep, she got up at 5 in the morning and went into her space to practice shooting. She understood the theory of the 3 points in a line and knew how to aim, but after 2 hours of practice, firing 2 pistols and the bullets from the magazine, her target showed no signs of being hit. She shook her sore arms and massaged her right fingers, feeling disappointed. She had precious ammunition, earned by killing Japanese soldiers and traders, but she had only been practicing in vain. Could it be that she simply doesn't have that talent and can only use the special pistol provided by the system? No, that won't do. If that's true, once the ammunition runs out, she will be helpless when faced with danger. She would be waiting for death. It seems she needs to find a way to get more bullets. Since learning close combat skills and practicing strength, Tong Yulan's skills have improved a lot. Otherwise, she couldn't have easily and quickly taken down 2 people last night. She doesn't believe that small firearms can challenge her. They say the early bird catches the worm. If her talent isn't enough, she will use bullets. At worst, she will steal more guns and ammo. With enough ammunition, she can become a great marksman. Yes, that's the plan. Tong Yulan never makes things difficult for herself. Once she thinks of a solution, she feels happy again. Strangely, she hears a hint of crying in the mechanical voice from Xiao Hui, who has always been very serious. Tong Yulan stands straight and bows slightly, speaking very sincerely. Those words are truly how she feels. Waking up suddenly in this place, in this era, makes her worried and scared. That's for sure. More importantly, she must survive in this chaotic world and hide her true self. She needs to blend in and not let anyone see that she is different. Even among people, she feels like she is on a lonely island. Whenever she argues or teases Xiao Hui, she feels the most relaxed. She can say whatever she wants without worrying about revealing secrets or that the other person won't understand her. Only someone who has experienced it can truly understand that feeling. Xiao Huihui's proud and happy voice sounds, making Tong Yulan feel happy too. After a short but long wait, Xiao Huihui's voice echoes again in her mind, but this time it sounds very anxious. Tong Yulan's heart suddenly tightens. She stumbles and falls onto the bed. The thought that thousands of people might die because of her makes her whole body tremble. After a while, Xiao Huihui speaks to comfort her. Tong Yulan doesn't reply. She grips her arms tightly, with such strength that it feels like she might break her own bones. The idea that thousands of people are in danger because of her is almost unbearable. Just don't say her name. Even if all the anti-Japanese fighters in Shanghai were gathered together, they couldn't stop the Japanese army's blockade. It might even cause more casualties. So, what should she do? The Chung family's meals are always on time. Usually, the old lady eats alone upstairs, while Tong Yulan often eats with Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhao in the small dining room. Only on her first day here did she have lunch with the old lady. Breakfast at the Chung house isn't very rich, but it tastes good. For Tong Yulan, who exercises early every morning, breakfast is one of the nicest parts of the day. But right now, Tong Yulan doesn't feel hungry at all. She picks up a soup dumpling, bites a small piece, drinks the soup, then puts it in her mouth. This looks smooth and elegant, but she can't taste the deliciousness of the dumpling. It just tastes like chewing wax. Li Mingli, who is eating quietly nearby, frowns slightly. Tong Yulan's behavior today is very strange, as if she has suffered a big. What has happened? Before coming to the Chung house, Li Mingli had already sent someone to investigate. Tong Yulan's father was from a fallen noble family. After Nanjing fell, both he and his wife disappeared. It's likely they are in danger. Tong Yulan used to study at Jinling Girls' School. After her parents disappeared, she lived with an elder. 6 months later, her grandmother took her back to her hometown. A few days ago, her grandmother passed away, and she came to Shanghai alone. Tong Yulan's background is very simple and clean. She hasn't learned any special skills. No matter how carefully Li Mingli observes, she can't connect her to the brave, accurate shooting heroine that Zhou Jun talks about. Li Mingli is lost in thought. She's so absorbed that she doesn't notice the hot soup spilling out of the dumpling. Instinctively, she turns sideways and grabs the plate in front of her to block it. But then she reacts quickly, and her movements slow down. Several drops of hot soup splash onto her neck, scalding her and making her grimace. She quickly scans the 3 people beside her. Tong Yulan is still calmly eating breakfast, her eyes blank. Old Wang, the gardener and gatekeeper, and Zhao Xiulan, the cook, are also eating quietly, not paying her any attention.
Li Mingli fails on Nuya.
If she weren't worried about revealing her identity and ruining her plans, her skills would have kept her from being burned by such hot soup. Who knows? That hiding move was not just hurting herself, but also just a flirtatious gesture meant for a blind person to see. Tong Yulan didn't realize that Li Mingli nearby had such complex thoughts. She didn't even notice that she had burned herself. Her mind was full of the tragic scene of thousands of people being starved to death. In her past life, when the movie 1942 was released, she was still young and couldn't understand many deep parts. But the feelings of despair, pain, and suffering running through the film made her cry while watching it. Afterward, she became very careful about not wasting food or being picky about what she ate. Being starved to death is definitely one of the most terrible ways to die, more painful than being cut into 5 pieces or being slaughtered in 1,000 cuts. Because those methods only hurt for a moment or, at most, a day. Hunger, however, constantly reminds you of itself until your last breath before death. During this time, people are willing to give up everything, even their lives, just to get a bite of food. Tong Yulan suddenly stopped chewing and stared intensely at the dishes on the table. Food that was inside. She had been thinking wrongly before. It's such a simple truth, and she only just realized it now. Yes, she can't make the Japanese soldiers lift the blockade and rescue those trapped. But she has space she can sneak in with food. As long as she has enough food and water, the length of the blockade won't threaten the lives of those trapped. So, she now has two main problems. First, gather enough food. Second, find a way to sneak into the blockade zone. Both are difficult, but compared to her previous helpless situation, having a clear goal is already the best progress she has made. Old Wang silently looked at Tong Yuelon, whose eyes now shone with hope. He put down his chopsticks, stood up, and left the small dining room quietly as usual, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, with a hint of happiness in his eyes. However, when he reached behind Li Mingli, he quickly glanced at her back with his peripheral vision. The smile in his eyes disappeared instantly. He was a family-born son who had traveled around with the family's main manager since he was young. He had seen all kinds of people. This woman clearly was not someone kind. Why does the old lady want to keep her? He dares not, or has no right to question it. But he will keep a close watch on her, so she shouldn't think of causing trouble under his nose. He's just old, not useless. Zhao Xiulan seems unaware of the tense atmosphere in the house. After Tong Yuelon and Li Mingli finish eating, she quickly starts tidying up. She's not like old Wang, who loves to worry about everything. The old lady is so powerful that she has her own reasons for everything she does. Even if she kept 10 or 8 more young women who don't need to work, it wouldn't be a problem. She can afford it. Since Miss Tong arrived, the old lady's mood has improved a lot, and her smile has become more frequent. As for the woman named Li, she doesn't like her very much and often wants to stay away. But since the old lady wants her to stay, she has her reasons. She just needs to do her own part well. After breakfast, Tong Yuelon greeted everyone and left the Chung residence. She felt a bit guilty inside. With her current state, she didn't seem like someone working in a big household. She was more like a poor relative who was just here to enjoy good food and drink, free to go out whenever she wanted. At first, she thought the old lady needed something from her, so she stayed peacefully. Now that she knows she's not what the old lady wants, staying longer feels a bit shameless. But what she needs to do now is very important. Having a safe place to hide is very necessary. Once she finishes her task, she plans to leave the Chung residence. She just doesn't know if there's anything she can do to help the old lady before she goes. For safety, Tong Yuelon didn't take a rickshaw directly to her destination. Instead, she got off a little earlier and walked alone. When she was still some distance from the alley last night, she saw the barricades set up by the soldiers. The area at least 30 meters away from the barricades was almost empty, with no onlookers nearby. Tong Yuelon looked around carefully. She needed to find a way to get closer and understand what was happening. Otherwise, even if she got enough food, she wouldn't be able to enter herself, which would be pointless. Suddenly, someone grabbed her arm forcefully. She tried to fight back, but the grip was so tight that her whole arm and half her body became weak and numb. She was quickly dragged into a nearby alley. After quickly leaving the scene where Sato and his companion were killed, Lin Xiao chose 2 possible directions and chased for a short distance, but found nothing. She had to return quickly to her temporary shelter. Following Old Dai's instructions, she carefully wrote down everything she saw when tracking Tong Yuelon. After thinking for a moment, she also copied the poem that was pasted on Sato's body exactly as it was. While copying the poem, Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown. It wasn't because she thought the poem was poorly written. She herself hadn't read many books and didn't recognize many characters. She couldn't judge the quality of the poem. However, she thought it sounded smooth and rhymed well. But even she could see that in this short poem of 20 characters, nearly half of the characters were wrong. The characters looked incomplete, missing parts, but strangely, she could still guess and understand them. It seemed that this so-called red-browed hero was definitely a righteous man who moved among the common people. She wondered whether he had just happened to come across the scene and helped out, or if he was already familiar with the girl Tong Yuelon, perhaps even planning to work together to fight evil. The next morning, Lin Xiao left a letter at the designated spot with a mark, then returned to the scene of the incident to learn about what happened afterward. She also hoped to see Tong Yuelon again. To her surprise, just one night had passed, and the entire neighborhood was sealed off by the enemy soldiers. No one could enter or leave. Judging by their attitude, The soldiers either refused to give up until they caught someone or wanted to warn and scare everyone. Lin Xiao wandered nearby, feeling more anxious. The enemy's show of force was too big. Not only were people blocked from coming and going, but supplies were also cut off. A day or 2 or 3 might be manageable, but if it lasted longer, the ordinary people trapped inside would face serious trouble. She had to hurry back and report this information to her superiors to see if there was any way to solve the problem. Just as she was about to turn away, she suddenly caught sight of Tong Yuelon. She was wandering nearby, moving naturally. Not only someone trained like her would notice, but even the soldiers guarding the blockade saw her. One soldier looked at her from afar several times. If she kept hanging around, they might take action soon. Seeing the enemy soldier about to walk toward Tong Yuelon, Lin Xiao didn't hesitate. She quickened her pace and hurried to her side, pretending to be friendly as she linked her arm with her. In truth, she secretly squeezed her hand, pulling and dragging her into a nearby alley. The soldier, about to approach, looked at the 2 girls who had already disappeared into the alley and stopped regretfully. He could no longer justify capturing the girl for spying on a restricted area. Things were easier when Shanghai was first occupied. He could take any young woman he liked without needing an excuse. Now, with orders to keep Shanghai stable and restrictions on harming civilians, he could only watch them slip away. When Tong Yuelon felt the restraint on her arm disappear and her strength return, she immediately acted without thinking. She struck unexpectedly, causing the soldier to gasp in surprise, then quickly pressed her finger on a pressure point on his arm again. Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. I saw that the soldier over there noticed you, so I came to help. Let's go quickly. This place isn't safe. After speaking, Lin Xiao released Tong Yuelon again. When Tong Yuelon was restrained once more, she felt very frustrated. Over the past few days, she had learned that the close combat skills provided by the system were extraordinary. In that moment, her mind automatically thought of the best attack method, knowing exactly how to make her opponent lose fighting ability instantly. She finally understood what it meant to be capable but unable to act, a literal understanding of being heartful but powerless. Her attack was precise, aimed at the right spot, but the enemy dodged too quickly, and her strength wasn't enough to cause the expected damage. She could only be caught again. Fortunately, she was soon released again. Hearing the words nearby, Tong Yuelon breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at the person beside her. Wow, what a brave and elegant young lady. If she were in men's clothes, she might be hard to recognize. Thinking this, Tong Yuelon's gaze unconsciously fell to the other's chest. You know, she really looks like a girl disguised as a boy. If she just tied her up a little more, it would be perfect. Wait, but this girl looks a bit familiar.
Could it be?
What's wrong? Are you scared? This place is not safe to stay for long. Hurry and come with me. Lin Xiao saw Tong Yuelon looking a bit stunned and couldn't help but speak again. He reached out for her arm a 3rd time and pulled her to walk quickly with him. Lin Xiao was very familiar with the nearby terrain. He navigated through a few alleys, quickly finding an exit and reaching a relatively safe place. People who are close often share secrets, and I shouldn't say this, but I really don't want to see a girl like you being caught by the enemy. This area is not far from the quarantine zone and is a key focus for the enemy. If you stay around here without a reason, even if the enemy has many reasons to catch you, and with harsh interrogation, how long can you hold out? Not only will you be in trouble, but others might also get involved. I couldn't help but say a few more words. Please don't mind. Well, goodbye for now. Maybe we will meet again someday. After speaking, Lin Xiao clasped his hands and turned away gracefully. The moment he turned around, Lin Xiao silently thought, call me back, call me back. Today, he finally had a chance to get close to his target. But if he acted too obviously, it would be hard not to arouse suspicion. Once suspicion is planted, it will be very difficult to approach her normally and learn more about her in the future.
Miss.
Please wait. Sure enough, Tong Yuelon kindly called out to him without hesitation, which immediately increased Lin Zhao's good impression of her. He suppressed his smile and slowly turned around, showing just the right amount of doubt in his eyes. Miss, is there something else? Tong Yuelon didn't know how to answer at first. Seeing herself in danger and someone helping her without hesitation, and then she responded with a counterattack without knowing the full situation. Well, even if the counterattack didn't seem effective, it was still a betrayal of trust. Miss, do you practice martial arts? Thinking about her ineffective counterattack, Tong Yuelon asked this question instinctively.
No, no, no. How could that be?
I haven't even expressed my gratitude for your help, so how could I blame you? I just... Tong Yuelon was momentarily at a loss for words. Last night, the girl hurried into the alley, and her calm and composed behavior upon seeing the scene made Tong Yuelon feel a bit more favorably towards her. As for what just happened, she didn't think she couldn't have escaped on her own, but she knew the other person was acting out of kindness to help her. No matter what, she had to be grateful. Back then, it wasn't like now. She couldn't stay at home all the time, nor did she have the luxury or place to do so. She still had many things to do. As the saying goes, the more friends, the more paths, and if this person could become a friend, it would also be a way to gather information. Seeing Tong Yuelan's current expression, Lin Xiao smiled brightly. Helping others in need is what we martial artists should do. There's no need for you to thank me so much. Anyway, let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Xiao, originally from Yuzhou, and I am 21 years old. Lin Xiao was speaking about the identity information arranged for her by the organization. Besides her name and current identity, she was indeed from Yuzhou, and her age was truly 21. Tong Yuelon felt a bit happy. She had studied at university in Chongqing before and loved the local food and the cheerful Chongqing girls. Now, she could be considered to have met an old friend in a strange land. My name is Tong Yuelon, I am 19 years old, and I just arrived in Shanghai recently. Nice to meet you, she said, extending her right hand toward Lin Xiao. All this information was on her travel permit. Anyone who checked could find out easily. There was no need to lie about it. Doing so might backfire. Lin Xiao was slightly surprised. She wasn't used to formal social gestures like handshakes. She initially wanted to extend her hand but finally clasped her fists and said, I'm also very happy to meet Miss Tong. Did you come out early for something? If there's anything I can help with, I won't refuse. Sure enough, her behavior matched that of the cheerful Chongqing girls she remembered. Her intuition told Tong Yuelon that the task she needed to do might indeed be something Lin Xiao could help with. Having made her decision, Tong Yuelon looked around and said, It doesn't seem appropriate to talk here. Sister Lin, do you know a quiet place suitable for a chat? Chat? You mean a conversation, right? I live nearby. If Miss Tong doesn't mind, she can come to my place. But do you really trust me so much? Are you not worried I might do something bad to you? Lin Xiao said with a smile. Sister Lin always seems kind, so how could she do anything harmful to me? Miss Tong Yuelon smiled even sweeter. At first, I was caught off guard and easily controlled. Now I am prepared. If I really was too naive, even though my fighting skills are not perfect yet, I have my gun, which is quite powerful. At worst, I have space to escape, so leaving is still easy. In Gaoren de Tong Yuelon quickly agreed with Lin Xiao, and soon they arrived at the small courtyard where Lin Xiao lived. It's a very small yard with only 2 rooms. It looks like a separate little courtyard isolated from the next house. Although small, it's private, so I don't have to deal with others. It's easy to come and go. Even sneaking out late at night is simple. This is definitely Miss Tong Yuelon's dream house. Living in the Chung residence is safe and comfortable. I don't have to worry about meals, but I have to be very careful with everything I do. Although I can come and go freely, it's not really my place, so it's not as convenient. Tong Yuelon, who plans to leave the Chung residence soon, looked at the small courtyard with envy and felt a little shy as she asked, Sister Lin, which agent found you this house? Can you recommend me? This place is really nice. I wonder if there are other courtyards like this. Lin Xiao invited Tong Yuelon to sit inside, poured her a glass of water, and handed it over. Is your current place not suitable? This courtyard is small, but the rent is not cheap. I'm only staying here temporarily, and will leave Shanghai soon. Tong Yuelon took the glass, but didn't drink. She gently set it on the table and said softly, I'm working for a family right now. I probably won't be able to stay long. I want to move out and find another place and job. It's not easy to find a good job now. Why did you suddenly decide to quit? Lin Xiao asked casually. Tong Yuan looked at her. Was she testing me? She pretended to be a little upset and said, this job is pretty good, but maybe I didn't do well enough. They just hired a new person. Instead of waiting to be pushed out later, I'd rather leave voluntarily. Lin Xiao lowered her head and thought deeply. This matter was somewhat unexpected for her. She needed to quickly report the information she had gathered today to the organization and wait for new instructions before deciding on the next step. Is it difficult for you? It's okay, I just mentioned it. If it's inconvenient, forget it. I'll think of other ways. Tong Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. Nowadays, people tend to be more reserved. She was the only one who, upon first meeting someone, asked for help. It seemed a bit too forward. No, my courtyard wasn't found through an agent. It was introduced by relatives and friends. Could you leave me your address? Once I find a suitable courtyard, I'll come to see you. Would that be convenient? Thank you so much, Sister Lin, Tong Yuan said happily. I live at Qing Mansion on Road. If you find a suitable courtyard, just tell the gatekeeper, Grandpa Wang, when you come to Qing Mansion that you're here to see me. Okay? I will reply to you as soon as possible. By the way, do you need help with anything else?
Don't hesitate to tell me.
I'll do my best to help. The person in front of her was the target the organization wanted her to approach and investigate. Naturally, Lin Xiao was willing to have more contact with her. As for the organization's purpose, that wasn't her concern. She would only do her best to complete the tasks assigned by the organization. While speaking, Lin Xiao poured herself a glass of water. She had been busy all morning and was feeling quite thirsty. Seeing this, Tong Yuan also picked up her cup and brought it to her lips. But just as the water reached her mouth, Lin Xiao quickly stored it in her space. It's better to be cautious when outside. Knowing people doesn't mean you know their true intentions. The girl seemed fine, but who knows if she was pretending. She learned from the side that now 1 or 2 ounces of gold can be exchanged for about 14,000 legal tender in the black market. With a single gold bar, she could buy nearly 30,000 jin of grain for less than 1/10 of that amount. Money is not lacking for Tong Yuan now, but who knows what future needs might require large sums. She can't just spend freely, it's better to save where she can. However, since this was their first meeting and she didn't know much about the other person, offering to help find a courtyard was just a small gesture. Finding an agent to help search for a place was also a matter of luck. More channels meant more options, and maybe she would find a courtyard she liked. But buying such a large amount of grain was not something an ordinary person could do, and how could she easily tell others about it? Thinking of this, Tong Yuan dismissed her somewhat inappropriate idea and shook her head. There's nothing urgent I need help with. I haven't been here long, so I don't know much. Sister Lin just saved me, and I am grateful. I just want to chat with you a little longer. Tong Yuan was very aware of her own limitations. Although she came from the future, her memory only contained some major events and the general flow of history. She knew very little about this era. Things that ordinary people consider common sense were completely unfamiliar to her. Little Gray couldn't help her either. She could only explore slowly on her own. She lacked an omniscient perspective, the ability to hear others' thoughts, X-ray vision, or a script in hand. She was also penalized by the system for killing 2 little devils and traitors, which was considered a serious mistake. She had to find ways to make up for it. She really felt overwhelmed. Honestly, even if she wanted to buy grain from the black market, she didn't know where to look. This was different from the black markets in historical novels, which were small-scale and controlled by minor gangs. The black market in this era was dominated by major factions, and she couldn't even find a way in. Lin Xiao saw that Tong Yuan seemed to want to leave and felt a bit regretful. It was hard to get a chance to talk to her, but she couldn't learn more. Just as Tong Yuan was about to say goodbye and leave, she heard a voice in her mind from Little Gray. Tong Yuan was overjoyed. Yan'an was the predecessor of the country. Since she arrived here, she has been eager to contact Yan'an. That way, she wouldn't be just a drifting leaf in turbulent times, but she has no way to reach them. Now, it seems she has finally found a way. After organizing her thoughts, Tong Yuelon decided to speak directly. Elder sister Lin, I saw you last night. Lin Xiao was surprised. Before she could speak, Tong Yuelon continued, you saw the note we left, so you probably know that the little devil and the traitor were killed by the red-browed hero. Actually, this was a joint effort. Tong Yuelon's words caused a huge shock in Lin Xiao's heart. She had approached Tong Yuelon as instructed by her organization, not expecting things to go so smoothly. Now, Tong Yuelon casually said these words, making her unable to believe it. This girl didn't seem naive or inexperienced. Why would she trust a stranger she just met? Tong Yuelon didn't care about Lin Xiao's feelings at the moment. She continued, last night, we received news that the Japanese would block off the area we saw earlier for about half a month. They will also stop all supplies, including food. There are over 13,000 people inside the blockade zone. If we can't get food in, more than a third of them might starve to death. So we thought about buying some grain to bring in. Even if only one person gets 2 jin, about 1 kilogram, and we make some porridge, it could help them survive these 2 weeks. We can't let so many people starve. I want to ask if you have any way to help us find channels to buy large amounts of grain. We need at least 30,000 jin, and it would be great if the price could be lower. This again shocked Lin Xiao. The blockade just happened, and she believed that neither their group nor the military intelligence people could have known such detailed information so quickly. How did Tong Yuelon find out? So, she had already noticed her. Her appearance today was probably to reveal herself. She thought she had hidden well, but it turned out she had been discovered long ago. Lin Xiao smiled bitterly. Grain is strictly controlled. To buy a large amount, you can only go through the black market. Not only is it expensive, but it's also risky. I will ask my relatives and friends when I go back to see if I can find a way. But 30,000 jin is a big amount, and it's hard to buy so much at once. Furthermore, since the Japanese army has stationed many troops to block the area, even if we manage to buy food, how can we get it inside? It's very difficult for our people to sneak in and gather information, let alone transport so much food. As long as we have enough food, we can handle everything else. The red-browed hero is very capable. Not only can he deliver food into the blocked area, but he can also transport large supplies out of Shanghai without any problem. I am proud of the story I made up about the red-browed hero. Now, he's very useful. Although I could tell Lin Xiao about my plans to get help, I must never reveal the secret of the system. With the red-browed hero around, many mysterious things can be blamed on him, and no one will find out the truth. How did you learn so much about the details inside the blocked area? Even though I felt it might be rude to ask, I forced myself to speak. Their ability to gather intelligence is so strong that I envy them very much. If our organization could get some help from them, even just working together would be good. As long as we can get accurate information quickly, I am willing to pay any price. Over the years, I have lost many comrades trying to gather enemy intelligence. I don't know the details myself. The hero doesn't want me to ask too much. He said that often he can't show himself openly, so I handle the official matters. Since I happened to meet you, I thought I'd be brave and ask for your help. The more she spoke, the more natural she sounded, as if the red-browed hero really existed. For a moment, I didn't know how to respond. Whether it was fighting alongside the guerrillas against the Japanese and traitors, or hiding in Shanghai with old Dai for a year, I had never met anyone as strange as the girl across from me. In such a short time, how did I go from being a stranger trying to get close to her to someone she trusts completely, as if I could tell her anything? Could it be that I have a face that makes people trust me at first glance? I didn't think so before. Big Sister Lin, time is very tight. If we don't get enough food within 7 days, the people inside the blocked area will start to die of hunger one after another. I know you all prioritize the safety of the people, so I humbly ask Sister Lin to agree to help with this favor. In the future, if there is anything I can do to help, I will not refuse. For my own safety, Tong Yuelon no longer cares about appearances. After using moral pressure and promising to make amends later, she looked at Lin Xiao eagerly, waiting for her answer. It seems she knows her true identity. Having been shocked many times in a short period, Lin Xiao was already numb. When she heard this, her first instinct was to lash out and stop Tong Yuelon, but seeing her hopeful eyes, she quickly lost her anger. Forget it. I guess I am only good at fighting. I should leave the thinking to others. For now, only I am exposed, so as long as I am careful, I won't drag others into trouble. This task is very difficult. I need to go out and find a way before I can give you an answer. Why don't you go back to the Chung residence? As soon as I have news, I will come find you there. Okay, thank you, Sister Lin. I'll go back now. I'll wait for your good news. Tong Yuelon stood up, imitating Lin Zhao's manner, clasped her fists, and then turned to leave. Before leaving, she couldn't help but glance again at the small courtyard, her eyes full of affection. Watching Tong Yuelon leave, Lin Xiao observed outside the courtyard for a long time. After confirming it was safe, she returned to her room. After several deliberations, the discarded, burnt letter paper had accumulated into a thick stack. Lin Xiao finally finished writing the secret message. In the letter, she carefully described the information she gained after meeting Tong Yuelon, using the most objective words. Even after editing and condensing, the amount of information was too large. The final letter was nearly 2 pages long. Once the ink dried, Lin Xiao carefully rolled the letter into a small bamboo tube, hid it close to her body, and then left the room. She took a long detour around the area and finally cautiously entered the emergency contact point. This contact point was a pharmacy. Before parting, Old Dai told her that if there was something very important and urgent and other communication methods were too slow, she could come here. After exchanging the secret code, Lin Xiao was led into the backyard of the pharmacy. Comrade Lin Xiao, hello. I am Old Lin. Coming so urgently, is there some new important intelligence? Faced with Lao Lin extending his right hand, Lin Xiao awkwardly smiled and then clasped her fists, saying, Comrade Lao Lin, hello. I didn't expect things to progress so quickly. I believe this information is very important, so I came directly. I hope I haven't broken any organizational rules. She asked this last question very carefully because the person in front of her was Lao Lin, the top leader of the organization in Shanghai. If she had known earlier that the person in charge of the emergency contact point was Lao Lin, she would have thought more carefully before coming directly. Lao Lin smiled, withdrew his hand, and invited Lin Xiao to sit down. He poured her a glass of water and handed it to her. What you're doing now is very important. This place is where I asked Comrade Lao Dai to tell you about. It's for you to contact us quickly in emergencies. As long as the information you think is urgent and important, you can send it directly. Lin Xiao let out a small breath of relief and took out a small bamboo tube, handing it to Lao Lin with both hands. Lao Lin carefully took out the letter, unfolded it, and looked at it seriously. Lin Xiao felt a bit uncertain. Who exactly was Tong Yuelon, and why was Lao Lin so concerned about her? She had previously thought she was simple and trusting. Fortunately, after completing this task, she could go straight to the battlefield to fight. These intelligence tasks that require thinking were really not suitable for her. After reading the letter carefully once, Lao Lin quickly looked through it again. Then he took out a match, lit the paper, and after confirming that even the ashes couldn't reveal any information, he looked up. Comrade Lin Xiao, I want you to tell me everything about your meeting with Tong Yuelon today in detail. The more, the better. Yes. After I placed the information in the dead letterbox this morning, I went to the scene. Lao Lin listened very carefully, occasionally writing something on the paper. When Lin Xiao finished speaking, he paused to think and then asked, Do you think Tong Yuelon was serious or just joking when she asked you to help find her a private yard? Lin Xiao didn't expect Lao Lin's first question to be about this. After thinking for a moment, she replied, She probably really wants to move out quickly. When she looked at that small yard, her eyes were shining. Good. Tell her that you will do your best to find a suitable place for her to move out. As for finding the yard, you don't need to worry about it. I will arrange for other comrades to handle it, Lin Xiao nodded. She only needed to follow the organization's orders. Then, Old Lin picked up his pen and wrote a few words on a piece of paper, handing it to Lin Xiao. Are these words exactly the same as the ones on the note found at the scene? Red brows punished 2 traitors, leaving a poem to warn the East. If the killings continue, the debt of blood will be repaid twice. Lin Xiao studied the words carefully and replied with certainty, "Yes, I copied them exactly as they were. The original note had many mistakes, and I didn't change a single one." Old Lin picked up his pen again and wrote another version on a new sheet. Red brows punished 2 traitors, leaving a poem to warn the East. If the killings continue, the debt of blood will be repaid twice. He placed the 2 sheets side by side, then wrote the word return on the first one and the same word in traditional form on the second. Tapping his fingers lightly on the table, Old Lin's eyes moved back and forth between the 2 sheets. There were not so many coincidences in the world. Unless something unexpected had happened, the person who wrote this poem was likely the same one who had helped Old Dai hide the radio and the pistol. The person who left the poem probably wanted to protect innocent people, hoping the enemy wouldn't take revenge on ordinary citizens. But things didn't go as planned. The enemy's reaction was fierce, and many innocent people were caught up in it. It now seemed that the person's plan to buy tens of thousands of pounds of grain was an attempt to make up for that mistake. However, transporting such a large amount of food into the sealed area would be extremely difficult. Remembering Old Dai's description of the mysterious hero who had helped him, someone with incredible skills and unpredictable methods, Old Lin suddenly had a bold thought. If the red-browed hero dared to buy grain so openly, perhaps he really did have a way to get it all inside. Lin Xiao noticed that Old Lin's face remained calm, without the slightest change in expression. She couldn't help but admire him silently. As expected of an experienced underground worker, he stayed composed no matter what happened. Suddenly, a flash of light passed through Old Lin's eyes. If Lin Xiao hadn't trained in martial arts since childhood and developed sharp eyesight, she would never have noticed it. It's impressive that you gained Tong Yuelan's trust so quickly. You've done very well. From today on, your main task is to stay in close contact with her without revealing your true identity. As long as it doesn't go against our organization's rules and principles, do your best to help her. If you encounter anything you can't decide on your own, report directly to me. From now on, you'll be under my direct supervision. Regarding the matter of buying grain, it is very important. I will report to the organization first, and then inform you. Yes, I promise to complete the task. After Lao Lin finished speaking, Lin Xiao suddenly stood up and responded. A moment later, she reached up and scratched her head, feeling uncertain. She said, "Comrade Lao Lin, during my conversation with Tong Yuelan, I felt like she might know my identity. Comrade Dai told me to pass on information objectively and accurately, but I am not completely sure about this. It's just a feeling." So, Lao Lin, who had been calm, tightened his grip on the brush. "Also, I think the reason she trusts me so much is because she knows my identity. She said she understands that we prioritize the safety of the people, which is why she asked us for help." Lao Lin couldn't help but frown. Whether Tong Yuelan really knows Lin Zhao's true identity or is just testing, according to the rules of the organization, since there's a chance she might be exposed, we need to arrange for her to leave quickly.
But,
thinking of that mysterious red-browed hero, if he had bad intentions, he might have already discovered this contact point. However, he probably doesn't mean harm, or he wouldn't have helped Lao Dai, and he didn't follow Lao Dai to find Lin Xiao initially. If that person truly had bad intentions, with his abilities, the underground organizations in Shanghai would have been wiped out long ago. After a moment of thought, Lao Lin lowered his voice and quietly told Lin Xiao something. She listened with bright eyes and nodded repeatedly. After leaving the small courtyard, Tong Yuelan felt strangely excited. Coming from another time, she naturally felt a close and familiar connection to the people here in Yan'an, as if she was seeing family. Moreover, she liked the girl named Lin Xiao at first sight. Although she never planned to do espionage work, she still respected those underground workers. Lin Xiao was quite different from what she imagined a spy to be. Her intuition told her that the matter of buying grain had been settled. This eased her long-standing worries. This time, she decided to spend money to buy grain. As for the money spent, she would hold the Japanese responsible for the debt. When she found the right opportunity in a few days, she would go to get it back with interest. She hesitated whether to return directly to the government house or to explore outside a bit more. She had been here for so long but hadn't really taken the time to see what Shanghai was like during this period. However, under the iron heel of the invaders in Shanghai, just looking at it only makes people feel more upset. Two slightly familiar figures appeared ahead. Tong Yuelon pretended to look casually and secretly observed them, recognizing that these two men were the same ones sitting behind her on the train. After she took the suitcase and pistol from the middle-aged man beside her on the train, she paid special attention to his movements. She noticed that he was momentarily stunned but quickly calmed down and then carefully watched everyone around him. However, it seemed that he didn't suspect her at all. Instead, he focused most of his attention on the other two men, who are now the two in front of her. It seems that this world is really a small one. Tong Yuelon smiled slightly and was about to turn and leave. But in her mind, she asked herself, while her feet moved forward without stopping, heading toward those two men. Xiao Huihui's voice sounded anxious and frustrated. How harsh is the punishment of being locked in a small dark room for Xiao Huihui? It made the child so anxious. Looking at it this way, it seems that perhaps in the future, there might be more chances to get some supplies from Xiao Huihui. Thinking about how to secretly take the supplies she urgently needed from Xiao Huihui, Tong Yuelon quietly approached the two men. Third Master, that girl behind seems to be following us. Hearing this, the middle-aged man called Third Master didn't turn around or stop his steps. He continued walking calmly and steadily. Turn into that alley ahead. I want to see who dares to be so bold. Do they really think that just because I'm reciting Buddha's name, I've become compassionate? Or do they think that Third Master I have some kind of kind-hearted habit? After they turned into the alley and stopped, they listened to the faint sound of footsteps behind them. The young man turned around, gathering his strength, and rushed backward, with his right hand in a grabbing motion, aiming straight for the person's neck. But in an instant, he froze in place. How is that possible? Third Master didn't hesitate at all. He took a few quick steps and turned at the alley entrance. Everything in front of him made Third Master lose his usual calm. The area ahead was empty. The girl who had been following them was gone. No sign of her in front or within sight. This place was already remote. When they realized they were being followed, they chose an even more secluded route. Now, within a few dozen meters, there was not a single person in sight. Third Master didn't think much. He quickened his pace, pushed off with his right foot, and quickly jumped up. His feet clattered on the nearby courtyard wall, and in a moment, he reached the top of the wall. Tong Yuelon stared with wide eyes. Is this the legendary martial arts? It doesn't seem as incredible as the lightness skills in movies, but it's still very impressive. If she were to meet the other person, unless she immediately pulled out her gun and shot him, she would definitely be at a disadvantage. Third Master carefully looked around from the top of the wall. He confirmed that the girl was really gone and felt uneasy. A little nervousness crept in. Could it be that they encountered a ninja from the enemy? If so, their plans for tomorrow must be even more careful. Otherwise, not only would they fail to get what they wanted, but they might also endanger their brothers' lives. Third Master, we. Seeing Third Master jump down, Xiaonan hurried forward. Don't speak. Let's leave here quickly. Third Master interrupted him and started walking away. Tong Yuelon followed from afar, trailing behind the two men as they circled around the city. She was exhausted and panting heavily. Tracking was definitely a skill, and Tong Yuelon clearly lacked it. If it weren't for Little Gray constantly giving her directions, she would have been left far behind by those two. When her legs were swollen and she wished she could just lie down on the spot, she finally arrived at their home. Seeing where they went inside, Tong Yuelon almost spat out a mouthful of blood. With her limited skills, what could she do even if she found their hideout? The tall walls and the men coming and going, dressed in white jackets with black silk coats. How could she get close enough to listen in? She probably couldn't even get past the front gate. Wait, suddenly Tong Yuelon remembered. Those clothes they were wearing, weren't they the same as the three young women she had rescued from the warehouse earlier? It turns out these two are also members of the Green Gang. Regarding the Green Gang, Tong Yuelon doesn't know much. She only vaguely remembers that during the fall of Shanghai, the three major leaders of the gang had very different attitudes. Some openly sided with the Japanese, some joined the resistance, and others kept a low profile but refused to work for the Japanese. Because of this, their followers also acted very differently. Some committed crimes and harmed people, while others contributed to the resistance. She can't quite tell who is who now. She didn't pay much attention to these things before. The only reason she knows a little is because a roommate of hers in college was obsessed with stories about the resistance and often talked about them, which forced her to remember some details. Quietly, Tong Yuelon tiptoed toward the courtyard wall and found a quiet spot to quickly slip into her space. Outside, a young man wearing a black silk jacket with a white inner shirt returned. He looked around cautiously, saw where she disappeared, scratched his head in confusion, and then turned back into the yard. Back in her space, Tong Yuelon sat heavily on the bed, kicked off her small black shoes, and lay down carelessly, muttering to herself. Suddenly, she heard someone speaking nearby. "Third Master, what's the situation today?" It sounded like the young man from before was talking. He seemed to have been holding back all this time and couldn't help asking once he was in a safe place. Tong Yuelon immediately sat up, her fatigue gone. She reached for a pen on the table nearby, ready to jot down important information. That person disappeared in a very strange way. In such a short time, even I couldn't find any trace of her. I suspect she's not just an ordinary expert. She might be a ninja sent by the Japanese. In Shanghai, I've never heard of a young female ninja like her, so it's very likely we've been targeted by the Japanese. Third Master's voice was serious. As he spoke, faint footsteps could be heard, as if he was pacing inside the room. "So, do we still continue with our plans tomorrow? I heard Japanese ninjas are very strange. They can hide in all sorts of unexpected places, and are hard to track. Could it be that someone among us has leaked our plans? Tomorrow's events have surely been exposed. Should we abandon this mission for now? Third Master should also leave Shanghai for a while and come back once things settle down." There was a moment of silence in the room before Third Master's voice sounded again. "Those who follow my brothers are trustworthy. Only a few people know about this now. Xiaonan, go and call them all here. I don't want to suspect anyone without reason, to avoid hurting Brotherhood, but I will not allow any spies or traitors around me." "Yes, Third Master." Xiaonan's footsteps gradually faded away, and Tong Yuelon could still hear him muttering, "If I find out who betrayed Third Master, they will taste the pain of 3 cuts and 6 holes." Soon, Xiaonan brought 3 people over. Tong Yuelon had never seen these 3. Besides Third Master and Xiaonan's voices, she couldn't match the others to specific people. She could only try to gather the information she needed. Third Master's voice remained calm, as usual, making it impossible to tell what he was really thinking. It was a normal conversation, without passionate reminiscing, without recalling hardships during their shared struggles, not even a single emotional word to stir brotherly feelings, let alone stern commands or harsh interrogations. The whole process sounded like a casual chat, so dull that Tong Yuelon, already tired, almost felt sleepy. Suddenly, a soft thud sounded, like someone kneeling, followed by a slightly harsh voice. "It was my fault, Third Master. I betrayed my brothers. I am willing to accept family discipline. Tell me, what exactly did you do?" Third Master's voice remained calm. Tong Yuelon was shocked beyond words. What kind of trick was this? She swore she hadn't picked up any useful information during all this time. How could the other person so easily reveal the traitor? No, wait. She knew clearly that the reason Third Master suspected an internal traitor was because of her. It turned out her appearance had exposed the hidden traitor who had been undercover for a long time. Does that mean she contributed to catching the traitor? Lost in her thoughts, she heard the harsh voice continue. "Recently, I was targeted at the gambling house. After I left, I was ambushed and knocked out with a sack over my head. They asked me to provide information about Third Master's whereabouts and gave me 2 large yellow fish, but I truly did not betray Third Master. I only shared some unimportant intelligence." "Who are they?" They are the Japanese soldiers, or rather, the little devils. What exactly did you tell them? I only told them about Third Master's minor movements, but I didn't reveal anything about tomorrow's plans. Did you not tell them anything, or did you not have time? The sharp, harsh voice didn't speak again. After a moment, I heard a dull thud, like something heavy hitting the ground or wall, followed by a scream. Then everything went silent. After a pause, Third Master's voice sounded again. Anyone close to him has been dealt with. As for their families, give some compensation and then send them all out of Shanghai. I will pay for this. There was a rustling sound. Then the room became quiet again. No one spoke during this time. Should we go ahead with tomorrow's plan? What do you all think? Xiaonan was the first to speak. Third Master, the woman who followed us today was very strange. If she really is a ninja of the little devils, they will surely have heavy guards tomorrow night. I think we should cancel the operation. What ninja? Did Third Master encounter a little devil spy today? After a moment, Xiaonan probably got Third Master's permission and explained everything they experienced today. The person who asked earlier said, I think it might not be a ninja. I heard there's a new expert who can appear silently beside people and disappear in an instant. They say this person can even take things from close to someone without them noticing. No, I mean make things vanish completely. No one knows if this person is a man or a woman. Maybe the person Third Master encountered today is that legendary expert. We spent so much time, effort, and money preparing for tomorrow. It would be a shame to give up now. Of course, we should make some adjustments to the original plan. Maybe we should move the operation up to tonight. Even if the little devils are prepared, they won't expect us to act early. Even if we suffer some losses, they will be within what we can accept. Before the Third Master spoke, Tong Yulan was already stunned. The person who mentioned the expert was actually her? But she only helped the man on the train with those things and never showed her skills in front of others. Could it be that the person speaking is the middle-aged man from the train? No, his voice doesn't sound the same, and from what happened back then, that man didn't know the Third Master or Xiaonan. This person definitely has a close relationship with the middle-aged man. It seems the Green Gang has been infiltrated by many different groups. Is there really such an expert? Could he be a supernatural being? Master, are you joking with us? Xiaonan. The Third Master interrupted Xiaonan. Ting Yuan, is what you said true? I dare not lie to the Third Master. Such a person exists, but Ting Yuan hasn't been able to find out more about him yet, so I haven't reported it to the Third Master. The Third Master didn't ask how the Master got the information. Instead, he asked another person present, a Tai, what do you think? I knew it. Boss, you point, and I shoot. If you say we act tonight, then we act tonight. A Tai will be at the front line. Good. We act tonight. The Third Master made a quick decision. For this large batch of grain, we've spent a lot of money. We can't let it slip away now. It's rare to get a chance to seriously fight the Japanese enemies and maybe make some quick money. If we miss this, even heaven won't help us. Atai, you are responsible for secretly informing the brothers. Everyone should hide beforehand. When the signal is given, move all the grain quickly. Xiaonan, go tell Hazy to start the action tonight. After he finishes and sends the signal, he should leave quickly and get out of Shanghai. Ting Yuan, your skills are not very good, and we still need you to stay here. You won't participate in tonight's action. Third Master, although Ting Yuan's skills are not the best, his shooting is decent. I should join the action tonight. You stay in the back, boss. You can't have the leader always rushing to the front. All right, it's decided. Ting Yuan will stay behind. You will also help handle the grain later. The fighting part is not for the master for now. Everyone stop talking. Only the sounds of people leaving the house could be heard, and the room suddenly became quiet. Little Gray. A silence as deep as death lasted, as if Little Gray had never existed. Forget it, Tong Yuan thought angrily. Anyway, there's no rush now. She didn't believe she couldn't get what she wanted from Little Gray. She would see. The sky gradually darkened. After eating and resting a bit, Tong Yuan changed into a black outfit and tied her hair tightly. She thought for a moment, then took out a small black cloth bag. She cut a few holes in it with scissors, tried putting it on her head, looked around, and found it didn't block her view much. At this moment, Tong Yuelon was too lazy to argue with Little Gray and smiled brightly. Just then, she saw a sturdy man quietly leading a group of people out of the yard. The group ahead had probably scouted many times before, avoiding all patrols and checkpoints perfectly. This made it easier for Tong Yuelon to follow, without worrying about hiding. Their pace was fast. If Tong Yuelon hadn't trained for these days, she might not have been able to keep up this distance. Finally, she saw the front group stop. Tong Yuelon slowed down and gradually approached them. This place was quiet, but she remembered seeing railway tracks on the ground earlier, so it was probably near a small train station. It was very dark around, with no torches or flashlights. She could only faintly see a group of people gathered there. The closer she got, the clearer the scene became. She couldn't help but exclaim. There were several large trucks parked there, probably loaded with a lot of grain waiting to be moved. But the biggest problem now was how to quietly get close and enter the tunnel. Tong Yuelon moved closer, blending perfectly into the night with her black clothes and cloth covering her head. She watched as the group opened the tunnel entrance, one after another going inside. Outside, several strong men stood guard, fully focused. Tong Yuelon was anxious and wanted to curse. Third Master. The guards suddenly turned in one direction and saluted respectfully, except for one who kept a wary eye on the tunnel entrance. Little Gray's voice was weak. Tong Yuelon reflexively let out a sound but did not question Xiao Hui's words. She also ignored the appearance of the third master and quickly crawled to the entrance of the tunnel. Bravely, under the watchful eyes of the guard, she swaggered into the tunnel, while the guard simply ignored her. Tong Yuelon praised Xiao Hui loudly, but kept moving quickly along the tunnel, without hesitation. Xiao Hui's voice grew weaker, and after saying that, she fell silent. Tong Yuelon carefully slowed her steps, alert and watching her surroundings, ready to hide in the space if needed. Fortunately, the group ahead was moving fast, probably close to leaving the tunnel. During her journey, Tong Yuelon didn't encounter anyone until she reached the tunnel's exit. There, she saw several people carrying large, heavy bags walking toward her. The tunnel's exit was inside a warehouse. Through a faint light coming from a ventilation opening, she saw many bulging bags stacked inside. From the looks of it, the trucks outside couldn't possibly hold all these supplies. Without hesitation, Tong Yuelon quickly took a bag into her space. She cut open the bag and found it was filled with rice, which reassured her. Everyone move faster. Our vehicles aren't enough. Don't take too much. Once the trucks are loaded, we leave quickly. Anything we can't take stays here. Safety is the priority. A Tai's low voice came through. Tong Yuelon couldn't help but smile. With her around, nothing was impossible to take. The ones closest to the tunnel entrance were left to the Green Gang, and the rest was hers. She had already seen that each bag of grain weighed about 200 jin. She only needed to take 150 bags to be satisfied. But would Tong Yuelon leave the rest of the grain here? Absolutely not. If heaven doesn't take what she needs, disaster will follow. If possible, she would take everything from here. Starting from the corner, she began packing up. Gradually, a clear space formed around her. She looked at the diligent little bees still busy moving grain and decided to stop for now. Continuing endlessly would risk exposing herself. She decided to check the nearby area first. When these people prepared to leave, she would come back to take the remaining grain. The heavy iron door of the warehouse was tightly shut. Tong Yuelon pushed it, but it wouldn't budge, so she stopped trying. She looked around and finally focused on the several ventilation openings high above. Looking down at herself and then at the ventilation opening, Tong Yuelon thought she could crawl out through there. As for what to do after escaping, it was obvious. She wanted to see if there was anything else worth taking elsewhere. She waved and threw many bags of grain into the space, stacking them to form a ladder to climb higher. Soon, she reached the ventilation opening. She slightly tilted her body to avoid blocking the light coming in from outside, so she wouldn't be seen. But she still felt uneasy, so she threw out more bags, building a tall wall of grain behind her to perfectly block the view of any guards from the Green Gang. She leaned her head close to the vent to look outside and couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. Through the vent, she saw a tall watchtower near the high wall in the distance. A searchlight was slowly turning on top of it. Luckily, the light only shone outside the wall and didn't illuminate inside. She could also hear the neat footsteps of patrol soldiers. Judging by the defenses, this couldn't just be a simple granary, right? The Green Gang's intelligence isn't very good. Well, they're pretty good at digging tunnels. Since she was already here, it would be a shame not to take some better things. She had worked hard all day, and it was late at night. She shouldn't waste this effort. Thinking this, she carefully crawled out of the vent, gently threw down bags of grain, and quietly built another staircase of grain on the ground. Quickly reaching the ground, she gathered all the grain and moved toward the nearby warehouse. Seeing a few guards sleeping at the door, she knew this was probably the work of that troublemaker. Following the same method, she entered a smaller warehouse. Inside, instead of grain bags, there were many wooden crates. Most were small, but a few were huge. Tong Yulan quickly stored one crate in her space. When she opened it, she was thrilled to find it filled with guns. She had discovered a weapons warehouse. Before, she had only gotten 2 guns after killing a little Japanese soldier and a traitor, which caused her a lot of trouble. She had to run here as a bandit in the middle of the night. Now, she found an entire warehouse full of guns and ammunition waiting for her. Which boxes contain rifles, which hold pistols, and which are filled with bullets. It doesn't really matter. She just needs to take everything. She has plenty of time to check what's inside later. After gathering all the items from the warehouse, Tong Yuan looked around with some regret. The area was so well guarded, yet there were only 2 warehouses. The enemies really weren't very thoughtful. There's no time left. Once we finish moving this batch, we need to leave quickly. Back at the food storage, Tong Yuan heard the familiar voice of Third Master. She looked in that direction and saw him carrying a big bag of grain toward the tunnel entrance. As soon as Third Master finished speaking, the others hurried up their actions. Tong Yuan didn't hesitate anymore. She quickly packed all the grain and followed toward the tunnel entrance. Third Master, you go ahead. I'll handle the tunnel entrance. A Tai's voice sounded just in time. Startled, Tong Yuan hurried to speed up, worried about being caught in the warehouse. It would be very troublesome if she got trapped inside. This tunnel is no longer useful. Hurry and evacuate. Don't let the enemies catch us. Tong Yuan finally relaxed a little. She kept some distance and saw Third Master almost at the tunnel entrance suddenly turn back. She quickly hid in her space. Fortunately, she wasn't discovered. After walking to the end of the tunnel, she heard the engine of a truck starting up. She couldn't help but feel happy. Now she wouldn't have to bother Little Gray. Atai, didn't you say earlier that there was much more grain in the warehouse than we thought? Third Master's voice came from the tunnel entrance. Yes, Third Master. I regretted not bringing more trucks as soon as I went in. We've moved less than half of it. When I saw the remaining grain stacks, I felt really uneasy. Why do I feel like the warehouse was already empty when we left? What? I checked carefully when I took the last bag, and there was still quite a bit left. I'll go back and check again. No need. Maybe I was mistaken. Let's go quickly. Don't worry about the tunnel entrance. Just get the trucks to hide nearby. The enemies will probably set up checkpoints all over the city soon. Yes, Third Master. Once the sounds outside disappeared, Tong Yuan quickly left the tunnel and ran off into the distance. Running quickly, by the time Tong Yuan returned to the gate of the Chung residence, it was already 3 a.m. She didn't dare to wake old Wang, who was sleeping at the gatehouse, and simply waited outside. Now, the Chung residence still housed members of the military intelligence agencies, so she didn't want to attract suspicion. Once inside the space, she relaxed and found it a bit funny. Since she was just resting in the space, why did she need to come back to the gate of the Chung residence? She couldn't just wait outside early in the morning to open the door. That would be too obvious and suspicious. Thinking of this, Tong Yuan simply left the space again and went to a quiet, hidden spot to re-enter. After some fuss, she was exhausted. She quickly washed up and then fell into a deep sleep. The annoying biological clock woke Tong Yuelon on time, making her feel sore all over. She irritably turned over, planning to sleep a little longer. But then she forced herself to get up, accept her fate, and went to the exercise equipment to start a tough workout. There was no other way. If she wanted to survive well, she had to keep getting stronger. After exercising, Tong Yuelon finally woke up fully. She hurried to the wooden boxes, casually opened one, and saw it was filled with brand new rifles. These were probably the so-called Mauser rifles, right? Tong Yuelon wasn't very interested in long guns. They were too heavy, inconvenient to use, and hard to carry. She couldn't just pull a Mauser rifle out of her pocket after all. She opened all the boxes and finally felt happy. Most of the weapons were long guns, with some submachine guns and light machine guns. She also found a few boxes of handguns with matching bullets, plus some boxes of grenades. With this amount, even if she didn't have the talent of a sharpshooter, it was enough to train herself into a decent marksman. She happily fired a few shots. Although she missed all the targets, her mood wasn't affected at all. She believed she would eventually hit the bullseye every time. Looking at those huge weapons, Tong Yuelon suspected they were cannons. As for the specific model, she didn't care at all and had no desire to open them. Anything she couldn't use now was worthless. When the right opportunity came, she planned to give these weapons to guerrilla fighters or other anti-Japanese groups, helping them fight better against the enemies. I don't know if there is a Li Yunlong in this time and space. If there is, Juzi would be very happy to see his beloved thing. Thinking about the time when my roommate pulled me to watch Bright Sword, Tong Yuelon couldn't help but chuckle. If Li Yunlong really exists, I must send him these weapons no matter what. We dawdled until noon before I quietly left the space and headed toward Cheng's house. Before I got close, I saw Lin Xiao pacing in front of the gate. "Big sister Lin, you came to find me. Has the matter in the courtyard been settled?" Lin Xiao rushed over as soon as she saw Tong Yuelon, her face showing genuine concern. Tong Yuelon is her target. She just received her updated mission, so the target must not have any accidents now. She is so serious because she wants to successfully complete her last mission, not because she cares about Tong Yuelon personally. "Since you left me yesterday, you haven't returned to the residence. Did you encounter any danger? Were you hurt?" Lin Xiao didn't answer directly. She anxiously asked her most worried question, scanning Tong Yuelon up and down. If they weren't on the street, she might have reached out to check herself. "I'm fine. We had an operation last night, so we didn't come back. By the way, Sister Lin, you said you would notify me if you found the kind of small courtyard I wanted. Have you really found it? Last night you were active? So, the matter in the east suburb was done by you?" Lin Xiao asked again, not answering directly, then realizing something and lowering her voice. "The east suburb has been put under strict control. The enemy is now searching heavily for several trucks' whereabouts. The control zone might expand, so you need to be extra careful when you go out these days. I'm here to tell you that I found the courtyard you wanted. It's not far from where I live, and I've already negotiated with the landlord. You can move in any time. But staying at Cheng's house for now is safer. Moving now might mean facing frequent checks. I'm going back now. If you need anything, feel free to come to me. I won't go out easily these days." Seeing that Tong Yuelon did not argue with her statement, Lin Xiao quickly finished her words and hurriedly turned to leave. The information she had just received was too important. She had to report back immediately. She knew some about the situation in the east suburb. It was said that an important warehouse containing supplies for the enemy had been raided. Now that area was completely sealed off, and the enemy soldiers were tracking the movement of several trucks. However, it was reported that the traces of those trucks disappeared shortly after they left. The enemy was furious and was gathering troops to investigate. From their attitude, they would not give up until they found those supplies. This group, led by the Red Brow hero, was truly impressive. That was a heavily guarded enemy warehouse, yet they managed to seize it so easily. Among such civilian groups, there must be many skilled fighters. She was curious about what was inside those important supplies. If the organization urgently needed certain items, perhaps she could talk to Tong Yuelon and have a chance to buy some. Yes, old Lin was right. She must build a good relationship with Tong Yuelan. She would never refuse to help when she could, but rather, she would actively offer assistance. Watching Lin Zhao's hurried departure, Tong Yuelan felt a bit confused. She had waited here for so long, and now she only exchanged a few words before leaving? She hadn't even had a chance to tell her that the food issue had been resolved. Fortunately, the news Lin Zhao brought made her happy. Finding a suitable house to move out at this time was a great help to her. When Old Wang opened the door, he showed no sign of surprise, as if Tong Yuelan had just gone out for a walk and returned, with nothing unusual happening overnight. Tong Yuelan quickly walked to her room. She had just learned she could move out immediately, and she needed to think carefully about how to discuss this with the old lady. When she first arrived in Shanghai, the old lady had shown her kindness. Over these days, she had provided her with a safe place to stay. Even if the old lady had her own plans, it was truly helpful to her. As she stepped inside, she was met with a scrutinizing gaze. Tong Yuelan looked up, but saw that the gaze had already disappeared. In front of her, the new arrival, Li Mingli, was lowering her head, wiping the furniture. Tong Yuelan paused slightly, then casually continued walking toward her room. Forget it. She can't afford to offend either the military intelligence or the central intelligence agencies. Besides, everyone's main goal is the same, to fight the Japanese invaders. There's no need to argue over small matters. Anyway, she is about to move out soon, and they probably won't see each other again. Miss Tong, the old lady asks you to come upstairs. Zhao Shulan's voice stopped Tong Yuelan as she was about to return to her room. Okay, thank you, Aunt Zhao. Tong Yuelan didn't hesitate. She turned and headed upstairs. Li Mingli gently shook the cloth in her hand, went to the washroom to clean it, then looked toward the upstairs and started wiping the handrail of the stairs. After taking a few steps up, Zhao Shulan hurried out of the kitchen and called Li Mingli to come help. Li Mingli nodded obediently, turned around, but a hint of sarcasm appeared on her face. Lan, come, sit with me and chat, said the old lady with her usual kind smile when facing Tong Yuelan. Tong Yuelan looked around the room and smiled. Old lady, the weather is nice today. Let's go outside for a walk. The old lady's gaze shifted to Tong Yuelan and then looked at her with a questioning expression. Tong Yuelan nodded slightly. Given the nature of the central and military intelligence, she strongly suspected there were listening devices in this room. Although she didn't plan to discuss secrets, being listened to was very uncomfortable. Moreover, if she accidentally said something that aroused suspicion, it could cause trouble for herself. Sure, the weather is indeed good today. Lan, let's take a walk in the yard. The old lady stood up, came over, and gracefully offered her arm to Tong Yuelan. Carefully, Tong Yuelan supported her arm, and they walked downstairs. Suddenly, she felt a strong sense of reluctance. Lan, are you planning to leave? Tong Yuelan also sensed a hint of reluctance from the old lady's words. She nodded gently. I found a new place to stay. I plan to move out in the next couple of days. I hope you won't take it the wrong way for my leaving and for any inconvenience caused. The old lady reached out and touched the most beautiful flower in the nearby flower bed, as if casually asking. When the old lady asked this question, Tong Yuelan's carefully prepared response suddenly lost its purpose. Isn't it true that people tend to speak more cautiously at this time? Her question was so direct. How could she answer? I think I have some reasons. Tong Yuelan decided to be honest. I know you kept me here to take care of me. This job is quite easy with few tasks, a good salary, and I can go out freely. If I pretended to be unaware all the time, that would really be ungrateful. But I often have many things to do. Even though no one would trouble me after your instructions, it still doesn't feel quite right. Plus, now there's another person in the house, so. Another reason is that I am really afraid of causing trouble outside that might involve you all. I can find ways to escape if needed, but since you all live here, the risk is bigger. If I cause trouble for you, I couldn't forgive myself. A person should not forget kindness and loyalty. The old lady smiled. When you talk about trouble, do you mean killing the little ghost Sato or robbing the enemy's warehouse last night? It can't be that you killed those traitors, right? Tong Yuelan's eyes widened suddenly, and she unconsciously tightened her grip on the old lady's hand. Seeing her reaction, the old lady smiled even more happily. Don't be afraid. If I had any bad intentions, I wouldn't say this now. Don't worry about how I know these things. Some actions leave traces once they are done. I actually agree with your idea of moving out. If you don't bring it up now, I might think I was wrong about you before. You should know that secrets are hard to keep, especially in my house with outsiders like you. This old lady was truly impressive.
Who exactly was she?
Tong Yuelon felt that all her previous guesses about the old lady were completely wrong, so wrong. In fact, that it was almost laughable. But her intuition told her that the old lady was genuinely harmless to her, and she was very sure of this. The old lady did not wait for Tong Yuelon to answer, but continued speaking to herself, her voice suddenly tinged with a hint of sadness. All the things I told you before are true. My two rebellious sons really are traitors hated by everyone. When I got the definite news, I thought about waiting until they all returned, then poisoning the whole family and kneeling down to confess to our ancestors underground. But I couldn't do it. I can't bear the thought of my own sons bringing shame to our ancestors. When I go down there, how can I face the ancestors of the Chung family? And how can I face my brave and upright father, the censor? I can't change what those two sons did. They committed so many evil acts against our ancestors. They deserve to go to or suffer in. Even if I saw it with my own eyes, I wouldn't feel a bit of pity. But I don't want our ancestors of the Chung family and my Lu family to be insulted and cursed underground because of them. So I plan to do everything I can to atone. At least, I want our innocent ancestors to stand tall and proud in the afterlife. The Chung family's wealth is not just what outsiders know. I hold those assets tightly in my hands. I originally planned to give everything to my eldest grandson when he grew up. That's why those two sons don't know the full situation. I thought that my atonement should be done by my grandson. Even if I have to give away all my wealth, I would be happy. But before I could tell him everything, he also... The old lady paused, pretending to brush her face casually, secretly wiping away a tear. After a moment, she continued, "Maybe I did some wrong in my past life, which is why I have such grandchildren in this life. Well, I will pay the debts I owe myself. I will do the atonement myself." At this time, I realized that some people with ulterior motives had sneaked into the house. Even some of the family's children had been bought. They used this as an excuse to drive everyone out, leaving only two people who would never betray, now the current Xiaolon and old Wang. The only way I see to atone is to donate money to the anti-Japanese fighters. Let them kill more enemies. The more enemies they kill, the more sins they can redeem. If this helps drive the Japanese out of our land sooner, maybe that will be true atonement. The underground anti-Japanese groups are too weak. Giving them too much money might actually harm them. So I decided to choose between Yan'an and Chongqing. In Chongqing, I know many groups are passively resisting the enemy, but there are also some who are truly fighting the invaders. However, I haven't found a way to connect with them or donate supplies. In Yan'an, all the groups are genuinely fighting the enemy, so I chose them from the start. Later, I learned through my contacts that they were trying to approach me. At that moment you appeared, which is why I kept you close and kept testing you. I wanted to confirm your identity. So, you think that once I confirmed who you are, I decided to tell you everything?
But I...
The old lady waved her hand to stop Tong Yuelon. Don't worry yet, let me finish. Later, I hesitated because I still had my own selfish reasons. I knew that once the Japanese were driven out, all traitors would be punished, and the punishment would come from the ruling side at that time. I have to admit, Yan'an is very popular among the people, but given the current situation, their chances of winning are quite low. So, I thought that if I used all of the Chung family's wealth as a token of loyalty, maybe I could protect my two youngest grandsons who are still innocent and haven't done anything wrong yet. After I changed my mind, Li Mingli's appearance made me decide. Once I was sure of her identity, I would hand over all the property to them. Since you've already made your decision, why are you telling me all this now? Tong Yuelon was genuinely curious. The best choice for the old lady would be to secretly give away her property, right? Maybe because I was still unsure. I was afraid that the property I donated might end up in someone else's hands. If that happened, even if I managed to save my 2 grandsons, I wouldn't be able to rest peacefully. Tong Yuelan didn't know how to respond. She understood that the old lady's worries could very well become reality. Thinking of Lin Xiao and recalling the soldiers who wore ragged clothes, lacked food and weapons but kept fighting the invaders, Tong Yuelan felt she could try harder to help them. Let me clarify. I am not on either side you think I am. I am not part of any faction. My appearance at the Chung residence was just a coincidence. What I want to say is, have you ever thought that the side that ultimately wins might not be the one you expect? Tong Yuelan knew the course of history, but she dared not speak about it. If she did, the old lady probably wouldn't believe her. Still, she really didn't want the old lady's efforts and hard work to go to waste. This old lady deserved respect and admiration. Old lady, there's a saying in the West, don't put all your eggs in one basket. In the past, big families would also invest in different groups when facing tough choices, right? I'm not the person you think I am, but I know some of those people. I can guarantee they are truly fighting against the enemy. Right now, they need support from all sides, and their help will be used for the fight. If you want, I can introduce you to them. The old lady sighed. I've thought about that, but if we split the family assets, I worry we won't have enough leverage. They've done too many wrong things. Have you considered sending your 2 grandsons abroad and leaving them some money to live safely? If they were ordinary traders, your plan might work. But my 2 rebellious sons are such big traitors that even if they escape the purge, they can't avoid justice forever, no matter where they hide. Plus, I have some skills locally, but I know nothing about what's happening abroad. And now, my health is failing. I don't have much time left to plan more. Old lady, Tong Yuelan held her hand tightly. The old lady patted her hand back. It's okay. Everyone faces life and death. If I've made the wrong choice, I'll just continue to atone after I'm gone. Tong Yuelan lowered her head, then finally made up her mind. She looked up into the old lady's eyes. Old lady, do you trust me? The old lady looked at her expression and nodded naturally. If I tell you that the Japanese invaders will be driven out and that Yenin will surely win, will you believe me? The old lady looked at her for a long time, then finally a faint smile appeared on her lips. If you say it, I believe it. Tong Yuelan also smiled. Old lady, I have many things to do. I'll tidy up and leave soon. Go ahead. Don't delay your work. When you're done, remember to come back and see me. I have some things I want to talk to you about. All right, I will definitely come back. Old madam, goodbye. Soon, Tong Yuelan carried the small box she arrived with upstairs to find the old lady. She stayed for a while before coming down to say farewell to Aunt Zhao and Uncle Lao Wang, then left the Chung residence. Upstairs, the old lady stood by the window, watching her gradually disappear into the distance. She smiled gently, her eyes full of warmth. This girl still claims she's not from Yenin. It seems that is their rule. However, if everyone from that place is like her, perhaps her words will come true. Are you saying that last night, a large amount of weapons was stolen from the enemy's warehouse? They plan to move it to North China early today for military operations, so within 2 hours of our departure, the enemy discovered the theft. Tingyuan, that grain must be kept well hidden. No matter what, we can't let it be known that we have it. Otherwise, the entire green gang might be finished. No wonder the enemy moved so quickly. And since only the grain was stolen, they probably wouldn't have made such a big fuss. Now, we have a hot potato in our hands. Before Tingyuan could reply, Third Master suddenly burst out laughing. Haha, well done. I don't know which hero did this, but compared to them, we only stole a little grain. It's a bit shameful to even mention it. No wonder I felt something was off last night. Turns out, another group was acting at the same time as us. I wonder how they got into the warehouse and how they managed to move everything without anyone noticing. By the way, Tingyuan, do you think it could be that expert you mentioned before? Acting in the same place as us, stealing such a large batch of weapons without us noticing. These people are not simple. If lucky, I'd love to meet such a master. According to the intelligence gathered, aside from the tunnels we built, No other signs of large-scale material movement were found inside or outside the warehouse. There were no tunnels in the weapons storage, and the iron door showed no signs of being opened. It was as if the group appeared out of nowhere and vanished just as quickly. If that's the case, it does sound like that expert. But he couldn't have moved so many weapons and grains alone. Both warehouses were emptied, no bullets, no grains left behind. Military strategist Lu Tingyuan's tone remained calm as always. The granary has also been emptied? So, we only moved a small part. Most of the grain and all the weapons were taken by that group. Grandpa stood up and paced inside the house. No wonder I felt something was off when I looked back earlier. It seemed the warehouse was already empty, but I didn't have time to check because of the urgency. If I'd gone back to look then, I might have run into them. That's not right. If that had happened, the two groups might have fought and neither of them would have escaped. Looking back now, the person who was tracking us yesterday was probably that expert. We basically led him right to them, helping him do his job. It's just a matter of skill. If you're not good enough, you have to accept it. Ting Yuan, you must keep the grain issue very secret. The plan to help others with the wedding dress is done. Don't let the whole blame fall on yourself. Lu Tingyuan nodded in agreement, but was secretly worried. Now all regions are short of grain. Yesterday, he risked mentioning that expert skills to calm Grandpa's worries and keep things moving as usual. He didn't want to trick Grandpa. All preparations were complete, and the plan was perfect. If hesitation caused delays, and the Japanese took all the grain, all their effort would be wasted. Today, he received news that the organization urgently needs a large amount of grain, at least 20,000 jin, to be bought within 5 days. If they can't get this grain, how will he solve the problem? Yuan, how do you know about that expert? Yuan was prepared. He was about to give his usual excuse when Grandpa waved his hand. Forget it. As long as the message is accurate, I won't ask about your sources. Yuan sighed in relief. It's better not to lie, or he'd have to spend effort fixing the holes later. When he looked up, Grandpa was staring at him. If you get any precise information about that expert, remember to tell him. I hope to meet him face to face. Just after sending out the information, Lin Xiao hadn't had a chance to rest when she heard a knock on the door. She quickly went to the door with caution. When she recognized Tong Yuelan's voice, she immediately opened the gate to let her in, then looked outside to check the situation before closing the door and walking inside quickly. Big Sister Lin, I've moved out of Cheng's house. Could you please take me to that small courtyard we talked about? I want to move in as soon as possible. Lin Xiao agreed without hesitation. After closing the door, she took Tong Yuelan out of the yard. Tong Yuelan, who had been watching carefully, noticed that before leaving, she secretly left a mark at the door. That was a good habit. She decided to leave some marks in the future too, so she wouldn't get caught if someone sneaked into her house. If her secret was discovered, it would be a big problem. The house Lin Xiao found for Tong Yuelan was not far from her place, about a street away. It wasn't a very remote area. There were quite a few residents nearby. Interestingly, the small courtyard was cleverly located. Even though it was in the middle of the residential area, it was easy to overlook visually. As long as people didn't often come and go, they would naturally forget there was a small courtyard here. What made Tong Yuelan happier was that if she wanted to sneak in and out without being noticed, she only needed to climb over the east wall, follow along the wall's base, and go around a dark alley to reach the nearby street. After learning everything about the small courtyard, Tong Yuelan immediately fell in love with the place. For her current situation, it was the perfect home. Maybe because she had been here longer and experienced more, her thoughts had changed since she first arrived in Shanghai. She felt she now had enough self-protection skills and didn't need to worry as much as before. Ordinary thugs or gang members couldn't threaten her. The only ones she wanted to confront were the traitorous Japanese and traders, whom she planned to attack proactively. When facing enemies in narrow places, as long as the numbers weren't overwhelmingly against her, she could defeat them and escape. Even if the enemies were much stronger, she could still find a chance to run away by using the space around her. With the biggest threat, her life, no longer a danger, she didn't need to be so cautious anymore. Miss Tong, it seems you're very satisfied with this place. Do you have any other requests? It's gone, it's gone. This already exceeded my expectations. Thank you, Sister Lin. Neither of them mentioned the issue of rent prices. In Lin Zhao's view, someone who can easily spend money to buy tens of thousands of pounds of grain wouldn't care about a little rent. For Tong Yuelon, this place was so perfect that even if the rent was a bit high, it didn't matter. She wasn't unable to afford it. Lin Xiao glanced at the excited Tong Yuelon and tentatively asked, Miss Tong, you asked me to find out about the grain before. Do you still need that information? No, we already have enough grain to handle everything. Thank you, Sister Lin. Lin Zhao's lips moved slightly, but she swallowed her words and changed the subject. Is there anything I can help you with? I've been in Shanghai for nearly 2 years, so I know a bit about this place. Sister Lin, that would be great. The biggest problem now is to find a way into the sealed area quickly. Do you have any ideas? Lin Xiao frowned. The enemy's blockade is tight. It wouldn't be too hard for 1 or 2 people to sneak in, but how do we get large amounts of grain inside? Don't worry about transporting the grain. We have our own methods, Tong Yuelon said. Then she quickly added, we don't have many people, and everyone is busy with more important tasks. I'll handle the search for a way in, but I don't know this area well. Lin Xiao nodded internally. Isn't she overwhelmed? After stealing a large batch of weapons and tens of thousands of pounds of grain from the enemy's warehouse, she should be working hard to deal with it. Thinking about it, she felt a bit envious. The Green Gang sent 5 trucks to transport nearly 20,000 pounds of grain, but it still wasn't half of what the Red Eyebrow hero and his team had taken. Also, that batch of weapons was recently shipped from the mainland by the enemy, meant to be sent by train to North China. It included not only full boxes of the latest Type 38 rifles, but also Type 100 submachine guns, light machine guns, several Type 91 grenade launchers, and 2 Type 92 105mm howitzers with their dedicated observation vehicles. The enemy was probably heartbroken over this loss, and she was quite envious. If she had a Type 100 rifle, how many little enemies could she have taken down on the battlefield? If only this batch of weapons could be given to our team, no, not all, just half or a third, then when facing the enemy and the puppet army's raids, we wouldn't be overwhelmed and pushed back. Big Sister Lin, I know you are busy, and I feel bad for taking up your time with my matters. Once everything is settled, I will persuade Hero Red Eyebrow to give you a box of rifles and a box of machine guns as a thank you gift, along with a box of bullets for each. Tong Yuelon believes that when asking for help, one should have the right attitude. Also, those weapons would be more useful in Lin Zhao's hands than in hers. As for why only these items, she is just a small subordinate with little influence. She can't make such big decisions. Helping a little and receiving a box of rifles, a box of machine guns, and 2 boxes of bullets, such a generous offer? Her rational mind told her to decline this generous gift, but her words seemed to have their own mind, and she couldn't open her mouth. Blushing, she silently agreed to the proposal. If it's inconvenient for you to carry these weapons out of the city, we can discuss it again after this matter is over. As long as it's not too far from the city, we can deliver them to you. Tong Yuelon added thoughtfully. Gifts should touch people's hearts. Instead of making them worry about how to carry the items out of the city, she decided to deliver them personally. Lin Zhao's eyes welled with tears. How lucky she was to meet such a kind and considerate girl during her mission. Old comrade Lin asked her to try to contact Tong Yuelon more often. If danger arises, she should protect herself first and do her best to safeguard her. He also said that as long as Tong Yuelon's requests didn't violate organizational principles and discipline, she should cooperate fully. But now she feels that if danger truly comes, even at the cost of her life, she must protect Tong Yuelon well. Nightfall. In a simple house, old Lin sat quietly alone, unmoving for a long time. The news from Lin Xiao was too shocking. Tong Yuelon didn't deny their involvement in last night's operation. This means the mysterious group that appeared and stole most of the food and all the weapons from the enemy's warehouse was actually led by Hero Red Eyebrow. How is this possible? During the daytime, they were still trying to find ways to buy food. By evening, they knew the plans of the Green Gang exactly and had prepared everything in a short time. They not only stole most of the food but also looted all the weapons from the enemy's warehouse. No one noticed their movements, Not even the Green Gang members working at the same time. This was very strange. If their people were really so capable, why had no one heard any news before? It was as if these people appeared out of nowhere. Earlier, they mentioned to Lin Xiao that they wanted to find ways to buy food. That was probably just a second step in their plan. Maybe it was a test or a way to get closer to them. While Old Lin was thinking, there was a rhythmic knocking on the door. Old Lin stood up cautiously. After the knocking stopped, he waited a moment, then heard a few gentle taps. He went to the door and opened it. It was very cold outside, but Lin Xiao was sweating all over her forehead. Ignoring the sweat, she quickly stepped inside and whispered, "Comrade Old Lin, it's confirmed that the group that went to the enemy's warehouse last night was Tong Yuelon and her team. They took all the weapons and food." Old Lin handed her a cup of warm water. "Don't worry, sit down and tell me everything." Lin Xiao drank the water quickly and then continued. "They took that batch of food to enter the enemy's blockade area and rescue the civilians inside. They asked us to help find a way into the blockade." She looked a bit confused. "With their skills, they can easily get in and out of the heavily guarded warehouse. Why can't they find a way into the blockade?" However, Tong Yuelon promised that if we helped her find a good route, she would give us a box of rifles, a box of submachine guns, and 2 boxes of bullets. She also said she could deliver them to us outside the city. I couldn't refuse her gift." Lin Xiao lowered her head shyly. She couldn't even think about refusing such a generous offer. Old Lin smiled. "It's okay. These are supplies we really need. Giving gifts is a way to build good relations. In the future, we can help them more. By the way, from what you said, Tong Yuelon is just a girl, yet she has so much influence over them. She can decide to give you so many supplies by herself. Yes, I feel like she seems to be in charge. She told me that she would try to persuade the red-browed hero to give those items as a thank-you gift, but I get the feeling she can make decisions on her own." Old Lin's fingers unconsciously tapped a few times on the table. It seems their relationship is unusual. From what I've learned, her parents are gone, and she has no uncles or brothers. Could it be that? Thinking about the handwriting and the misspelled words on the note from the red-browed hero, that person was probably someone from a rough background who didn't receive much education. They probably wouldn't have much contact with a girl student like Tong Yuelon. Could it be that she met him in Nanjing? Did he once save her? From their previous actions, both the red-browed hero and Tong Yuelon seem to like our side. Last time, he helped Old Dai voluntarily, and this time, when he noticed Lin Xiao approaching, he showed friendliness again. Maybe we can win them over. Earlier, I suddenly received a notice to get close to Tong Yuelon and learn more about her. I thought it was just because of... Now I realize that the organization probably already has some information about the red-browed hero. It looks like they also want to bring him over. Comrade Old Lin, Tong Yuelon always acts like just an ordinary person from her side, but I feel her status must be very high. It's just like how my senior brother was in the agency. Lin Xiao interrupted Old Lin's thoughts and said thoughtfully, "That's better. As long as it doesn't violate organizational rules, try to help her as much as possible and guide her carefully. Work hard to bring them over. Regarding the search for a way into the blocked area, I will send someone to assist you. You must find the weak points in the enemy's blockade and identify the safest route for them to enter. If they allow it, you can go in with them. We can also provide more help if needed." Moving a large amount of grain into the blockade zone won't be easy. Meanwhile, after learning that Tong Yuelon had quit her job and quickly left the Chung residence, Li Mingli was momentarily stunned. At first, she thought Tong Yuelon was a noble from a wealthy family returning from abroad, or a hidden expert among the common people. But from the information she received about her background, and from what she saw at the Chung residence these past 2 days, she even suspected that Zhou Jun had deceived her. Last night, Tong Yuelon stayed out all night. When she returned, she had a long talk with the old lady of the Chung family and then quickly left the residence. This made her doubt her true identity again. Yesterday, she received orders from her superiors. In 3 days, the son of the fake government official in Nanjing, who works for the traders, will come to Shanghai. She was told to prepare and carry out an anti-traitor operation when he returns home. Since joining the military intelligence and coming to Shanghai on a mission, Li Mingli has been ready to sacrifice her life for her country. This mission is very dangerous. Whether she succeeds or not, she probably won't have another chance to live. Well, since the girl has left, she won't threaten her mission anymore. Let her go. If she is just an ordinary girl, she might live a few more days after leaving the Chung residence. If she is really a skilled fighter, as Zhou Jun said, having her around could help kill more enemies and traitors. Upstairs, the old lady was tired and leaned back in her chair, no longer full of energy and confidence like before. Her rebellious son had deliberately sent a message saying he would return in 3 days to handle family business and bring her youngest grandson back. She knew her son was threatening her and wanted to use the family's wealth to gain a higher position. She would never let him succeed. She wouldn't let the Chung family's wealth become a tool for her son to commit more crimes, nor let that money be used as weapons against the people. It seems she must make a quick decision. It's time to go underground and apologize to her ancestors. In the morning, after her usual exercise, Tang Yuelon left the small courtyard to buy some things outside. Today marked the 3rd day of the area being sealed off. In the past, she would think that, logically, as long as people had water, they could survive 6 or 7 days without food. Many families had some stored grains, which could last longer. But after living in this era for a while, she understood the current situation better. Many families truly had no leftover food. People were struggling to earn a little, and often went hungry. Those who didn't earn enough money had to endure hunger. Moreover, everyone looked pale and thin, struggling even to eat enough, with no fat reserves at all. In such conditions, it's quite possible for someone to die from hunger after just 3 or 5 days. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like what Little Gray said, that in her original time and space, during a half-month lockdown like this, thousands of people starved to death. Tang Yuelon has a flaw. Once she decides to do something, she always tries to do it as well as possible. She worries that the people inside are so hungry they can't even cook porridge, and she also worries they have no drinking water or firewood. In short, she fears that even if she delivers food, people might still die from hunger for various reasons, leading to the failure of her mission. Although she feels a bit guilty for overthinking, Tang Yuelon resolutely leaves her house. She decides to buy more cooked food and water to put into her space, so she can save the most at-risk group. For others, just giving food will do. Her past experiences remind her that she can't run around so openly anymore. It's time to show some skills. So, after leaving the cosmetics and clothing stores and spending some time in her space, Tang Yuelon reappears, transformed into a middle-aged woman. This woman, who looks well-off and well-maintained, seems to have no obvious flaws. The only odd thing is her slightly oversized qipao, which makes her look very thin. Having planned this for a while, Tang Yuelon carefully observes her surroundings. She then gestures to a boy with a cigarette stall hanging around his neck. The boy happily runs over and asks politely, "Madam, would you like Fairy brand or Beautiful brand cigarettes?" Tang Yuelon instinctively shakes her head. "I don't smoke." The boy's eyes quickly show a hint of disappointment, but he quickly puts on a smile again. "Are you calling me over for something, madam? I need to buy a lot of things. I want you to run errands for me for a day. When you're done, I'll give you 5 yuan as payment. If you do a good job and I'm very satisfied, there will be a tip too." The boy's eyes immediately brighten, and he nods eagerly like a drum. "Madam, I grew up here. I know this area very well. Just tell me what you need. I may be young, but I have a lot of strength." As he speaks, he quickly closes the wooden cigarette stall in front of him. "Madam, my home is nearby. If you're not in a hurry, I can first take these cigarettes home. That way, I can bring back more things. If you're in a rush, we can leave right now. All right, let's go to your house first." Carrying this around everywhere isn't convenient. The boy's home is very close by. Tang Yuelon followed him through the alley, turning here and there, and soon they arrived. "Shisheng, why are you here so early today? Shisheng, didn't you buy any food for your little brothers and sisters today? Grandma, have you eaten yet? I need to go home first for something, and I'll go out again later." "Uncle, I haven't earned any money today. When I do, I'll buy some. Be careful when you walk, watch your step. Near Shishing's house, they saw the elderly people smiling and greeting him. They all looked at Tong Yuelan beside him, but didn't ask about her, noticing her clothes and style. Shishing responded politely and quickly led Tong Yuelan inside a door. This is a typical Shikumen alley. Several families share a small courtyard. As soon as Shishing entered, two younger children ran over, staring eagerly at his hand. One of the children, a boy about 5 or 6 years old, and the other, a girl about 4 or 5, were both thin and wearing torn clothes, but they looked clean. Xiao Zhu, Nanan, I'll earn a lot of money today. I'll buy you soft, white steamed buns to eat. Stay at home and be good, Shishing whispered as he crouched down and comforted them. The children nodded obediently. The girl shyly smiled at Tong Yuelan, then was pulled into the house by the little boy. Madam, are you buying a lot of things? Shishing asked as he returned inside, setting down his things. Yes, a lot. Shishing nodded, then went back inside, and soon came out carrying a large basket. The basket was old, with several torn spots carefully patched with old cloth strips. It had 2 straps, making it easy for Shishing to carry on his back. Seeing this, Tong Yuelan knew she hadn't misjudged him. He was a clever boy. I want to buy many portable cooked foods, like buns, steamed bread, pancakes, and rice balls. I'll go to several places and buy as much as I can. Hearing this, Shishing secretly swallowed and smiled shyly. Madam, I know where to find cheap, large, tasty food. Come with me. Tong Yuelan pretended not to see his awkward expression and casually asked, Shishing, where are your parents? My father has passed away, my older brother is gone too, and my mother goes out to wash clothes and earn money, Shishing replied calmly, without any sadness in his tone. Seeing that Tong Yuelan didn't speak further, Shishing also remained silent and silently led the way. Soon, they arrived at a stall selling steamed buns. After buying all the steamed buns, Shishing carefully placed them into baskets. After Tong Yuelan paid, he quickly led her to another place that sold large pancakes. Before long, the basket on Shishing's back was full. He looked up and asked Tong Yuelan as if seeking her opinion. Tong Yuelan pointed to a quiet corner not far ahead and said, Put the basket there, then go ahead and watch for people. Shishing obediently did as told. Not long after, he saw Tong Yuelan walking over with an empty basket. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything. Let's go. There are many more things to buy. Seeing how considerate Shishing was, Tong Yuelan decided to give him a little extra tip after finishing her shopping. After filling another basket, Shishing didn't wait for Tong Yuelan to speak. He instinctively carried the basket back to the previous spot and quietly stood guard, not daring to look back. With each time, Shishing became more skilled in his actions, but his smile faded a bit, and he rarely spoke anymore. After buying things again, and moving farther away from the previous spot, Tong Yuelan casually pointed to a remote place for him to put the basket. Shishing still did as told, but he became even more silent. Finally, after Tong Yuelan came over with an empty basket again, Shishing gathered his courage and said, Madam, my younger brother and sister are still small. My mother often can't find work washing clothes, and our family relies on me earning some money to avoid going hungry. Don't worry, I've always been very careful with my words. No, I won't tell anyone at home about today's events. Tong Yuelan turned her head in confusion and saw the effortful fear and worry on Shishing's face. Yes, keeping a tight lip is a good habit. It won't cause trouble for me or my family. Don't worry, after buying one more basket, your task will be finished. At this moment, Shishing felt deep regret. Why did he bring this lady home? Wasn't he risking his family's safety? But then he thought, even if he hadn't brought her home, it would be easy for someone determined to find him to locate his house. He just hoped to get through this danger safely. From now on, he would be more careful. If something happened to him, his mother and younger siblings might not survive. Tong Yuelan guessed Shishing's thoughts. Seeing him trembling but trying to stay calm, she felt a little sad. The boy was only about 12 or 13, still in middle school in another time. Now he was the main support of his family. His actions today had frightened him so much. After putting the items back into her space, Tong Yuan left a bun and a steamed dumpling in the basket. She thought for a moment, then wrapped about 10 jin of rice in an old cloth and placed it inside. She then walked over to Shisheng, put the basket on his back, and handed him 10 yuan in paper money. "You're a good kid. Remember not to tell anyone about this. Now go home quickly." Shisheng was surprised and happy as he took the money. He bowed to Tong Yuan and quickly ran back home. When he arrived, he closed the door and sat quietly for a while, clutching his pounding heart. "Brother, did you bring us steamed buns? Are they meat buns?" "I haven't had meat in a long time," his little sister said excitedly, but tried to speak softly. Shisheng realized his siblings were staring eagerly at the paper bag he had opened, talking but not taking their eyes off the buns. He had been too nervous earlier to notice that the weight on his back was more than just an empty basket. He pretended to be calm and handed each of his younger siblings a bun. "One each. Eat quietly. The rest will wait until mother comes back." His siblings happily held their buns and moved to the side, eating slowly and carefully. They didn't want to finish them all at once because they were so delicious. After checking carefully, Shisheng found that besides the buns, there was also a bag of steamed bread and about 10 jin of rice. All his worries and fears suddenly disappeared in joy. Getting so much after just a day of running around was amazing. If the lady came to find him again, he promised to do even better and never let his mind wander again. Over many days, Shisheng often looked around nervously while selling cigarettes on the street, hoping that the lady would suddenly appear and wave to him again. After a while, a quiet rumor spread among the villagers. It was said that in the area sealed off by the enemy, many villagers, starving and close to death, suddenly found food left nearby. The food was varied: buns, steamed bread, rice balls, and even some people managed to eat a bowl of stir-fried noodles. When they caught their breath, they noticed a small pile of rice on the ground. A few water-scarce families even had a wooden bucket filled with clean water in their yards. Despite being blocked in for over 10 days, except for a few who couldn't survive due to illness, no one had starved to death. No one could see who delivered the food. The items seemed to appear out of nowhere. The villagers believed it was a divine sign. Many people, even if hungry, preferred to buy some incense, light it at home, and pray, hoping the gods would help drive the enemy soldiers out of their country soon. When Shisheng heard this, he didn't discuss it secretly with others. Instead, he quietly bowed deeply toward the direction where he had met the lady before. He vowed that if she asked him to do something again, he wouldn't take a single penny, but would do his best to help her. Tong Yuan, returning happily with her goods, visited several small shops selling miscellaneous items near her new courtyard. She bought all the wooden buckets in their stores, left some money for delivery, and then left after a while. Water was easy to get. There was a well in her yard, so fetching water wouldn't attract attention. She casually ate a bowl of wontons from a street vendor, which tasted pretty good. Then, Tong Yuan decided to visit Lin Xiao. All her preparations were complete, and she was just waiting for Lin Xiao to provide the route. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao wasn't at home. Tong Yuan waited for a long time, but didn't see her return, so she had to go back alone to her small courtyard. Back home, Tong Yuan hurriedly filled all the buckets with water and stored them in her space. Luckily, her strength was increasing, or this task would have exhausted her. She checked the time and felt anxious. Tomorrow would be the 4th day of the lockdown. If she couldn't get inside by then, the elderly and children like those near Shisheng's home would probably not last much longer. Little Gray's voice sounded weak and tired, and he only spoke one sentence before falling silent again. Tong Yuan felt helpless and decided to go out herself tomorrow to investigate. If the mission failed, the space and equipment would be taken back, which she absolutely could not allow. Just as Tong Yuan was about to go into the space to sleep, she finally heard knocking on the door outside. She jumped up quickly, walked a few steps to the door, and asked softly, "Who is it?" When she heard Lin Zhao's voice, Tong Yuan quickly opened the door and welcomed her inside. "How is it? Did you find a way in?" Before she even sat down, Tong Yuan asked eagerly. "Yes," Lin Xiao nodded. We found a relatively safe route, but Lin Xiao looked serious and paused before continuing. The enemy's blockade is very strict this time. All roads are blocked, and they have sent heavy troops to guard. Luckily, because of the incident at the east suburb warehouse, they diverted some soldiers, which created a few gaps. However, that area is quite difficult to pass, suitable only for a small number of people to sneak in. It's impossible to transport large amounts of grain, and if too many people go in, they will be easily spotted. We checked repeatedly and couldn't find any other way. We can only come back and inform you of the situation. Maybe we could create some chaos outside to distract the enemy troops, but that method isn't very safe. The enemy can quickly send reinforcements from other places, so our time is limited. Lin Xiao didn't say that if they caused chaos, they would also pay a high price. No need. You just need to send someone to take me there. The rest can be handled by the hero with red eyebrows. He has his own ways to get the grain inside. Take you in? Isn't it better to just take the hero with red eyebrows directly? He won't show himself in front of others. He's a hero, after all, with his own personality. Usually I do these things for him. Don't worry, it won't be a problem. Tong Yulan almost pounded her chest to guarantee it. As long as she could get inside, she could naturally bring everything in. Alright, do you know how to swim? Swim? I can manage, but if the water flow is too strong or the distance is too far, it might be difficult. There is a hidden river nearby. If you swim across, it's not far, but the current is a bit strong. No worries, I can help you cross. By the way, are you sure the supplies can be transported through there? Don't you want to discuss it with the red-browed hero first? No need. The red-browed hero's skills are beyond your imagination. As long as we find a way in, he can get the supplies through. Tong Yuan looked a little proud. Seeing this, Lin Xiao felt even more respect for the elusive red-browed hero. When do we leave? Oh, and you said you'd take me. Are you good at swimming?
I'm okay.
I grew up by the river, so I can cross the Yangtze River easily, though I might not be as skilled as some coastal experts. As for when we leave, we need to prepare a bit more. Be ready. We'll come to pick you up tomorrow night. All right, we'll leave exactly at that time. Will the red-browed hero come with you? Before leaving, Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask. Yes, he will. But you don't need to worry about him. You won't be able to find him. Just focus on bringing me in. After seeing Lin Xiao off, Tong Yulan no longer felt sleepy. She practiced her shooting in her space for a while. She had plenty of ammunition now, so she didn't feel bad about using it. Finally, she managed to shoot bullets that just barely grazed the edge of her homemade target. She was very excited. I told you, as long as you have enough ammo, anyone can become a great marksman. Satisfied, she went to sleep. The next morning, Tong Yuan woke up feeling refreshed. After exercising, she went out and ate a bowl of local-style Yangchun noodles. Then she called a rickshaw and headed straight to the French concession. At this time, many parts of Shanghai still bore the scars of war, but inside the concession, the scene was completely different. Tong Yuan visited several shops, buying anything she thought she might need in the future. She then found a quiet place to store everything in her space. She bought many clothes of different styles and designs, making it easier to disguise herself when needed. With her attire and demeanor, she didn't attract the cold looks from shop assistants. The shopping process went smoothly. Since she often changed her appearance, she didn't face any trouble until she left the concession. To stay strong, Tong Yuan finished her meal early and went back to her room to wait, without exercising further. When the time came, there was a knock on the door exactly on schedule. Tong Yuan opened it and saw Lin Xiao standing outside, with two men dressed in black nearby, guarding. Lin Xiao looked behind her but said nothing, quickly leading her into the darkness. They soon reached the edge of a dark river. Lin Xiao handed her a black item. Hurry and change into the water suit. Tong Yuan looked at it and realized it was a waterproof diving suit. Impressive, at this time, they could get such equipment. Seeing the two men with their backs turned, putting on water suits, Tong Yuan was about to do the same when Lin Xiao handed her another one. This one is for the red-brow hero. Tong Yuan waved her hand. Don't worry about him. I know he's already here, but I don't know where he is now. We should just go directly. As she entered the water, Tong Yuelon felt a bit cold, and the current was strong. Luckily, Lin Xiao was holding her, and they quickly crossed the river. On the other side was a mountain wall, not tall but quite steep. Lin Xiao made a hand signal to the two men, who immediately spread out to guard. Lin Xiao prepared briefly, then used the protrusion on the cliff to climb up with his hands. Until Lin Xiao, like a monkey, reached the top, Tong Yuelon was still amazed. She thought she was too impressive. A rope hung down from above. The man on the left quickly stepped forward, looped the rope around his waist, and climbed up. Seeing this, the other man quietly said to Tong Yuelon, "Miss, hurry up. I'll guard here." Just as Tong Yuelon looped the rope around her waist, she felt a pulling from above. Using that force, she climbed up with her hands and feet, smoothly. Standing at the cliff edge, Lin Xiao took out a dagger and whispered softly, "We might encounter patrols of the enemies. Stay close to me, and don't make any noise. We will get you safely inside." Tong Yuelon nodded, also pulling out her dagger, ready to fight. Perhaps because she felt safe with Lin Xiao or out of nervousness, she forgot to wear her life-saving earrings. Looking back at the dark cliff below and thinking about the fast-flowing underground river, Tong Yuelon decided that after tricking Lin Xiao away later, she would stay inside and wait until the enemy lifted the blockade before sneaking out. She couldn't climb down and swim across alone. The enemy set up the blockade mainly to show strength. They didn't expect anyone to risk sneaking in to help the oppressed people. So, their defenses along the border and outside were very strict, but inside, no one paid much attention. All supplies couldn't be brought in, and the oppressed people couldn't leave. They were left to fend for themselves. After those who begged for food were killed, all the oppressed people hid inside the blockade zone and dared not show themselves. One person was left on guard at the cliff. Tong Yuelon and her two friends quietly sneaked into the blockade area, and surprisingly, it was very easy. "Big Sister Lin, I am safe now. You should leave quickly. If you stay too long, something might happen," Tong Yuelon said eagerly as soon as she confirmed she was inside the blockade. "Aren't you here to check the route? Why are you staying here and not coming out with us?" Lin Xiao looked around, but she saw no sign of anyone, not even a shadow. "Yes, I have my own task inside. Do you think someone as skilled as the red-browed hero would bother going door to door delivering food? Naturally, I have to do it. Big Sister Lin, you should leave now. If you don't, the red-browed hero won't show up. If the food can't be delivered, the people will really starve." Lin Xiao looked around again, feeling a strange sense of absurdity. Even with so much food, if their group all had the skills of the red-browed hero, they still couldn't get it inside. But seeing Tong Yuelon's confident and urgent expression, she couldn't argue. Forget it, the skills of a master are beyond her understanding. Moreover, Old Lin had told her not to question or ask too much, just do her part and cooperate with Tong Yuelon and the others. "All right, we will leave now. Be careful yourself. If there's anything you need us to do, just tell me. By the way, can you come to pick me up here in 3 days? No problem, I will arrive on time. However, won't you go with them?" Tong Yuelon rolled her eyes. "I'm not good at swimming, so I can't cross that dark river alone. Red-browed hero, and the others are all grown men. As a girl, I really don't want them to carry me across the river." Lin Xiao nodded clearly. She hadn't realized that this girl cared so much about gender differences. It seems she comes from a wealthy family. You should know that during their previous actions, if someone was hurt, they would just carry or even hug them while retreating. They didn't care whether the person was male or female. After agreeing to meet again in 3 days, Lin Xiao didn't hesitate. She made a hand gesture to the man standing at a distance who had been keeping watch. The two quickly turned and disappeared into the darkness. Once she was sure Lin Xiao and the others had left, Tong Yuelon decided to start her plan immediately. The area that could hold over 13,000 people wasn't very big, but it was still quite large. It was impossible to deliver food to everyone in one night. She couldn't just shout through a loudspeaker for everyone to come get their food, nor could she openly go door to door, as the enemy might have spies among the people. Forget it, it was just some hard work. She would do it. She couldn't tell who needed food most urgently, so she used a simple method, judging by the look of the houses. The more rundown the house, the poorer the people inside, and the more likely they had no extra food. Fortunately, the walls in this area weren't very high. Tong Yuelon was no longer the inexperienced girl she was when she first arrived. Though it was difficult, she quickly climbed into a yard, placing a pile of rice in front of each house. She had no time or place to buy many bags to carry the rice. Besides, people were starving who would care about whether the rice was clean or not. After quietly leaving, Tong Yuelon marked a spot outside the yard, so she wouldn't do the same work twice and delay those in urgent need of help. After climbing over a few more walls, she was pleasantly surprised to find her wall-climbing skills improving. She was becoming more skilled with each attempt. It turned out that climbing walls was a skill that could be practiced and improved with effort. The night quietly passed as she repeatedly climbed over walls, delivered food, and then climbed back out. Tong Yuelon had just climbed over a wall and hadn't caught her breath when she heard a surprised cry from inside the wall. The sound was quickly muffled by something. Without thinking, Tong Yuelon instinctively slipped into her space. "Your wife, you." A man's voice sounded, but he didn't finish his sentence before being silenced by something. Tong Yuelon only heard a very soft gasp of surprise, full of happiness. Soon, she heard the sounds of doors opening one after another. After each door, the same noises repeated. Occasionally, she also heard very quiet, joyful crying. "Husband, go light the fire quickly. I'll make some porridge. If we don't eat soon, Mother won't last much longer." As soon as he finished speaking, Tong Yuelon heard a loud thud as someone knelt down and bowed their heads several times. "Thank you, kind and helpful Buddha. Thank you, good people bringing food. Thank the heavens, Mother will no longer go hungry." The sound of heads hitting the ground was loud enough to be heard through the wall. The man's movements seemed to switch on a switch. Soon, more people knelt down sincerely to thank. Among them, a little boy's voice was heard. "Mother, with this food, will brother no longer be hungry?" "Yes, brother won't be hungry anymore. We all won't be hungry. Let's kneel and thank the Buddha and kind people." Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Tong Yuelon's face. But as she smiled, tears welled up at her eyes, blurring her vision. Wiping away her tears, Tong Yuelon saw no one around. She quickly left her space and found a quiet, empty place to re-enter her space. That night was extremely exhausting. Now it was almost dawn. Going out to deliver food again would be too risky, as she might be seen. Tong Yuelon decided to rest for a while. After waking up, she would check the situation outside and get familiar with the terrain. That way, she could work more easily at night. While Tong Yuelon was sleeping deeply and unaware of her surroundings, everyone in the courtyards that received food was quietly discussing. The news of the food reaching them was spreading gradually among the local people through friends and relatives in the area. A young child hurriedly ran back from outside. He had a smile on his face, but his steps looked weak, as if he might faint at any moment. As he stepped over the door threshold, perhaps because he was too anxious, he stumbled slightly. He immediately protected what he was holding tightly, but he fell heavily to the ground. He didn't cry out in pain and didn't even notice that his clothes at the elbows were torn, revealing skin that was bleeding underneath. Struggling to get up, the boy quickly ran into his home, rushed to the bed, and carefully took out a bamboo tube from his arms. He opened the lid and held it out to the elderly woman on the bed. "Grandmother, drink some porridge." The old woman slowly opened her eyes, looked at the nearly full bamboo tube with thick porridge, and tried to smile. Her breath was weak as she said, "Shengzi, you drink it yourself. Grandmother isn't hungry. I want to sleep a little longer." "Grandmother, you always say that." "If you don't drink, I won't either," Shengzi said stubbornly, about to set the bamboo tube aside. "All right, Grandmother will drink," the old woman said with difficulty. She sat up unsteadily, took the bamboo tube from Shengzi, and trembling, brought it to her lips. She moistened her lips with the warm porridge from the tube, then immediately put it down and made a big swallowing motion. "There, Grandmother has finished. You should drink some too." "No, you're lying to me again. Sister said we should each have half of this porridge. I saw it myself, you didn't drink it all. The old woman closed her eyes. Shengzi, listen to me. Grandmother is old. If I drink this porridge, I won't live much longer. You drink it yourself and live well. Be good. Saying these words seemed to drain all her strength. She lay back down and turned her side, with her back facing Shengzi. Shengzi looked at the bamboo tube and swallowed hard but made no move. He just stared blankly at the grandmother on the bed. After a long while, it seemed he remembered something. He quickly spoke. Grandmother, sister said we won't go hungry. Someone will bring food tomorrow, and then we can both survive. The old woman opened her eyes, but didn't turn around. Your sister's family has already run out of food. It took a lot of effort to get this little porridge for you. Drink it slowly. It can help you last a few more days. Grandmother, I didn't lie to you. In the yard where my sister and the others live, this morning each house had a pile of rice in front of it. She also said that more than just their yard received grain. Many places have it. Maybe tomorrow morning, when we wake up, we'll see a pile of rice in front of our door too. Grandmother, please don't die. If you die, I will have no grandmother anymore. All right, grandmother won't die. She wants to stay with us and live a few more years. The old woman slowly turned around and sat up. She took the bamboo tube handed to her, took a few sips, and then handed it back to her little grandson. She watched as he drank the porridge from the tube little by little. The warm porridge filled his stomach and eased his hunger. But as he drank, tears started to fall, one after another. The same scene was happening in different yards. Some clever people among those who received the news went to ask relatives in other yards, trying to find out why their yard got grain, while theirs did not. At this time, the common people were simple and honest. When they got a chance to survive, they also hoped their friends and family could survive. They quietly shared every bit of information they knew. Some said they heard rustling sounds near the wall last night, but didn't dare go outside. Only after the noise stopped did they come out to check and saw the piles of rice in front of the doors. Others said they checked and found signs that someone had climbed over the wall. Some claimed they saw a flash of gold in the yard, and an old man with a white beard waved his hand, causing piles of rice to fall in front of each house. There were many different stories, but almost every yard had one thing in common. They all mentioned the wall. Careful people also noticed that the yards that received grain seemed to have shorter, more broken walls. Soon, the news spread quickly. Those who didn't get grain on the first night decided that they would leave their yard gates wide open at night. They wouldn't close the doors anymore. No matter what, they didn't want the gods to have to climb over the wall to deliver grain. They didn't want to think too much about why the gods still needed to climb walls. After all, did the gods need to explain their actions to them? Of course, there will always be bad people. Some try hard to stop neighbors from sharing news, saying that if others don't know about it, maybe the goddess will still send food the next day. If everyone asks the goddess for help, they might not get any more food here. Some people agree with this idea, but most are angry and look at them with disapproval. They have lived here for many years, and most neighbors are somewhat related. Usually, they might argue over small things, but now it's a matter of life and death. They can't just watch their friends and family starve. Of course, they wouldn't want to give away all their food to survive. But isn't the goddess here to help those in danger? Maybe their kind advice will make the goddess like them more. The goddess might give them more food or even use her powers to drive away the little monsters. Tong Yuelon woke up in the afternoon. She was so hungry she ate several buns quickly and drank some well water, which made her feel much better. She felt a bit upset about the well water. It's not because she's picky, but because she's used to not drinking raw water. She forgot to prepare some boiled water in her space, so now she could only drink the well water in an emergency. Tong Yuelon secretly promised herself that after leaving here, she would prepare a lot of boiled water in her space for emergencies. It wouldn't spoil there anyway. But now isn't the time to think about that. She decided to go out secretly and see what's happening outside. It's very quiet outside. There's no loud talking, no noise, not even children crying. Few people walk on the street. When she does see someone, they hurriedly walk past with their heads down. She doesn't see anyone like her, wandering around the street. Tong Yuelon mimics others, walking quickly with her head down. She carefully looks around at each place she passes and silently plans her best route. When she reaches an old, broken courtyard, she hears faint crying of a child. She pauses slightly. Suddenly, she hears a desperate cry from inside. "Dad, it's no use. If you have to cut, then cut my flesh instead." Hearing the cry, Tong Yulan immediately imagined a scene, a strong man sharpening a knife as he approached a child who was tightly, while boiling water bubbled in a pot nearby. It's not that her imagination is too vivid or her mind too dark. It's just that during the first 2 days, little Gray seemed afraid she might become passive because of the forced task. He kept telling her about the terrible hardships during the Great Famine. The most repeated story was people eating their own children. She didn't know how little Gray found out she was always soft-hearted toward children, but he kept describing the tragic situations of children being used as food, hoping to make her act quickly. Tong Yulan herself was also very sensitive to well-behaved little humans, except for mischievous kids. Plus, with little Gray's ear-piercing magic voice earlier, she didn't give herself any time to think. She quickly took 2 steps forward, slammed open the courtyard door, and rushed inside. The sound of the door crashing open startled everyone in the yard, who were sitting in chaos on the ground. They all instinctively looked at Tong Yulan rushing in, but her eyes were fixed on the corner where the crying had come from. Those people reflexively looked at her, their eyes dull and empty. But after a moment, once they saw her outfit, they withdrew their gaze and sat back down, their eyes vacant, like walking corpses. Tong Yulan didn't notice them at all. She stared fiercely at the man holding a kitchen knife, quickly rushing forward and grabbing the knife from his hand. She shouted, "What are you doing? Is this how parents behave?" The man was stunned, then crouched down holding his head and burst into tears. Tong Yulan handed the kitchen knife to a woman standing nearby, then turned her gaze to a small boy lying on a tattered straw mat in the corner. The boy had stopped crying, tears still on his face, but he was now smiling broadly and sweetly called out to her, "Mississippi." His voice was faint, but it surprised Tong Yulan. She looked closer and realized it was the little boy she met on the train when she first came to Shanghai, the one who had given her a piece of egg pancake. Looking back, the weak woman holding a kitchen knife and searching for a hiding place is actually the boy's mother. The man crouching with his head in his hands is the same man from the train, the boy's father. At this moment, Tong Yulan no longer cared about how she, with her makeup and rough clothes, was recognized by the boy. She suddenly felt that she might have made a mistake. It's not because her experience on the train made her think that this couple was kind and honest, unlikely to commit such a terrible act of killing their own son for meat. After all, human nature can be tested. In extreme situations, the evil inside can be released and amplified. But now, as she recalls, when she entered, the man was bending down with a knife. The corner where the boy was hiding was some distance from his father, and the knife seemed to be pointed toward the man's own thigh. She casually took a steamed bun from a cloth bag hanging on her wrist, used to hide her identity, and handed it to the boy. Then she turned to the man, slowed her voice, and asked, "What were you just doing?" The man still crouched with his head in his hands and said nothing. Seeing her son devouring the bun, the woman's tears suddenly flowed again. She choked out. He was afraid his son would starve, so he wanted to cut a piece of meat from his own thigh to feed him, but that would be deadly. Tong Yulan couldn't say a word. She stared around in shock, noticing that the ground was filled with elderly people. All their eyes were fixed on the boy eating the bun. They swallowed nervously and watched, but no one moved to take the food. Perhaps her stunned silence lasted too long, and the woman hesitated before speaking. "Miss you." Tong Yulan turned back quickly, took a few more buns from her space, and hurriedly stuffed them into her bag. She then took the bag and handed it to her. "Here, this is for you. I have to go now." "Oh, and I heard someone in the front yard say that food will be delivered tonight. You should hide inside and wait until the food arrives. Remember not to close the door." After saying this, she hurried away. The woman opened the bag and saw the buns inside, her face filled with disbelief, then joy. After leaving, Tong Yulan no longer wanted to look around and quickly returned to her space. It seems that Tong Yulan sensed her mood was very low. Xiao Hui's voice, though still weak, carried a comforting tone. Tong Yulan felt overwhelmed and couldn't speak anymore. Her mind was very confused. Xiao Hui understood that Tong Yulan was close to breaking down. During these days here, her nerves had been very tense. It was already very hard for her to hold on. Not just in this situation, but even small, ordinary things could sometimes trigger her collapse. Xiao Hui understood her situation well. Besides tough people like General Hua, most hosts go through this process. Sometimes, when they are about to break, they might rush into enemy lines and shoot wildly, hoping that dying would let them return to their original world. Of course, the final result is usually being shot dead. Before coming here, Tong Yulan was just an ordinary girl from a peaceful time. She had never even fought or hit anyone. Step by step, she had grown a lot to reach this point. Her attention was suddenly diverted. Xiao Hui's voice grew weaker and soon fell silent again. Tong Yulan knew Xiao Hui probably hadn't fully recovered. She felt a little sad but didn't speak. She lay quietly on the bed, resting and waiting for nightfall. Time passed very slowly. When night finally arrived, Tong Yulan had completely recovered. Feeling better, she felt a bit embarrassed. She thought she was too delicate before, breaking down so easily. She needed Xiao Hui's comfort. Next time, she wouldn't be so harsh when teasing it. Oh well, times change. When it's time to take action, she had to do her best. Getting ready to leave, Tong Yulan was surprised to find that the yards she hadn't visited before looked different from the night before. Most of the gates were not locked, and some were even wide open. Although she didn't understand what was happening, it definitely made her work easier. At each yard, she listened carefully. If she heard no movement inside, she would quickly go in, place a handful of rice outside each door, and then leave swiftly. Some yards had their gates open, but there was faint movement inside. Tong Yulan chose not to enter these yards, as she didn't want to risk any accidents. She didn't know why her hearing suddenly became so sharp. Sometimes, even when no sounds could be heard inside, she seemed to be able to hear the breathing of the people hiding in the yard. Perhaps it was thanks to the blessing from Little Gray. When passing by the yard where a family of 3 lived, Tong Yulan noticed their gate was also slightly open. The people who had been lying or sitting in the yard were gone. Thinking about the old, weak, sick, and disabled inside, Tong Yulan deliberately left more food there. She remembered seeing no water well in that yard during the day, so she added 2 buckets of water. This area wasn't very big, and most places didn't require climbing over walls. Tong Yulan worked efficiently. In one night, except for the places where she had already left food the night before, or where there was unusual movement, she had checked almost every household. She vaguely felt that any yard with an open gate probably already knew the news, while those still locked might be from outsiders with no way to get information. At dawn, Tong Yulan returned to her space to rest. The yards outside became lively again. Knowing everyone was now inside the enemy's blockade zone, with enemy soldiers watching closely outside, everyone spoke more quietly despite their excitement. The first group to receive food understood that they didn't get their share this time. They roughly figured out the distribution rules. Each family carefully controlled their food to get through this difficult time. Some greedy people muttered curses and complained, but neighbors scolded them. When some hot-tempered young men wanted to fight, they had to hold back and stay silent. Most of the second group to receive food showed similar reactions, grateful tears, bowing to thank, then carefully hiding and dividing their food for each day. The yards where people had hidden inside to spy and missed out on food became even more lively with scolding. Those people were so ashamed they couldn't lift their heads. If most families hadn't already run out of food, and everyone was too hungry to fight, a good beating might have been unavoidable. Everyone looked at them with angry eyes, secretly planning that as soon as night fell, they would tie up and lock away all the people hiding in the yard from last night. They would not allow them to interfere with the villagers' efforts to deliver food to the goddess. In the yard where Tong Yulan had been during the day, her parents and the village elders were kneeling on the ground, thanking the goddess. The little boy pouted unhappily, saying, "It's not the goddess, it's the young lady." His mother quickly covered his mouth, saying, "Don't talk nonsense. It's the goddess who couldn't bear to see us starving, so she sent food. Don't say such things outside. It's not the goddess, it's the young lady." Wow. Before he finished speaking, he was sharply slapped on the bottom, and he burst into tears, feeling wronged. But as soon as he started crying, his mother covered his mouth with her hand. Meanwhile, Tong Yulan in the space was unaware of all this. After waking up, she eagerly began exercising, then practiced shooting. She wanted to become stronger as soon as possible. She thought that Xiao Huihui's guess was probably right. Now she had a general idea of what to do. After wasting several rounds of ammunition without hesitation, Tong Yulan, standing about 50 to 60 meters from the fixed target, was now able to hit the target with 2 or 3 shots out of 10. This clear progress greatly improved her mood. When she left the space, it was already getting late. The streets were mostly empty, with hardly anyone walking around, so she didn't worry about being seen. Still, she carefully moved along the wall's edge. At this moment, she had changed her appearance. Thin build, pale face, wearing a dull gray rough cloth outfit, with a cloth wrapped around her head. At first glance, she looked like a woman worn down by life, hopeless. The area in front of her was in the central part of the zone, a place she hadn't visited in the past 2 days. From just looking from outside, she could tell it was probably a relatively wealthy area. Of course, truly powerful and wealthy people wouldn't live in such places. If any important person really lived here, the enemy wouldn't have sealed off the area so openly. Other rich or influential people, or those with some connections, probably left the sealed zone through various means long ago. At any time, the common people always suffer the most. The residents nearby probably had slightly better income than ordinary people, but Tong Yulan couldn't be sure whether they had stored food at home. "Forget it. I'll come by tonight to check. If I can get in, I will. If not, I will just toss some food inside." According to Little Gray, even without her presence, more than half of the people inside would still survive. Most of them are probably among those who will live. I think the people in these places probably won't fight over the food or cause too much trouble, so she can leave without issues. After walking around, Tong Yulan found several spots where many beggars gathered. Most of them were lying there barely alive, waiting to die. Even if someone passed by, they had no energy to look up. Tong Yulan quickly and quietly threw some of the cooked food she bought near them, then placed a few piles of rice nearby before quietly leaving. After checking the last area where food needed to be delivered, Tong Yulan felt confident she could deliver all the food tonight. It's not that she demands perfection in her work. She wonders what the system considers as success or failure. Maybe it's that no one should go hungry. If her mistake caused someone to starve, she would be so upset she might faint. Tonight's mission went very smoothly. No one was hiding in the dark watching her. Even the fancy houses she saw during the day had their gates slightly open now. Doing repetitive, simple tasks can be tiring, but at least she finished everything. Tong Yulan finally relaxed and waited for the results. Well, she was waiting for Little Gray to give her an answer. The system was very efficient this time, with no delays at all. When Tong Yulan returned to her space, she heard Little Gray's voice in her mind. Even though she was prepared, she was still happy to get the exact news. No one would die from hunger because of her. Her space and all her supplies were safe. She hadn't heard from Little Gray for a long time, so she couldn't help but ask. Tong Yulan couldn't tolerate Little Gray pretending to be innocent. She stopped talking to her in her mind and stood up, took a deep breath, and said sharply. She carefully looked at a ring that suddenly appeared in her space. Her heart started pounding faster. Was it the kind she imagined? In her extreme surprise, Tong Yulan completely ignored Xiao Huihui's sharp tongue. With such a wonderful gift, it wasn't really sarcasm, but the most beautiful music in the world. Happily, she put the ring on her finger and couldn't help but let out a loud exclamation. Feeling upset, she thought, It's just a bit of pain, so what? Cheapskate. Tong Yulan secretly criticized Xiao Hui in her mind, then reached out and squeezed her arm hard. She used a lot of force, not holding back at all, but the pain she felt in her left arm was much less. The spot she pinched was only slightly red. That's good. It was like wearing a full coverage, 360-degree invisible armor, giving her extra protection for her life. Suddenly, Tong Yulan, who had been happily proud, remembered something. Her face fell instantly, as if she had missed out on a billion. She couldn't stand to see Xiao Hui's petty, pretending to be rich face. The little gray mouse, who had been secretly drawing circles in the corner, suddenly perked up and asked with concern, not noticing the gleam of schadenfreude in her tone. When asked this question suddenly, Tong Yulan unconsciously spoke her thoughts aloud. Xiao Hui, feeling mischievous, finished speaking and immediately fell silent, pretending to be dead no matter what Tong Yulan said. Tong Yulan also felt embarrassed to say more. Xiao Hui hadn't said anything wrong. She had indeed made many basic mistakes before. For some reason, she suddenly felt anxious, as if something bad was about to happen. Could it be that Lin Xiao and the others would encounter an accident on their way here tonight? If she had known, she wouldn't have let them come to pick her up tonight. Waiting a few more days to go back wouldn't be dangerous. Why cause trouble for others? But now that things had reached this point, there was nothing she could do. Tong Yulan decided to go to the place they had agreed on early. If something really happened with her current strength and equipment, she could still help. Just as it got dark, Tong Yulan set out for a hidden corner not far from the meeting place. She carefully observed the outside situation from her space. However, the actual situation was completely different from her guess. There was no sign of any disturbance outside. Even when she saw Lin Xiao bringing someone to the agreed spot, nothing bad happened. Pretending to step out from a hidden place, Tong Yulan raised both hands in a gesture agreed upon by the two of them. Is everything ready? Lin Xiao's voice was a bit low. Tong Yulan raised an eyebrow. Of course. With the red brow hero involved, these are small matters. Every household has received grain, so no one will starve because of a lockdown. That's good. Let's go now, Lin Xiao said, pulling Tong Yulan as they headed back the way they came. Tong Yulan clearly sensed that Lin Xiao seemed a bit sad, but since she didn't say anything, she didn't ask questions. They silently descended the cliff, crossed the dark river, and Lin Xiao and others kept escorting Tong Yulan to her small rented courtyard. Before leaving, Lin Xiao, who had been hesitating, looked back at Tong Yulan at the door and finally spoke. There's something I think I should tell you. The Chung family has had trouble. Tong Yulan quickly pulled her inside and asked anxiously, what exactly happened? Please tell me in detail, Lin Xiao sighed, made a gesture to the guards outside, and then followed Tong Yulan into the inner room. On the second night after you entered the lockdown area, Chung Sunming, the eldest son of Madame Chung who works for the fake government in Nanjing, returned to the Chung residence. Because his younger son was with him this time, Madame Chung finally let them in. However, she only allowed her grandson to go upstairs, refusing Chung Sunming to enter. During that time, he was attacked. The assassin was skilled with both weapons and shooting. Despite being surrounded by many people, he shot and killed several of Chung Sunming's bodyguards and also shot Chung Sunming himself. But outnumbered, the assassin couldn't escape and took his own life. His name was Li Mingli. She started working at Cheng's after you, and the 76th team confirmed she is the leader of the 2nd Action Squad of the Shanghai branch of the military intelligence. Originally, the military intelligence received news that Chung Sunming would return home on the first night, and they had a detailed plan. But due to some unexpected delays, Chung Sunming was delayed for a day. The military intelligence thought the information was wrong and abandoned the plan. Li Mingli saw her target right in front of her. Despite having no backup, she chose to act bravely. But in the end, she failed. Chung Sunming was not hit in a vital spot, and his injuries were not serious. Madame Chung was shocked and vomited blood on the spot, but she refused to go to the hospital for treatment. According to the information we received, her condition is not good, and she may not last more than a few days. Old Lin asked Lin Xiao to choose the right time to tell Tong Yulan about this, so she could understand from a side angle whether Tong Yulan's original purpose for entering Cheng's household was truly just a casual job she found when she first arrived in Shanghai, as she claimed, or if she had other motives. It was also a warning for Tong Yulan. However, seeing Tong Yulan's expression at this moment, Lin Xiao felt that telling her now might be a bit too hasty. Tong Yulan stood still for a moment, then was about to walk out the door. Lin Xiao quickly grabbed her arm. Are you planning to rush to Cheng's house now? There are many spies waiting outside, just waiting for someone to walk into their trap. If you go now, you won't even get past the gate before being caught. I'm telling you this just to prepare you mentally. Don't rush to Cheng's house and get caught. It's not about sending you to your death. If you really get inside number 76, even the red-browed hero, no matter how skilled, won't be able to save you. Number 76 is called the Devil's Den for a reason. We've tried several rescue missions for comrades who were captured, but none have succeeded. Once you're inside number 76, unless you betray, there's no way to come out alive. Lin Zhao's words are not entirely accurate. There was a communist agent named Yuan Shu who was captured by number 76, but eventually managed to escape. But Yuan Shu's case was very different. He was a legendary agent with multiple identities, a member of the Communist Underground Central Intelligence, a major general in military intelligence, leader of the International Intelligence Group, an internal agent of the United Front Work Department, a member of the Japanese spy agency, Iwai Mansion, and a member of the Green Gang. This complex mix of identities allowed him to mobilize many resources after being captured. Ultimately, it was Iwai Aichi, the vice consul of the Japanese consulate in Shanghai, who pressured number 76, claiming to protect Japanese interests and forced Li Shichuan to release Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu's success story cannot be copied. Moreover, he was not rescued through a direct rescue operation but used internal conflicts within the Japanese and puppet forces to save himself. Lin Xiao, with her limited background, couldn't know all this, so what she said was only partly true. Therefore, she strongly agreed with Li Mingli's final decision. If she were in her place, she would also leave herself a final act of courage. Tong Yulan was forced to stop and turned to look at Lin Xiao. She spoke very seriously, saying, "When I left, I promised the old lady I would finish my tasks before going to see her. I also have a good reason to see her. Please help me." Lin Xiao hesitated. Actually, Tong Yulan's background was very clean. If she hadn't asked for help and been honest about many things, the organization wouldn't have found any problems. She had also worked at the Chung family before. If everything was well prepared, visiting her during the day should not be a big problem. But this matter was beyond Lin Zhao's control, and she didn't dare risk Tong Yulan's safety. "I can't decide this. Rest well tonight. I will give you an answer tomorrow. Don't worry, we will do our best to help you." Tong Yulan knew Lin Xiao and her team followed strict rules. She wouldn't make things difficult for her. After thinking for a moment, she held Lin Zhao's hand and said, "Sister Lin, please tell your leaders that if you help me meet the old lady Qing smoothly, I will give you all the weapons I got from the enemy warehouse." Lin Xiao was shocked and opened her mouth wide, unable to close it for a long time. Actually, Comrade Lao Lin had already told her to do everything possible to help Tong Yulan. Normally, she should refuse the reward she offered. But she just couldn't say it. So many weapons, if they were given to soldiers who needed guns and ammunition, they would be very happy. They could also fight more enemies and protect more people. Actually, never mind. I will go back and report. Please don't act impulsively. Wait until I come back and discuss how to proceed." Seeing Lin Xiao almost running away in a hurry, a faint smile appeared on Tong Yulan's face. When she first got the weapons, she wanted to give them all to the Yenin team. But she was worried that giving them out suddenly might cause problems. Now, she finally had a good reason. She also thought about joining the organization directly. Fighting alone would be much safer, with the support of the motherland. But she had too many secrets, and if she wasn't careful, they might be exposed. Some things were better kept to herself. She didn't want her secrets to be revealed and become a target for the military or other forces who might want to fight or hunt her. Moreover, Once she joined the organization, she would have to obey orders. She couldn't do whatever she wanted like before. If that affected her completing her system tasks, she might not be able to go back, and her life could be in danger. Now, I can only take one step at a time. Little Gray also said to follow her heart and handle things as they come. But as she smiled, Tong Yulan's smile faded. The kind old lady who had shown her so much kindness, and Aunt Lu, who cared deeply for her people and was always planning for future generations, surprisingly. And Li Mingli, the second leader of the military intelligence team, whom she had once kept at a distance because of his background, but who chose to fight bravely and sacrificed himself at a critical moment, she respected him deeply. Putting aside differences, anyone who truly fights against enemies and risks their life to protect their country deserves respect. That night, Tong Yulan slept poorly. She woke up feeling very tired but still forced herself to exercise. After practicing her shooting for a while, she finally left the space. After lunch, while Tong Yulan anxiously waited, Lin Xiao finally arrived. Last night, after leaving here, Lin Xiao went straight to see old Lin and honestly told him about Tong Yulan's reaction and what she said. Since the incident at the Chung residence, old Lin believed that once Tong Yulan found out, she would go to see Madame Chung. But he didn't expect her to refuse to rely on the red-browed hero to enter the Chung residence and instead seek help from them immediately. What surprised him even more was that Tong Yulan offered to donate all those weapons to them. Forget how important those weapons might be, the point was that she could make such a big decision on her own. It seemed he needed to reassess her relationship with the red-browed hero. This also made old Lin realize that Tong Yulan trusted and approved of their side. He needed to quickly report to the organization and get approval to bring her over. As for the red-browed hero, since Tong Yulan had joined them, he probably wouldn't have other options. Miss Tong, the organization has already agreed to what you requested. We will help you enter the Chung residence and do our best to protect you. Lin Xiao sat down and shared the agreed plan with Tong Yulan. From what we know, anyone approaching the Chung residence at night will be caught immediately. During the day, as long as their identity is verified and confirmed, they will be allowed in. Your background is very clean, and since you have worked at the Chung residence before and made an agreement with the old lady, the first hurdle shouldn't be too difficult. However, once those who enter the Chung residence come out, there is a high chance they will be taken back for questioning by the agents. The agents are very ruthless, and we worry you might not withstand their harsh interrogation. Tong Yulan nodded in agreement. She truly lacked confidence in passing the agent's questioning, and just thinking about it made her feel scared. Long ago, she had thought about what to do if she were chased by enemies. The answer was to escape if possible. Even if it meant exposing her hiding spot, she would run away from the enemies. At worst, she could stay inside her space for a long time without coming out. The enemies might stay in one place for 10 or 15 days, maybe a month or two, but they wouldn't guard the same spot for several months or a year. When the time comes, she could quietly come out, change her disguise and map, and continue her plans secretly. Besides, people in this era probably wouldn't suspect her sudden disappearance was due to her space. They might think she was some kind of magical creature. As for suicide, she never even considered it. Who would want to die when they can live well? Of course, if there were no other options, either die or be captured by traitors and face harsh torture, she would rather choose to end her own life quickly. If she ended up in such a place, and the enemies chained her to a pillar or wall, how could she hide in her space? She couldn't possibly take the entire wall inside. Even if she could, the consequences would be terrible. Tong Yulan shivered uncontrollably. No, she must not act rashly. Seeing her look terrified and trembling, Lin Xiao gently patted her hand to comfort her. Don't be afraid. We won't let anything happen to you. First, listen to our plan. Before Lin Xiao finished explaining the detailed plan, Tong Yulan shook her head rudely and interrupted. No, according to your plan, no matter which option is finally chosen, I will be safe, but your people might be in great danger, even risking their lives. Revolutions always involve sacrifices. Since I joined the revolution, I was prepared for that. Over the years, haven't many of us sacrificed? But everyone thinks it's worth it, and no one has ever complained. Our mission is to protect your safety at all costs and never let you fall into the hands of the enemy or traitors. What Lin Xiao didn't say was that she was the most important person in this operation. Everyone's attention and firepower would be focused on her, and she was already prepared to sacrifice herself. In the past, acquiring weapons and ammunition often cost many comrades' lives. Now, with such a large batch of high-quality weapons and even some cannons in front of her, she was willing to pay not only with her life, but even with her own body. The only regret was that she no longer had the chance to fight on the battlefield herself. However, she felt no great regret knowing her comrades could use those weapons to bravely fight the enemy. Moreover, even without these weapons, protecting Tong Yuelon was still her duty, assigned by old Lin. Tong Yuelon's face turned red, her lips trembling, but suddenly she couldn't say a word, losing the sharp wit she had when teasing Xiao Huihui earlier. Why do people make dying seem so easy and doing so effortlessly? Li Mingli didn't have much interaction with her before. She had tried to avoid contact with her, but after hearing about Li Mingli sacrificing herself for the country, she still felt very sad. Having traveled from the future, Tong Yuelon naturally regarded everyone in Yan'an as family. For Lin Xiao, her significance was even more special. She wasn't stupid. From what Lin Xiao had planned, it was clear that the person who would attract the enemy's fire at a critical moment to help her escape was definitely Lin Xiao. She couldn't imagine Lin Xiao dying tragically at the hands of those spies because of her. Despite feeling angry, Tong Yuelon quickly calmed down and suddenly asked, "Sister Lin, what is your biggest wish?" "Of course, it's to drive out the Japanese soldiers as soon as possible," Lin Xiao replied without hesitation. Then she softly added, "I also want to fight on the battlefield, personally avenge my father, brothers, and the countless innocent civilians who have died." Lin Xiao's voice was heavy and tinged with regret, but she soon smiled cheerfully and said boldly, "Miss Tong, don't worry. With me here, I will risk my life to protect you. I always keep my promises. I'm a loyal friend, and I won't let you down." Originally, Tong Yuelon was feeling a bit sad, but she was soon amused by Lin Xiao's confident and hearty promise, and she laughed. However, she quickly stopped laughing and seriously told Lin Xiao, "Big Sister Lin, I trust you. At first, it was because of your status, but now it's because of who you are. I truly see you as a friend. I hope we can become good friends, like close brothers and sisters for life. Therefore, I would never put you in danger because of my own problems. It's not just you. Your other comrades are the same. Who am I to ask you to risk your lives for me? I will go to Cheng's house to see the old lady. Maybe I will still need your help, but I will definitely not follow your previous plan. As for the weapons, we originally went for food, and the weapons were just an unexpected find. We can't use so many now. Please tell your leaders that we will give all the weapons and ammunition to you for free, as long as you can kill more enemies. Once the matter at Cheng's house is settled, just take me to a safe place where you can receive supplies. It can be far away. We will deliver everything through our own channels. Of course, if there are other supplies you can't take out, we can help you carry those too." Listening to Tong Yulan's words, Lin Xiao's eyes grew wider and wider. The things she said were so shocking that she was momentarily stunned. After a while, she spoke in a hoarse voice, "I will report everything you just said to my organization as soon as possible. Please wait for my news. Also, on behalf of all the fighters, thank you for your gifts. With these weapons and ammunition, we can save many comrades and kill more enemies." After speaking, Lin Xiao bowed deeply to Tong Yulan. Seeing her sidestep to make way, Lin Xiao didn't hesitate and continued, "I will come back soon. Before that, for safety, you must not act on your own." Lin Xiao kept her eyes on Tong Yulan until she promised not to act rashly. Only then did she turn to leave. Just before stepping out of the door, she looked back and smiled brightly. "Our discipline doesn't allow us to swear brotherhood, or I would definitely burn incense and swear brotherhood with you." After saying this, she ran out without looking back. Tong Yulan is someone who listens to advice. Since Lin Xiao and the others are taking things seriously, it shows that the Chung residence is now under strict surveillance. Acting rashly, without proper preparation, would definitely be dangerous. However, I don't quite understand why this situation has occurred. Chung Sin-ming was stabbed, and the murderer committed suicide on the spot. His identity has already been investigated. Shouldn't they be searching for members of the military intelligence agency now? Why set up a trap outside the Chung residence? It's not really a trap. It's more like obvious surveillance. It seems like they want to cut off the connection between the Chung family and the outside world, but they left a gap. Then they're questioning everyone coming in and out. Are they trying to find out some secret about the Chung family? What exactly is happening inside the Chung residence? Is the old madam doing well now? The old madam was lying in bed. She used to take good care of herself, and her face looked full and healthy. Now, her cheeks had sunken, and the skin on the back of her hands looked dull and lacked luster. Her face was pale, and she seemed to have lost all her vitality. Zhao Auntie sat on a small stool beside the bed, staring at the old madam without blinking, her eyes full of sadness. The old madam slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Zhao Auntie's expression, she forced a smile and said, "Xiaolan, if Lan Lan sees how I look now, she probably wouldn't call me Aunt Lu anymore, right?" Zhao Auntie was usually shy with words. At this moment, she didn't know how to comfort the old madam. She tried to change the subject. "Old madam, it seems you really like Miss Tong. Maybe I can find a way to invite her back to keep you company?" The old madam shook her head slightly. If she could come, she would have already. Since she hasn't come, either her matters aren't finished, or she can't come into the Chung residence now. Perhaps Zhao Auntie's words sparked the old madam's interest in talking. She had been quiet these days, but now she slowly continued. "When I first saw her, I felt she was very agreeable. I even guessed she might be the person I've been waiting for, so I kept her here. Later, I thought, how could this girl be so naive? If she went out, she would definitely be bullied. Even if she's not the person I've been waiting for, I wanted to stay here a little longer. But after that, every time I saw her, I felt she had changed a lot. I can't quite describe the change. It's like she matured very quickly, or maybe she adapted very fast. So when she asked to leave, I wasn't worried at all anymore. That young girl's words and actions truly suit my taste. If things were like before, if Wang Shua hadn't changed into his current self, I would do everything I could to marry her and make her my eldest granddaughter-in-law. But now, it's better not to cause trouble for such a good girl." The old lady said this and let out a long sigh, her breathing becoming a little quicker. Aunt Zhao quickly stepped forward to pat her back. The old lady raised her hand to push away her arm, took a moment to catch her breath, and then continued. "All right, don't worry too much. Lan hasn't arrived yet and she still has things to do. I won't be in trouble for a little while. You can go back to your work. You don't need to stay with me. I still have some things to think about. When Lan comes, no matter what time it is, even if it's midnight, you must wake me up. Remember that." After saying this, the old lady closed her eyes, her brows furrowing tightly. Aunt Zhao tiptoed away quietly, returning to the kitchen. She looked back at the main gate, unsure whether to hope that Tong Yuelan would come soon, or to wish she would come later. Tong Yuelan, who was worried about the old lady, was also concerned about her health. She frowned and thought about ways to safely enter the Chung residence without taking too many risks or burdening Lin Xiao and the others. Suddenly, Tong Yuelan coughed up blood. Tong Yuelan had a heart attack, but now was not the time to argue with Little Gray. Her grandmother's departure had troubled her for a long time. She didn't understand why she felt so close to her grandmother, nor why she was so eager to see the old lady right now. Maybe her intuition told her that if she couldn't find a way to see the old lady soon, she might never get another chance to meet the kind and lovely elderly lady who had shown her so much kindness and taught her many good things. She remembered the last time she went to the enemy warehouse for a zero-cost purchase, enjoying the benefits of the underground tunnel that the Green Gang had dug in advance. She had taken advantage of it, even intercepting others halfway through and gaining a big advantage. Wait, no, isn't that how it's always written in stories? Wealthy families usually have secret tunnels for emergencies, and to keep them secret, Only the head of the family knows about these escape routes. And that clever, wise old lady would never overlook such a thing. So, the more Tong Yuelon thought about it, the more she felt it made sense. If the old lady couldn't or wouldn't come out, she couldn't get in either. Sister Zhao goes out shopping every day. As long as she contacts the old lady, sneaking into the Chung residence is an easy task. Thinking of this, Tong Yuelon took out paper and a pen. But after writing just a few words, she stopped. She took out a calligraphy practice book from her space, checked her writing, and when she saw it was wrong, she immediately tore up the note and threw it into a small wooden bucket used as a trash bin in her space. Then she unfolded a new sheet of paper. Before writing each character, she would look through the book to find the one she wanted, then carefully copy it onto the paper by. Sometimes habits can be really scary. Even though she knew this era used traditional characters, she still naturally wrote simplified characters out of habit, ignoring the differences between the two, as if she were blind to them. Realizing and knowing she was deliberately hiding this was thanks to the old lady. When she was about to leave the Chung residence to say goodbye to the old lady, Tong Yuelon gave her a letter. The letter had several common emojis from her future time, each with a note explaining what message each symbol represented. She originally thought that if the old lady needed to find her but couldn't locate her, she could draw a symbol outside the Chung residence wall. When the old lady saw it, she would naturally respond. But as soon as the old lady opened the letter and looked at it, she gave her a serious farewell lecture. Lon, did you write these characters on purpose like this, or do you usually write like this? Tong Yuelon, not yet realizing how serious the issue was, sensed something was wrong and quickly asked, "They are all written like this." Old lady, is there something wrong? The old lady looked at her with a complicated expression. I don't want to ask a young lady who has received many years of education why she writes so messily and without finesse, nor do I want to know why most of your characters are incomplete or misshapen. I just want to tell you, your handwriting is very recognizable. Anyone who sees it once will be able to identify it easily the second time. The old lady paused, gently tapping her forehead with her finger, and said meaningfully, "A person with secrets cannot carry something so highly recognizable. That's like an ant-hole capable of destroying a dam from 1,000 miles away." Since she came here, she hasn't written much. The first time was a small note left for the man helping on the train. The second time was a humorous poem left as the red-browed hero. The third time is now. Even if the same person saw her notes the first and second times, they would only suspect that both were left by the red-browed hero. As for why she was present both times, given her relationship with the hero, it's not unusual. However, if she doesn't realize this herself, her disguise will be completely exposed the next time she writes. Her efforts to hide her secret will turn into a complete joke. Seeing her sudden change in expression, the old lady understood she had figured it out. She slowed her tone and asked her to sit down. Do you know why people say someone becomes wise with age? It's because they've seen and experienced more things. Most people become smarter, making fewer mistakes and being more careful in their actions. Everyone lives from the age of 1 or 2 up to 70. They grow from innocent children into wise elders. It's not that a clever 70-year-old gradually becomes a naive child. After all, if people could live from 70 down to 1, most would have the most successful life. So, don't be discouraged. It's understandable that at your age, you might not think things through carefully. I can only remind you because I've lived for several decades longer than you. But some people don't get a chance to fix their mistakes. One mistake can ruin everything. This time, I caught you in time and reminded you. For the issues I didn't notice, you need to find and fix them yourself quickly. Lon, I hope that when I meet you below, you'll be an old lady in your 70s or 80s, walking with a cane. By then, we might not recognize each other, and I'll still call you old sister. I don't want you to call me Aunt Lou when you see me below. The old lady spoke softly at the end, but Tong Yuelon heard her clearly. Her vision blurred slowly. The old lady seemed not to notice her tears. She got up, went to the desk, and picked up an inkstone to grind ink. As you get older, your memory gets worse. I can't remember all these things, so I'd rather copy them down to be sure. Tong Yulan quickly wiped away her tears and went to help. The old lady picked up a brush and began writing on rice paper. Tong Yulan watched in a daze as the old lady elegantly wrote a line of characters. She knew it was small regular script. Then another line appeared, also in small regular script, but noticeably different from the first. The next line was in yet another style of small script. The styles of the following lines kept changing. The brush strokes were smooth and flowing. Tong Yulan couldn't tell what kind of font it was, but it looked very cultured. "All right, draw the matching symbols for me," the old lady said, handing her the brush. "Actually, I like cursive script the most, but I've never mastered it. These fonts are just rough sketches, not the real skill, but they're passable. But there's a benefit. Without a prearranged secret code, who could imitate my handwriting to do something bad?" Tong Yulan stared at the brush in her hand, feeling awkward. She forced a small smile, carefully placed the brush on the brush holder, and took out a pen from her pocket. She drew matching emoticons above each line of text. The note she had written earlier was destroyed immediately, erased as if it had never existed. Before leaving, the old lady silently handed her 2 calligraphy books and reminded her, "Few people are used to writing horizontally." In these days, Tong Yulan, feeling very ashamed, secretly practiced copying from the calligraphy books. She tried to change her writing habits, switching from simple to complex characters, adjusting fonts and formats. After all, in a time without computers, she couldn't just stop writing characters altogether. If she didn't improve soon, how could she protect her cover in the future? Thinking of this, she became even more eager to see the old lady soon. When Lin Xiao came again, Tong Yulan had already finished the letter. Her handwriting was still poor, lacking sharpness and spirit, like a child just learning to write. Luckily, it was no longer missing limbs or parts, and she had changed from horizontal to vertical writing. "Miss Tong, Older sister Lin, I just thought of something." They both spoke almost at the same time, then stopped. "Go ahead. What did you think of?" Lin Xiao smiled and gestured for Tong Yulan to speak. "I was thinking going directly to the Chung family's house is risky, but from what I know, old lady Chung might have a way to let me in and out safely. I plan to send her a letter through Aunt Zhao. If that still doesn't work, then we can think of other ways. Aunt Zhao usually goes out to buy vegetables every morning, but she doesn't go to the same place every time. So I want a few of you to go with me early tomorrow to the places she often visits. Once you find her, please tell me immediately. I will secretly give her a message. After that, I will decide what to do next based on the news from Cheng's side." Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Okay, the organization has asked me to fully cooperate with your plan. I will follow your advice. The team is fine. There are 3 of us. If it's not enough, I will arrange more. With me included, there are 4 of us, which is enough. Do you know what Aunt Zhao looks like? I can't draw, so I can't give you her picture. Don't worry about these small things. We promise to complete the task." All right, she was being silly. For them, this should really be a small matter. "Oh, Lin Jie, what did you want to say just now?" Hearing this, Lin Zhao's expression suddenly became serious. "Besides what I just told you, that we will fully cooperate and follow your lead, there's one more thing. My leader wants to meet you. Would you be willing?" Old Lin told her that the organization's principle is to unite all willing to resist Japan. The Red Brow hero and others are definitely committed to fighting. From Tong Yulan's behavior, it's clear she has a high voice in the team and is sympathetic to their cause. If we can get her to join us, that would be best. If not, we should at least build a strong partnership to fight together. Old Lin has already reported this to the organization. The organization's response is to do everything possible to bring her over and ensure her safety. Meet with your leader. Tong Yulan's mind immediately flashed images from classic spy movies like The Message, The Spy Who Came In From the Cold, and Secret War. Her heart started pounding faster. If she can go back in the future, won't she be praised for a lifetime? Seeing Tong Yulan's strange expression, she hesitated for a long time without saying anything. Lin Xiao worried that she was unwilling or had concerns. Just as she was about to speak to persuade her, Tong Yulan suddenly spoke excitedly. "Okay, no problem. Right now? I'll go now. What should I prepare? I'll change into something suitable first. Without waiting for Lin Xiao to reply, Tong Yuelan turned back into the inner room. It was her first time meeting a hero on the hidden front line, so she thought she should change into more mature clothes. She couldn't just go over casually. Watching Tong Yuelan's figure quickly disappear into the room, Lin Xiao looked a bit surprised, then couldn't help but smile. It seemed this girl really admired the organization. Old Lin's task should be easier to complete now. When they were about to leave, Tong Yuelan strongly asked Lin Xiao not to call her Miss Tong anymore. That title made her feel a bit awkward, especially since she was from the future. She couldn't do much about others, but she could protest to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had already regarded Tong Yuelan as his own younger sister in his heart. He also felt that calling her Miss Tong was too formal, so he readily agreed and started calling her Xiaolan. Many years later, old Lin still remembered the first time he met Tong Yuelan. The girl's eyes showed a hint of disappointment at first sight, though she quickly hid it. He saw it clearly. This made him think for a long time after Tong Yuelan left, wondering what he had done wrong that made her show such an expression when she wanted to join the organization. Fortunately, things went smoothly. Although she didn't agree to join officially, only as an external member, she still made great contributions to the organization. Their cooperation was very smooth. Gradually, he saw Tong Yuelan as his own daughter, and she also showed him great respect. He had planned to wait until the war was over to find a good time to ask why she looked disappointed when she saw him. But in the end, he never had the chance to ask him directly. Xiaolan, this is my direct superior, Comrade Lao Lin. After introducing Lao Lin, Lin Xiao also introduced Tong Yuelan to Lao Lin. Tong Yuelan looked at Lao Lin in front of her. He was an ordinary middle-aged man with no special features in his appearance or clothing. He wouldn't stand out in a crowd, and he looked nothing like the handsome and beautiful people she had imagined. But she quickly realized that both handsome men and beautiful women tend to attract more attention. If all the agents were like that, it would be hard to do their work without being noticed. So, she thought, maybe it's better if they don't stand out too much. She reached out her hand to Lao Lin and smiled as she said, "Hello, leader. Just call me Xiao Tong." As soon as she said that, she felt the name Xiao Tong sounded a bit strange. But now wasn't the time to think about that. "Then I'll call you Xiaolan, just like Comrade Lin Xiao," Lao Lin said kindly. "From now on, you can call me Lao Lin and I'll call you Xiaolan." After pouring 2 glasses of water, Lin Xiao stood up and went outside to watch for danger. "Xiaolan, Comrade Lin Xiao said you are willing to donate that whole batch of weapons and ammunition to us. On behalf of the soldiers who fought before, I want to thank you deeply." Lao Lin bowed to Tong Yuelan. She quickly stood up from her seat and stepped back, waving her hands. "These were meant for you anyway. There's no need to be so polite. Did they really plan to give them those weapons?" Lao Lin looked puzzled. "These weapons and ammunition were obtained from the enemies at great risk. And this isn't just your decision, so we should pay you for them." Lao Lin then took out a small box from under the table. "Inside are the funds we prepared to buy weapons. But compared to what you got from the enemy's warehouse, it's not enough. We will gather enough money as soon as possible, but it might take a little time." He opened the box, revealing gold bars and stacks of banknotes. Tong Yuelan didn't look at the money. Instead, she looked seriously at Lao Lin. "We can't use so many weapons and ammunition. They will only be most effective in your hands." She knew she couldn't get all these items alone, but the decision wasn't entirely hers. The Red Brow hero once said that the best enemy is a dead enemy. Anyone who can turn a living enemy into a dead one is the most deserving of respect. You are truly a team fighting against the enemy, and we respect you the most. These weapons are also put to good use by you. So, there's no need to mention the money. We do this willingly. The best enemy is a defeated enemy." Old Lin repeated this phrase softly, unable to help but tap the table. "Well said. No wonder you're called the Red-Browed Hero. Of course, the Red-Browed Hero's biggest wish is to defeat more enemies and eliminate traitors. As long as he can drive the enemy out quickly, he is willing to give up any amount of weapons, ammunition, or supplies. He told me that if you need any urgent supplies, as long as he gets accurate information and can sneak in, he will find a way to seize all the enemy's supplies and even help deliver them to the designated place." Tong Yulan is now speaking more smoothly about the red-browed hero, no longer needing to carefully choose her words, as if afraid of accidentally revealing secrets. Did the red-browed hero really say that? Xiaolon, could you help introduce me to him? He's such a national hero. I wonder if I might have the chance to meet him and thank him in person. Tong Yulan had thought about this question long ago and immediately refused without hesitation. He has a very strange temper and doesn't like to interact with others or reveal his identity. Of course, it's normal for a hero to have his own personality. I met him by chance, but I still don't know what he really looks like. He's very skilled at disguises. Every time he appears before me, he looks completely different, sometimes a man, sometimes a woman, young or old. If we didn't have a secret code, I wouldn't recognize him. Oh, no, I can't say too much about him. Anyway, no matter how strange he is, his determination to fight the enemy is real. Tong Yulan spoke a few more words out of turn, then quickly retracted her words. A lie needs many other lies to cover it up. Saying too much makes it easy to be caught. It's better to keep some mystery, so she can refuse to answer many inconvenient questions with excuses. If that's the case, can you be the main contact for the red-browed hero and donate such a large batch of weapons and ammunition to us? It's not that old Lin was deliberately testing, but from Tong Yulan's words, it was clear she hadn't even seen the real face of the red-browed hero. How could she make such a big decision directly? Indeed, the more you talk, the more flaws you reveal. Oh, well, you see, the hero with the red eyebrows doesn't really need so many weapons, Tong Yulan said slowly, her mind racing to find the perfect explanation. She hoped to settle this once and for all, so she wouldn't have to think about it again. His biggest wish is to fight the Japanese soldiers and drive them out of our land. To him, weapons are mainly for killing the enemy. If that's the case, then anyone who fights is doing the same. Despite the difficulties, you're still fighting on the front lines. The soldiers lack clothes, food, and weapons. If we had these weapons, we could kill more enemies. In the words of the hero with the red eyebrows, these weapons are like exchange for enemy heads. Yes, that's right. His original words are, exchange enemy heads for rewards, or rather for supplies. So, giving you these weapons definitely meets his needs. I didn't even need to ask him. I could decide myself. Also, food helps soldiers stay full. When they are full, they can fight better. So, all the leftover food can be given to you. As for what I told Sister Lin before, it means the same thing. No matter what supplies they are, as long as they help soldiers kill more enemies, we are willing to take them from the enemy and handle the transportation. Tong Yulan finished speaking in one breath, carefully watching Lao Lin's expression. She wasn't sure if her words could ease his doubts, but she was surprised to see tears in Lao Lin's eyes. It turned out that these heroes were not as glamorous as she imagined, nor were they the emotionless stereotypes she thought they were. But Tong Yulan felt that such people were more real. Everyone has feelings and desires. They just control and discipline themselves more to achieve their goals. At this moment, Lao Lin's heart was full of ups and downs, and he couldn't control his emotions. Earlier this year, the Japanese army targeted the communist-led forces, dividing their base with a cage policy and frequently launching sweeps. In North China, they even carried out a three-alls policy: destroy all, burn all, loot all. The Japanese tried to block transportation routes and destroy the resistance's foundation, causing the control area to shrink significantly. The Kuomintang stopped paying the 8th Route Army last month and imposed a complete economic blockade, preventing supplies from entering the border areas. They also caused military conflicts in Shaanxi and Hebei, creating a difficult situation where the Japanese, puppet forces, and Kuomintang surrounded the communist troops from all sides. After occupying major cities and transportation routes, the Japanese military tightly sealed off food, medicine, cloth, and other supplies to the base areas. The Kuomintang also cut off international aid routes, such as the Yunnan-Burma Road, leaving the border areas in a dire situation where even a grain of rice or a yard of cloth could not enter. Things got worse with a severe drought in North China, which reduced food production. Some soldiers and civilians had to eat leaves and grass roots to survive. The finances of the base areas ran out, making it hard to supply basic military uniforms and ammunition. The Zaoi battle revealed that our forces lacked heavy weapons like artillery and tanks, making it difficult to carry out decisive attacks against the Japanese forces when surrounded. The base areas relied on self-supply of resources. For example, the Special Committee in Jiaodong secretly mined gold to support Yan'an. All bases launched large-scale production campaigns, which helped ease the shortage of supplies. Overseas Chinese and patriotic people also secretly donated supplies to the base areas. However, the most important weapons, ammunition, and medicines were very hard to obtain. Even when they managed to get some through various channels, these strategic supplies were still difficult to pass through the Japanese blockade. Despite this, a young girl donated a large amount of weapons and ammunition, including several of the most urgently needed howitzers and cannons. She also promised to help transport them. Everyone knew how difficult it was to acquire and transport these strategic supplies, but the girls seemed unconcerned, speaking as if it was only natural and effortless. Thinking of this, Lao Lin suddenly stood up. Before Tong Yuelon could dodge, he quickly and solemnly saluted her. Tong Yuelon instinctively wanted to return the salute, but as she raised her hand, she hesitated and stopped shyly. Although she had learned the military salute during training, she was not a soldier, so she felt it was inappropriate to do so.
A bow?
That would look awkward, so she decided not to. She touched the back of her neck and awkwardly chuckled a little. Lao Lin seemed unaware of her embarrassment and earnestly invited her. Xiaolan, since we share the same goal, would you like to join us? Old Lin knew that Tong Yuelon and the group behind the red-browed hero must be hiding big secrets. As long as these secrets do not threaten the safety of the organization, there is no problem. Even if the top leaders know, they would probably agree with his view. Tong Yuelon had already thought carefully about this issue before. She even considered it while changing clothes. Without hesitation, she replied, I agree with your ideas and believe that you will eventually create a new, strong country. However, I cannot join you now. I can only do my best with my current identity and make it easier to provide you with supplies. So, I am willing to be an unofficial member. You can give me any tasks and I will do my best to complete them. This answer surprised Old Lin a little. He thought it would be very difficult to persuade the red-browed hero to join, but someone like Tong Yuelon, who clearly supports and admires the organization, would probably agree. But then he realized this answer was normal. People with big secrets and great skills usually don't want to be bound by many rules. He was already satisfied with this outcome. Of course, he would still report to the organization and do his best to keep their secrets, no matter the cost, because they truly deserved it. Okay, we respect your decision. From now on, Comrade Lin Xiao will be responsible for contacting you. She has been practicing martial arts since she was young, is quite skilled, and has good marksmanship. Having her nearby during your actions will make us feel more at ease. If you need any help with your future plans, just tell Lin Xiao. We will support you as soon as possible. Received. Thank you, leader. And thank you, Old Lin. Tong Yuelon changed her words under Old Lin's threatening gaze. The two looked at each other and smiled. Lin Xiao and the others worked very efficiently. Before Tong Yuelon reached the place where Aunt Zhao usually bought vegetables, they had already sent her a message, and she immediately changed direction. Aunt Zhao was carrying her basket, looking a bit worried. The old lady hadn't been able to eat much these days. Every time she bought vegetables, she spent more time than usual, hoping to find some rare ingredients so she could get the old lady to eat a little more. Zhao Auntie, please give this letter to the old lady. Suddenly, someone bumped into Zhao Auntie from behind. Before she could react, she saw a young girl reach out and steady her arm. Then, a familiar voice softly sounded in her ear. Zhao Auntie saw the girl lower her hand from supporting her arm and gently tap the cloth covering the basket. Instinctively, she wanted to hug the basket close. Luckily, she quickly realized and pretended to continue walking normally, though her grip on the basket tightened. She didn't look at the girl who bumped into her. Although her clothes and appearance had changed completely, she recognized the voice immediately. It was Miss Tong, whom the old lady kept mentioning. Without turning around, Zhao Auntie knew someone was following and watching her nearby. This was the reason why the old lady had hoped for Miss Tong to come to the Chung residence, but she hadn't arrived yet. Fortunately, she thought of using this method to send a message to the old lady. Zhao Auntie quickened her steps and crouched near a vegetable stall. She casually picked some vegetables from the vendor's stand and placed them into her basket. When she reached for her money, she carefully turned sideways to hide the watcher's view behind her, secretly hiding the letter in her. Recently, someone had been guarding the gate of the residence, carefully checking everyone coming in or out. Although her movements weren't restricted and she wasn't inspected, she was still cautious because of the old lady. When Zhao Auntie returned to the Chung residence, the person outside the gate looked behind her. Seeing the watcher shake his head gently, he made no extra move and simply watched Zhao Auntie enter. "Old madam, Miss Tong sent you a letter." She set down the basket and hurried upstairs to hand the letter to the old lady. She also took an old pair of glasses from the table and then quietly went downstairs. The old lady leaned against the bed, opened the letter, and immediately saw Tong Yuelan's clearly practiced handwriting. Although it was still a bit awkward, it was no longer missing parts, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. She read the entire letter carefully, word by word, and then fell into deep thought. After a long while, the old lady suddenly chuckled bitterly and muttered in a very low voice, "This house, not being destroyed in the war, is already lucky. Now, it seems to be well preserved, but it's thanks to those two traitorous sons who sold their country and acknowledged the thief as father. That alone is a shame to our ancestors. Such a family estate shouldn't be kept intact. It would be better to burn it down with a fire." The secret tunnel was originally built for emergency escapes for family members. Now, it can be considered useful. Being a person from a defeated country feels terrible, and being related to traitors makes people feel ashamed and angry. At this point, what is there that cannot be let go? The next morning, Aunt Zhao went shopping as usual. Following the old lady's instructions, she found the unremarkable stall. She looked at the graffiti on the ground nearby, hesitated for a moment, and then squatted down. "Zhao Aunt, it's me." The middle-aged woman at the stall smiled at her and quietly greeted her. That familiar voice made Aunt Zhao feel a bit dizzy, but she didn't stop her actions. She picked up 2 pieces of lotus root from the stall and handed over the rolled-up money. As she did, she gently tapped the back of Tong Yulan's hand with her finger. At home, Tong Yulan took out the note wrapped in coins. It clearly showed an address and a time, 9 o'clock tonight. The address was quite far from Cheng's residence. After asking Lin Xiao, she learned that the place was remote and easy to leave the city. Not many people used to live nearby, and now even fewer. Tong Yulan realized her previous guess was correct. After discussing, they decided that Lin Xiao would hide nearby to assist, while Tong Yulan would go alone to meet the person. Soon, it was 9 o'clock at night. Tong Yulan raised her hand to knock twice. The door opened from inside. An old man, Lao Wang too, looked at her and simply said, "Come with me," then turned and walked straight inside. Inside the yard, she saw 2 more people. The older man was about Lao Wang Tu's age, and the younger man looked like his son. Neither spoke. After closing the gate, one silently stood by the door, while the other followed behind. The yard was old and broken, similar to the place where Tang Sung and Sun Wukong stayed in the early episodes of Journey to the West. There was a large water well, with a rope ladder hanging over it. Lao Wang Tu signaled Tong Yulan to follow. She obediently went down the rope ladder. After a few steps, she saw a half-human high hole in the well wall. Just as she entered, she saw the rope ladder being pulled up and the hole slowly closed. Impressive, Tong Yulan thought to herself. She finally understood how the famous tunnel warfare worked. Old Wang led the way, holding a brass flashlight that wasn't very bright, but enough for Tong Yulan to see clearly inside the tunnel. The tunnel was narrow, just wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. From the walls and floor, it seemed to have been built a long time ago. Old Wang walked quickly, but steadily. Based on what she learned from Lin Xiao, Tong Yulan guessed that Old Wang was skilled in martial arts, though she couldn't tell exactly how skilled. The exit of the tunnel surprised Tong Yulan. Such a hidden entrance was not in the study or bedroom, but in the guest room, which was usually the most used room. Is this what they call doing the opposite of what is expected? The guest room was dark, with only faint light coming in from the yard. Old Madam is waiting for you upstairs in the bedroom, Old Wang said, but he didn't leave. Instead, he sat silently. Although Tong Yuelan couldn't see his expression clearly, she felt as if he was filled with deep sadness. The light in the old lady's bedroom was dim, and thick curtains blocked out all the light. Seeing the old lady leaning awkwardly on the bed made Tong Yuelan's heart tighten. If her body hadn't been so weak, why would she be in such a state to see her? Finally, you're here, the old lady whispered weakly, and tears welled up in Tong Yuelan's eyes. At this moment, upon hearing the old lady ask, she considered and said, "Earlier, we killed a little enemy called Sato. As a result, the enemy sealed off the entire area, not allowing anyone to enter or leave, and all supplies were cut off. Over 10,000 people are trapped inside. Over time, many will starve. We managed to send in some food, giving each family a little. That can support them for about 10 days or 2 weeks. I knew I didn't misjudge you." The old lady nodded happily, but she didn't continue asking about Tong Yuelan's words. Instead, she got straight to the point. "You are eager to see me because you probably already know what happened to the Chung family. I am letting you come in this late because I have some things I want to entrust to you. I don't know much about your side, only that through some channels I learned your goal is to serve the people. You are probably a group of the poor. For a family like ours, our main interests are different from yours. That's why I never thought I would have contact with you from the start. When the enemy invaded, you proposed stop the civil war and fight the Japanese together, and it turns out you've been doing that. This made me pay more attention to you. After I decided to donate all my belongings, I was leaning more towards Chongqing, but your words before you left Cheng's house made me think a lot. As the saying goes, the one who wins the people's hearts wins the world. Maybe after the enemy is driven out, everything will be just as you said." Just as I was about to make my decision, an assassination attempt happened at my home. I was mentally prepared for such things. I knew there were more than just this one plan to root out traitors. I didn't hold any resentment over it. This event made me realize I must act quickly. If another similar incident happens and I haven't finished what I need to do, I might die with regrets. So today, I want to tell you that I have decided to donate all my belongings to you. I initially planned to personally transport everything to you, but now I realize that even loyal people can't always be trusted. It's better for you to send someone quickly. With a secret tunnel, transporting these items would be safer. Time cannot be delayed any longer. It is best to do this within the next 2 or 3 days. Considering her unofficial status, Tong Yuelan did not deny the fact that the old lady had assigned her to Yenin this time. However, from the old lady's words, it seemed she had already made arrangements, so both sides would send people to contact her. Her arrival was just a coincidence, and Lin Xiao and the others probably didn't know anything about this. It was clear that the military intelligence agency hadn't received any news, or they wouldn't have sent Li Mingli to sneak in and attempt an assassination at this time. Thinking of this, she asked directly, "Old lady, how did you know about me?" The old lady smiled, but it was a bit bitter. "I previously sent a trusted person to contact both sides. The reply I received was that the message had already been passed on. So when you appeared, I thought you belonged to one side. After meeting you, I was even more convinced of your identity. But the day before you left the Chung residence, I received news that my trusted person had betrayed me and revealed the message to my rebellious son. Neither side received any information. By then, I had basically confirmed your identity, and Li Mingli's actions later proved her identity too. At that moment, I thought some things might really be fate, or perhaps it was the protection of our ancestors, giving me a chance to atone for some sins before I die." Tong Yuelan also felt a bit emotional. Some things truly seem mysterious and fateful. Seeing that Tong Yuelan was silent, the old lady continued, "You also saw the people outside. It was arranged by my rebellious son. If he weren't still hospitalized from his injuries, it would be even harder for me to contact you. I don't know when he'll be discharged, maybe in a few days, or maybe tomorrow. My body can't hold on much longer. You must make arrangements quickly, so I won't leave with regrets. Thinking of Lin Xiao and others waiting to assist her, Tong Yulan asked, Old lady, are those things many? I have a few companions waiting on the other side of the tunnel. If it's not too many, perhaps we can move them tonight. The old lady's expression immediately brightened. She struggled to get up and said to Tong Yulan, Come with me. It was then that Tong Yulan realized that in just a few days, the old lady looked completely different, like a different person, exhausted and worn out. Her heart felt heavy, and she couldn't find the words to speak. She quickly stepped forward to support the old lady. Don't be sad. Birth, aging, illness, and death are all normal parts of life. I am already happy to have met you before I die, and to have you help fulfill my last wish. The old woman gently patted her hand again. After the old lady led her into the dark room, Tong Yulan was shocked by what she saw. Inside, there were over 20 large and small boxes. She tried to lift one, but most of them were very heavy. Not to mention that Lin Xiao and her team didn't have enough people now. Even with more help, moving so many things safely would be very difficult. The old lady didn't notice her expression and sighed softly. Some of my visible assets are hard to move, but most of them have been sold over the years and turned into gold. They say, ancient treasures in times of prosperity, gold in troubled times. Originally, this was just to protect the family's inheritance, but now it makes my plans easier. As for the antiques and relics, they are all here. You can take them away together. As long as they are not stolen by enemies, they can stay in the country. You can handle them however you want. Tong Yulan thought for a moment and finally made a decision. Old madam, I have something I want to tell you. I have a master nearby who can take all the boxes away tonight. But this is his family's secret skill, and he doesn't want anyone watching. If you trust me, just give this place to me. Let Uncle Wang open the exit of the tunnel. No need for guards. We'll close it after we leave. After saying this, Tong Yulan felt nervous. The story sounded very unlikely. If someone else told her this, she would doubt their true intentions. Since you've already taken the items, how you handle them is up to you. I'm old and can't stay up late with you. It's time for me to go to bed. When you leave, remember to close the darkroom door. Yes, just press there. The old lady said this and turned to leave without even glancing at the items. Old madam, Tong Yulan hurried to follow and help her. By the latest the day after tomorrow, I will bring the receipt to you. In the future. The old lady waved her hand. No need. Keep it for me. You know my wish. If things can't be done in the future, it doesn't matter. These are the Chung family's possessions used for atonement. After taking a few steps, the elderly lady turned back and said to Tong Yulan, You don't need to say goodbye when you leave. In a few days, if you hear that I am no longer here, do not come to Cheng's house to pay your respects. Remember that, old madam, that's enough. Don't help me anymore. Go do your own work. By the way, I still like hearing you call me Aunt Lu, Aunt Lu. Tong Yulan bowed deeply to the old lady's back. After gathering everything in the secret room, Tong Yulan closed the door and went to the reception hall. She found the entrance to the secret passage slightly open. Following the passage back to the courtyard where she had come from, she saw that the two guards and old Wang head had indeed disappeared. After meeting with Lin Xiao and others, Lin Xiao noticed that Tong Yulan seemed a bit sad. She thought it was because her meeting with the old lady didn't go well, so she didn't ask but quietly stayed by her side. At this moment, Tong Yulan was indeed feeling down. She was worried she might not be able to fulfill the old lady's last wishes. She had originally intended to introduce people from old Lin's side to the old lady, but due to many things happening over the past few days and the old lady not making a final decision, she put it aside. Unexpectedly, she never got another chance. Today, the old lady's attitude felt like a final request. In a moment of impulse, she agreed and even took the items with her. Now that she had calmed down, she was worried that old Lin's side had rules that prevented her from agreeing to the old lady's request. What should she do? Should she return everything? Wouldn't that make the old lady leave with regret? She couldn't do such a thing. A person cannot stand without trust. Since she had promised the old lady, she couldn't go back on her word. She had to find a way to persuade old Lin. Thinking of this, Tong Yuelon softly said to Lin Xiao, "Sister Lin, I have an urgent matter and want to see old Lin as soon as possible. Could you help me contact her?" "Okay, I will give you an answer tomorrow morning," Lin Yun replied promptly. The group moved through the darkness and soon returned to their small courtyard. Tong Yuelon entered her space, wanting to find the list of the assets. But after checking all the boxes, she found that the old lady hadn't left any list at all. How determined was the old lady? Or perhaps she was very disappointed in her grandchildren. Tong Yuelon couldn't help but think of the eldest grandson, Cheng Shua, whom she saw that day. His act of betraying the country was probably the final to the old lady, and also the most deadly one. If he were here, why would the old lady rely solely on her own judgment to entrust such an important matter to an outsider? For the old lady, this was like a risky gamble. In the future, if she met him again, she must give him a harsh lesson. Without doing so, she would feel uneasy. Lin Xiao acted quickly. Early the next morning, she took Tong Yuelon to see old Lin. Tong Yuelon honestly told old Lin everything, hiding the fact that she had already taken the items out. She only said that the hero with red eyebrows would be responsible for delivering all the donated items to the place designated by old Lin. Old Lin's reply was clear. Traitors, especially those who committed many crimes and showed no remorse or effort to make amends, should be severely punished. Donating property does not change their guilt. Family members who did not participate in traitorous activities would not be involved. Cooperating with the investigation or donating might be seen as a positive attitude, reducing social discrimination. People like the old lady, who understood righteousness deeply, should be highly praised. Her grandchildren, who did not participate in traitorous acts, would not be punished. Considering her noble act, old Lin would report to the organization and handle it appropriately after the war ended. Tong Yuelon, born after 2000, didn't know much about this period of history and was unaware of what happened to the families of traitors after the war. Now that she received a clear answer, she finally felt at ease. She took out a list of her property, which she had prepared overnight, and handed it to old Lin. "We will take all the property out of the Chung residence. You can either receive it directly or send it to the designated place according to your instructions." Old Lin replied carefully, "Would it be convenient for you to store it for a while? I will report to the organization and wait for their instructions." Tong Yuelon nodded. "Storing it is no problem. Just let me know when you're ready." After leaving old Lin, Tong Yuelon wandered outside for a long time. She wanted to familiarize herself with the area so she wouldn't have to trouble Lin Xiao in the future. Too much contact might reveal her true identity. Just as she was about to go home, she suddenly realized that people seemed to really be unable to resist her nagging. Last night, she just thought about giving Cheng Shua a lesson, and today she saw him. Seeing Cheng Shua, dressed in fine clothes, get off a rickshaw, casually give the driver some money, and hurriedly walk towards Chunxian Tea Garden, Tong Yuelon felt a surge of anger. Even if the old lady is unwilling to see him, shouldn't he go back now to visit her? Yet, he still has time to watch a show. After Cheng Shua entered the tea garden, Tong Yuelon wanted to follow him, hoping to find a chance to surprise him. Suddenly, she saw two black cars stop sharply at the gate. Several people got out and quickly ran into the tea garden. The people had bulging pockets at their waists, clearly indicating they were plainclothes agents. Cheng Shua, is he here with agents to catch someone? She wasn't sure if the people being targeted were from the military intelligence or from old Lin's side. Thinking that the person about to be caught might be Lin Xiao, her comrades, or even old Lin himself, Tong Yuelon's heart raced. Without thinking, she followed behind them into the tea garden. As soon as she entered, several trucks sped in, and heavily armed soldiers jumped out, surrounding the entire Chunxian Tea Garden tightly. Cheng Shua hurriedly walked into the Chunxian Tea Garden. After a few steps, he sensed movement behind him. He didn't look back but paused, then quickly changed direction and headed toward the back kitchen. The plainclothes agents quickly scanned the crowd but couldn't find their target. They immediately drew their guns. The spectators on the first floor were peacefully watching a performance on stage, enjoying a rare half-day of leisure. Some tapped their feet to the music, humming softly along with the performers. Others whispered to their neighbors, and vendors moved through the crowd, enthusiastically selling various snacks from their baskets. The agent's sudden actions caused chaos. Vendors crouched down, clutching their baskets and trembling. Most spectators panicked, looking for places to hide, fearing stray bullets might hit them. Some looked nervous, instinctively reaching for their waists, ready to fight back. A man dressed like a gang member made a gesture to someone nearby. Two of them leapt onto the wall and ran in different directions, while he and two others headed straight for the gate. Gunfire rang out. The two who had jumped onto the wall fell backward, their chests bleeding heavily. The few people rushing to the door were pointed at by guns and backed away step by step. In front of them stood a large group of heavily armed soldiers. Following Chung Wangshua, Tong Yuelon, who was near the back kitchen, heard gunfire and the panicked shouts outside. Her heart grew more anxious. Seeing that there were quite a few spies arriving, she felt she really couldn't help them escape openly in front of everyone. Although she had carefully checked before and didn't see anyone she recognized in the crowd, she didn't know many people on Lao Lin's side. What if the person she didn't recognize was someone she had never seen before? At this moment, she felt helpless.
She was still too weak.
She glared angrily at Chung Wangshua's back, then turned to leave. That traitor. She would find a chance to teach him a lesson someday. It seemed she sensed someone watching her from behind. Chung Wangshua suddenly turned around and saw Tong Yuelon immediately. His eyes first showed surprise, then joy. He quickly stepped toward her. Tong Yuelon raised her elbow to hit him in the face, but Chung Wangshua dodged and handed her a small object, speaking quickly. "I'm a hunter falcon. Can you help me pass this information to Lao Lin?" While speaking, he quickly looked behind her, as if searching for someone. When he first saw Tong Yuelon at Cheng's house, he thought she was a spy sent by the enemy. He immediately reported this to his organization. Later, Lao Lin kept giving him more information about her. This intelligence mission was very risky. Any mistake could reveal his identity. But the information was so important that delivering it in time was worth risking his life. He didn't expect the enemy to act so fast. He had planned to hide the film in the dead letter box in the tea garden, but judging by the enemy's attitude, they would tear the entire garden apart. The dead letter box was no longer safe. Fortunately, Tong Yuelon appeared at a critical moment. Lao Lin told him that when Tong Yuelon went out, she was always accompanied by that red-browed hero. With him there, the film wouldn't be found by the enemy, and it could be delivered to Lao Lin in time. But he didn't see anyone who looked like the red-browed hero beside Tong Yuelon. Could she be alone this time? Then, what is a hunter falcon? I guess I'm just a vulture. Tong Yuelon muttered to herself, then saw the miniature film reel in front of her. She remembered hearing the words Old Lin from Chung Wangshua and finally understood. She instinctively took the reel and held it tightly in her hand, quietly asking, "What about you? Their target is me. I will go out and distract them." Delaying even a little reduced his chance of escaping, and from the current situation, the reel in Tong Yuelan's hand was safer than in his. "I'm sorry for bringing danger to you. Once I break out, you must leave quickly. There is a side door in the back kitchen that few people know about. The situation is urgent. After escaping, please give the reel to Old Lin as soon as possible. If, in the worst case, you can't escape, you can secretly throw away the reel to keep yourself safe." When Chung Wangshua said this last part, he felt a deep pain inside. He could sacrifice everything, even his life, for his ideals, but Tong Yuelon was not an official member of the organization. What right did he have to ask her to sacrifice or risk her life? His eyes and expression showed he was already prepared to die, which Tong Yuelon saw clearly. Looking around and seeing no one, Tong Yuelon suddenly got an idea. She raised her hand and pointed behind him, showing a frightened expression. As Chung Wangshua instinctively turned around, she kicked off the ground, leaping upward. She then elbowed him in the back of the neck, caught the soft falling Chung Wangshua, and the two disappeared instantly. As soon as they entered the space, Tong Yulan quickly used a cloth to cover Cheng Wangshua's eyes and ears, then tied him up tightly with a rope. Still worried, she opened a box containing a grenade launcher, took out the weapon, placed Cheng Wangshua inside, and locked the box. She confirmed he couldn't escape on his own and that there were gaps in the box for him to breathe. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Earlier, she had asked Little Gray if she could bring people into the space. Little Gray said yes, but whether the space's secret would be exposed was up to her. In a critical moment, Tong Yulan couldn't afford to delay. She didn't want to become a talkative villain who died because of her words, so she acted decisively. However, the moment she brought Cheng Wangshua into the space, she realized that whether he was a hero infiltrating the enemy or a traitor setting a trap to find Old Lin, she must not let him discover how she took him away. Later, she would hand over Cheng Wangshua and the film to Lao Lin. If he was truly on her side, everything would turn out well. Saving a hero willing to bear the blame and risk his life as an undercover agent was worth some danger. If he was a complete traitor, then Lao Lin should handle him. He deserved to be removed. After checking outside and seeing no one, she stepped out of the space and quickly ran toward the direction Cheng Wangshua had indicated. Search carefully. Be sure to find him and secretly bring him back. Also, gather everyone here and search each person. Absolutely, do not let anything on him be taken away. The shouts and footsteps grew louder. Tong Yulan ran a few steps faster, hid in a corner, and entered the space. The search parties came one after another. Tong Yulan thought they had searched the entire Chunxian Tea Garden thoroughly. From time to time, she saw them pushing and shoving people they found from somewhere, all of whom had been beaten. Chunxian Tea Garden was an important early theater venue in Shanghai. It wasn't very large, with only about 200 people inside. It wouldn't be hard for the Japanese to find Cheng Wangshua and the intelligence he carried. But despite a nearly carpet-like search that lasted until evening, the Japanese still couldn't find the person or the intelligence they were after. They didn't know how the intelligence was taken out, but no matter how they searched, they found nothing related to it. From the time Cheng Wangshua entered through the gate until they sealed off the entire tea garden, not much time had passed. Logically, Cheng Wangshua shouldn't have been able to escape in such a short period, but in the end, he somehow managed to break through the encirclement and successfully take the intelligence. This realization made the Japanese panic. If such a secret military plan leaked from the Navy, the Army officers would pressure the general staff through the military command, and many of them could be implicated. Some might even be forced to commit seppuku. In the evening, a secret order was delivered to the highest commander inside Chunxian Tea Garden. Soon after, all Japanese soldiers withdrew, leaving only some agents to guard the entrances and exits. Tong Yulan, who had been watching the situation outside closely, saw this and quietly stepped out of the space. She secretly moved toward the back kitchen side door. As expected, there were 2 plainclothes agents outside the door. Brother Dong, why did the army cause such a big fuss and then suddenly withdraw? What exactly happened? Why ask so many questions? Are you trying to get yourself killed? We do what we're told. If you want to keep your head on your shoulders, stop asking so many questions. I'm just curious, Brother Dong. Don't be mad. I promise I'll keep my mouth shut from now on. By the way, how long do we have to stay here? Even the mice inside have been caught. Staying here seems pointless. Who am I supposed to ask? I'm already annoyed. Stop bothering me. All right, I won't say anything. Brother Dong, how about after the shift change, I take you out for some fun? The widow next door. Her figure. I'm sure you'd like it. And her 13-year-old daughter. She's young but quite pretty. I've already found out they're just refugees from somewhere else, no background, but they do have a little savings. When the time comes, we can go directly and take what we want. They won't be able to do anything. We'll get some people and make a little money too. You're pretty smart, thinking of your big brother when there's a good chance. Fine, after work, I'll treat you to some drinks. Thanks, Brother Dong. Tong Yulan grew angrier the more she listened. She had originally planned to stay quiet and leave without causing trouble, but now she had to change her mind. The side door wasn't locked, just slightly ajar. From outside, she could hear their voices clearly, They were close to the door. To be safe, Tong Yuelon listened carefully and confirmed there was no one else around. Without hesitation, she pushed the door open and stepped outside. The two men were chatting happily, their faces showing sneaky smiles. Suddenly, they saw a young woman walking out of the tea garden. Before they could react, she felt a sharp pain in her forehead and lost consciousness. Tong Yuelon didn't check if they were dead. Her weapon, made by the system, was definitely reliable. It was a shame she wasted 2 precious bullets. She considered other ways to deal with these 2 people, but the loud sound of a gun was too risky. Killing them with a dagger might be better, but she was worried she couldn't take both out at the same time. If one of them made a noise, it could attract others, making it hard for her to leave safely. Even though she was not a spy, Tong Yuelon knew that intelligence is time-sensitive. Delaying could turn important information into useless paper. Soon, Tong Yuelon disappeared into the darkness. Chung Wangshua carefully moved his body. Although he couldn't see or hear clearly, he knew by touch that he was in a small enclosed space, like a large wooden box. He had actually woken up earlier, but because he didn't know what was around him, he didn't dare reveal that he was awake. He listened carefully to the sounds outside. He kept tilting his head, silently trying to rub his ear through the cloth tied around it. Because he was too tightly, this simple movement was very difficult. After a long time, the cloth in his ear loosened a little, and he could faintly hear some sounds outside. Someone had been watching over him, but they hadn't made any noise, only walking around occasionally. No matter if the person outside was an enemy or a friend, Chung Wangshua knew it probably wasn't an enemy soldier. If he had been captured by enemy soldiers, he would be in a torture room being interrogated. Even if they hesitated because of his father, who was a traitor, they wouldn't just tie him up and lock him in a box without caring. Thinking of Lao Lin telling him about the amazing skills of the red-browed hero, he had a faint guess. Maybe the red-browed hero was hiding nearby, planning to rescue him and avoid the enemy's search. If that was true, he dared not make any noise, afraid that he might ruin the hero's plan and affect the information being sent. Chung Wangshua kept thinking about one question. Although he wasn't a martial arts master, he was quite capable and alert. Why didn't he notice the red-browed hero's presence at that time? Time passed slowly. Suddenly, everything outside became silent, as if the person watching over him had disappeared quietly. After waiting a little longer to confirm that no one outside was watching him as before, Chung Wangshua immediately started to act. He could tell that the person who tied him up was not very skilled, but he was bound so tightly that it was hard to escape. Describing it as being with a 5-strap method was not an exaggeration, which made it impossible for him to untie the ropes. Sitting and waiting passively was never his style. Whether the people outside were enemies or friends, he couldn't afford to be helpless when he needed to fight back. Chung Wangshua spent a long time feeling around inside the box and finally found a raised piece of wood. The wood was not very smooth and had some splinters. He brought his wrists, which were tied behind his back, close to the wood and began to rub the ropes on his hands little by little against the splintered wood. This was a slow and exhausting task. As he worked, Chung Wangshua listened carefully to the sounds outside. After some time, the person guarding him suddenly appeared again. What puzzled Chung Wangshua was that this person's appearance and disappearance were completely silent, like a martial arts master from a comic book who suddenly vanished and reappeared with a whoosh. While he was frowning and thinking, he sensed that the box he was in had been moved slightly. The movement was very gentle and almost silent. He had a strange feeling, as if he had been suddenly transported from a sealed, isolated space into the outside world. He was sure he had been moved to a different place because he could hear various sounds from outside. Although they sounded faint due to the distance or other reasons, they were lively. This time, he also clearly heard the footsteps of the guard walking away gradually. Chung Wangshua, who always believed he could stay calm in any situation, was feeling a bit uneasy now. He wondered if he had been injected with some drug that caused hallucinations while he was unconscious. Otherwise, how could he suddenly have such bizarre thoughts? Could it be that his previous guess was wrong, that he was still captured by the enemy? Maybe they used some new form of torture to extract more information about the organization from him? He quickened his movements, and his wrists, rubbed continuously against the splintered wood, had become bloody and flesh was exposed. However, he did not feel any pain at all. When the ropes broke, his heart finally calmed down. At least, now he was no longer a helpless lamb with no power to fight back or control his own life and death. He quickly untied the ropes binding him and removed the cloth covering his eyes. He realized he was inside a large wooden box, which was a standard crate used by the enemy to hold heavy weapons. The box was sealed shut and couldn't be opened from the outside. Cheng Wangshua quickly broke off a wooden that had been used to secure the box, holding it tightly in his hand. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside. From the noise, there were probably more than one person. Cheng Wangshua clenched the wooden, aiming the sharp end at his own neck. He was ready. If the box was opened and the enemy was outside, he would immediately stab the wooden into his neck and die instantly. He wasn't afraid of harsh interrogation or death. What worried him was the unknown drug that could cause hallucinations. As the lid of the box was opened, a familiar but slightly anxious voice called out, "Comrade Lai Sunday." Cheng Wangshua froze. He looked up in disbelief at the familiar face of Lao Lin above him, standing there. He was stunned for a moment. Lao Lin looked at Cheng Wangshua's bleeding wrist and remembered the determined expression he saw on his face at first glance. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. He was most grateful that Tong Yuelon happened to be there at that moment. If it weren't for her and the others, he might never have had the chance to see this hero who had contributed so much to the organization. Seeing Cheng Wangshua emerge from the box, disheveled and covered in dirt, Tong Yuelon felt a bit ashamed and guilty. She never thought it would turn out like this. But if she could do it all over again to keep the secret, she would still choose to do the same. She only wished she could have done better, at least not let heroes like Cheng Wangshua suffer unnecessary harm. "Did you send the information in the film out?" Cheng Wangshua's first words after coming out. "I arranged everything as soon as I got the film. When I learned that Xiaolon also rescued you, I hurried over to check on your situation before deciding which emergency channel to activate. This is
the combat plan."
Cheng Wangshua's voice was very low. Tong Yuelon could only faintly hear the words combat plan. Outside personnel must have a strong sense of responsibility. She slightly stepped back, intending to leave quietly. Old Lin saw her and quickly stepped forward to say something. Tong Yuelon waved her hand. "I've already said too many grateful words. I just happened to pass by and meet you. Any honest Chinese person would make the same choice as me." At this point, she suddenly looked at Cheng Wangshua. "Your identity has been exposed. You should leave Shanghai soon, right?" Seeing both of them nod, Tong Yuelon continued to say to Cheng Wangshua, "Your grandmother probably doesn't know about your situation. Is there anything you want me to tell her?" She may not have much time left. Cheng Wangshua opened his mouth, struggling to speak for a moment, then managed to say, "Thank you. Please tell my grandmother that I, her grandson, cannot bring her happiness or show filial piety in front of her. Please forgive me for being an unfilial grandson." Tong Yuelon wasn't sure if Cheng Wangshua knew that the old lady had donated almost all her wealth. She decided not to mention it now and spoke very carefully. "To the old lady, your actions are already the greatest filial piety. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety are hard to have both." Based on her understanding of the old lady, Cheng Wangshua is the most filial grandson in her heart. Without looking at Cheng Wangshua's current expression, Tong Yuelon quickly turned and left. The intelligence Cheng Wangshua obtained was extremely important. After a brief discussion, Old Lin immediately used the highest level secure, fast, and confidential channels to send the information out. As they had said before, Cheng Wangshua could no longer stay in Shanghai and must leave as soon as possible. Cheng Wangshua knelt toward the Cheng residence, bowed heavily several times, and left Shanghai with feelings of guilt, reluctance toward his grandmother, and gratitude toward Tong Yuelon. From now on, the grandmother and grandson would never meet again. 2 nights after his departure, Tong Yuelon took advantage of the night to knock on the gate of that courtyard again. Led by old Wang Tu, who had been waiting there, she sneaked into the Chung residence once more. Lan, did something happen? The old lady looked at Tong Yuelon, her worry very obvious in her eyes. Tong Yuelon recounted everything old Lin had told her without missing a word. The old lady let out a gentle sigh. Thank you for your hard work. Suddenly, she pretended to be angry and said, Is this worth risking a trip for? Do you know that there are more guards outside now? After today, you are not allowed to enter the Chung residence again. Tong Yuelon leaned close to her ear and whispered a few words. The old lady's eyes widened instantly, and her already weak body seemed to suddenly be filled with new energy. When the old lady first saw Tong Yuelon, she forced herself to act lively and spoke to her, trying to show she was in good condition. But Tong Yuelon could clearly see how extremely weak she was. At this moment, the old lady seemed to be full of strength. She was leaning on the bed and was about to get up when Tong Yuelon quickly stopped her. The old lady didn't insist and sat up straight. She leaned close to Tong Yuelon's ear and whispered, Are you telling the truth? Shower didn't betray the country or the family. He's working for the country. Is he also one of your people? Tong Yuelon nodded affirmatively. I knew it. The grandson I raised and personally taught can't do something that dishonors our ancestors. How could I have scolded him or treated him like that? The old lady's expression grew more emotional. Did he blame me before he left? The last time I saw him, he knelt in front of me and said he would never do anything to dishonor the Chung family ancestors. But I didn't believe him and slapped him hard. As she spoke, the old lady used all her strength to slap her own face. Tong Yuelon tried to stop her, but was too late. She saw the old lady's face turn red and swell from the slap, and she quickly rushed to support her. Old madam, Aunt Lu, please don't do this. Chung Wangshua didn't blame you. He asked me to tell you that he can't be with you or show filial piety in front of you. He just hopes you can forgive his disobedience. He is not disobedient. He is the most filial grandson I have, the old lady murmured. Yes, I already told him. For you, his actions are the best way to show filial piety. The old lady turned to look at Tong Yuelon, trembling as she held her hand. Did you really tell him that? Before Tong Yuelon could answer, she smiled and said, Lan, thank you. You helped me say what I wanted to say most. Now I can leave without regrets. Seeing the old lady become so emotional that she was gasping for breath, Tong Yuelon gently patted her back, comforting her softly. After a while, the old lady finally calmed down and looked at Tong Yuelon with a much calmer expression. She said seriously, Lan, tell me the truth. Was he in pain before he left? Everything else was fine, just a small injury to his wrist. It's all my fault. Wait, Tong Yuelon suddenly realized that the old lady seemed to have misunderstood something. She quickly explained in a low voice, he should have already left Shanghai by now. The old lady smiled faintly and said, All right, don't lie to me anymore. At my age, I've been through a lot, and I can handle this kind of setback. I used to misunderstand him before, but he never told me anything. If he hadn't already gone, how could you have told me about him? This is the path he chose. Even if he suffered a lot and died, he would have done so willingly. I just wish I had the chance to tell him that his grandmother is proud of him and that the ancestors of the Chung and Lu families are proud of him. Aunt Lu, I really didn't lie to you. Do you remember I told you I have a very capable friend? The one who helped me send those things out last time. Chung Wangshua was indeed exposed. When he was being chased by the Japanese soldiers, we happened to pass by and rescued him, sending him and the intelligence out. The organization arranged for him to leave. Now, he should have already left Shanghai safely. Hearing this, the old lady stared intently into Tong Yuelon's eyes, trying to see if she was genuinely telling the truth. Then she remembered what old Wang had told her about that night. All the items in the secret room had been moved out in such a short time, and neither the tunnel nor any other place showed any signs of heavy transport. The old lady's brows relaxed instantly. Knowing that Tong Yuelon had such a remarkable friend who could rescue Wang Shua under the enemy's encirclement didn't seem impossible anymore. She gently patted Tong Yuelon's hand and smiled kindly. I used to think I must have done many wrong things in my past life. But now I realize I must have accumulated a lot of virtue. Otherwise, how could I have met you? I am deeply grateful for the kindness of the Chung family. I cannot repay you in this lifetime. Let my son Shoa come to repay the favor in the future. This child has been sensible and very filial since he was young. Please tell him what I said, and if he ever treats you badly, I will definitely scold him the next time we meet. The old lady took a bracelet from under her pillow and, without any argument, put it on Tong Yulan's wrist. Wear this, and it will be a symbol of our connection. When you tell him what I just said, show him this bracelet. He will understand that it's my last wish. Tong Yulan always felt something strange about the old lady's words. No matter how she refused, the old lady's attitude was very firm.
So she had to accept it for now.
When she saw Chung Wang Shoa again in the future, she would return the bracelet to him. There was no need to pass on the words about repaying kindness. Saving such a hero made her very happy, especially since Chung Wang Shoa was the old lady's grandson. After Tong Yulan left, the old lady lay quietly on her bed, a gentle smile never leaving her face. She whispered, "Shoa, heaven has not been unkind to me. I learned the truth before I die, so I won't leave with regrets. Heaven also sent the best girl in the world to me. I've done everything I can. Whether I have this blessing or not depends on you." After saying this, the old lady slowly closed her eyes and never opened them again. The smile on her face froze in place. Tong Yulan, who was already lying in her space bed preparing to sleep, suddenly sat up. She took a rifle from her collection of trophies, closed her eyes to feel it, then aimed at the target and fired. The shot surprised Tong Yulan herself. That shot didn't look like it was fired by someone who had never used a rifle before. With a small movement, she eliminated the recoil, and the bullet hit the target steadily. It wasn't a direct hit, but it was very close to the center. Tong Yulan fired several more shots in a row. With each shot, she felt more familiar with the rifle, and each shot was closer to the bullseye. Feeling excited, Tong Yulan had no more sleep in her eyes. She decided to keep practicing. Regarding the firearm she was holding, she gradually felt as if she had become one with it. Eventually, she no longer needed to aim. She simply pointed and shot, hitting every target just like with her previous system-produced pistol. Tong Yulan couldn't help but straighten her waist, feeling incredibly satisfied. She had practiced with a pistol for a long time, barely managing to hit the target. Now, after only a short time of training, she had become the sharpshooter she always dreamed of. She switched from rifle to pistol, then from pistol to submachine gun, having fun all along. In the end, she even learned to shoot rapidly with a submachine gun on her own, still hitting every shot within effective range. Later, Tong Yulan looked at the box containing a grenade launcher for a while, but finally shook her head and gave up on that wild idea. Using a pistol and rifle inside the space was fine, but a submachine gun was already pushing it. Thinking about using a grenade launcher was too crazy, unless she was foolish enough to destroy her biggest advantage at the moment. When Tong Yulan finally stopped feeling satisfied and wanted to rest, she realized it was already daylight outside. She then felt her whole body aching everywhere, so tired she couldn't even lift her fingers. Throwing herself onto the bed, she was exhausted but filled with happiness. Now she didn't have to worry about counting bullets or being cautious in everything she did. With space, plenty of weapons and ammunition, and her perfect shooting skills, she thought that at the right moment, she might even be able to wipe out an entire enemy force alone. She didn't sleep well, dreaming constantly of defeating enemies. Every time she killed one, a one appeared in her mind. The more she killed, the more one symbols kept appearing, which strangely motivated her. So, after practicing all night, Tong Yulan continued her shooting in her dreams. In the afternoon, Lin Xiao came to tell her 3 pieces of news. The first was that the old lady had passed away last night. Chung Sunming, who had just been discharged from a hospital, took over all affairs at the Chung residence. Lao Lin advised Tong Yulan not to go to the Chung residence recently to avoid trouble. Although this news was sudden, it was expected. Last night, The old lady looked so energetic, so Tong Yuelon guessed that she might be experiencing a temporary recovery. However, she instinctively didn't want to think about that possibility. Fortunately, she managed to reveal Cheng Wangshua's true identity beforehand, so the old lady wouldn't have to leave with regret. The second piece of news was that they found a way to buy a batch of sulfa drugs, but they didn't have enough money. They planned to use some of the gold from the old lady's donated assets. Sulfa drugs are antibiotics. At this time, penicillin was still in the experimental stage and not mass-produced worldwide. Although sulfa drugs have significant side effects, they are currently the best available medicine for treating wounds. As the only effective synthetic antibiotic at this time, sulfa drugs were mainly imported from Germany. Due to restrictions on strategic materials and high transportation costs, sulfa drugs were more expensive than gold. The old lady's assets had already been donated to the organization. Tong Yuelon didn't mind how old Lin and others used the gold, and she immediately said they could send the needed gold at any time. However, after casually asking about the price of sulfa drugs, Tong Yuelon became a bit anxious. Ordinary workers' monthly wages couldn't even buy a small packet of sulfa powder. Even if all the gold donated by the old lady was used to buy these drugs, it would only be a drop in the bucket for the front lines. Jie Lin, do you know who the seller of these drugs is? Of course, if it's confidential, you don't have to tell me. It's not exactly a secret. The seller is someone from the Green Gang, but from the information we have, they are backed by the Japanese. Aren't these strategic materials? How dare the Japanese sell them? There's nothing they wouldn't dare to do, if they can make money. Not only sulfa drugs, but they also often sell weapons and ammunition, and they've even openly done business with our army before. Are there such strange Japanese soldiers? Could they be the legendary, useless division of the Osaka 4th Division? Tong Yuelon's eyes rolled. Jie Lin, what do you think would happen if these Japanese suddenly disappeared with the sulfa drugs? Suddenly disappear? Lin Xiao was slightly stunned, then quickly reacted and said, that might not be a good idea. Trading with those Japanese is just about mutual benefit. They want money and we need various scarce supplies. If our black market dealings. If the goods we trade encounter an accident and they decide not to trade with us anymore, our losses will be very big. I see. Tong Yuelon felt a bit disappointed but still asked, what are their usual ways of trading? There are several methods. The most common is through people in the martial world, mainly gang members acting as middlemen, risking their lives to transport goods between occupied areas and our base. Another way is through traveling merchants who buy and sell goods, or military supply officers exchanging scarce supplies among different units. The most special method is during wartime secret deals. They reach a temporary non-aggression agreement with our army, agreeing to place supplies at certain times. After our troops pick up the goods, they leave the payment and withdraw. Tong Yuelon couldn't help but gape in shock. There are such armies? Truly surprising. She was at a loss for how to judge this. This complicates her original plan to buy goods for free. If her actions cause her organization or troops to lose future trading opportunities, she can't make up for the losses. Thinking of this, Tong Yuelon said seriously, trading must be honest. We can't let our people be blamed for dishonesty. But if others are dishonest, it doesn't really concern us, right? Lin Zhao's eyes lit up instantly. She has never felt guilty about taking things from the Japanese soldiers. She actually prefers to directly steal from them. If it weren't for the bigger picture, worried about losing this special supply line, she would have wholeheartedly agreed when Tong Yuelon asked that question. Now that she knows there might be a way to do both, Lin Xiao couldn't be more excited. She immediately lowered her voice and asked, Lan, do you have any good ideas? Tong Yuelon's face turned serious. Come closer. Lin Xiao cooperated eagerly, leaning in and tilting her head to listen to Tong Yuelon. They whispered for a while, speaking seriously, while the listener's eyes sparkled with amazement. Lan, this action, the Red Brow hero will definitely join, right? After getting a positive answer, Lin Xiao smiled even more happily. With the Red Brow hero involved, there is nothing she cannot do well. When she reports back to old Lin, she feels more confident. Before leaving, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered something and quickly turned around. Lan, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Since September, The military intelligence Shanghai station has authorized each action team to carry out independent missions, including attacking Japanese soldiers in uniform with no mercy, such as assassinations and explosions. Over the past 2 months, they have successively killed many Japanese soldiers in uniform. The impact hasn't been very big, but recently, the military intelligence people seem to have gone crazy, acting very frequently. Since Li Mingli's death, they have organized more than 10 assassination attempts in less than a week, making the Japanese soldiers afraid to go out alone and severely damaging their morale. However, this has also led to brutal retaliation from the enemy. They have increased patrols and set traps to ambush many of our people. Especially in the past 2 days, the enemy's actions have become even more frantic. Old Lin asked me to tell you that if you go on any missions during this time, you must be very careful. Some seemingly lone Japanese soldiers might just be bait, with a group of fully armed soldiers waiting behind them. After promising to pass on this message to the Red Brow hero, Tong Yulan saw off the excited Lin Xiao. If Lin Xiao knew that her last warning not only failed to persuade Tong Yulan to be cautious, but actually made her more eager to go out and hunt, she might prefer she hadn't remembered this before leaving. For Tong Yulan right now, the desire to show off her skills is growing stronger. She used to think that those who flaunt wealth online are either poor people pretending to be rich or trying to achieve some goal. In any case, they definitely don't come from wealthy, well-established families. After all, who has seen a family like the Hor families come out and show off wealth online? Suddenly, with her newfound sharpshooting skills, Tong Yulan feels like she is that kind of person pretending to be rich, but actually poor. She is eager to go out and show her talent. There's no way around it. She used to be a terrible fighter. Even though she dreamed of fighting fiercely, she knew that once her remaining 22 bullets were gone, she would be defeated immediately. So she has been trying to control herself. The dream she just had definitely reflected her true inner thoughts. Now, hearing Lin Zhao's message, she finds it even harder to stay calm. Moreover, she also wanted to confirm her own suspicion. However, to avoid causing trouble for innocent civilians again, Tong Yulan decided to choose a location without residents nearby. But this meant she could only operate during the daytime. After all, she had no intelligence system, and it was inconvenient to ask for help from Lao Lin and others. She couldn't just sit alone in a remote countryside at midnight hoping to encounter enemy soldiers. Before going to bed, Tong Yulan practiced her shooting skills in her space. She found that whether using a rifle, a submachine gun, or a pistol, she could aim accurately and hit every target. She gave up on further training. Although her space had many weapons and bullets, each bullet's best use was to target the enemy's head, not to be wasted. Early the next morning, Tong Yulan left her home. She quietly entered her space in a remote place. When she came out again, she was dressed differently and had makeup on. People who didn't know her well wouldn't recognize her. After changing a few rickshaws, Tong Yulan arrived in the Yangshuipu area. She learned that the factories and warehouses there were hidden and close to the Japanese military base. They were often used as temporary execution sites for anti-Japanese fighters. The chances of encountering Japanese soldiers in such places were high. If the timing was right, she might even rescue some heroes about to be executed. Just as she was about to find a hiding spot to wait, Tong Yulan suddenly heard gunfire. The shots quickly became dense, mixed with loud shouts from the Japanese soldiers. "Brothers, a big scar on your head, let's fight these Japanese soldiers. Kill them." After 18 years, I am still a brave man. Hearing these shouts, Tong Yulan quickly sped up, running while taking out her earrings and putting them on. From the gunfire and shouting, she knew the enemy soldiers had the advantage. Bullets in battle are unpredictable. Even with her ring, she wouldn't be in danger of life. She didn't want to get shot and injured before killing any enemies, which would affect her performance later. Zhao Songming, deputy director of the Shanghai branch of military intelligence, shot and hit a Japanese soldier. He quickly looked at his fallen comrade, his eyes wide with anger, and shouted, "It's time to serve the country. Brothers, kill more enemies. After this, I'll buy everyone drinks and apologize." This time, their intelligence was wrong. They had planned an ambush to rescue their brother, who was about to be taken to the execution ground after being captured. But instead, they fell into the enemy's trap. The enemy soldiers outnumbered them, and 2 trucks filled with soldiers were approaching. One by one, his comrades fell around him. He couldn't hold on much longer. At this moment, Zhao Songming no longer hid. He didn't have time to think about anything else. He relied on instinct, dodging tactically while shooting at the enemy. At such times, killing one more enemy was a gain. When the sound of the submachine gun behind him rang out, Zhao didn't even turn his head. He focused on aiming and shooting, then aiming again and shooting again. As long as he was alive and could still fire, he wouldn't stop. If he missed this last chance to kill the enemy, he wouldn't have the face to meet his brothers who had gone ahead. Suddenly, the enemy soldiers in front of him fell in groups. Zhao rolled on the ground and hid behind a large rock, looking back in surprise. Was this reinforcements arriving? Many years later, Zhao Songming, now on an island, often dreamt of this scene. A slender young woman carried a submachine gun and moved through a hail of bullets and gunfire. The gun, weighing only 7 or 8 pounds, felt light in her hands. Whether firing single shots or sweeping fire, almost every bullet hit an enemy soldier. That submachine gun seemed divine, with endless bullets. Even after taking out over 100 enemies, she never changed the magazine. Even more incredible was that her movement was not very skillful, yet enemy bullets couldn't hit her. It was as if she had a protective shield around her. She remained unharmed until the battle ended. In every dream, the woman would shout at him and then disappear without a trace. In reality, Tong Yulan rubbed her aching arm and looked at Zhao Songming and the others with a dazed expression. She shouted, "Why are you all standing there? Run!" Without waiting for their response, she turned and ran into the distance. She found an opportunity to throw her gun into her space, then continued running forward, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Zhao Songming was only stunned for a moment before reacting. He quickly told the remaining survivors to leave quickly, leaving behind the brothers who had already sacrificed themselves. When he was alive, he would burn some paper money for them.
If he also died, so be it.
He would find them later to drink and apologize. Deputy Director, am I dreaming today? Back at the safe house, Xiao Ding, who usually talked the most, asked Zhao Songming. He still seemed stunned from the previous situation, with a blank look in his eyes. Zhao glanced at Xiao Ding's bandaged arm and answered vaguely, "Did anyone see what that girl looked like? I saw her. She looks very ordinary, a bit dark-skinned. The kind of person you wouldn't bother to look at twice on the street," replied Lao Wen, the oldest. "Lao Wen, you must be mistaken. That girl was very beautiful, like a fairy. Her submachine gun must be a magical weapon. And how can an ordinary person wipe out over 100 enemies alone?" Xiao Ding argued confidently. "I only said she looked very ordinary, not that she was an ordinary person." "Xiao Ding, you've been with the military intelligence for over a year. How can you still be dreaming? There are no fairies in this world. I think she's a hidden expert among civilians. What kind of expert could she be? I estimate she appeared and left in less than 10 minutes. I didn't see her change her magazine, yet she killed over 100 enemies, fully armed soldiers. That's over 100 fully equipped enemies," Xiao Ding added. "Yeah, I thought I was going to die there, but I came back safely. I believe it was Lord Guan's blessing, sending a capable general to rescue us," someone said. When did Lord Guan's men have a female general? Hearing their increasingly wild stories, Zhao Songming suddenly stood up and said sharply, "All right, everyone, focus on healing your injuries. Don't go out easily. And don't tell anyone what you saw today." After they left the room, Zhao stood there for a long time. What happened today was too unbelievable. If the others hadn't confirmed that what they saw was real, he would have thought he was dreaming. After thinking for a long time, Zhao personally sent a long secret message to the headquarters. After leaving Zhao Songming and the others, Tong Yulan quickly returned to her small courtyard, feeling extremely happy. In the past, when her roommates made her watch patriotic dramas, she always felt that her intelligence was being crushed by the writers and directors. She thought the time spent watching those shows was like paying a tax on her intelligence. But when something really happened to her, she felt only one word could describe it: happiness. Every pore of her body relaxed, and she felt completely comfortable. How could she not feel happy? She had truly completed a personal victory. Moreover, she just received a message from Little Gray Gray. Her previous actions triggered a system reward again, and this time the reward was her most desired protective earrings. This meant she gained 6 more lives. It also meant that, with the 2 chances left from the previous earrings, she could continue to fight fiercely and freely 8 more times. This feeling was simply wonderful. When Tong Yuelon finished her enthusiastic story, Little Gray Gray couldn't help but whisper a comment. Tong Yuelon clenched her fists tightly. She suspected Little Gray Gray was mocking her, and she even had proof. But to understand the situation better, she decided to hold back for now. Suddenly, Tong Yuelon remembered the beginner's gift pack she got from Little Gray Gray. Without those items, she wouldn't have been able to save anyone last time in the abandoned warehouse, let alone escape unscathed. She might have faced a game over. Haha, she was thick-skinned, well-fed, and clever. She knew the old saying, "Honesty is the best policy." So that was it. Tong Yuelon's eyes flickered as she thought about something. Her sudden loud shout startled Little Gray Gray, who flinched. At this point, Tong Yuelon paused. The simple, ordinary life she used to complain about, with all its small flaws, now seemed like happiness that everyone was trying to imagine but couldn't. She considered herself lucky. Coming here, she still had her golden finger. Although this golden finger was somewhat complicated, it had truly helped her a lot. People like Lao Lin, Cheng Wangshua, and Lin Xiao were fighting with their willpower and flesh, trying to create a future they couldn't even be sure of. The nervous Little Gray was smart enough not to make any more noise, allowing Tong Yuelon to immerse herself in her tangled thoughts. After a long while, Tong Yuelon quietly muttered to herself, "Since I've come this far, I should do my best and try to accomplish more. Even if I go back later, I probably won't have the face to enjoy a simple, happy life anymore." Quickly calming her emotions, Tong Yuelon met with Lin Xiao, who hurried over in the afternoon. "Xiaolon, based on the information we received, the amount of sulfa drugs the other side can supply this time is very small. It's said that a certain military officer from the enemy's side managed to withhold some. Even though we offered a higher price, they were very tempted but still couldn't agree to increase their supply. So, your previous plan might not work anymore." Lin Xiao looked just as disappointed as Tong Yuelon. She had hoped to work with the red-browed hero on a big project, but the plan fell apart before it even started. She knew how skilled the red-browed hero was. During the last food delivery, she paid close attention the whole time but didn't notice the hero's presence. The hero managed to deliver a large amount of supplies quietly, leaving no trace. Tong Yuelon was also frustrated. She had planned to empty the enemy's warehouse, but there was no grain left. It seemed that in this era, such life-saving medicine was extremely scarce. Thinking for a moment, she got up and took out a small leather case from the inner room. When she opened it, it was filled with gold bars. "It's okay. There will be other chances in the future. This is the money you need for buying medicine. Can you easily carry this box? If it's difficult, just tell me a place and we'll deliver it to you." Lin Xiao smiled as she lifted the case. "Don't look down on me. If I need your help for such a small thing, I might as well go back to my hometown and stay there." They looked at each other and smiled. Dai Li sat on the sofa, with his eyes closed, a telegram placed on the table beside him. He had been in this position for a long time since the director personally sent him this telegram. Zhao Songming was personally sent to Shanghai by him. Zhao was very loyal to the party and the country, cautious and careful, never speaking carelessly. But the content of this telegram was truly. Although he also believed in Guangong, having been in this position for a long time, he didn't believe in any supernatural stories. If there really were ghosts and gods in this world, the people who have died directly or indirectly at their hands would have come to seek revenge long ago. How could they live peacefully until now? Finally, Dai Li opened his eyes, pressed the call bell, and his personal bodyguard and team leader, Tong Rongong, quickly entered. Please call Chinzue. Yes, Director Dai. Soon, Major General Chinzue, head of the General Affairs Department of the Military Intelligence Service, respectfully stood in front of Dai Li. This 26-year-old Major General was considered a close confidant of Dai Li, who once praised him as capable in both arts and martial skills and trustworthy for important tasks. Investigate this matter secretly. If it's true, no matter what methods you use, you must find this person for me.
Dai Li handed over a telegram.
Remember, once you find this person, do not offend her easily. Give her whatever she wants and try to bring her over to our side. Chen Zue respectfully stepped back. Just as he was about to leave, Dai Li's calm voice sounded behind him. Absolutely cannot leave such a person in Yenin. People can sometimes be very strange. There are things that don't seem urgent to do immediately, but once they are forced to stop for various reasons, it becomes unbearable. It feels like if they don't do something, they won't feel at ease. Tong Yuelan was in this exact state now. She initially planned to rob sulfa drugs from the Japanese soldiers on a whim, thinking that since it belonged to the enemy, it would be better to steal directly rather than pay for it. In fact, she didn't have a very clear understanding of sulfa drugs or their importance. Her knowledge was incomplete. But because her plan was interrupted, she felt very frustrated. She kept thinking of ways to get some sulfa drugs back. Arguing casually with Xiao Huihui was just a habit, a way for Tong Yuelan to adjust her mood. It wasn't really that she resented Xiao Huihui. Without Xiao Huihui, she would be much worse off, probably even gone by now. After teasing Xiao Huihui a few times and seeing it didn't respond, she didn't pay much attention. Since Xiao Huihui couldn't help her, she had to find another way. Xiao Huihui almost knelt down. How could its owner be so cold and unfeeling? It had finally seen a glimmer of hope in Tong Yuelan, but she was thinking of abandoning it. Xiao Huihui's voice was full of grievance. It was just an emotionless helper system, now forced to take on the role of an assistant. It was hard enough already. The unreliable host. When useful, they're full of sweet words. When not, they kick you away. Little Gray keeps complaining inside, but doesn't dare to argue with Tong Yuelan now. Instead, he quickly shares his analysis. When hearing the key part, Little Gray falls silent. Tong Yuelan has no choice but to take on the role of the questioner and ask. It seems to make some sense. Tong Yuelan carefully recalls that after she came here, her biggest wish was to have a portable space. The first system reward she received was a large space. Helping old Dai on the train, she was rewarded with close combat skills. A big reason was that during that time, she kept feeling she was weak in fighting, so the system aimed to improve her combat ability. When she saved Cheng Wangshua, the system rewarded her with weapon mastery skills. At that time, she was worried about her poor shooting skills. This time, she was reluctant to use her precious earrings, constantly comforting herself that she didn't want to die young before achieving her goals. She believed staying alive was more important to do more things. The system then gave her a brand new pair of earrings. So, it seems that the more effort she puts in, the greater her abilities become. The more she does, the more the system's rewards match her current needs. In other words, she needs to think carefully about what kind of support equipment she needs most right now. Just like she told Little Gray before, her biggest problem now is that she doesn't know how to complete her tasks, no matter what she wants to do. For example, she wants more wound medicine but doesn't know where to get it. She previously thought about getting information through Lao Lin, but because these medicines are strictly controlled, Lao Lin and others have no way to obtain relevant intelligence. She had to give up helplessly. So, her biggest need now is a reliable source of information. If she can find a way to get the intelligence she needs accurately, she can do everything more efficiently and greatly increase her chances of completing her final goal. However, whether her guesses and Little Gray's are correct still needs her to verify. The most direct and effective way to verify is to go out and fight the monsters. Thinking back to when she first explained why she donated that batch of weapons to Old Lin, she casually joked about trading enemy heads for rewards. Tong Yuelan now feels she was quite foresight. Now, isn't she just exchanging enemy heads for prizes? She just doesn't know if, Once the weapons reach the soldiers and they use them to fight the enemies, whether those heads will also count as her share. In the next 2 days, Tong Yulan planned to go out and look for a chance to do something big, kill more enemies. But because the situation outside was too tense, she couldn't act. There was an incident where many enemies were wiped out in a short time in the occupied area. The reinforcements that arrived didn't see a single enemy figure. This made the enemy leaders very angry, and they started a frantic search and investigation across the city. Lin Xiao also disappeared. Tong Yulan secretly went to her small courtyard several times, but couldn't find her. She had to leave a secret signal outside in a hidden spot. Tong Yulan guessed they probably chose to hide at this time, but she couldn't help feeling worried, afraid that her actions might put them in danger. Fortunately, that night Lin Xiao heard a familiar knocking at the door. When she opened it, she was surprised. A young man who had helped Lin Xiao with 2 missions before was standing outside. He looked calm, but had a worried look in his eyes. The man saw Tong Yulan and quickly looked around behind him, then lowered his voice and said quickly, "Comrade Lin Zhao's identity has been exposed. The organization plans to evacuate her early tomorrow morning. The enemy might come after you here. Old Lin suggests you leave with her." He handed Tong Yulan a note, which had the secret code they had agreed on earlier. Tong Yulan knew the situation was urgent. After a brief thought, she replied, "Wait a moment. I will leave with you." Most of her belongings were stored in her space, so she didn't need to pack much. She quickly moved her remaining outside items into her space, then grabbed a suitcase and left the courtyard. It was already curfew time. Outside, only patrol cars could be seen. No pedestrians were around. Tong Yulan followed the man through the darkness, clutching her silent pistol tightly. She looked very calm on the outside, but inside, she was a little nervous. She is now very worried about Lin Zhao's safety. She feels that Lin Zhao's situation is more complicated than just a simple exposure of identity. From what she knows, unless it is absolutely necessary, old Lin would definitely send Lin Xiao to pick her up in person rather than sending someone else. The man walking ahead suddenly stopped and made a gesture to her. Tong Yulan understood immediately and also stopped, and the two quickly hid their figures in the darkness. After a moment, a patrol car drove by. The voices of soldiers talking in a strange language came from the car. The patrol car suddenly stopped, and a soldier muttered something as he got out and approached Tong Yulan and the others. The soldier got out of the car casually, walked to the roadside, unfastened his belt, and started to relieve himself. From a nearby corner, Tong Yulan listened to the water sounds just inches away. Her fists clenched tightly. She was torn inside. Should she rush over and take him out? Or just do it quietly? In the end, she held back her anger. Forget it, she thought. There's no harm in killing small soldiers when necessary. As long as they don't provoke them intentionally, she would let this one go for now. There weren't many soldiers on the patrol car. She was confident she could silently and quickly take them all out, but she was also cautious about everything going wrong. If she accidentally attracted more soldiers, she could escape easily. But the man leading the way would be in trouble, and it might also affect Lin Xiao and the others' escape plan. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. After the soldier finished relieving himself, he didn't wander around recklessly but returned directly to the car. After the patrol car left, the two of them waited a little longer. Just as they were about to leave, they suddenly heard the engine of a truck start. They immediately stopped all movements and continued hiding in place. In the darkness, two large trucks turned on their lights and slowly started moving forward. Under the glow of the rear truck's lights, they clearly saw that the first truck was full of soldiers. They guessed the second truck was probably the same. Tong Yulan gasped in surprise. If she hadn't restrained herself earlier, things could have gone very wrong. The man beside her also felt a bit scared. He had planned to act immediately if they were discovered. He didn't expect the soldiers to be so cunning, setting traps during a late-night patrol. It seemed the incident at Yangshupu had dealt a heavy to the soldiers, though they didn't know which side was responsible. The two of them were even more cautious on the rest of the journey. In the end, they reached their destination safely, without further incident. This is a safe house set up by the underground organization in Shanghai, not far from Suzhou Creek. In the basement, Tong Yuelon saw Lin Xiao. As Tong Yuelon guessed, Lin Xiao was injured. It looked serious, and she was still unconscious. Tong Yuelon touched her forehead and felt she was still running a slight fever. How can she be evacuated in this condition? If we meet the enemy soldiers on the way, won't we just be waiting to be caught? Tong Yuelon couldn't understand Old Lin's plan and asked the man leading the way. Our organization has been betrayed, and we are badly damaged. Everyone must leave quickly or hide. This place is no longer safe. The enemy might come at any time, so we need to leave as soon as possible. The man forced down his anger and quickly explained the situation. What about Old Lin? How is he? Comrade Old Lin said that given the current situation, someone must stay in Shanghai to lead. He thinks he's the best person for the job. He told me to come quickly to pick you up and then leave. I don't know much about his condition now. It seems he received instructions from Old Lin. As long as it didn't involve secrets of the organization, the man was willing to answer Tong Yuelon's questions. At this moment, Tong Yuelon deeply felt how harsh underground work could be. Compared to the glamorous spies in movies, real underground workers lived tough lives and faced danger at any moment. Old Lin staying behind probably meant he was ready to sacrifice himself. Tong Yuelon was silent for a while, then said, Old Lin once told me he wanted to meet the red-browed hero. If it's convenient, please tell him for me. Next time I see him, I will find a way to introduce him to the red-browed hero, and I will also try to persuade him to join. I keep my promises, but only if he's there in person, the man nodded. My identity should be safe. After you leave, I will come back and make sure to pass your message to Comrade Old Lin exactly as you said. By the way, brother, where should I send the supplies I discussed with Old Lin? Did he tell you? Just call me Depeng. Old Lin said that if you ask about this, I should give you this. Depeng took out a pack of cigarettes from his bag, carefully opened one, and handed a small note to Tong Yuelon. Comrade Lao Lin asked me to tell you that if it's convenient, please deliver all the supplies and these sulfa drugs to the southern Jiangsu base and hand them over to the military leaders. When you meet him, just show him this note, and he will arrange for someone to receive them according to your needs. Depeng finished speaking, took a small box from beside Lin Xiao, and opened it. Tong Yuelon looked at the sulfa drugs inside and couldn't help but gasp. So much gold was exchanged for such a small amount of medicine. The price of sulfa drugs is really high right now. Depeng checked his watch and said to Tong Yuelon, Our boat leaves at 4 a.m, less than 5 hours from now. It's my fault. I should have come earlier to pick you up and tell you the full details, so you could prepare better. But some unexpected things during the day delayed me. Now time is tight, and you don't have time to pass the message to the red-browed hero and others. We can only carry these sulfa drugs with us. No need. The red-browed hero is already nearby. Besides these sulfa drugs, do you have anything else that needs to be taken out? Just give everything to me and I will deliver it all to the southern Jiangsu base. What? He's also here. Depeng looked incredulous. He had been very careful all along but hadn't noticed any signs of being followed. How did he suddenly find out that the red-browed hero had quietly arrived at the safe house? If he were an enemy. Yes, I sent him a signal before I left. He just told me he's nearby. If there's any important equipment that's hard to carry, give it to me quickly. I'll go out now and hand it over to him so he can take it with him. Depeng was so shocked he couldn't speak. Not only had he failed to notice anyone following him, but he also hadn't realized when Tong Yuelon received any message. For a moment, he looked at Tong Yuelon with strange eyes. Lao Lin had told him only to ask no questions about the red-browed hero if Tong Yuelon didn't mention him, and to try to fulfill any requests she had. Tong Yuelon knew her story about the red-browed hero was quite far-fetched and hard to explain in many ways, but she had no choice. Someone had to take the blame, right? No one was stupid. Just because others didn't say anything didn't mean they didn't suspect. Fortunately, she had mentioned earlier that she wasn't sure about the specific skills of the red-browed hero. She only knew he was very powerful. If someone kept asking for details, she could simply say she didn't know anything. Luckily, Peng only looked at her curiously without asking about the red-browed hero. He pointed to a box filled with sulfa medicine and said, "This mission is mainly about evacuation. Besides these medicines, there are no other supplies to transport." Tong Yuelon didn't say much. She picked up her small box, waved goodbye to Peng, and headed straight for the basement exit. It's better not to say too much and let Peng guess on his own. In the basement, Peng paced back and forth, occasionally glancing at Lin Xiao, who was still unconscious, hoping she would wake up soon. He felt that if he kept spending time alone with Tong Yuelon, his firm materialist worldview might be shattered by repeated blows. Soon, Tong Yuelon returned to the basement empty-handed, looking excited. She said to Peng, "Brother Peng, the red-browed hero has decided to leave with us. That way, if we encounter danger on the road, he can help us." Peng's eyes lit up immediately. "When will he come? I need to think about what role to give him. Maybe we can have him pretend to be a crew member on the boat." "Do you think that would work?" Tong Yuelon realized she hadn't explained clearly and quickly clarified, "He isn't going to travel with us. He just wants to leave at the same time. I don't know how he'll do it or what appearance he'll have when he appears beside us." Peng swallowed the words he almost said and changed the subject. "Hurry and rest now. We leave 3 hours early. When the time comes, you and Comrade Lin Xiao can hide below the deck. Once we're in a safe place, come out. It'll be tough on you to take care of her on the way." Tong Yuelon sat by the bed, touching Lin Xiao's feverish forehead. "She's been like this, unconscious. Do you think there will be any trouble on the road?" The doctor already treated her. He said her physical condition was good, and she was recovering quickly. The coma was actually a good thing, helping her body heal. Once she wakes up, she'll recover quickly. Tong Yuelon felt a little relieved and closed her eyes to rest beside the bed. No one could predict what would happen on this journey. She had to conserve her strength so she could act at the right moment. In a daze, she felt Big Peng sit down on the other side. Soon, there was no more noise in the room. When she opened her eyes, it was almost 3 o'clock. Big Peng had already packed everything. He was holding a bundle and saw Tong Yuelon wake up. He handed her the bundle and said, "Inside are water and some food. Eat a little first. Once you're done, we'll leave." Tong Yuelon took the bundle and shook her head. "Let's not eat now. We need to leave quickly." Big Peng didn't say much. He signaled for Tong Yuelon to help Lin Xiao onto his back and lie down. Then he slightly bent forward and headed outside. Tong Yuelon followed carefully, protecting Lin Xiao. The safe house was not far from the river. The three of them quickly reached a boat docked at the riverbank. The boat sat deep in the water, probably loaded with many things. A middle-aged man dressed as a boatman looked at Lin Xiao on Big Peng's back with a faint glance and then moved aside. The three of them entered the cabin. The cabin wasn't very big. It was cluttered with various items. Big Peng walked toward the back of the boat, bent down with some difficulty, and lifted the plank to get inside. He signaled for Tong Yuelon to follow and led the way, carrying Lin Xiao on his back. Inside, there were many wooden boxes and cloth bags, leaving only a narrow passage. In the corner, there was a space about 2 meters long and only about 1 meter wide, with thick mats on the ground. Big Peng carefully laid Lin Xiao on a quilt and pulled another quilt from a nearby wooden box to cover her. Then he said to Tong Yuelon, "This is a boat of the Green Gang. They have special passes, so the Japanese won't search carefully. It's relatively safe. If something goes wrong, I will do my best to protect you. You don't need to worry about us. Just find a way to escape when the time comes." Big Peng felt a bit guilty. It was because of them that Tong Yuelon had to leave Shanghai in a hurry. If anything else went wrong during this evacuation, and he couldn't take care of everything, he could only do his best to protect her. But that meant Lin Xiao. Tong Yuelon seemed to see what Big Peng was thinking. She smiled and comforted him. "Don't worry. Everything will be fine. With the red-browed hero here, there's no danger." Big Peng's mouth twitched. He wanted to say something but didn't know how. He changed the subject again, saying, "Try not to make any noise. Besides me, only Lu Laoda knows you're here. You just stay here. I will handle everything else." Before leaving, Peng moved some wooden crates to block the two people completely. As long as no one deliberately moved the crates, it would be hard for anyone searching to find them.
De Prung went to the deck.
Lu Laoda pointed at a basket of fish at his feet and frowned. The woman you're carrying has a blood smell on her. Put this basket of fish downstairs. It might hide her scent a bit. Thank you for your advice, Lu Laoda. De Prung quickly thanked him and took out a few coins to give him. Lu Laoda was not polite and took the coins directly, putting them in his pocket. I don't care who you brought with you.
Be careful.
If you cause trouble, the master won't be able to protect you anymore. De Prung was about to leave with the basket of fish when Lu Laoda spoke again. You need to move faster. Others will be back soon, and not all of them are on our side. De Prung knew very well that the cargo below the ship was just being moved out with the help of the Green Gang. The real owners were the Japanese soldiers. He had thought about working with Hongmei the hero to rob the cargo after Lin Xiao and the others escaped, but he hesitated because it might cause too many problems and involve the military strategist. So he had to give up. After a while, 3 men dressed like members of the Green Gang came aboard. They greeted Lu Laoda and De Prung and sat at the bow of the ship, chatting about the places they had just visited, occasionally laughing loudly. After some time, a man in a suit with a middle-parted hairstyle arrived with a gang member. The man looked around eagerly and asked bossily, Is everything loaded? Take me to see. De Prung saw Lu Laoda silent and was about to step forward, but the man impatiently said, Who's in charge here? I asked you a question. Why aren't you answering? Are you mute? The 3 people chatting at the bow stood up and looked at Lu Laoda. One of them spat lightly into the water and walked over to Lu Laoda, glaring fiercely at the man. The man accompanying the middle-parted man quickly stepped forward, pulled Lu Laoda aside, and whispered, This Zhou is sent by the Japanese side. He has the special pass on him. Lu Laoda, don't argue with him. Be patient. Once this is over, we can deal with him privately. After speaking, he turned to the man with the split head and said, Brother Zhou, our boss Lu doesn't like to talk much. The goods are already loaded. If you want to see them, I can take you to check. The man with the split head was already nervous from being stared at harshly. Now that someone was trying to smooth things over, he quickly went along and said, This batch of goods is very important to the military. I'm just doing my job, so I need to be careful. De Prung hurried forward. I just checked the cargo below. Everything is in place, but there's a strong smell of fish. If you want to check, I can take you. Seeing De Prung was respectful, the man with the split head became arrogant again. He pointed at De Prung and said, Good eye. Lead the way. When the man with the split head and De Prung went into the cabin, the person accompanying them spat and said, We were supposed to get the special pass directly. Who knew they'd send someone like this last minute? Last night, I was told to take him out for fun, and it took so long to come back. Now he's acting like this. If it weren't for, I'd beat him so badly he wouldn't recognize himself. Bah, traitor. If it were before, I'd make him understand what the real gang is. Enough. Ludo waved his hand to stop them. We're not exactly saints ourselves. Do what you need to do. After this job, we'll go back and clear our heads. De Prung eagerly led the man with the split head, chatting about the goods stored in the warehouse. He intentionally or unintentionally blocked his way, preventing him from reaching the corner. The man with the split head covered his nose and looked around casually, then nodded in satisfaction. You did a good job. De Prung felt disgusted inside. This traitor had been acting like a dog for days and had even forgotten his own ancestors. He didn't speak nicely but kept smiling. Brother Zhou, it's too stuffy down here. Let's go upstairs quickly. Seeing the man with the split head turn and head upstairs, De Prung let out a small breath of relief. Luckily, this traitor was just putting on airs. If he had checked carefully, it might have been troublesome. The original plan was going smoothly until this unexpected problem. De Prung felt uneasy. If Lin Xiao hadn't been injured and unconscious, they could have used the underground route to reach the southern base. But the situation was urgent, and they couldn't wait for her to recover. They had to leave through the Green Gang route. That safe house could be found by the enemy at any time. He just hoped the gift he left behind would satisfy them. De Prung looked back at Tong Yuelon and the other 2 hiding nearby, quietly thinking about what he should do if something unexpected happened. He wanted to protect both of them as much as possible. Tong Yuelon sat quietly beside Lin Xiao, listening carefully to the sounds around her. She felt a bit relieved that she had decided to leave with Lin Xiao. If something had gone wrong, given Lin Xiao's current condition, it would have been very hard for her to escape safely. After the boat set off, the man in charge took out a flag from his pocket and proudly planted it at the front of the boat. In the past, he might have been afraid of the members of the Green Gang, but now he was with the army. The flag in his hand and the special pass he carried made it easy for him to deal with the soldiers along the way. The Green Gang members would have to listen to him, no matter how powerful they were. As they traveled, they encountered patrol boats twice. Each time, the man in charge went forward to talk to the soldiers on the patrol boats, explaining things and showing his special pass. Because of this, the boats were allowed to pass smoothly. It was almost dawn, and the boat would soon pass through the most heavily guarded part of the river. After that, the journey would be easier, and everyone could relax a little. Tong Yuelon checked Lin Xiao from time to time. She saw that her fever was getting better. Her temperature was slowly dropping, and her breathing was more even. Her worried heart felt a little lighter. Just as Tong Yuelon was admiring how quiet Lin Xiao remained even while unconscious, she saw her turn over and mumble something. She quickly covered her mouth and leaned close to her ear, whispering, "Big Sister Lin, I am Tong Yuelon. We are passing through the enemy's blockade. If you hear me clearly, just nod. Please don't make any noise." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Xiao slowly opened her eyes and looked at her for a while. Her eyes brightened with a faint sparkle, and a small smile appeared on her lips. Then she nodded with difficulty. Tong Yuelon was overjoyed. She was about to say more when she saw Lin Xiao close her eyes again and fall into a deep sleep. It was good she was sleeping. That way, she could recover faster. Tong Yuelon gently adjusted her blanket and sat quietly beside her. Just as she was about to doze off, she suddenly heard hurried footsteps above in the boat cabin. There were also sounds of cheerful laughter from De Peng and some chattering soldiers. Tong Yuelon immediately became alert. Is the enemy about to come down for inspection? The sound of footsteps stopped overhead, and the opening of the ship planks along with the noise of several people walking down confirmed Tong Yuelan's suspicion. De Peng tried to stop them, but was ineffective. The leading Japanese soldier pushed him aside and ordered the others to quickly open the cargo hatch. The subordinate looked distressed. He hadn't expected anyone to ignore the imperial flag and the special pass he handed over, insisting on going down himself to check. This is a case of gods fighting and ordinary people suffering. If something goes wrong with this job, he's just a messenger. How will he explain it when he gets back? The leading soldier saw the subordinate hesitating and immediately aimed his gun at his head. Are you hiding criminals? If you don't open it soon, you'll be dead. The subordinate looked sad. Please, sir, stay calm. I will open it now. He walked to the entrance, mimicking De Peng's earlier action to lift the plank, revealing a dark opening. De Peng stepped forward quickly. Let me lead the way for you. Two soldiers raised their guns to stop him. The leading soldier nodded at the subordinate. You lead the way. 3 soldiers followed the subordinate down, leaving 2 guards at the entrance. The lower deck was not very spacious. De Peng didn't dare rush in. He stepped back a few paces, slightly bent forward, but kept his eyes fixed on the entrance, secretly placing his right hand on his waist. He knew very well that if Lin Xiao and Tong Yuelon were taken by the enemy, they would face the cruelest torture. He was prepared. If the soldiers discovered them, he would find a chance to act and try to let Tong Yuelon escape. He hoped, as she said, that the red-browed hero would come to help in a critical moment, so she might have a chance to escape. As for Lin Xiao, forget it. As the last 2 members of their sect, the senior brothers and sisters should go to the afterlife together. After they go down, he would apologize to their master and fellow disciples. It was his failure that he couldn't protect his junior sister. Lu Laoda looked around, frowned, and put his hands behind his back. He made a gesture to the others behind him. Everyone looked confused. Why was Lu Laoda doing this? Why was he preparing for battle? Although they secretly cursed the Japanese soldiers, no one dared to openly attack. Perhaps these goods are too valuable, and the enemies have the idea of stealing them. Is Lu the boss trying to make them fight back? But the consequences would be too serious, and they couldn't handle it. The group looked worried. The rules of their gang were clear. If they disobeyed Lu's orders, they would face punishment. Maybe even the lightest punishment would be 3 strikes and 6 cuts. But if they really followed Lu's plan, the results might be more than they could bear. While they hesitated, the man who had earlier glared angrily at the others slowly left the boat cabin. He politely nodded and smiled at the soldiers on the deck, then, under their scolding, quietly moved to a corner, curled up, and crouched down, making the soldiers laugh. The man didn't get angry. He avoided their eyes and secretly watched the patrol boat's movements. This place was closest to where he hid the explosives. If a fight broke out inside, he would be the first to get the bombs and try to up the patrol boat, cutting off the enemy's escape route. As for what would happen after the fight, why worry? Lu told them to do what they should. Besides, he had long disliked these enemies. At most, he would die. Before dying, he wanted to kill as many enemies as possible, proving his bravery. De Pung listened carefully to the sounds coming from below. Except for the voices of the leader and the traitor, he only heard the noise of moving objects. There was no other sound. Time passed second by second. De Peng's heart was almost in his throat. He had thought of several ways to help Tong Yuan escape, but none of them were foolproof. Suddenly, footsteps came from below. De Peng tensed up, ready to attack at any moment. One by one, 4 people came up. The man in the middle was caught between them. De Peng didn't see any unusual expressions on their faces. When the last person appeared, nothing strange happened. The leader of the enemies said something to the man in the middle, then all the soldiers left directly, boarded the patrol boat, and sailed away. De Peng was a bit stunned throughout the process. He even thought he was hallucinating. In such a small space, no matter how well they hid, if someone searched carefully, how could they not find anyone? He looked back at Lu the boss. Lu didn't look at him. Instead, he stared seriously outside the cabin, with a serious face. He turned his head to ask the other man, "Brother Zhou, what has happened?" The man was very proud and immediately excitedly told everyone what had happened downstairs. According to his story, the soldiers searched carefully everywhere, moving aside the boxes stacked together, checking every corner thoroughly, even using bayonets to look for suspicious spots. After the search, the soldiers wanted to take half of the goods. He used his persuasive words, reasoning with them and appealing to their feelings, and even gave up 2 small yellow fish he treasured to finally convince them. After finishing, he looked expectantly at Big Lu, but Lu remained serious, staring out at the ship's cabin without even glancing at him. He then looked at De Peng and the others, who were joking and walking toward the deck as if no one noticed his gaze. De Peng also walked out normally, but inside, he was filled with turmoil. He believed that the first part of what the man said was probably true, that the soldiers had thoroughly searched the entire hold. But how could 2 living people be right in front of them and they didn't notice? It was too unbelievable. De Peng couldn't help but want to go down and see what was really happening. But when he looked back, he saw Lu calmly closing the hatch cover and walking over. As Lu passed by, he softly said, "I didn't expect there to be such a remarkable person around you." This reminder made De Peng suddenly think of the red-browed hero mentioned by Tong Yuan. Could it be that the red-browed hero noticed something was wrong and took the 2 people away early? Lu understood how De Peng was feeling and gave him a subtle signal, then found an opportunity to call everyone away. De Peng quickly opened the hatch and hurried down into the hold. He also wanted to know how the red-browed hero managed to take the 2 people away. When he reached the hiding spot of the 2, the boxes blocking the way had already been moved aside, and he could see inside clearly. But as he approached, he suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. De Peng saw Tong Yuan just as she was removing a piece of clothing from Lin Zhao's head, gently placing her hand on Lin Zhao's forehead to check her temperature. De Peng was so shocked he almost gasped, his voice hoarse. "You've been here all along." "No, what else?" Tong Yuan turned to look at him. "Are you wondering why those soldiers didn't notice us and didn't catch us?" Without waiting for De Peng to answer, she continued, "Didn't I tell you? The red-browed hero is already here. He's on this boat. For him, Casting a small illusion is very easy. Is the red-browed hero on the boat? Who is he disguised as this time? It can't be that traitor, right? Faced with Depeng's 3 questions in a row, Tong Yuelon shook her head. I don't know who he's disguised as. But I do know he's on the boat. Otherwise, how could we be here alive? And those soldiers wouldn't have seen us at all. After Depeng left, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes, feeling weak. He asked, Xiaolon, what happened? Why did I suddenly feel so dark, and everything was quiet? No sounds at all. But just now, I thought I heard my senior brother's voice. It's okay. We are in the process of retreating, and now it's safe. Brother Peng was worried and came to check.
How do you feel now?
Are you uncomfortable anywhere? I feel much better, but I have no strength. You've been badly injured and lying down for a long time.
Of course you're weak.
Rest a bit longer and you'll recover. Tong Yuelon comforted him. Since returning from the quarantine zone, Tong Yuelon had been storing enough cooked food in her space to last several months. There were also several large buckets of hot water, and she even kept some cans of soup and snacks like fruits. That's why she carried a suitcase when she went out, so she could smuggle various supplies when needed. Normally, Lin Zhao's body was very weak. She should have brought some hot soup to help him recover. But she just used her illusion to trick Depeng. If she now took out a hot can of soup, it might reveal her secret. So, she could only let Lin Xiao suffer a little. As for why Lin Xiao felt so dark and quiet around him, it was because she covered his head with her clothes before carrying him into her space. She didn't want Lin Xiao to wake up suddenly and notice something strange. Oh, and the red-browed hero also came along. Just now, some soldiers came down to check. I thought we might have to fight them, but it turns out the red-browed hero can cast illusions. When he acts, the soldiers stand right in front of us, but can't see us at all. Haha, he's really powerful, isn't he? Tong Yuelon wasn't sure if talking about the illusion technique would really convince Depeng, but at least explaining it to Lin Xiao might help a little. Lin Xiao tried hard to lift her head and look into the cabin, as if hoping to catch a glimpse of the red-browed hero. Enough, stop looking. He's not here. Even if he were standing right in front of you, you wouldn't be able to see him. His illusion skills are that powerful. You can ask your senior brother about it when you get the chance. When Depeng stepped into the cabin, his legs felt weak. He had traveled far and wide with his master since childhood and had seen many strange things, but he had never heard of such an incredible illusion, one that could hide 2 living people completely from sight, even in front of a crowd. And then there was the disguise technique. He remembered Lin Xiao once saying that the red-browed hero was a master of disguise, so skilled that even Tong Yuelon didn't know his real face. At the time, Depeng hadn't believed it, thinking Tong Yuelon was exaggerating. But now he realized how little he truly knew. He couldn't even guess who among Lu the boss, the 4 helpers, or that traitor might actually be the red-browed hero. When Lu the boss noticed Depeng returning from below deck, he found his behavior strange. Depeng kept studying everyone with curious eyes and even started chatting with each person about odd topics. Finding a good moment, Lu the boss pulled Depeng aside and quietly asked, how did they avoid the soldiers' search? Depeng looked him over carefully, decided he probably wasn't the red-browed hero, and whispered, illusion technique. Illusion technique? Lu the boss was stunned. Still, being older and more experienced, he knew there were many extraordinary people in the world. He just hadn't expected such a young woman to have such remarkable skills. The rest of the journey went smoothly. Whenever they met enemy patrols or traitors, the man with the parted hair handled the situation, and no one tried to search the lower cabin again. After nightfall, the boat reached a small town. The man with the parted hair couldn't hold back any longer and loudly insisted on going ashore to relax, which suited Depeng just fine. But the man kept complaining that he had lost 2 small yellow croakers on this trip and had suffered a big loss. Though he talked about going ashore, he kept stalling and wouldn't actually leave. Depeng felt helpless and had to take out a few more coins from his pocket. As he reached out, the man with the split head quickly snatched them away, smiling as he patted Depeng on the shoulder. Brother, you're really generous. If we run into any trouble on the road ahead, Brother Zo will cover for you. Then he jumped onto the shore and walked away confidently. Traitor. When I get back, I'll find a chance to tie him up and give him a good beating. I just can't swallow this anger. A group of people cursed angrily and then turned to Lu Laoda. Lu Laoda, what exactly is in this batch of goods? If the Japanese had taken it, would we really have had to fight them? Mind your own business. If you shouldn't ask, don't ask, Lu Laoda replied, taking out a few coins and tossing them over. All right, today I'm treating everyone. Hurry up and leave. Got it. The man caught the coins, exchanged a look with a few others, and they happily headed back onto the shore. They called out to Lu Laoda and Peng, "Thanks, Lu Laoda. When we get back, I'll bring you some food. Get lost, get lost." Lu Laoda waved impatiently. After the group disappeared from sight, he nodded to Peng, then walked to the bow of the boat, lay down, closed his eyes, and hummed a tune. Peng took down the lantern hanging at the bow, waved it a few times in the darkness. Soon, a small boat slowly approached. The person standing at the bow took out a box of matches, struck 3 times before lighting a cigarette. After taking one puff, he threw the cigarette away, and a spark traced a curve in the dark. Peng waved the lantern again. The small boat drew closer and finally stopped slowly beside him. Peng nodded to the people on the boat, then turned quickly and headed into the warehouse. Tong Yuelon had already prepared when the boat docked and stopped. Peng carried Lin Xiao on his back as they went upstairs. She carried her suitcase behind them. Before leaving, she casually put the empty jar back into the space. Peng whispered a few words into Lin Xiao's ear, then they were transferred onto the small boat, which quickly disappeared into the dark water. Peng returned to the warehouse and sat where Tong Yuelon and the others had been. He stared straight ahead, imagining the Japanese soldiers standing across from him, ignoring him. How long could he maintain an illusion spell? How difficult was this magic to practice? How long would it take to master? Did he have a chance to ask the red-browed hero for advice? A series of questions kept spinning into Peng's mind. It's not that he didn't know how to judge situations. Mainly, the illusion technique was so powerful that if they could master it, it could save many comrades at critical moments. Tong Yuelon didn't realize how much trouble her casual remark about the illusion technique caused Peng. At this moment, she was lying in the boat, slowly closing her eyes as the small boat rocked gently. Although they were in the middle of retreating, she found sleeping on a moving boat to be quite a new and pleasant experience. A strange sense of safety made her feel at ease, and she quickly fell into a deep sleep. When she opened her eyes, it was already bright outside. Tong Yuelon saw that everything around her was reed plants. The man steering the boat was very familiar with this area and was unaffected by the seemingly endless reeds. Under his control, the boat swiftly moved through the reed maze. "Xiaolon, you're awake." Tong Yuelon turned her head and saw Lin Xiao leaning against the front of the boat, smiling happily at her. Lin Xiao looked much better than before. Her spirit was completely different, and she spoke with more strength. Suddenly, Tong Yuelon sat up quickly, but her movement was too big, causing the boat to shake violently. She quickly eased her movements and apologized shyly to the man steering the boat. "Uncle, sorry, I forgot I was on a boat. I'll be more careful next time." He turned around with a cheerful smile. "Girl, is this your first time on a small boat? Not getting seasick is already good. Don't worry, everything's fine. This boat is steady." Tong Yuelon also noticed that although the boat had shaken quite a bit just now with his few movements, it continued to move steadily forward without any sign of capsizing. Regaining her composure, Tong Yuelon reached out to touch Lin Zhao's forehead. Seeing her temperature had fully returned to normal, she felt happy. "Sister Lin, you're recovering quite quickly. Do you still feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Lin Xiao shook her head and smiled. "I've always been healthy since I was young. Even when I had worse injuries before, I recovered in just a few days." This time, as she spoke, her smile suddenly froze. She stopped mid-sentence, slightly turned her body, and turned her face away. In that moment, Tong Yuelon's sharp eyes caught a glimmer of tears in her eyes. Pretending not to notice Lin Zhao's unusual behavior, Tong Yuelon softly whispered in her ear, "I remember you once said you really wanted to go to the battlefield to fight enemies. After this retreat, you should be able to fulfill that wish. When the time comes, I'll give you a small gift, a pistol, a Mauser rifle, and a submachine gun, so you can happily fight the enemies and kill as many as you want. Okay? Lin Xiao replied without turning her head, but she firmly held Tong Yuelan's hand. If I don't make the enemies suffer and don't drive them all away, I won't feel at peace. Don't talk about dying. When all the enemies are gone, we'll still be alive and well. By then, everyone will go back to school or work, eat whatever they want, and go wherever they like with their bags. Living such good days, living to 100 years old isn't too much, right? Lin Xiao chuckled softly, tears still in her eyes. 100 years? You really think so? I never thought I'd live past 30. But if that day really comes, I'll do my best to live a few more years. Of course, that day will come. Then there will be no war, no oppression. Everyone will be full and warm, safe and happy. No more fears or worries about the future. So even in battle, be brave, but also be careful. Don't just seek glory. I'm looking forward to celebrating victory with you, going shopping, and trying all kinds of delicious food. Don't break your promise. Deal. After we win, I'll take you to Chongqing. We'll try all kinds of local foods, especially the most authentic duck hot pot. The uncle steering the boat turned around, smiling kindly at Tong Yuelan. You're such a good girl. It's a beautiful world, but I probably won't get to see it. Still, my son and grandkids will have the chance. When that day comes, I'll be happy even underground. Uncle, you'll see it yourself. Because of your hard work and efforts, that day will come soon. The uncle pushed his bamboo pole into the water with force, and the boat moved steadily and quickly forward. He smiled and said, I'm just a boatman. I'm good at water, and I help paddle the boat. I haven't done anything big, haven't even killed many enemies. Once, 2 foreign experts were ambushed by enemy soldiers while evacuating. However, they managed to break through with the help of a quick escape and even found a way to puncture an enemy boat, causing several soldiers to fall into the water. Uncle smiled shyly. Oh, it was just because of my cooking skills. Nothing special. The only problem was I didn't have the right weapons. If I had a grenade back then, I would have blown up all their boats. Uncle, when you take this route, do you often face enemy soldiers directly? Tong Yuelan asked, tilting her head and moving her finger. Our firepower isn't enough to fight the enemy head-on. We try to avoid them as much as possible. But sometimes, we can't avoid it. Last time, Old Wu took 2 students to escape, but they were surrounded by 2 enemy boats. One student was lost immediately, and Old Wu's leg was injured. He managed to carry the other student out from under the water, but he died shortly after returning. Before he died, he blamed himself for not saving the other student. Uncle looked sad and turned away, falling silent. The atmosphere became heavy. Tong Yuelan thought for a moment, then pulled her suitcase over. She rummaged inside, smiling as she said to Uncle, Uncle, since I rowed your boat today, I have a small gift for you. Uncle turned back, looking serious. Girl, you can't do that. We have rules. How can I accept your gift? Tong Yuelan stayed quiet and opened her suitcase, taking out things one by one. When Uncle saw what she was pulling out, he froze mid-sentence, his mouth wide open, staring. He even paused his paddle in midair. Uncle, this isn't really a gift. It should be exchanged for enemy heads. How about 1 grenade for 1 enemy head? Do you think that works? A grenade for 1 enemy head? That's too cheap for them. Besides, how would I give you enemy heads in the future? Uncle said, then suddenly felt something was wrong. He didn't know what to say next and scratched his head awkwardly. Why would I want that messy stuff? You want to throw it into the cesspit or kick it around like a ball, that's just an example. You previously said that if you had a grenade, you could kill more enemies. If you encounter enemies again, having a grenade would help protect everyone better, right? Anyway, I have plenty of these, so no need to worry. The uncle's eyes never left the pile of grenades. These are different from homemade bombs. They are much more powerful. If Old Wu had such weapons before, he wouldn't have left with regret. These are weapons meant to fight enemies. Using them shouldn't be considered against the rules, right? In ancient times, soldiers exchanged enemy heads or ears for rewards. Now, using enemy heads to exchange for weapons seems acceptable too. Uncle, our organization and the army often receive donations from patriotic people at home and abroad. Xiaolan giving you grenades is part of supporting the resistance. Accepting them isn't against the rules. Lin Zhao's words finally eased the uncle's last worries. He smiled and continued paddling the boat through the reeds, occasionally glancing back at the neatly arranged grenades in the middle of the boat. Using weapons made by the enemy to fight the enemy, that feeling is incredibly satisfying. He couldn't imagine how much the little gift from the beautiful girl would help him in a future mission. At that time, when enemies surrounded him, and he pulled the last grenade as his comrades retreated, his final words to the world were, "Girl, 10 grenades took down more than 20 enemies. I think I've repaid your gift." The journey afterward went smoothly. In the evening, the boat stopped near a village. The uncle handed them over to someone coming to pick them up, waved goodbye, then hummed a tune as he paddled away. Tong Yulan waved at the departing boat. After this farewell, they probably would meet again. She only hoped the uncle would stay safe and live to see the new world he dreamed of. The next morning, Lin Xiao felt a bit better, but she was still very weak and couldn't walk on her own. The person helping them found a cart. Tong Yulan helped her onto the cart and lay her down, then she followed along toward their destination. This was the longest and hardest journey Tong Yulan had ever taken in her life. Everything she saw along the way made her more silent, and she often lowered her head, lost in thought. Perhaps because the area near the base was under strict blockade and multiple sweepings by the enemy puppet troops, the common people she saw along the way were all in tattered clothes, looking pale and thin. It was not uncommon for them to survive on wild vegetables, tree bark, and grass roots. Unlike the ordinary people she saw in Shanghai, the people here probably had a harder life. The difference was that their eyes still shone with light, perhaps called faith or hope. This light was different from what she had seen in Laolin, Depeng Lin Xiao, Chengwangshua, or even the uncle who used to row boats to help them. It was a kind of light she had never seen before she traveled here. When they reached the outskirts of the base, she often saw villagers pulling carts or carrying baskets heading toward the base. The carts were loaded with grain, winter clothes, and cloth shoes. She couldn't see what was inside the baskets, but she guessed they were similar supplies. The villagers transporting supplies all had bright smiles on their faces. It seemed as if they weren't giving away their saved resources willingly, but she couldn't quite describe that feeling. Suddenly, she felt her previous thoughts might have been too narrow. She realized she could do more. That feeling reached its peak when she saw a woman with bound feet in the team. "Xiaolan, what's wrong?" Lin Xiao asked with concern, noticing her silence. "It's nothing.
I was just thinking about some things."
By the way, Sister Lin, when do you think we'll see the leader? Tonight, we should reach our destination. But I don't know if we'll see the leader then. I've been unconscious for a while, so I don't know many details. But don't worry. Once we set out, Comrade Lao Lin will have sent a telegram to the base. We should see the leader by tomorrow morning at the latest. She nodded and moved closer to the cart, then bent down and whispered to Lin Xiao, "Sister Lin, will you stay here to fight the enemies in the future?" "Yes. My senior brother told me before we parted that I will stay at the base for now. Where I go and what I do next depends on the organization's arrangements. Do you miss me? Xiaolan, why don't you stay here and fight the enemies with me?" She also longed to fight side by side with Lin Xiao, but she shook her head. "My battlefield is not here." When she became a highly skilled sharpshooter, she also thought about simply going to the battlefield to fight enemies. That would be exciting and save her from feeling restricted like before. She was worried about harming ordinary people if she fought, so she wanted to wipe out the enemies completely and kept looking for places to hide and wait. Lin Xiao looked a bit reluctant and asked, "How long will you stay here?" "Once the red-browed hero delivers the supplies, I will leave. Red-browed hero is also here." Lin Xiao couldn't help but sit up and look around carefully. She then warned Tong Yulan, "Make sure to tell him not to move around randomly. If the comrades think he's a spy, that could be a problem." While speaking, Lin Xiao kept observing the surroundings, as if trying to find the hero she admired so much. "Don't worry, she definitely won't do that," Tong Yulan said with a smile, patting her hand. As it was getting dark, the group finally arrived at the base. After settling everything, Tong Yulan asked for a bowl of hot water. When she took off her shoes and socks, she noticed she had developed several blisters on her feet. She dipped her feet into the hot water and let out a comfortable sigh. Coming to the base gave her a strange feeling of safety and relaxation, as if she was back home in her previous life. Her nerves eased, and she felt very at ease. After soaking her feet, Tong Yulan decided to rest early. She had already handed the note to the soldiers who received them to give to the commander. But now it was late, and the leader was busy with many things. She probably wouldn't be able to meet him tonight. Tomorrow, she planned to talk to him about the supplies and decide what to do next. She didn't know much before, but she learned from Lin Xiao that the commander she was about to meet was very impressive. He was the top commander of the entire South Su province base, a hero with many military achievements. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Tong Yulan opened it to see a young soldier, saluting her. "Comrade, the leader will arrive soon. I came early to ask if it's convenient for you now." Huh? Tong Yulan was momentarily surprised. The leader himself was coming to see her? Shouldn't a staff member have come to call her? Why was he here in person? "It's fine.
I'm okay."
"Where should I meet the leader?" She quickly responded. The soldier pointed to a nearby room and said, "That is the temporary office. I will take you there." Tong Yulan looked down at her clothes and thought they seemed appropriate. She then followed the young soldier toward the office. She was currently in a small farmyard. The yard was not large, with about 3 or 4 rooms, but it seemed no one was living in those rooms. Tong Yulan didn't ask questions out of curiosity. She simply accepted the arrangements made by the army. The temporary office was simply furnished, with a wooden table, a few wooden stools, a bottle of ink, and some paper on the table. Tong Yulan sat quietly on a stool, but inside, she felt a little nervous. She was about to meet a very important hero from history. How should she respond properly? Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside. Tong Yulan quickly stood up and, seeing someone enter, saluted sharply. "Hello, Commander." Her posture was much more proper than during her military training. A cheerful laugh came from outside. When she looked carefully, she saw a middle-aged man of short stature with dark skin walking in confidently, followed by 2 soldiers. The commander was about 40 years old, wearing an old, slightly faded military uniform. He looked ordinary but was smiling. However, his eyes still seemed sharp. "Are you Comrade Xiao Tong?" he asked with a smile. "Thank you for your great contribution to the resistance." "But I haven't done much yet," Tong Yulan said, feeling confused. She had chosen to leave with Lin Xiao partly to deliver supplies to the base. But she hadn't even handed them over yet, so how could she have made a big contribution? As she thought this, she couldn't help but speak aloud. "You are quite modest, little comrade," the commander said with an even bigger smile. "If you and your team hadn't bravely acted, that important intelligence wouldn't have been delivered in time. Our excellent comrades might not have made it back." She looked in the direction he was pointing and saw that standing to his left was a young soldier in a gray military uniform, standing straight. It was Chung Wangshua. At this time, most soldiers' uniforms were supplied by local women's sewing teams and secret clothing factories. The uniforms were uniform in shape, but messy in details. It must be said that these gray uniforms looked very plain and could not compare to military uniforms in later times. Soldiers wearing these gray uniforms made ordinary people trust and rely on them unconditionally. They made the puppet army soldiers afraid and were a thorn in the side of the enemy. However, they did not look particularly handsome or stylish. But at this moment, Chung Wangshua broke this tradition. He wore a rough gray cloth military uniform and looked just as impressive as the flag bearers in modern military parades. Tong Yulan even thought he looked more handsome now than when he was dressed in fine, expensive suits. Tong Yulan believed that the stories told by later directors and writers might not be false. No matter how tough the environment, some people's charm cannot be erased. It's just that it's not as exaggerated as in movies with handsome men and beautiful women. Her stunning moment was brief. Tong Yulan was not a fan of infatuation. She politely nodded at Chung Wangshua and then turned her attention back. Commander, we just happened to meet by chance back then. Any capable Chinese person would have acted in that situation. It's nothing special. Yes, she just happened to be there. She definitely didn't follow Cheng Wangshua to cause trouble for him. The commander's smile grew warmer, making Tong Yuelon feel that his previously sharp gaze softened. He walked straight to the table and sat down, signaling her to sit and continue talking. Tong Yuelon obediently sat down. In front of the commander, she always felt like a student facing a teacher, afraid to speak out of turn or talk nonsense like she did in front of others. She didn't know how to start. The commander saw her nervousness and smiled, saying, "The conditions here are tough, but is there anything you're not used to? You are a great contributor to us. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. We will try to find solutions. This place is quite good." As soon as I arrived, I felt at ease. There's nothing I'm not used to, but... Tong Yuelon carefully organized her words and continued, "We have already transported some supplies nearby, mainly weapons, ammunition, and food. Can you find a remote place for me, one with a large yard or a warehouse, and leave a road leading outside? The yard and the nearby area should not have any guards or soldiers watching." Tong Yuelon spoke softly, feeling less confident as she went on. At first, it seemed like a good idea, but now it sounded suspicious. This is the command center of the entire base. She was asking to leave a road without any guards. That request sounded wrong. If she were the leader, she would immediately suspect it was a trap. It would be easy for enemies to enter without resistance. But if she didn't do this, how could she explain the sudden appearance of supplies inside the base? After a while, she didn't hear the leader speak, so Tong Yuelon looked up nervously. She saw the leader deep in thought, staring at her. She quickly added, "Near the lake is also okay, as long as there's a road to bring in supplies. If you're worried, you can also send in a strong patrol." "Haha, there's no need to worry. Comrade Lao Lin told me about your situation. I also know that your Red-Brow hero once helped Comrade Lao die. Trusting the people and relying on them is our principle, especially for patriotic fighters like you." The leader smiled warmly, "And even if the enemy takes this chance to sneak in, we will make sure they regret it." Tong Yuelon suddenly realized if the enemy's main force moved, the base would surely get the news and respond quickly. If small groups of enemies sneaked in, it would be like sending them food. The leader has fought on the battlefield for many years. She didn't need her advice, who knew nothing about war. She was thinking too small. Seeing her still looking uneasy, the leader stood up with a smile. "If you have specific requests, just tell Comrade Cheng Wangshua. It's better for you young people to talk directly." "Yes, I will complete the task." Cheng Wangshua stood straight and saluted. After the leader and another guard left, Tong Yuelon quietly let out a breath. She was just an ordinary person. Being around such important figures was a bit overwhelming. Cheng Wangshua couldn't help but smile slightly. When this girl first saw him, she seemed very respectful, but her eyes showed clear disdain. The second time they met, she was quick to knock him out without hesitation. He didn't expect to see her stumble again. "Miss Tong, you've traveled far and are tired. You should rest tonight. Tomorrow, we can discuss things in detail, or you can tell me your specific needs now." Facing Cheng Wangshua, Tong Yuelon instantly became very calm. She started talking nonsense. "Prepare a place first. Tonight, I need to tell the red-browed hero about this, so he can deliver the items tomorrow night." "Oh, and the place should be big enough, or there won't be enough space for everything. Do you need a radio?" "Why would I need a radio?" Tong Yuelon was confused. She didn't know how to use a radio even if she had one, so what was it for? "You said you wanted to send messages to the red-browed hero, right?" "Oh, our way of sending messages is special. We don't need a radio." After she finished, she saw Cheng Wangshua look at her with a hint of eagerness, as if he wanted to ask something. Suddenly, she realized, if he asked how they could send messages over long distances without a radio, how would she answer? Thinking of this, she quickly stood up. "I'm really tired today. I need to rest. See you tomorrow morning." She hurriedly left the room, returning to her own place. After closing the door, she let out a long breath. She kept thinking about how to do more without revealing her secret, using her special abilities. But so far, she hadn't come up with any good ideas. Now she had some self-protection skills and a safe space to rely on. If she chose to be a lone wolf, fighting the enemies and traitors, she might not complete her system tasks, but at least she would feel good. Plus, that way, the chance of her disguise being exposed would be very low. But if she wanted to do more, she would have to interact with more people. These people weren't ordinary, and a careless word could attract attention. Many things could be discovered just by paying a little more attention. So, what should she do? That night, Tang Yuelan did not enter the space, but simply slept in her room. She didn't sleep well all night, not only because she was overthinking but also because it was very cold, and her blanket was not thick enough, so she woke up several times from the cold. The next morning, she was awakened early by the sound of training outside. When she stepped out of her room, she saw Cheng Wangshua already waiting there. He greeted her with a smile when he saw her come out. Tang Yuelan also smiled and said hello, but her eyes stayed fixed on the soldiers training in the distance. The soldiers training were dressed lightly, and their weapons were varied, but they looked very energetic. Seeing this, Tang Yuelan felt excited and wanted to join the training and cheer along. Cheng Wangshua stood quietly beside her. When she turned to look at him, he said, "The place is already booked. I'll take you to eat breakfast first, then we'll go see the training." Breakfast was simple: a dark, rough pancake, a bowl of millet porridge, and a little pickled vegetables. Tang Yuelan took a bite of the pancake. It was coarse, and she couldn't tell what it was made of. The millet porridge was well-cooked and tasted refreshing. She finished the pancake with the millet porridge and pickled vegetables, which surprised Cheng Wangshua. She looked like someone used to a pampered life. This was also why he was cautious when he first saw her working as a servant in the Cheng family and reported it to the organization immediately. Now, it seemed she was not as delicate as he thought. After finishing her meal, Tang Yuelan realized that Cheng Wangshua's bowl did not contain millet porridge, but some kind of mixed grain porridge with unknown ingredients, and there were no pickled vegetables. She understood that what she ate was probably a special treatment. Suddenly, she felt a little emotional and her nose was a bit sore. "What's in that pancake?" she suddenly asked. "It's mainly made from ground black beans, mixed with some cornmeal and bran. Due to the difficult conditions here, black beans, corn, and sorghum are the most reliable food sources. The soldiers' main food is usually these, and the leaders eat the same," Cheng Wangshua explained honestly, not hiding anything. "Black beans are hard to digest. Do injured or sick soldiers also eat this?" Based on the captured supplies, the local people also contributed some millet. The soldiers went fishing for fish and shrimp. The canned food, rice, and flour seized during battles were mainly reserved for sick or injured soldiers. Seeing Tang Yuelan's unusual expression, Cheng Wangshua smiled and said, "Difficulties are only temporary." Last year, Yenin announced a campaign to boost production, encouraging everyone to work hard and be self-sufficient. When that happens, the enemy's blockade won't be able to stop us. Tang Yuelan wasn't a history expert and didn't know the details of this period well. She wasn't sure when the large-scale production campaign would ease the food shortage in the base area, but she understood that food shortage was probably the biggest problem at the moment. So, the most urgent needs now are weapons, ammunition, and food, right? The enemy's blockade is very strict. Weapons, especially ammunition and heavy weapons, are the most scarce. Things like food, medicine, salt, and cotton are also hard to get. Tang Yuelan nodded. "Then let's go. Please take me to the place you've arranged. Report to the leader, everything is ready." The leader looked up and ordered, "Pull the guard line further out, leave enough space for her, and don't let patriotic fighters feel discouraged. Remember, everything related to her must be kept strictly secret." In the evening, after dinner, Tang Yuelan and Cheng Wangshua went to the designated place again. When they arrived, Cheng Wangshua naturally left, giving her space. In the morning when she came here, it was just an open field. After she confirmed the location and left, Cheng Wangshua directed the soldiers to build a simple storage shed according to her instructions. It was called a shed, but it was just a circle of cover without a roof, though it did block the view. The shed was built by the lake, large enough, and to prevent moisture, they laid dry grass on the ground. Tong Yuelon took almost all the weapons and ammunition out of her space and placed them on the ground, leaving only a small part as backup. After thinking for a moment, she took out a pistol, a Type 38 rifle, and a submachine gun, placing them separately. She didn't keep any of the grain. She took it all out and piled it on the ground. By then, it was completely dark. Tong Yuelon entered her space, slept peacefully, and only came out again when dawn was near. After walking around the warehouse, Tong Yuelon felt like something was missing. She looked inside the space again and quickly took out all the belongings moved from Cheng's residence, along with a small box of sulfa drugs, and arranged them properly. Only then did she step outside the warehouse, light a torch, and wave it 3 times. Once the signal was sent, Cheng Wangshuo arrived here with 2 soldiers in the shortest possible time. 2 soldiers stayed outside the warehouse. Cheng Wangshuo strode inside but only took a quick glance before stepping back out. He then ordered 1 soldier to guard the door and told the other to report back to the leader. When Cheng Wangshuo re-entered the warehouse and saw the full supply of goods, he couldn't hide his shock. So many supplies. How did they quietly bring all this to the base? Suddenly, his eyes fell on the most noticeable large boxes among the supplies. Judging by their size, the 2 biggest boxes probably contained cannons, and the slightly smaller ones might be filled with grenade launchers. Wait, that wooden box looks familiar. Cheng Wangshuo took a few steps to the wooden boxes, circled around, and finally stopped in front of one. He squatted down and examined it carefully. Yes, the marks left when he removed that piece of wood earlier were still there. So, he was sure that this box was used to transport the items out. He didn't have time to think much about it back then. Since then, he had been confused. This big box was much larger than him. So why did Hongmei Hero and others deliberately make things more difficult? Also, he clearly remembered Lao Lin saying they would dismantle and dispose of the boxes. Why are they here now? Did they go out of their way to retrieve an empty box? After successfully leaving Shanghai, Cheng Wangshuo often thought about how he was rescued by Tong Yuelon and others. He never understood how he could suddenly appear near Lao Lin's location without feeling the long distance move inside the box. At first, he thought he had been unconscious for too long and woke up already at the destination. But the more he thought about it, the more it didn't seem right. Some details just didn't add up. For example, if they were trying to save him, why did they knock him out, tie him up, and put him in a wooden box? And how could he be in a completely quiet space and then suddenly find himself somewhere else? For example, Tong Yuelon didn't realize that her sudden obsessive-compulsive behavior of reloading the wooden box and reassembling the mortar caused Wang Shuo to have some guesses. He thought she was simply attracted to heavy weapons and smiled as he waved to her. Cheng Wangshuo came back to his senses and suppressed his confusion. Maybe she or they really do have many secrets, but so what? Everything they do is helpful for resisting the enemy. There's no need for him to investigate their secrets. These are the belongings and the list donated by your grandmother. Old Lin has already seen the list. They used some gold when buying sulfa drugs before, and the rest is here. Please check it. Also, before she left, I met with your grandmother. She asked me to tell you that you are her most filial grandson. She is proud of you, and the ancestors of the Chung and Lu families are also proud of you. By the way, this is the bracelet she asked me to give you. Keep it safe. Tong Yuelon took out the bracelet her grandmother gave her from her pocket and handed it over. Cheng Wangshuo looked at the bracelet in her hand but didn't reach out to take it. He asked, "Is this a gift from your grandmother?" He remembered his grandmother once told him that she wanted to keep this bracelet for the eldest grandson's wife. When she found a suitable girl, she would give her the bracelet. After he had a falling out with his grandmother over his betrayal, she never mentioned it again. Now, this bracelet appeared in Miss Tong's hand.
Could it be?
How can I accept such a valuable thing? It's better to return it to its original owner, Tong Yuelon insisted, holding the bracelet out to him. This is a gift from my grandmother. I can't go against her wishes. Besides, as a man, it's not appropriate for me to carry a bracelet meant for a woman. And if I accidentally drop it, my grandmother would be upset. Seeing that Tong Yuelon refused to take back the bracelet no matter what, Cheng Wangshuo had to say, "Why don't you keep it for me first? After the war is over, you can give it back." Is that okay? Chung Wang-shua knew how dangerous the battlefield was. No one knew when they might sacrifice themselves. The bracelet was valuable and a family heirloom. Although Tong Yuelon was not someone greedy for wealth, leaving the bracelet with her was the best choice. Considering her contributions, her saving his life, and her letting their grandmother leave without regrets, she deserved more than just a bracelet. However, she truly couldn't help fulfill her grandmother's wish. From the moment she made the decision, she was prepared to face death at any time. Before the enemy was driven out, she wouldn't consider her personal issues. Girls like Tong Yuelon deserve better. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside. Chung Wangshua took the opportunity to turn his head and look outside. The leader is coming. Miss Tong, you should put things away first. We can talk about anything later. After saying that, he turned and quickly walked outside. Tong Yuelon shook her head and helplessly put the bracelet back into her space. Is this the batch of weapons and food you stole from the enemy's warehouse? Looks like you've emptied the entire warehouse. Truly skilled people are among the common folk. The leader strode in confidently, while everyone else stayed outside. If we don't empty it, it would be a waste of a trip, Tong Yuelon replied with a smile. That was really what she thought. After making the effort to go, not taking everything would be unfair to her hard work. Haha, not taking everything makes it a wasted trip. You little comrade, speak my language, the leader said happily. This young girl looked delicate and weak, but she was surprisingly straightforward in her words and actions. Since everything had been handed over, it wasn't appropriate to stay any longer. Tong Yuelon pointed to the 3 guns placed separately and said to the leader, Leader, these are the gifts I promised to give to Lin Xiao. Please help me pass them to her. I'm a bit tired and would like to rest first. Since arriving at the base, Tong Yuelon hadn't seen Lin Xiao again. She knew the military discipline was strict. Although she missed her, she didn't ask about her whereabouts. The leader wanted to say more but heard Tong Yuelon's words. He understood she didn't want to reveal her situation in front of everyone. Remembering she had worked hard all night, he smiled and said, You've worked hard. Go rest now. He then ordered the guards to take her away from the warehouse. Before dawn, they avoided everyone's sight and returned to her residence. After Tong Yuelon left, the leaders of all the groups received the news and hurried over. As soon as they entered the warehouse, almost everyone's eyes immediately focused on the large wooden boxes. Heavy weapons were now the most scarce resource in the base. Everyone's eyes sparkled with eagerness, as if they couldn't wait to rush forward and seize the supplies. If Tong Yuelon were still here, she would surely be shouting, I'm rich, at this moment. After handing over the supplies, how to distribute the weapons, ammunition, and food no longer concerned Tong Yuelon. She locked herself in her room, pretending to rest, but in fact, she was thinking about her next move. Shanghai was definitely not an option to return to. The reason she chose Shanghai as her first stop was only because it was the destination on the pass issued by Grandma Tong. For her now, anywhere was the same. The only difference was which place would be easier for her to cause trouble. Recalling yesterday's conversation with Chung Wangshua about the shortage of ammunition while visiting the site, Sunan's base relied on battlefield captures for over half of its ammunition supply. About 30% was self-made, 15% was bought secretly underground, and a very small part was allocated by higher authorities. Now, almost all of these sources had dried up. Battlefield captures were the main source of survival for each base, but they were very unstable. Commander Chen from the northern base summarized the 3-no strike strategy. No attack without guaranteed captures, no using more ammunition than captured, and no attacking non-essential targets. Self-made ammunition was produced with simple weapons factories, with low output, weak power, and a high misfire rate. Still, it was highly sought after and in short supply. Buying ammunition underground was too costly, not only because of severe funding shortages but also because of high risks involved. The shortage of ammunition severely limited the scale of operations and affected the outcome of battles. Main 4 soldiers were issued 15 bullets each, but in reality, only 5 could be used per battle. Local fighters were only given 3 bullets each. So, how could they fight like this? The enemy was fully armed, with excellent weapons, plenty of ammunition, heavy weapons, and even air support when needed. And what about our soldiers? Even their mismatched weapons couldn't guarantee each person a gun. During the Battle of Huangqiao over a month ago, a third of the frontline soldiers were armed with cold weapons, relying on close combat to break through enemy lines. Even soldiers with guns had to think carefully before firing each bullet. Once the bullets ran out, they had to fight with blades, risking their lives against heavily armed enemies. Most bases chose guerrilla warfare. But was this because they didn't want to fight the Japanese face-to-face? During numerous sweeps by the enemy, many soldiers were injured or killed. Most of these casualties happened during direct fights, when soldiers faced the dilemma of retreating, being unable to retreat, or fighting but not having enough strength. Just hearing such news made Tong Yuelon feel very upset, even without seeing or experiencing it herself. Suddenly, her mind echoed with a powerful phrase that many internet users often repeat: "You have no right to speak to China from a position of strength." When she first heard this, she felt proud and brave. Now, thinking back, Tong Yuelon's whole body was trembling. Yes, even if she did nothing, our army would still defeat the enemy and build a new country. Over generations of effort, in less than 100 years, we would stand at the top of the world. Our diplomatic team still confidently delivers powerful quotes. She knew this painful process was necessary. We could only move forward step by step from a weak nation, where people were at the mercy of others, to rebuild a new country from the ruins. But she was really unwilling to accept this. For the sake of driving the enemy out, for her ideals and goals, and for the happiness and safety of future generations, she was willing to give her life. For those martyrs, this was a willing sacrifice. However, some sacrifices could have been avoided. If soldiers had enough weapons and ammunition, they could have killed more enemies and minimized losses. She had a special advantage. Could she find a way to get more weapons and ammunition from the enemy? If luck was on her side, she might even bring back equipment to improve the quality of homemade ammunition. Tong Yuelon was never one to hesitate. Once she made a decision, she acted immediately. She stood up, left her room, and told the soldier guarding outside that she had important matters to see Chen Wangshua as soon as possible. Chen Wangshua arrived quickly. As soon as he sat down, Tong Yuelon asked directly, "Do you know where the enemy's main arms factories are located in our country?" Zheng Wangshua looked at her thoughtfully and asked unexpectedly, "Are you going, or are they going? Does it make a difference? With different numbers of people, the difficulty will surely change, and the options available will also vary. What if I go alone? I mean, Hongmei Hero and the others have their own ways. I don't have their skills. I'm just an ordinary person. You only need to consider which city would be easier for someone like me to go to. So, you mean you want to go to the enemy's arms depot city, but you have to go separately from them, right?" "Yes." Tong Yuelon nodded seriously. "Not only is our base here in urgent need of weapons and ammunition, but the other bases probably need supplies too. We want to go to the enemy's arms depot to see if we can get some more back. I can't go with them, so I need your help. Also, if possible, could you send someone familiar to help me? That way, once I get the supplies, I'll know where to send them. But there's one thing, your team can't interfere with my actions. Also, I haven't officially joined the organization, so I probably don't have to strictly follow all the rules, right?" After speaking, Tong Yuelon saw that Zheng Wangshua didn't reply, so she quickly added, "This was the decision we made last night. If you think anything is wrong, just tell me." Zheng Wangshua looked at her deeply, then stood up and said, "There are some questions I can't answer right now. I will report to the leader immediately. Also, on behalf of all the soldiers, I thank you." After that, he saluted her very seriously. After Zheng Wangshua left, Tong Yuelon let out a breath of relief. Luckily, he didn't ask too many questions, otherwise, she wouldn't know how to answer. This was one reason she chose Zheng Wangshua to relay her request. He doesn't talk much and isn't curious about everything. She didn't have to think hard about what to say. Plus, they had interacted before, so their conversations could be more casual. If she had to face the leader directly, under his sharp gaze, she wouldn't be able to be so relaxed and casual. Zheng Wangshua returned quickly, and surprisingly, the leader came with him. "Leader, how can you come personally again?" Just send someone to take me to see you. Tong Yuan felt a bit anxious. This was really unusual. Just because you brought so many important supplies to the base, I would be happy to come see you, or even run back and forth on the battlefield carrying a machine gun. Seeing that his joke eased Tong Yuan's tension, the leader paused briefly before continuing. Comrade Lao Lin sent a serious message, asking us to do our best to meet your needs without breaking our principles. Also, your identity and all related information must be kept strictly secret. I used to not pay enough attention to this, but when I saw that batch of supplies break through the enemy lines and appear at the core of the base, I realized Lao Lin was being too cautious. Starting from midnight, all information related to you has been classified as top secret and cannot be shared outside. At this point, the leader saw Cheng Wangshua had already hung up the map. He stood up immediately and signaled Tong Yuan to follow him to the map. Pointing to Shenyang on the map, his voice was serious. Traveling by land to Shenyang requires passing through Shanhaiguan, which has heavy military checks by the Manchu army. If traveling by sea, you need to go to Dalian first and then cross the South Manchuria Railway. The puppet Manchuria region enforces collective responsibility, so moving people around is very risky. He then pointed to Dalian on the map and continued, there is a regular shipping route from Shanghai to Dalian. The Japanese Navy checks shipping less strictly than land routes, so disguising yourself as a merchant or crew member could help you blend in. In terms of difficulty, this route is the safest among these 4 options, but Shenyang is under the strict control of the Manchurian army and is a model zone of puppet rule. Underground groups find it hard to survive there, only maintaining scattered intelligence teams with limited contact. Dalian is also directly controlled by the Manchurian state. Underground organizations are in hiding, and frequent patrols by Japanese military police prevent effective control. Traveling to Tianjin requires a combination of land and sea routes, crossing multiple blockade lines. The Japanese patrols in the Bohai Gulf are strict, making smuggling very difficult. However, the organization there is much stronger than in Shenyang or Dalian. Going to Taiyuan usually involves first passing through Hunan to reach the southeastern base in Shaanxi. There, underground transportation is well established, but crossing the Yellow River can lead to inspections by the Kuomintang army. Taiyuan is a key hub in the Shaanxi Sui base area, with a dense intelligence network and strong organizational control. After the leader finished speaking, Tong Yuan stared at the map for a long time. She studied history and knew that after the September 18th incident in 1931, northeast China was occupied and called Manchuria by the invaders. 30 million fellow citizens became prisoners of a fallen nation, and the people in the northeast suffered greatly during the occupation. The history of the Northeast Resistance War can be called a story of blood and tears. During the hardest times, the resistance fighters in the Northeast decreased to fewer than 2,000. The main forces of the Anti-Japanese League had to retreat into the Soviet Union. This period was called Bones Paving the Way, Blood Staining the Forest, and its brutality was rare even among the global anti-fascist battles. Hero Yang Jingyu fought alone during this time and sacrificed his life, with only cotton and grass roots remaining in his stomach after death. If she remembered correctly, these 2 or 3 years were the most difficult period for the Northeast Anti-Japanese League. If possible, she also hoped to help them. But she was very clear that in such a big environment, even if she had special abilities, she couldn't do much alone. Going there would only be risking her life. The best choice was to go to Taiyuan, where she could make the biggest difference. I choose to go to Taiyuan, Tong Yuan decided almost without hesitation. Good, we also think Taiyuan is the best place. There we can give you the best support. Tong Yuan realized that the leader was talking about you and not you all, and he didn't ask if she could be the main hero, but she didn't mind much. Traces leave marks. Many things can't be perfect. No matter how much she tried to hide, she would leave clues. She never thought she could fool a top leader like him. We decided that Comrade Cheng Wangshua will be your contact person. He will accompany you to Taiyuan and handle all communication with the organization and the various bases from now on. He will fully cooperate with you. Do you have any objections? The leader's voice sounded again. Tong Yuan thought for a moment and nodded, saying, Leader, I have no objections. But is it appropriate for Chen Wangshua to do such a small task? Wouldn't that be a waste of his talent? He was a famous expert, after all, and now he was just acting as her liaison? Small task. The leader couldn't help but laugh again. Comrade Tong, you underestimate yourself too much. In my mind, your role is worth thousands of soldiers. Also, this task was actually fought for by Chen Wangshua himself. If he hadn't been involved in the whole process, he might not have had this chance. After the leader left, Tong Yuelon still felt a bit dizzy. She didn't expect to receive such high praise from the leader, which made her cheeks flush with warmth, even though she usually had a thick skin. Before leaving, she finally asked the leader about Lin Zhao's whereabouts. The leader replied that once she recovered, she would be assigned to the guard company and assured her that the small gift would be delivered to Lin Zhao. Tong Yuelon understood that this was a secret arrangement made by the leader. Fortunately, Lin Zhao's dream has always been to fight more enemies on the battlefield. Staying in the base to fight also fulfilled her wish. Chen Wangshua, who stayed behind, explained the route, travel methods, and estimated time to Taiyuan. Tong Yuelon felt like a thunderbolt struck her. Her previous excitement vanished instantly. She had thought the biggest challenge to going to Taiyuan was avoiding enemy checkpoints, crossing blockades, and breaking through enemy lines to reach her destination. Now she knew that, along with detours and crossing the river, the entire journey from here to Taiyuan would be divided into several stages. Most of the time, she would need to walk. If everything went smoothly, it would take about 50 to 60 days. If conditions were bad, it could take longer. The journey involved night marches, disguises, crossing the river secretly, transportation stations for support, armed escorts, breaking through railway lines, mountain climbing, snow sleds, and underground tunnels. Any section requiring armed breakthroughs would inevitably involve sacrifices. Sometimes, to help just one or two people pass, the number of casualties could be several times or even dozens of times higher. Tong Yuelon was silent for a moment and asked weakly, "Isn't there a way to disguise ourselves and forge documents to pass directly through enemy-occupied areas? A lot of movies show underground workers disguising themselves as different people to pass checkpoints smoothly and reach their destination successfully." Chen Wangshua answered very carefully. That method might work for short distances, like in city suburbs. Some parts of the route I mentioned could use this approach. But for long-distance travel across multiple enemy-controlled provinces, it's very easy to be caught at checkpoints. The risk of exposure is very high, and success is almost impossible. Tong Yuelon fell silent again, then after a while, she said, "There are some things I need to think about carefully. Can we talk more clearly after I've made up my mind?" Chen Wangshua nodded, gently stood up, and left. He carefully closed the door behind him. Tong Yuelon had only asked casually, not expecting to get a good answer from Xiao Huihui. She waited a long time, but saw no response. She thought to herself that every time Xiao Huihui didn't want to answer, he just played dead. She didn't think much of it. On the way to Taiyuan, many problems needed solving. She had to think clearly about what to do in advance. Spending 1 or 2 months or even longer together day and night, often facing danger, she couldn't just sit and wait for Chen Wangshua and other soldiers to protect her. The problem was, how could she explain the sudden appearance of all these weapons? No matter how big the suitcase, it couldn't hold so many things. Chen Wangshua had just explained to her why they needed armed. Many areas were heavily guarded by enemy troops, and without enough armed forces, they couldn't pass. But she really couldn't just watch soldiers sacrifice themselves because of her. Tong Yuelon sat in place for a long time, finally made up her mind, and decided to go talk to Chen Wangshua. Just then, the door was suddenly knocked. Chen Wangshua hurriedly came in and said, "Miss Tong, I just received information that the enemy has gathered a large force and will soon carry out a big sweep of the base. The commander has ordered us to leave before tonight. That's fine. I'll follow your arrangements. But I want to talk to you about something. Please, Miss Tong, the commander asks you to cooperate fully with me. Does that mean, as long as my requests don't violate your principles and rules, you will agree unconditionally?" Chen Wangshua answered without hesitation, "Yes. And if I ask you not to reveal some of my secrets to anyone, including your superiors, can you do that?" The commander has already told me not to probe into your secrets and to do my best to keep them confidential. As long as your secrets don't harm our party or organization, I swear on my party loyalty that I will not tell anyone, not even a little. Tong Yulan knew how serious and solemn such a promise was for a party member like Cheng Shua. She immediately felt relieved. With this, many things could be resolved smoothly. She looked seriously into Cheng Shua's eyes and asked, "Have you heard of Sky in a Sleeve?" Sky in a Sleeve? Are you talking about the magic skills of the legendary Earth Immortal Zhen Yuan? Cheng Shua replied, looking at Tong Yulan with some confusion. Isn't this about serious matters?
Why suddenly ask about this? Yes.
If I say I can do it, would you believe me? As soon as she finished speaking, Tong Yulan noticed Cheng Shua's eyes become very complicated, so complex that she couldn't tell if it was confusion, doubt, or understanding. She didn't want to explain further. She extended her hands in front of Cheng Shua, and suddenly a pistol appeared in her hand. Then, the pistol disappeared, replaced by a submachine gun, which quickly vanished again. There are many extraordinary people in our team. I learned a little from them. The film role you had earlier was taken out by me this way, Tong Yuan said quickly, not bothering to look at Cheng Shua's expression. So, on the way to Taiyuan, no matter what I suddenly pull out, don't be surprised. You must also try to help me cover. I don't want a third person to know about this skill of mine. Also, I have a request. I don't know much about marching and fighting, and I don't understand many things. So, during the trip, I will follow your arrangements and won't act on my own. But once I make a request or suggestion, no matter how unreasonable it seems, please trust me first. I will prove everything with facts. That's all I have to say. I also need you to prepare some supplies and bring them quickly. If you want to take anything yourself, just take it. We can leave tonight. After writing a list and handing it to Cheng Shua, she quickly got up and left, giving him enough time and space to digest and understand. Cheng Shua watched Tong Yulan's back as she left, feeling like his worldview had been completely overturned. He looked down at the table, then circled around the room, finally forced to accept that the surreal scene just now was real. After a long while, he muttered, "No wonder so many things were brought in, yet we couldn't find out when or how they entered the base. There are no signs of heavy transport outside the warehouse either." That night, Tong Yulan and Cheng Shua quietly set out, beginning their journey to Taiyuan. The first stage of the journey was relatively simple. It involved traveling from Liang to Jurong, then to Longtan Ferry, and finally crossing north to reach the Soviet-controlled area. Because they needed to march at night to avoid enemy checkpoints and patrols, and because crossing the river required underground support, they used fishing boats or disguised merchant ships to cross secretly under cover of darkness. The journey took quite a bit of time. Tong Yulan behaved very obediently throughout. She walked quietly without complaint, even when her feet blistered again. She changed clothes and disguised herself as a boatwoman without resistance, and looked quite convincing. Even when hiding under the narrow, damp planks of the boat, she remained still and silent for hours. The courier responsible for this part of the route didn't know who was being escorted, or what their mission was. But seeing Tong Yulan cooperate so well, and knowing that Cheng Shua had plenty of experience behind enemy lines, neither of them gave any unnecessary commands or caused trouble. They felt somewhat relieved. The boat moved quietly through the darkness. Normally, Tong Yulan would stay cramped and quiet under the narrow planks, but now she was comfortably lying on a big bed in the space, smiling more and more, almost unable to hold back her laughter. It took 3 days to reach Longtan Ferry from the base. They spent over a day at the ferry waiting for a boat and contacting boatmen. Now, 5 days had passed since leaving the base. Later, they planned to arrive on the northern shore, successfully land, and then travel overland to the southern base. The boat they found this time wasn't very large, and having too many people on board would make night stealth more difficult. After learning the details, she volunteered to hide under the planks, mainly to rest and recover in her space. She couldn't do much to help on the boat, and the upcoming journey was even more dangerous, so she needed to conserve her strength. She was sleeping peacefully before, But just now, Little Gray told her good news, and she was so happy, she almost couldn't sleep. During a large-scale sweep by the enemy in the southern Jiangsu area, the Japanese and puppet troops numbered over 3,000, the largest and most intense operation in recent years. In the past, the base could only retreat tactically and would suffer heavy losses during such sweeps. But now, things were different. Thanks to the weapons and ammunition Tong Yuelon brought, especially heavy weapons for firepower support, the leaders and units could adjust their strategies in time. They used guerrilla tactics when needed, set ambushes using the terrain, and even chose to confront the enemy directly at the right moments. After a series of coordinated attacks, the fighters in the base destroyed over 1,000 Japanese soldiers, causing the enemy to cry and flee in panic. They had to end the raid early because the enemy was so frightened. Tong Yuelon was very happy and thought, "Who says we can only be pushed around and chased by the enemy? After years of hard fighting, our army and soldiers have grown strong. As long as our weapons and equipment keep up, defeating the enemy is not difficult." The more she thought about it, the happier she became. She felt confident that her previous decision was right. Now, she was just waiting to reach Taiyuan and find a way to buy a lot of weapons and ammunition from the enemy's arms depot. Once her soldiers had enough supplies, fighting the enemy would be as easy as cutting vegetables. But then, Tong Yuelon suddenly felt a bit regretful. Going to Taiyuan wouldn't take much time, just a day or two. Why did she agree to leave before the enemy's raid? If she had stayed in the base, she could have fought a big battle and maybe earned some rewards for all the enemy heads she could have collected. It was such a good chance to fight the enemy, and she missed it. Next time, she must not miss it again. She decided she needed to kill more enemies to make up for this regret. Suddenly, she felt like something appeared in her mind. She looked carefully and saw it was a map marker. Instinctively, she wanted to click on it to see what it was. With a thought, the map opened. Wow, this was a visual electronic map. It could be zoomed in and out, rotated freely. Any point on the map could be seen clearly, no matter where she looked. It wasn't affected by outside light, so even at night, it was as bright as daytime. Tong Yuelon used her mind to control the map and looked at the ship. She saw the crew carefully steering the boat, each movement strong but gentle when entering the water. Cheng Wangshua and the radio operator were paddling on both sides, working together to go upriver. Their expressions and actions were very clear. This map was incredibly powerful. Looking further out, Tong Yuelon's excitement suddenly disappeared. The map was good, but its range was too small, only about 200 meters. Beyond that, it was useless. 200 meters was a bit limited. During the day, she could see farther with her eyes. At night, it was somewhat useful in very dark conditions, but overall, its usefulness was limited. She knew that this should be a reward from the North Jiangsu base for the weapons and ammunition she provided to fight the Japanese soldiers. However, this reward was much less impressive compared to previous ones. Xiao Huihui's tone of voice felt unfamiliar to Tong Yuelon. Since arriving at the base, Xiao Huihui hadn't spoken to her once. Several times she tried to talk to it, but it didn't respond. Now, it spoke very formally, which made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Before she could ask more, her gaze suddenly fell on a spot on the map. Her face turned serious as she enlarged that area and examined it carefully. In the next moment, Tong Yuelon left the space and reappeared under the ship's deck. She gently tapped her head a few times. Soon, the deck was lifted, and Cheng Wangshua appeared in front of her. "The ship is docking. I was about to call you soon," he said. Tong Yuelon quickly climbed onto the deck. She looked in the direction the ship was heading and then pointed ahead quietly to Cheng Wangshua. "Stop the ship quickly. Don't dock yet. Paddle a bit further upstream." Cheng Wangshua also looked serious. He looked in the direction Tong Yuelon pointed, but it was just a dark, black area, and he couldn't see anything. Thinking about what Tong Yuelon had told him before departure, Cheng Wangshua hesitated briefly. Then he turned to the crew and said, "Don't dock. Paddle further upstream." For a small boat relying on manual rowing, going against the current was very difficult. To stay hidden, They couldn't make any loud noises. Now, just as they were about to dock, they suddenly decided to go further upstream. The crew felt helpless and looked at the signalman. The signalman frowned and asked softly, "Why not follow the original plan? There are people waiting for us on the other side." Chung Wang-shua sat at the back of the boat, slightly turned to block everyone's view. He carefully repeated what Tong Yuelon had whispered behind him. "There is an ambush where we are about to dock.
There are about 20 or more people.
We need to leave quickly. If we get closer, it will be easy to be spotted." As he relayed this, Chung Wang-shua felt conflicted. He didn't understand how Tong Yuelon knew there was an ambush on the distant riverbank, nor how she knew the exact number of enemies, especially since he couldn't see far away. This matter is very important. I believe it is better to be cautious and trust the situation. At worst, it will take more time, but we cannot put everyone, especially Tong Yuelon, in danger. More importantly, I have seen Tong Yuelon's special abilities before and promised to help her. Now, I must follow her request. The courier hesitated briefly, but then made a decision. He told the boatman to keep rowing upstream and looked carefully toward the planned landing spot. However, in the darkness, he could see nothing unusual and found no signs of danger. The boat moved slowly upstream. According to the original plan, after handing over Chung Wang-shua and others to the people on the north bank, the courier would return along the same route. But now, they did not land at the designated place, and no one was there to meet them. As the boat slowly approached the shore, Chung Wang-shua learned from Tong Yuelon that most of the people hiding nearby were enemies, with only one seeming to be a traitor. Near them, there were 3 bodies, probably victims of a leak, and the people sent to meet them had already been harmed. In this situation, they had 2 options. Either all return to Longton Ferry and try to contact the helpers there again, or leave with the courier and his team while Chung and Tong continue their journey alone. Tong Yuelon asked softly, "What will happen if no one meets us along the way?" Chung Wang-shua understood her meaning and looked serious. "Each part of the route has a secret code for contact. If any part is missing, we won't get the next code. That means we might lose the help of our organization and have to rely on ourselves. The difficulty will be several times greater, maybe even dozens of times. Some sections have no armed guards, so we can't pass through. Therefore, just the 2 of us cannot reach Taiyuan easily. We have only 2 choices, either return to Longtan immediately or go to the northern Jiangsu base to find our comrades and make contact." "What's your opinion?" Tong Yuelon asked Chung. Chung lowered his head and thought. If they go back along the same route and wait for another chance to cross the river, there are risks involved. Who knows what might happen to the helpers next time? Will the same situation occur again? Maybe they can go directly to the northern Jiangsu base themselves. "Do you know how to get to the northern Jiangsu base?" Tong Yuelon asked again. Chung Wang-shua nodded and looked at Tong Yuelon. Both of them understood each other's thoughts without words. Under Chung Wang-shua's command, the boat docked about a kilometer upstream from the designated spot. They got off the boat and told the guide to return along the same route. They watched the boat slowly disappear into the darkness. Chung Wang-shua glanced toward the direction of the enemy ambush, feeling mixed emotions. "Let's go." "Wait," Tong Yuelon suddenly interrupted him. "Do you want to take revenge?" "What?" Chung Wang-shua looked at her in confusion. "The soldiers who came to help us were killed because of us. I want to avenge them and eliminate all those little enemies who killed them." Since Tong Yuelon saw that scene on the map, she had this idea. The helpers who came for them were covered in wounds, clearly tortured to death. How could she not be angry? How could she not want revenge? She also wanted Chung Wang-shua to see that scene with his own eyes to prove she was telling the truth. That way, he would believe her more, and their future plans would go more smoothly. Moreover, she wanted to personally kill more enemies to expand the map's coverage area quickly. 200 meters was too short, especially with many dangers waiting for them ahead. Eliminate them? Just the 2 of us. Chung Wang-shua couldn't help but laugh. Did she know what she was saying? They wanted to attack more than 20 fully armed enemies and wipe them out? Yes, Tong Yuelon nodded seriously. There are only about 20 of them. If we move fast and kill them in the shortest time, we can retreat before reinforcements arrive. Plus, we've attracted enough firepower so they'll be safer when they return. Only about 20 enemies? Kill them all in the shortest time? Chen Wangshua thought he must be hearing things. If it weren't for Tong Yuelon saving him from the enemy's trap in an incredible way, secretly transporting supplies into their base, and showing him her amazing skills, he would think he was talking to a crazy person. Tong Yuelon also understood that Chen Wangshua was no longer looking at her with a foolish gaze. That was a sign of his good manners. She knew that talking more now was useless. Only facts could prove everything. He showed the submachine gun suddenly appearing in his hand to Chen Wangshua. One bullet can eliminate one enemy. This gun has 30 rounds, enough to wipe out all the enemies, and I have more than one such gun. Seeing Chen Wangshua just staring at the gun without speaking, he smiled and said, "Actually, you can watch from the side. I can handle it alone. Back in Yangshipu, I wiped out over 100 little enemies. These 20 or so are just small stuff." "What? The incident at Yangshipu was done by you?" "But we heard it was the action team from the military intelligence agency. The newspapers in Chongqing praised it for a long time. It wasn't us, it was me. If I hadn't gone to practice my skills against the enemies, the military intelligence team would have been defeated completely." Chen Wangshua felt that no words could describe his feelings right now. After a long pause, he finally said, "Give me a gun. Let's fight together." On the path along the riverbank, the two moved very fast. Tong Yuelon seemed to have night vision, always avoiding obstacles and choosing the best routes. As they neared their destination, Tong Yuelon made a hand signal and Chen Wangshua immediately stopped. On the map, Tong Yuelon could clearly see that the group of enemies hiding well was focused on the river surface, looking determined to hold their ground. It was clear that the information had leaked. The enemies planned to wait and see. Tong Yuelon was reckless and had no experience in fighting. If she encountered the enemies alone, she would just put on her earrings and rush in, fighting wildly to eliminate them all. But now, that wasn't an option. Wearing her earrings, she wasn't afraid of bullets, but on the battlefield, bullets don't have eyes. If Chen Wangshua followed her into the fight, he could get hurt or even die. That went against her original plan. Besides, the earrings could only be used a few times. Who knew if she could get more from the system later? She had to save them for the most critical moments. Squatting down under the faint moonlight, Tong Yuelon quickly marked the enemy's positions on the ground and asked Chen Wangshua, "What do you think we should do to win this fight?" Chen Wangshua crouched down and looked closely at the map of enemy positions she had drawn. He was once again shocked, but now was not the time to think about that. After a moment of thought, he pointed to several spots on the map with his finger. "If we have enough people and everyone is good with their guns, we could launch a surprise attack from these positions. We might be able to take out about half of the enemies in one go. But once the enemies realize and start fighting back, the battle could last a long time. It will be hard to defeat and drive them away before reinforcements arrive. Also, we only have 2 people. The best plan is to kill as many enemies as possible before they notice us. After that, the fight will become a stalemate. It's just before dawn, the darkness is thick, and visibility is low. If the enemies spread out, our machine guns won't work as well." Tong Yuelon looked at the spots Chen Wangshua pointed to. After comparing them with her mental map, she asked, "How good is your shooting?" "I can handle pistols and rifles. We don't have many submachine guns at the base, so I haven't used them much," Chen Wangshua honestly replied. "At 50 meters, how accurate are you?" "As long as I can see the target clearly, I'd say about 90%. Tong Yuelon nodded on the ground. "Good. Later, you stay at this spot. I'll leave you your usual pistol and rifle. Just hide there and shoot the enemies when they come. Kill as many as you can. And you?" Tong Yuelon pointed to another position. "I'll stay here. We'll work together, cornering the enemies, and try to wipe them out quickly." Chen Wangshua's lips twitched involuntarily. He felt like he was going crazy, following Tong Yuelon to do something so reckless. He wanted to say something, but he opened his mouth and couldn't get a word out. He just nodded heavily. Forget it. At this point, if the fight becomes a stalemate, he would do his best to hold off the enemies so Tong Yuelon could escape. After sneaking to their positions, Tong Yuelon took out a pistol and a rifle. She also pulled out a few grenades and placed them next to Chen Wangshua. When you hear the gunfire from my side, start shooting. Remember, protect yourself at all costs. Chen Wangshua was speechless again. He always felt like he should be the one giving these orders to Tong Yuelan. Now it seemed like he was the one who needed protection. After Tong Yuelan left, Chen Wangshua crouched at the hiding spot, looking down. It was still very dark, and he couldn't see the enemies clearly from dozens of meters away. He had to wait until the fight started, and the firelight appeared to aim accurately at the targets. From the map Tong Yuelan drew earlier, he could only tell the general location. Now he realized that his position was probably the highest point around, and the in front of him seemed like a natural cover, making it the best ambush spot. He became more curious. How many amazing skills did Tong Yuelan have that he didn't know about? From so far away, she could see the whole terrain clearly and find the best spots for ambushes with precision. He gently shook his head, pushing aside his messy thoughts. Chen Wangshua unlocked his gun's safety, his eyes fixed ahead, ready to start the fight at any moment. Suddenly, a loud bang sounded as a grenade exploded among the enemies. Flames rose, and the enemies cried out in pain. Chen Wangshua clearly saw the grenade go off where the most enemies were gathered. Without hesitation, he fired his gun and quickly took down 2 enemies. After a brief moment of chaos, the enemies reacted fast. They looked for cover and kept shooting back desperately. Because it was so dark, Chen Wangshua could only use the light from the enemy's gunfire to find targets. But visibility was very low, making it hard to hit accurately. Soon, he noticed the enemy's firepower was weakening. Meanwhile, Tong Yuelan kept shooting. Almost every time she fired, the enemy's firepower grew weaker. From the gunfire, he could tell Tong Yuelan was shooting with her submachine gun in bursts and single shots, controlling the rhythm very well, unaffected by the darkness. The fight ended so quickly that Chen Wangshua only realized they had completely defeated the enemies when he saw Tong Yuelan wave a match 3 times, as they had agreed before, and then light it. Only then did he understand they had wiped out all the enemies. The quick cleanup of the battlefield after the fight was a habit deeply ingrained in every soldier's mind. Chen Wangshua immediately rushed forward, gathering the weapons, ammunition, and rations from the enemies and putting everything together. Tong Yuelan ran swiftly across the battlefield, collecting all the supplies without leaving anything behind. When she reached Chen Wangshua, she waved her hand, and he also stored away the items she had gathered. They approached the bodies of the 3 fallen soldiers. After saluting, neither of them spoke. They only had 2 people and couldn't bury the soldiers' bodies before the enemy reinforcements arrived. It made them feel very sad to leave the bodies lying there. Tong Yuelan quickly looked at the map and found a large hole not far behind them, probably left from past battles. She said, "Let's temporarily place them in that hole and bury them properly when we have the chance." The 2 of them quickly placed the 3 soldiers' bodies into the hole. They used a shovel they brought from their base to cover the bodies and then prepared to leave.